Chapter 1. Awakening the Super Saiyan Bloodline. Welcome to the Dragon Ball world and the initiation of the Scion system being. A new player gift package is now being distributed. A mechanical voice resonated in his mind, leaving the drowsy Luya momentarily bewildered Dragon Ball world. Scion system? Goodness. Had he really traversed to another realm? And into the Dragon Ball universe, no less. Furthermore, he had awakened a system? Heaven above. Must it be so abrupt? Though he had wished for a journey across worlds, he certainly wasn't prepared for it yet. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by an expanse of a dark, boundless cosmic sky. Was he adrift in the universe? Suddenly, something caught his attention. Luya exclaimed in astonishment. Whoa, this spaceship looks remarkably familiar. Isn't this the space pod used exclusively by Scions? Pinching his cheek vigorously and feeling the sting of reality, Luya was entirely convinced. He was not dreaming. He had indeed crossed over into the Dragon Ball universe. But how did he end up in this space pod? Pondering this perplexity, Luya surveyed his surroundings, and himself his expression turned peculiar, for he was clad in the distinctive battle attire of a Scion, and to his surprise, a tail protruded from behind him. He was a Scion. Goodness. Not only had he traversed, but he had also become a Scion. Ding. Notification. The new player gift package has been fully distributed. Would you like to open it? Suddenly, the mechanical voice chimed in at this. Luya nodded eagerly. Open it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Super Saiyan transformation skill. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained an initial combat power of 100 million points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 transformation into a great ape. As the system's voice faded, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from within Luya. In the next instant, the entire space pod began to shake violently, fissures appearing across its surface. Witnessing this scene, Luya hastily suppressed his energy goodness. Starting off with a combat power of 100 million felt like a true tycoon. It left him slightly embarrassed. System, am I currently in the age of Science? Luya inquired curiously. No. Host, you are now in the era of Dragon Ball Super, the system replied calmly. Hearing this, Luya's expression stiffened, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Are you serious? System, I am not jesting. Although your combat power stands at 100 million, you are not yet the strongest. Many far surpass you, such as Son Goku, Vegeta, and others. Luya. System. Host, the destination of the space pod you are currently aboard is Earth. Upon hearing this, Luya felt a wave of relief wash over him. That was a relief. Otherwise, being transported to an unknown planet would have been quite the predicament. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Luya asked, since we are already in the storyline of Dragon Ball Super, has the World Martial Arts Tournament begun? No, it has only just begun currently. Both Son Goku and Vegeta are not on Earth. They have gone to train under the god of destruction, Beerus. At this revelation, Luya furrowed his brow, and his eyelids twitched. Isn't that right around the time when Frieza is resurrected? System. Indeed, Frieza's resurrection occurs 3 hours later, while his invasion of Earth is 4 months away. By calculating the time, Frieza's army must already be in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. I want a time to reach Earth to stop them. With this thought, Luya inquired, is there any method to enhance my combat power? To be candid, though a power level of 100 million is formidable, it merely equates to the first stage of Super Saiyan. This is in the context of the Dragon Ball narrative, whereas, in reality, Goku, without transformation, has already achieved power levels in the billions. Not to mention, he can now transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Moreover, Frieza is capable of transforming into Golden Frieza, whose power surpasses that of Super Saiyan Blue. The system responded, yes. By completing the tasks assigned by this system, the host will be rewarded additionally. The host possesses the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. Would you like to activate it? Upon hearing this, Luya shook his head. I do not wish to perish here. If he were to activate his Super Saiyan lineage, this spacecraft would undoubtedly be unable to withstand his power. Unlike Frieza, he cannot survive in outer space. I must head to Earth. 3 hours later, above the Earth, a spacecraft was suddenly enveloped in flames, piercing through the planet's atmosphere and plummeting downwards. West City. Boom. With a resounding roar, a massive pit emerged in a valley of West City, its diameter reaching 100 meters. At the center of the pit, a space capsule was embedded in the soil, emanating scalding steam. Creak. The hatch slowly opened, revealing Luya's face. Stepping out of the capsule, Luya surveyed his surroundings. So this is Earth in the Dragon Ball universe indeed. It is unlike the Earth I know. In his previous life, Luya was merely a student with average grades, whose pastime was indulging in Japanese adult films from the comfort of his bed. It was while scrolling through such content that he stumbled upon a story involving Android 18 and Cell, which inexplicably transported him to this world. He was quite bewildered, having witnessed various forms of transmigration. He felt he might be the pioneer of such a bizarre occurrence. As Luya contemplated finding a place to settle, two immense presences suddenly approached him. He glanced curiously, wondering who it could be. In the next moment, two figures materialized above him, one a youth, the other a middle-aged man. The youth donned scholarly attire, complete with glasses, exuding the aura of a model student. The middle-aged man wore a white cloak, black trousers, pointed black shoes, and a white hat, his skin a striking shade of green. It was Gohan and Piccolo. Piccolo regarded Luya, and upon noticing his attire and tail, his expression shifted to one of alarm. A Scion? What? A Scion? Gohan exclaimed, astonished as he turned to Luya. Luya looked at the two and raised his hand in greeting. Hi, how are you? Piccolo and Gohan exchanged peculiar glances at Luya. Gohan leaned closer to Piccolo and whispered, Uncle Piccolo, could there be a mistake? This person seems to have just landed on Earth. Piccolo's facial muscles twitched momentarily, and he spoke in a deep voice. However, just now, I indeed felt someone summoning the dragon here. How peculiar is this? Suddenly, he caught sight of Luya. Who are you? Luya wagged his tail and grinned widely. I am a Scion, Luya. Greetings, Gohan. Piccolo. Gohan. Piccolo. The two were utterly bewildered. How could the other know them? What was going on? How do you know us? Gohan inquired. Puzzled, Luya smiled slightly. Of course I know you. I investigated you because I was aware of the existence of Scions on your planet, and that's why I came. Piccolo scrutinized Luya with his piercing gaze and, in a solemn tone, remarked, Your energy is formidable. It is not something an ordinary Scion could possess. Moreover, weren't the Scions annihilated by Frieza? Logically, only on Earth should Scions exist in the entire universe. How did you survive? Luya pondered for a moment before replying with a smile. I am not a Scion from your universe. Not from our universe? Are you suggesting you are a Scion from another universe? Piccolo stared at Luya in astonishment. Luya nodded affirmatively. Precisely. A few beads of cold sweat trickled down Piccolo and Gohan's cheeks. Another universe. Aside from their own universe, there were indeed other universes. P.S. The Dragon Ball Super fan fiction is out. I hope everyone enjoys it. Please leave a rating. Chapter 2. Power Unleashed. Luya vs Gohan. It must be said that both were profoundly shocked, for up until now, the highest level they had encountered was merely that of a god of destruction, which was already the pinnacle of their universe. Ding. System task triggered. Task content. Compete with Son Gohan. Upon hearing this, Luya paused for a moment, and a glimmer of excitement appeared in his eyes, just the opportunity he sought to gauge his own strength. With this thought, Luya turned to Son Gohan and asked, You are also a Scion, would you be willing to spar with me? Gohan was momentarily taken aback, then pointed to himself, somewhat perplexed. You want to spar with me? Piccolo gazed at Luya, uncertain of what he was contemplating. Luya nodded. Yes, is that acceptable? Gohan glanced at Luya, then looked to Piccolo, seeking his counsel. After a moment of silence, Piccolo nodded. In that case, Gohan, you should engage with him. Gohan replied, All right, Uncle Piccolo. Moments later, Luya and Gohan stood on the ground. Merely 20 meters apart, Luya smiled slightly. Let's begin. Gohan's expression turned serious. He removed his glasses and assumed a combat-ready stance. The two locked eyes intently, yet neither made the first move. In an instant, Gohan shot forth like a bolt. Luya's expression shifted, and he too charged forward. Boom! As the two clashed, they became embroiled in an intense battle, their speed and strength remarkably matched. In the air, Piccolo observed the unfolding combat with a calm demeanor. After dozens of rounds, Gohan suddenly seized Liyu's arm and delivered a sweeping kick. Luya could only hurriedly brace himself, but the impact sent him flying. Boom! Liyu's figure crashed into a small mountain, which erupted in a shower of debris, enveloping him in a cloud of dust. As Gohan descended gracefully to the ground, he sheepishly remarked, Did I use too much force? Piccolo replied nonchalantly, In truth, his energy is not weaker than yours. It appears he is facing some issues that prevent him from harnessing it, so you should proceed with caution. Upon hearing this, Gohan's easy demeanor faded, and he turned his serious gaze towards Luya. As the dust settled, Luya suddenly rose to his feet, brushing off the dirt from his attire, his expression remaining unchanged. Gohan narrowed his eyes, adopting a more solemn countenance at this moment. Luya reflected on his situation. Although his battle power was 100 million, he had yet to acclimate to such an intense energy. Through the system, Luya discerned that Gohan's battle power had reached 130 million, significantly surpassing his own. In truth, given Gohan's potential, his battle power was likely far beyond this. However, due to years of neglecting his training and being urged by Shishi to focus on his studies, he had become more of a scholar than a warrior in terms of combat prowess. Even before transforming into a Super Saiyan, Piccolo's energy surpassed that of Gohan. Liu looked at Gohan and then smiled. "Let's go again." With that, he abruptly vanished from sight. Without a moment's hesitation, Gohan too disappeared. The two resumed their fierce battle, with only the shock waves of their clashes visible in the sky, their movements so swift they were almost imperceptible. After the confrontation with Gohan, Liu began to gradually enhance his control over the energy, yet he still found himself at a disadvantage against Gohan. Ha! 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 Suddenly, Gohan leaped into the air and began unleashing a barrage of energy blasts at Liu. Unyielding, Liu retaliated with an equal number of energy blasts. The two forces collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion that shook the very fabric of space between them. Whoosh! In an instant, Gohan vanished, reappearing behind Liu with a powerful elbow strike that sent Liu crashing into the ground, causing another explosion of dust. Gohan hovered in the air, bringing his hands together at his waist, preparing to gather energy Kamehameha. With a powerful shout, Gohan unleashed the Kamehameha wave, a colossal shockwave barreling towards the ground where Liu had fallen. Boom! In an instant, the entire valley was leveled to the ground. In the air, Piccolo sighed in resignation. This child had indeed overdone it, but when asked to be serious, he exceeded the necessary force. With this Kamehameha, Liu would likely either be gravely injured or worse. Gohan, suspended above the smoke, gazed downwards with a serious and solemn expression, feeling a sense of unease rather than victory. Soon, as the smoke cleared, a hazy figure emerged, eventually revealing Liu standing amidst the remnants. "How can this be?" Gohan exclaimed, utterly astonished at Liu's condition. Piccolo, too, was unable to maintain his composure, staring in disbelief at Liu's appearance. Ultra Super Saiyan. At this moment, a radiant golden aura enveloped Luya, his hair standing upright and transforming into a brilliant gold. His power surged to an unimaginable level compared to before. Beep. The host activated the Super Saiyan bloodline, transforming into a Super Saiyan, with a battle power reaching 50 billion. By harnessing the Super Saiyan bloodline, Luya successfully transformed, his power escalating from a mere 100 million to an astonishing 50 billion. A 50-fold enhancement. With a fierce roar, Luya unleashed his energy, a formidable aura sweeping across the area, sending sand flying and stones scattering, creating a spectacular scene. Who would have thought that, aside from the Scions on Earth, there are other Scions capable of transforming into Super Saiyan? Son Gohan suddenly exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with intense fighting spirit. The presence of a stronger opponent instantly ignited the Scion's pride. Gohan shouted, erupting with energy as his hair transformed into golden locks. Super Saiyan whoosh, 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 whoosh. Encased in a powerful golden aura, Gohan smirked, saying, "Let me see what the other universe's Super Saiyans can do." Luya observed Gohan, although his potential had yet to be fully unleashed. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, his battle power soared to an astonishing 65 billion. Remarkable! He was even stronger. Luya's expression turned serious. He realized that with his current strength, he could not defeat Son Gohan. Despite the seemingly small difference of 15 billion, the gap was indeed vast. Contemplating this, Luya suddenly relinquished his energy, reverting to his original form. Upon witnessing this, Piccolo and Gohan were momentarily stunned. Filled with confusion, Luya chuckled, "I can't defeat you." Upon hearing this, Gohan hesitated for a moment before also ceasing his energy surge, returning to his original state. Indeed, the warriors of Earth do not disappoint. Luya laughed heartily. Gohan replied with a smile, "You are powerful too. Being able to fight me until now is already an impressive feat." Luya nodded with a grin. Beep. "Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Task rewards, 100 million battle power points, the Kamehameha technique, and instant transmission." The mechanical notification echoed in his mind, filling Luya with joy. Putting aside the battle power for a moment, the Kamehameha technique and instant transmission were highly coveted skills in the Dragon Ball universe. At this moment, Luya felt he could easily surpass Goku as the protagonist. However, such thoughts were fleeting. While he had indeed become powerful, he still fell short compared to Goku and his companions. Regaining his focus, Luya suddenly turned to Piccolo and Gohan, inquiring, "You must be here to investigate who used the Dragon Balls, right?" Piccolo's expression stiffened. "How did you know?" Luya smiled slightly. "Because I know who it is." "Who is it?" Chapter 3. Acquiring the Limitless King's fist. Luya smiled mysteriously, then recounted the general events that had transpired. After a long while, Frieza has returned. Gohan and Piccolo's expressions were grave, tinged with a hint of trepidation undoubtedly. Frieza, the tyrant of the cosmos, had left an indelible mark on their memories. My father defeated him time and again, yet I never imagined his resilience would be so formidable, allowing him to resurrect so swiftly. Gohan exclaimed through gritted teeth. Piccolo's countenance was equally somber after all. He had once fallen to Frieza's might, although they hadn't faced each other since. He harbored considerable apprehension towards him. Turning to Luya, Piccolo inquired, "How do you know this? Did you not just arrive on Earth? Could it be that this young man, like Trunks, hailed from the future?" Luya cryptically replied, "I have my own sources in any case. Frieza has indeed risen again, and he has grown immensely powerful. He is currently training, and within 4 months at the latest, he will launch an assault on Earth. At that time, our planet will be plunged into peril." Wufan's expression grew grave. "Frieza, has he truly become immensely powerful?" Lur nodded, exuding an air of formidable strength. He did not explicitly state that Frieza, in his ordinary state, could effortlessly annihilate Gohan in his Super Saiyan form. Thus, the situation had taken a rather uninteresting turn. Piccolo exchanged a glance with Gohan and remarked, regardless of its veracity, "It would be prudent for us to return and deliberate on a strategy." Gohan nodded in agreement, then turned to Lur with a warm smile, extending an invitation. "If I may be so bold, Lur, would you care to join us for a stay?" Upon hearing this, Piccolo raised an eyebrow but chose to remain silent. Luya was momentarily taken aback, realizing he indeed had no other options, and nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall stay with you for a few days." Shortly thereafter, the group departed from the location, first making a stop at Bulma's residence to deliver the space pod for her research. Upon encountering Luya, the Scion, Bulma and her companions were quite astonished. However, given that her husband, Vegeta, was also a Scion, Bulma received Luya with a certain warmth. After bidding farewell to Bulma, the trio continued on their way. In the following days, Luya resided at Gohan's home, where he requested Gohan to teach him some techniques, including the Kamehameha wave. Krillin and other warrior friends, upon hearing of Luya's existence, expressed their surprise, but when they learned of Frieza's resurrection, disbelief washed over them, prompting them to commence their training earnestly. Days later, Bulma disseminated astonishing news. According to the Cosmic Patrolman, or rather, as Gak had reported, Frieza had indeed returned to life. Furthermore, he would soon arrive on Earth. Upon hearing this revelation, everyone became even more resolute, plunging into rigorous training. Even Krillin suspended his duties as a police officer to focus on his own preparations. 2 months later, Luya has become well acquainted with the formidable strength of his own body, and his combat power has astonishingly reached 210 million. His innate talent for cultivation has begun to reflect the bloodline of the Scions. "Gohan, I wish to train in the hyperbolic time chamber of the Supreme Kai." Luya expressed his desire one day. Upon hearing this, Gohan promptly conferred with Piccolo, who ultimately consented to the request. With Goku and Vegeta both absent, they must confront the terrifying Frieza, necessitating the support of powerful allies. The reason Luya ventures to the time chamber for training is due to a sudden task issued by the system. However, even in the absence of such a task, he would still choose to cultivate in that realm, as anyone familiar with Dragon Ball understands that it is, at present, the most effective location for enhancing one's strength. Before long, Gohan escorted Luya to the sacred temple. "It's been a while, Tien," Gohan exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy as he rushed over to embrace him. Since the fusion of Piccolo with the previous Supreme Kai, Tien has taken on the role of Earth's new Supreme Kai, and he has now matured into a young man. After reminiscing with Tien, Gohan proceeded to introduce Luya. Tien, having kept a watchful eye on Earth's affairs, was aware of Luya's benign intentions and thus greeted him politely, saying, "Hello, Luya. My name is Tien." Lur smiled faintly. "Hello, Tien. You truly are the most gifted Namekian since Bik, the divine being of Earth. It suits you perfectly." Tien. He was somewhat taken aback, wondering how the other party was so familiar with him. Upon this thought, he glanced at Gohan, who merely shrugged, appearing equally perplexed, as he believed he had never mentioned Tien to the other party. Luya did not ponder much. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he put forth a request to enter the spirit time chamber for cultivation. Tien nodded in agreement. "Let Mr. Bobo take you there." At that moment, Bobo stepped forward and said to Luya, "Please, follow me." Luya nodded at Wu Fan, then promptly followed Bobo standing still. Wu Fan gazed at Luoya's retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. Wu Fan, do you not find his origin somewhat enigmatic? Tion inquired suddenly. Wu Fan hesitated for a moment before replying. I suppose it's nothing to be concerned about. He claims to be a Scion from another universe. Tion appeared somewhat speechless. Do you really take his word for it? Wu Fan chuckled heartily. It's fine, primarily because he harbors no ill intentions towards Earth. Even if he did, I would personally take it upon myself to resolve the matter. With a sigh, Tion conceded, very well. I shall leave it to you to handle. However, Frieza has indeed been resurrected. Haven't Goku and the others made contact yet? Wu Fan shook his head. My father and Uncle Vegeta are training with the god of destruction, Beerus. We cannot reach them. A look of gravity crossed Tion's face. Frieza possesses formidable strength. It is likely that you will find yourselves unable to contend with him. Wu Fan shared the somber sentiment. Currently, there are no other options. We must devote ourselves to rigorous training. Suddenly, Tion exclaimed, Wu Fan, can't you enter the hyperbolic time chamber for a day? You could train within, with your potential. You would surely grow stronger. Wu Fan shook his head and laughed. No need. I find myself somewhat disinclined to train at the moment. Meanwhile, Luya had accompanied Bobo to the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. Bobo explained, in the hyperbolic time chamber, each individual can only remain for 2 days. As 1 day outside equates to an entire year within. The gravity has been increased from 10 times to 50 times, thereby significantly enhancing its effectiveness. Be mindful of the time. Should you exceed the allotted duration, the entrance to the chamber will vanish. Luya nodded in understanding, exclaiming, I comprehend. Bobo, affirming with a nod. Then opened the door to the time house and said to Luya, you may enter now. Luya nodded slightly and proceeded inside. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing the task of entering the time chamber for spiritual training. Reward, 100 million points of combat power. Reward, the ultimate Scion talent. Reward, King Kai Fist, unlimited. After closing the door, Luya revealed a faint smile. One must admit, this system is truly delightful. The tasks are straightforward, and the rewards are abundant. With it, surpassing Goku and his companions seems like a matter of moments, does it not? No, that perspective is rather limited. Luya must first set a modest goal. Let's aim to surpass the gods before anything else. Chapter 4. The Arrival of Frieza. The Z Warriors assemble. Upon entering the chamber, Luya gazed outward, confronted by an endless expanse of blinding white light, with no end in sight. Furthermore, the gravity here was exceptionally strong. Indeed, 50 times that of the outside world. Given these circumstances, let the training commence. Luya rubbed his hands together and activated his Scion training talent. Ding. By utilizing the Super Saiyan talent, the host now possesses the strongest Scion ability. Luya smiled slightly and inquired, System, how does this talent compare to Gohan's? The system replied, Undoubtedly, it is superior. The host's talent stands shoulder to shoulder with the mightiest Scion, Broly. At the mention of Broly's name, Luya's expression turned serious, for indeed, Broly is regarded as the strongest Scion, possessing an extraordinarily formidable talent. If he were to undergo systematic training, it is likely that no being in the universe could rival him. However, it was not yet time for him to make an appearance. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, a year passes inside while only a day elapses outside, and time swiftly flows by. In the vast cosmos, a colossal battleship soared through the starry void. Inside the vessel, a group of soldiers donned in combat attire trembled as they knelt in unison, facing a figure seated before them, an extraterrestrial adorned with a helmet-like headpiece. It was Frieza, the resurrected Frieza. At that moment, the hatch opened, and several aliens entered, led by Sorb. Lord Frieza, we are nearing Earth. Sorb stated with utmost respect. Excellent. I hadn't expected it would be you who revived me. You have truly shown consideration. Frieza replied with a wicked smile. Sorb continued reverently. It is our honor to serve Lord Frieza. Enough of such flattery. You are merely a bunch of useless fools. How could you almost lose the army in my absence? Frieza mocked with a sardonic grin. Cold sweat trickled down the brows of Sorb and his companions. They had no intention of failing. Had it not been for the emergence of various powerful beings in the universe, resulting in the loss of 60% of their forces, they would still be the foremost army in the cosmos. Enough of this idle chatter. This time, upon reaching Earth, I shall settle accounts with those Scions. Frieza's expression turned icy, his tone devoid of warmth. He vividly recalled the humiliating defeats he had suffered at the hands of Super Saiyans in the past. Defeated by those wretched monkeys, Sorb remained silent, fully aware of the fate that befell those who previously advised Frieza against provoking the Scions when he was revived. They were unceremoniously ejected into the void of space, meeting a grim end. Now, the rejuvenated Frieza had become a force of sheer terror. Order the ship to advance at full speed. We must arrive at Earth swiftly. I can hardly contain my desire to confront those Scions. As you command. Time passed. And suddenly, the King Kai and the Supreme Kai on Earth paused their endeavors, their gazes drawn to the vast sky, their expressions grave. It's here. On this day. A powerful energy enveloped the entire Earth. How could it arrive so swiftly? Piccolo, deep in training, stared incredulously towards the north. Just then, Gohan appeared beside him. Uncle Piccolo. There is an immense energy coming from the north. Cold sweat dripped from Piccolo's face as he gravely replied, It is Frieza's energy. We must go. Sensing the sudden surge of energy, the Z-fighters of Earth hastened to the source of this ominous power. Meanwhile, upon a small island in the North City, a colossal spacecraft descended with a resounding rumble, landing at the edge of a precipice. The hatch atop the vessel creaked open, and a throng of soldiers poured out. Concurrently, a floating seat emerged, upon which Frieza was seated. Ha ha ha. Earth, I, Frieza, have returned, he declared, his distinctive laughter echoing around him. Hey, you lot over there. Kindly make way. Frieza commanded the floating soldiers ahead. They promptly parted, creating a clear path. Let me bestow a little welcome gift upon these Earthlings, Frieza proclaimed, extending a finger toward the distant city. A crimson glow gathered at his fingertip. With a swift motion, a beam of red energy shot forth from his finger, expanding into a wave of light that surged into the city. For a fleeting moment, silence enveloped the scene. Then, with a cataclysmic roar, North City was obliterated. Ah! The thrill of destruction, how nostalgic. Frieza reveled in the chaos, his spirits soaring. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to another direction. Two figures soared through the skies, eventually landing on the cliff's edge. It was Gohan and Piccolo. Staring at the smoldering ruins of North City, they were momentarily stunned. We're too late, Gohan exclaimed. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging with anger as he glared at Frieza. Ha ha ha, so it is you too. You're that Namekian from Namek, aren't you? And you. With a visage somewhat reminiscent of Son Goku. Must be his son, Gohan. I can hardly believe how much you've grown since those days, Frieza remarked, eyeing the two with a mix of surprise and disdain. Humph. Frieza, you remain as unrepentant as ever. Piccolo shot back coldly. Presumptuous and ignorant Earthlings. How dare you show such disrespect to Lord Frieza? A soldier barked. Gohan cast a cold glance at him, preparing to respond. When another figure approached rapidly, it was Tenshinhan. Tenshinhan. Gohan's expression softened as he greeted him with a smile. Tenshinhan nodded, then turned his attention to Frieza. I did not bring the others, as this battle would be futile for them. Gohan acknowledged his statement with a nod. Soon, Krillin, Master Roshi, and others arrived. Even Bulma made her way to the scene aboard a craft piloted by Jocko. Bulma, what brings you here? Krillin and the others gasped in surprise. Bulma replied nonchalantly. Vegeta is not around, so I decided to come. By the way, Trunks is still young, so I didn't inform him of this situation. Krillin nodded in understanding, then asked, is there still no way to contact Goku and the others? Bulma shook her head, expressing her frustration. I attempted to reach out to Whis, yet he has yet to respond. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a wave of anxiety. Truth be told, without Goku, they were engulfed in insecurity. By the way, who is this? Krillin inquired, casting a glance toward the figure hiding within the spacecraft. Bulma smiled gently. Allow me to introduce my friend. He is a galactic patrolman named Jack. At her words, Krillin and the others nodded in acknowledgement. They had grown accustomed to Bulma's penchant for befriending rather unconventional individuals. Hey, are you all overlooking me a bit too much? Frieza interjected, his expression stoic. Chapter 5, Training in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Power unleashed. Bulma turned her gaze toward Frieza. Curiosity piqued. Is this the infamous Frieza? He looks quite hideous. Frieza retorted. Hey, watch your tongue. That is the mighty emperor of the universe, Frieza. Jack exclaimed in indignation. Goodness, why does this woman always speak so venomously? As a friend, I must admit, I am quite flustered. Bulma glanced at Jack, dismissively stating, what of it? While Frieza is formidable, our Gohan has grown even stronger. He can certainly handle him, right, Gohan? Gohan, with a grave expression directed at Frieza, shook his head. I'm afraid not, Aunt Bulma. The current Frieza possesses an overwhelming strength that is terrifying. Even I fear I may not prevail against him. What? How can this be? The relaxed demeanor on Bulma's face evaporated, replaced by disbelief as she stole a glance at Frieza. Frieza, growing increasingly impatient, turned to Gohan and inquired, "Where is your father, Goku?" Gohan solemnly replied, "Father is still diligently training. If you wish to find him, you may need to wait a while." Bulma quickly added, "Yes, yes. Goku and the others will return shortly. Please be patient." "Is that so?" Frieza suddenly chuckled. "Very well. I've waited this long. I suppose an additional 10 seconds won't hurt. I shall wait for you all for 10 seconds. 10 seconds? The group was taken aback, their expressions peculiar. "Hey, that's rather stingy," Bulma retorted, visibly displeased. "Well then, time is up. Let the games begin." Frieza's expression darkened menacingly. Sorbet raised his hand dramatically, proclaiming, "Eliminate them." In an instant, over 1,000 soldiers surged forth like a tidal wave. Gohan and the others gritted their teeth at the sight, and in the next moment, they unleashed their energy. With over 1,000 soldiers, that averages out to more than 170 foes per person, my friends, Master Roshi remarked gravely. In the following moment, Gohan and the others charged forward. Meanwhile, within the hyperbolic time chamber, Luya continued his rigorous training, his energy reaching a truly terrifying level. He has been cultivating within this realm for a year and 3 months, which equates to merely 6 hours and a day in the outside world. At this moment, his battle power has soared to an astounding 6.5 billion. Indeed, in his pure Scion form, his strength reaches an unparalleled 6.5 billion. It is undeniable that the exceptional training environment here, coupled with Ruya's innate talent as the most formidable Scion, has amplified his prowess by several multiples. He is now far more powerful than when he first transformed into a Super Saiyan. Breathing heavily, Luya descended to the ground, having undergone rigorous training during this period, with results that were quite satisfactory. Yet, he pondered, 6.5 billion might still be insufficient to contend with Frieza. He was acutely aware that, in his current state, Frieza's battle power would likely range between 7 billion and 8 billion. Over a year had passed. It was time for him to emerge. Luya spoke slowly, acknowledging that while he might not yet be a match for Frieza, the intensity of his training had been taxing. And should outsiders learn that he had reached such an extraordinary level in just a year or two of training, they would likely regard him as a monster. With this thought in mind, Luya made his way toward the exit of the time chamber. Meanwhile, Tian and Bobo were deeply engrossed in the battle unfolding below, their expressions grave, for Frieza was exceedingly powerful, to the extent that they could not fathom his true strength. After 3 months of training, his power has surged to such heights. Tian remarked with a bitter smile. "I fear Gohan and the others may be unable to overcome Frieza," Bobo added. Tian sighed, noting that the disparity was not merely significant. It was as if one were in the heavens and the other in the earth. "When will Goku and Vegeta return?" Tian expressed his concern. With the 2 mightiest warriors of Earth now missing, who would come to save the planet from its impending crisis? "What troubles you so?" A voice, tinged with curiosity, interrupted their somber thoughts. Tian and Bobo turned in surprise to find Luya approaching, a relaxed smile adorning his face. "Luya, have you completed your training?" Tian asked, astonished at Luya's presence. Luya smiled faintly, and then remarked, "Indeed, I believe prolonged training imposes too great a burden on the body, which is why I chose to emerge early." Upon hearing this, Tian and Bobo exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat peculiar, as if they had encountered this phrase before. "By the way, what were you discussing just now? You both appear rather unwell," Luya inquired. At this, Tian was suddenly jolted back to reality and gravely responded, "Frieza has already arrived on Earth." "What? So soon?" Luya expressed astonishment, noting that it had not yet been 4 months. How could he have come so quickly? However, as Luya focused, he indeed sensed Frieza's energy. This fellow has truly arrived ahead of schedule. Tian continued, "I am not certain. Logically, he should have arrived in 4 months. But he is already here, and Gohan and the others are currently engaged in battle with him." Luya narrowed his eyes slightly, his demeanor turning serious. Frieza's swift arrival was undoubtedly unexpected, yet, upon reflection, considering that the adversary had trained for less than 3 months, could his combat power still be at 8 billion? With this thought, Luya suddenly contemplated, "System, is it possible to detect Frieza's combat power?" "System, regrettably, detection is not feasible. The subject is too distant from the host for accurate measurement." Luya nodded slightly and said, "Very well, I shall meet him." Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated, announcing the activation of a system task: defeat Frieza and save Earth. Upon hearing this, Luya's expression stiffened. How could he possibly defeat Frieza? He was still uncertain whether he could even measure up to Frieza, let alone vanquish him. Moreover, wasn't that task meant for Son Goku? Just as Luya was lost in thought, Tion unexpectedly bowed to him and said, "Mr. Luya, may I request your assistance in the battle? We need your help to defeat Frieza alongside Gohan and the others. Although this may seem somewhat unrealistic, I earnestly ask for your support." Upon hearing this, Luya turned to Tion and smiled gently. "There is no need for such formality. After all, you are the guardian of Earth. Moreover, I have utilized your hyperbolic time chamber, so rest assured, I shall personally confront Frieza." After speaking, Luya pointed to the space between his brows, attuning himself to Frieza's energy. At this gesture, both Luya and Tion were struck with astonishment, as if they had suddenly grasped some unfathomable truth. Suddenly, Luya exclaimed with delight, "I found it." He waved goodbye to Tion and Bobo, saying, "Until we meet again." With that, he vanished from sight. Tion and Bobo remained momentarily stunned, realizing that what they had witnessed was instantaneous movement. Chapter 6. Are you here to amuse us? Kamehameha. Key wave slash. Demon light cannon. Key blast. Boom. Boom. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, countless soldiers were reduced to mere fragments. Despite their overwhelming numbers, which vastly outnumbered Gohan and his companions, the quality of the soldiers proved to be lacking. Each warrior present was a formidable fighter capable of taking on 100 adversaries. Yet even so, these soldiers seemed almost indomitable, gradually wearing down the stamina of the Z fighters. Seeing his comrades struggling to hold their ground, Gohan could no longer restrain himself. He erupted with energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan. In an instant, his aura surged dramatically. With an impassive expression, Gohan extended his palm towards the soldiers, unleashing a laser blast that decimated a significant portion of their ranks. At that moment, Piccolo was locked in an evenly matched battle with a bull demon soldier. Without hesitation, Gohan teleported directly in front of his opponent. Instead of striking, he focused intently on him. "You insufferable brat! Die!" The bull demon soldier roared in fury, launching a powerful punch at Gohan. However, the bull demon missed entirely. Gohan had reappeared behind him, delivering a swift knife hand strike that sent the soldier crashing to the ground. Unconscious, after dispatching his foe, Gohan nodded at Piccolo and vanished in the blink of an eye. It is worth noting that Gohan had not resorted to lethal force. His innate kindness led him to simply render the soldiers unconscious. Meanwhile, Frieza watched the scene unfold, veins bulging on his forehead. His teeth clenched in frustration as he observed the valiant efforts of Gohan. Who is this person? Sword thought. Cold sweat beading on his brow as he witnessed his soldiers falling one by one, his heart aching with despair. This is the power of a Super Saiyan. To his astonishment, Goku's son possessed this ability as well. Yet, one could not help but remark on Gohan's kindness, which was almost nauseating in its purity. Though Frieza's strength surpassed Gohan's, having been slain by Scions on 2 occasions had left him psychologically scarred. Consequently, witnessing Gohan's transformation elicited a grim expression from him. In the next moment, Frieza suddenly appeared before Gohan. Sensing the imminent danger, Gohan shouted in defiance and swung a fist at Frieza. Frieza, with a cold demeanor, easily caught Gohan's fist, closing in swiftly and delivering a powerful blow to Gohan's abdomen. Ugh! Gohan could scarcely endure the impact, doubling over and expelling bile. However, although his fist was captured, Gohan did not fly back. Instead, his body slackened, his golden hair reverting to black, and his energy rapidly dwindled. Gohan. Upon encountering Gohan, Krillin and the others were immediately struck with shock. Frieza, gazing at son Gohan, revealed a sinister grin. In the next moment, he seized Gohan's hand and delivered a powerful kick to his body. "Ah!" Gohan cried out in agony, hurtling backward and crashing against a cliff, which promptly crumbled. "Quick! Save him!" Krillin exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Piccolo gritted his teeth, fury igniting within him as he charged towards Gohan's location. Suddenly, Frieza obstructed his path. Wearing a malevolent smile, with an open palm directed at Piccolo, he unleashed a crimson energy blast that sent Piccolo plummeting into the ocean. Piccolo. Krillin and the others were engulfed in despair. If even Piccolo stood no chance against the adversary, how could they possibly prevail? Frieza glanced at Krillin and his companions, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The sheer terror emanating from him paralyzed them. There was no hope for victory. Ha ha ha. It seems I am simply too powerful. Perhaps I am bullying you all. Frieza refrained from further assault, having lost the desire to continue. He initially believed these individuals would provide a suitable challenge. Yet they proved to be utterly inadequate. As he prepared to return to his throne, Frieza's eyes widened suddenly, and he pivoted to face a new direction. There, unexpectedly, stood a young boy, complete with a tail. "Who are you?" Frieza exclaimed, astonished by the boy's presence. The youth offered a slight smile, replying, "Frieza, I have finally found you." You know me?" Frieza inquired, perplexed. The boy nodded affirmatively. "Of course I know you. Luya, what brings you here?" "No, wait. You have finally arrived." At that moment, Bulma joyfully interjected. Luya nodded slightly. "Sorry to keep you waiting." "What? Is he really that Scion, Luya? He appears quite formidable." Krillin and Master Roshi gazed at Luya in astonishment, their curiosity piqued. However, their expressions swiftly turned grave as they realized they could not discern the strength of each other's energy. "How is that possible?" Lur smiled faintly, then turned to Krillin. "Mr. Krillin, you must possess some sins of beans, correct? Hurry and save Piccolo and Gohan." Upon hearing this, Krillin appeared somewhat stunned. "May I ask, do you know me?" Elia fell silent for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Yes, I am acquainted with him, but now is not the time for such discussions. We must save the person first." Upon hearing this, Krillin nodded in understanding, yet a shiver of trepidation coursed through him as he cast a wary glance at Frieza, then soared towards the seaside. However, Frieza was evidently intent on thwarting his efforts, and the next instant, he appeared before Krillin, obstructing his line of sight. Krillin's expression shifted dramatically, his teeth clenched as he glared at Frieza, steeling himself for a desperate struggle. Just then, Elia materialized in front of him, facing Frieza. "Your opponent is me. Perfect. I wish to witness the prowess of the Cosmic Emperor Frieza." At this, Frieza's lips curled into a smirk. "Ho ho ho. Is that so? Very well, then I shall oblige." With the corners of his mouth lifted in a smile, Luya immediately soared over to rescue the individual in distress upon witnessing the situation. Luya and Frieza locked eyes in the air, neither making the first move. Moments ago, he had discerned Frieza's combat power. Given that his opponent had not launched an attack in the past 4 months, his battle strength stood at a mere 7 billion. In contrast, when Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, his combat power surged to 8 billion. It was this slight difference of 200 million in battle strength, coupled with Frieza's impeccable ambush, that had resulted in Gohan's swift defeat. Luya felt a twinge of regret. Had Gohan persisted in his training, he might not have been inferior to Frieza at this juncture. Nevertheless, this realization alleviated Luya's concerns, for his own combat power was an impressive 5 billion. Although there was a slight disparity, it was not enough to render him hopelessly defeated. Luya suddenly extended his palm towards Frieza. Taken aback for a moment, Frieza then offered a slight smile, making no further movements. In the next instant, Luya unleashed a powerful energy sphere, aimed directly at Frieza. Yet, Frieza maintained his smile, effortlessly tilting his head, causing the energy sphere to whiz past him without making contact. Gazing at Luya, Frieza remarked, "Are you here to amuse me?" Luya's enigmatic smile. "Is that so?" Frieza was taken aback, a sense of foreboding washing over him as a sudden realization struck. He swiftly turned around, only to witness Luya unleashing an energy sphere that veered sharply, hurtling towards Sorb. "No, no. Lord Frieza, save me. Help." Boom. Sorb was utterly obliterated by the explosion of the energy sphere. Chapter 7. Fierce Battle. Luya versus Frieza. None could have anticipated that Luya's true target was Sorb. Yet, confusion lingered among the onlookers, for Sorb was merely a minion. Why would Luya choose to strike at him first? Frieza's expression twisted with fury as he turned to glare at Luya. "You seem to be rather arrogant." Lur smiled faintly and remarked, "I merely believe that our fair battle should be devoid of any external interferences. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Frieza's expression darkened. Did the other party know something? In truth, he had meticulously prepared a trump card for this expedition to Earth, but he had not anticipated that this enigmatic youth would thwart his plans. This left him somewhat incensed. However, as Frieza suddenly donned a cruel smile, he declared, "Ho ho ho, since you have put it that way, I shall assist you in eliminating distractions." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Frieza pointed decisively in Tien's direction, and with a swift motion, a crimson beam shot forth. As the angler's gaze sharpened, he suddenly materialized before Tianjin Fan, effortlessly deflecting Frieza's assault. Frieza's expression remained composed, yet an undercurrent of chill was evident. Lur softly declared, "Leave Frieza to me. You all retreat to a safe distance." Upon hearing this, Tianjin Shin nodded in agreement. "I entrust this to you." With that, He exchanged a glance with Master Roshi before soaring towards Bulma's direction. Luya gazed at Frieza and remarked, "Now, we can commence our battle." Frieza slowly descended and then, fixing his gaze upon Luya, inquired, "Who exactly are you? Why does your aura exude such formidable strength?" Luya flashed a grin and promptly raised the tail that was coiled around her waist. Upon seeing the tail, Frieza's expression abruptly shifted. "A tail? You're a Scion?" Luya smiled and said, "Indeed." Surprised? Frieza, somewhat incredulous, responded, "Impossible. Besides the Scions on Earth, all other Scions, along with planet Vegeta, have been annihilated by me." Luya shook his head and said, "Let us not dwell on such matters. Instead, let us engage in a match." Frieza, regaining his composure, smiled and replied, "You possess such confidence, believing you can defeat me?" Luya suddenly broke into a smile, and in the next instant, he erupted with an intense roar, unleashing a terrifying aura that surged forth from within him. Frieza, taken aback by Luya's sudden display of power, gasped in disbelief. "Impossible? How can your strength be so formidable?" Cloaked in a pure white energy, Luya wore a confident grin. "I initially thought you would arrive in 4 months. Yet here you are, unexpectedly early. Now, show me your true strength." Frieza's expression darkened as he regarded Luya. The situation had exceeded his expectations. He had not anticipated the existence of such a powerful Scion beyond Goku and Vegeta. Infuriating. Boom. In the next moment, Frieza too began to unleash his energy. Enveloped in a purple aura, the intensity of which was nearly on par with that of Luya. Luya gazed at Frieza, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as every cell within him quivered with exhilaration. Meanwhile, Krillin assisted Piccolo and Gohan to their feet, administering the magical senzu beans, true to their reputation for healing all wounds. The moment the two swallowed the beans, they awakened almost instantaneously. "Krillin, are you all right? What about Frieza?" Gohan inquired, confusion evident in his voice as he sat up. With a gentle smile, Krillin replied, "Gohan, I'm fine. That Scion friend you brought back is incredibly formidable." "Scion?" Gohan was perplexed, but suddenly, Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment, "That must be the Scion Luya." Upon hearing this, Gohan swiftly turned his gaze to the arena, and even he was left astounded. Is this truly Luya? How has his energy transformed so drastically? It's overwhelming. Gohan's mouth fell agape in disbelief. He recalled having subdued Luya not long ago. Yet now he felt dwarfed by the other's presence. Piccolo's expression grew serious as he remarked, "I never anticipated his talent to be so immense. In just over a day within the hyperbolic time chamber, he has ascended to such heights. I fear that even Goku may not surpass him." At this, the group adopted a grave demeanor. Among the companions, it was widely accepted that no one could eclipse Goku's strength. If anyone could, it would undoubtedly be Vegeta. Yet now, a new challenger had emerged in Luya, leaving them all in a state of shock. It seemed that the long-standing second place of Vegeta might soon be challenged. In the arena, Luya and Frieza locked eyes, and suddenly, Luya's energy surged once more. Frieza, gritting his teeth, was equally unwilling to concede. "Huh." With a sudden roar, Luya surged forward. "Humph." Frieza scoffed, unleashing his own burst of energy to charge ahead. Boom. The two fists collided with tremendous force, unleashing a shockwave in an instant. Their fists remained locked in a fierce embrace, neither yielding an inch, as they escalated their energy in a stalemate. Suddenly, a sly smile crept across Frieza's face, and in an instant, he seized Luya's hand, yanking it fiercely while simultaneously driving a kick forward. Luya anticipated his opponent's maneuver, and with a swift motion, he pressed down on Frieza's knee, turning the tables and flinging him away with force. Frieza plummeted to the ground like a leaden sphere. Without a moment's hesitation, Luya unleashed an energy sphere, which erupted with a resounding explosion, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Luya gazed through the swirling dust, his eyes narrowing slightly. According to the Dragon Ball principle, the greater the cloud of dust, the more it indicated that the opponent had accomplished nothing. Indeed, as the dust settled, the figure of Frieza emerged, standing upon the ground with a faint smile directed at Luya. "Ho ho ho. You have certainly not disappointed me, aside from Son Goku. You are the only adversary I regard with any significance." Luya smiled faintly and said, "Enough of the trivialities, transform now. At present, you are merely in your first form." "Aren't you?" Frieza, somewhat taken aback, soon responded with a chuckle, "How intriguing. While I am uncertain as to how you possess such insight about me, it appears that before I engage in my final battle with Son Goku, I shall indulge in a little play with you." As soon as he finished speaking, Frieza let out an ear-piercing howl. In an instant, the ground beneath him fractured, and stones levitated as if defying gravity. Subsequently, a powerful surge of purple energy erupted from within Frieza. His body began to swell, rapidly expanding to over 3 times its original size. Yet, he did not stop there. His form morphed into a shape reminiscent of a duck, only to shrink again, ultimately resembling his initial appearance. The helmet he once wore had vanished, replaced by a smooth scalp. The tempestuous purple energy raged around him as Frieza relaxed his body, gazing at Luya. "This," he declared, "is my ultimate form." Chapter 8. The Intense Collision. Instant transmission unveiled what overwhelming power. It appears Frieza had never exerted his full strength. Krillin was drenched in cold sweat, his expression betraying a hint of terror. How has he trained to attain such a level? Master Roshi shared the same incredulity. Gohan and Piccolo remained silent, their faces grave as they observed the two combatants. In this moment, they realized they could no longer intervene in the battle, for Frieza's exhibited strength had far surpassed their capabilities. The ultimate form is rather impressive. Luya regarded Frieza with a slight shock. This fellow shows no restraint, directly confronting me with his final transformation, catching me off guard. After 2 transformations, Frieza's combat power had reached an astonishing 15 trillion. It seems I too cannot afford to hold back. I must retaliate with all my might. Luya smiled faintly, and suddenly, the energy surrounding him began to surge. With a resounding roar, Luya's energy skyrocketed exponentially. His hair transformed instantaneously into a brilliant golden hue, and similarly, his aura shifted to a golden radiance. Super Saiyan. The lore has transformed into a Super Saiyan. Its battle power has surged dramatically from 6.5 billion to a staggering 32.5 billion. Frieza's expression shifted. A Super Saiyan. I never anticipated that you could also undergo such a transformation. Are you truly a Scion from planet Vegeta? Luya smiled faintly and remarked, I apologize, but I am a Super Saiyan from another universe. Upon hearing this, Frieza's expression stiffened, and he furrowed his brow, questioning, another universe? Meanwhile, the other companions were equally astonished. Krillin exclaimed, are the Scions from other universes that formidable? Gohan, with a serious demeanor, stated, I believe Mr. Luya's strength has surpassed that of my father. How is that possible? He has surpassed Goku? This cannot be. Tien, somewhat taken aback, was the first to disagree. Piccolo, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, remarked, Luya indeed may surpass Goku, and his potential appears to be slightly greater than that of Goku and Vegeta combined. Not long ago, Luya was no match for Gohan. But now, after a year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber, he has reached this level. It is evident he has surpassed us. The young men gazed in disbelief at the scene before them, feeling a complex mix of emotions, as they had never imagined that, aside from the god of destruction Beerus, others could surpass Goku and Vegeta, and even more astonishingly, that the rival was also a Scion. At this moment, Luya looked at Frieza and then chuckled softly. It seems I still cannot defeat you. With that, he erupted with energy once more, and a golden aura surged skyward. Everything around them was obliterated in that instant. Suddenly, bolts of lightning crackled around Luya's form. Frieza, witnessing the dramatic increase in Luya's power, was taken aback, exclaiming incredulously, impossible. This cannot be. That is the Super Saiyan second stage. Gohan transformed into it back then. Can he transform too? Krillin and the others gasped in shock. Gohan's eyes widened. The Super Saiyan 2 was the form he took when he defeated Cell. Could Mr. Luya transform as well? As Luya's roar echoed, his energy erupted explosively. Instantly, the ground beneath him could not withstand the force, creating a massive crater. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The golden aura enveloped in electricity. Luya's hair lengthened significantly, resembling a porcupine, looking even more striking than in his Super Saiyan form. Ding. Host has activated the Super Saiyan 2 transformation skill, achieving the Super Saiyan second stage. With a battle power of 165 trillion, Frieza was rendered speechless. The opponent's evolution had surpassed his own strength. Luya gazed at him with a mocking expression and declared, let the battle resume. Whoosh. With that, Luya's form flickered and vanished. Frieza gritted his teeth, unleashing a surge of energy, and promptly disappeared as well. Bang, bang. As the battle commenced, the two collided at high speed, creating countless ripples in the air, indicative of the ferocity of their clash. Below, the Z warriors watched intently, their eyes fixed on the spectacle. It's too fast. I can't capture their movements at all. Tien Shinhan grumbled, his 3 eyes darting about, yet unable to keep pace with Luya and Frieza's actions. Gohan furrowed his brow, struggling to maintain the rhythm, while only Piccolo remained focused, his unique physiology enabling him to perceive their movements. Suddenly, a figure plummeted at great speed. It was Frieza. Whoosh. In the next moment, Luya appeared behind him, shouting loudly as he unleashed a punch. Frieza's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly utilized his tail to ensnare Luya's arm. With a cold chuckle, Luya seized the opponent's tail with both hands, spinning wildly as if he were the very center of a tempest. "Ah!" Frieza exclaimed in shock, his expression drastically altered. "Huh!" With a powerful thrust, Luya hurled Frieza to the ground, the latter's form crashing forcefully upon the surface, creating a significant crater. "Prepare yourself." Luya concentrated a sphere of energy in his hand, then forcefully launched the energy orb forward. Frieza, with a fierce expression, steadied himself and unleashed his own energy sphere in response. Boom! The two forces collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion. "Huh!" Luya, enveloped in a golden aura, darted through the smoke toward Frieza. The latter suddenly erupted with fury, relentlessly unleashing energy blasts at Luya. In a sudden twist of events, the angler instinctively crossed his arms to shield himself from the oncoming assault. Witnessing this, Frieza, in a fit of frenzy, unleashed a barrage of energy blast with wild abandon. The struggle was palpable as Luya fought against the overwhelming force, his strength waning with each passing moment. "This is bad. We must assist him," Krillin exclaimed, his face paling as he prepared to intervene. "No. Even if we rush to help, it would be futile. We cannot engage in this battle," Gohan interjected gravely, preventing Krillin from advancing. "Then what should we do? Are we just to watch Luya lose? If that happens, our planet is doomed," Krillin retorted, desperation creeping into his voice. Gohan fell silent, contemplating the gravity of their situation. Suddenly, Piccolo turned to Bulma. "Bulma, have you heard any news from Goku and the others?" Bulma shook her head in resignation. "No, I have no means of contacting them. I can only communicate when Whis reaches out to me." Piccolo huffed in annoyance, his patience wearing thin, and ceased his inquiries. In the arena, Frieza wore a smug grin, convinced that by suppressing his opponent, victory was assured. However, just as Frieza basked in his triumph, a shadow appeared behind him, followed by a crushing blow to his face. Ugh! Frieza was momentarily stunned, incredulous as he turned to see Luya smirking at him. How is this possible? That was instant transmission. Isn't that a technique of my father? Gohan gasped in astonishment at the unexpected turn of events. P.S. In response to the reader's reactions, I have recalibrated the power levels. Please refrain from asserting that the author lacks mathematical skills. I concede my error. The transformation from base form to Super Saiyan yields a 50-fold increase in power. Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 2 results in a 5-fold increase, and Super Saiyan 2 to Super Saiyan 3 also provides a 5-fold increase. This is my limit. As I have already pinned much, changes have indeed occurred, so those who cannot accept them may choose to abandon the story without hesitation. Chapter 9, The Final Trump Card. Golden Frieza as Luya executed instant transmission. Everyone was left bewildered. How could Luya perform instant transmission? Wasn't that Goku's technique? Did he also visit that planet? Gohan pondered, confused. While he could accept Luya mastering the Kamehameha, after all he had taught him, instant transmission was beyond his knowledge. In the midst of the battle, having delivered a devastating blow to Frieza, Luya kicked him away, only to vanish once more, reappearing before Frieza for another punishing strike, relentlessly pursuing him as if he were a mere punching bag. With both hands clasped, Luya delivered a powerful strike that sent Frieza crashing into the ground, causing the earth to fracture beneath him. Suspended in the air, Luya gazed downward, then brought his hands together at his waist. The familiar gesture immediately revealed to the onlookers that it was the Kamehameha technique. Krillin, beads of cold sweat on his brow, exclaimed, "Gohan, did you teach him the Kamehameha?" Gohan nodded. Indeed, it was I who instructed him. In truth, it was not Gohan's teachings. Luya possessed a system that allowed him to learn it directly, unbeknownst to Gohan. Kamehameha. Boom. In an instant, a formidable energy surged within Luya's hands, radiating brilliance. With a swift thrust of his fishing rod, an immense wave of energy erupted like a fountain, plunging directly into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, a tremendous explosion ensued, causing the entire island to tremble violently. "We must leave at once," Gohan exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. In an instant, he appeared beside Bulma, whisking her away into the distance. The others, witnessing the chaos, were likewise taken aback, swiftly retreating far from the scene. Thunderous roars echoed around them. The strike of the Lure's Kamehameha obliterated the entire island, causing it to collapse. As towering waves surged forth, whoosh, 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 Luya was enveloped in a golden aura, gazing downwards with a stoic expression. He did not believe that Frieza had been vanquished by him. After all, this adversary had yet to unleash his true power. With this thought, Luya suddenly grew vigilant. Meanwhile, others had arrived at a nearby island, gravely observing the scene. Do you think Luya can truly defeat Frieza? Krillin inquired, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Gohan shook his head and replied, I don't know. Frieza's arrival on Earth must have been meticulously prepared, although he is now transformed into his final form. I can't shake off a foreboding feeling. I share your sentiment, Tien Shinhan solemnly added. Nevertheless, the fact that Luya can engage Frieza to this extent is already remarkable. At the very least, he is buying us time while we await Goku and the others' return, Piccolo stated gravely. Upon hearing this, the group felt a sense of helplessness. There had been no word from Goku and his companions, and Whis had not taken the initiative to contact Bulma. Thus, they could only wait. Suddenly, a faint tremor coursed through the air, causing everyone to tense up. In midair, Luya wore a serious expression as he observed the waters below, sensing that something was about to emerge from the depths. With a resounding crash, a massive column of water shot skyward. Within the torrent, a vague silhouette began to rise. And Luya instinctively knew it was Frieza. This fiend was, indeed, unscathed. Yet, this realization only ignited a surge of excitement within him, the stronger the opponent. The more exhilarated he felt. Frieza ascended slowly into the air. Although he bore no severe injuries, the scrapes on his body rendered him somewhat disheveled. He regarded Luya with an inscrutable expression, lost in his own thoughts. Luya gazed at his opponent, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, How intriguing that you remain unscathed. His combat prowess surpassed that of his adversary by a staggering 100 billion, yet after engaging in battle, he had only managed to gain a slight advantage, indicating that his opponent's battle experience surpassed his own. Frieza regarded Luya with a sense of seriousness, then inquired, Your current strength truly perplexes me. How is it that you possess such formidable power? Are you truly a Scion from another universe? Luya raised an eyebrow and remarked, What else could it be? Frieza's expression immediately turned icy. I never anticipated that the Scions from other universes could be so formidable. Could it be that there are members of the Frieza race in their realm as well? Loya was somewhat astonished, pondering how the other party could possess such knowledge. Although he was not a Scion from another universe, he was aware of a universe that harbored formidable beings akin to those in their current 7th universe. That was the 6th universe, where Scions existed alongside a nefarious individual reminiscent of Frieza. Observing Roya's expression, Frieza understood. It seems my conjecture was indeed correct. Luya shook his head and said, Enough of the trivialities. Let us engage in battle once more. I am here to defeat you, not to boast. Boast? What does that mean? Frieza asked, perplexed. Luya paused momentarily, then realized with a hint of peculiarity that the linguistic style of his world differed somewhat from this one. He replied nonchalantly, It is simply as it sounds, to boast. Do you understand? Are you a foreigner? Frieza furrowed his brow. With a piercing gaze, Luya exclaimed, Do you even know the foreigners? Frieza furrowed his brow, and with a chilling demeanor, retorted, You think you can defeat me? That is utterly impossible. He had previously been vanquished by the Scions, and such humiliation was something he could never allow to transpire again. As the angler smiled, he remarked, I am aware that you have yet to unveil your true power, so now transform. What? Frieza's expression stiffened, and he incredulously replied, How do you know that I can still transform? The fact that he could once again metamorphose into Golden Frieza was his closely guarded secret, his most formidable technique. How could the opponent possibly be privy to this knowledge? Luya smiled faintly. I have thoroughly familiarized myself with this plot. Frieza retorted, Come forth. Let me witness the true might of Golden Frieza. Otherwise, you are no match for me. Luya replied with a mocking grin. Frieza's expression darkened. He felt a twinge of caution, for not only did the opponent know he had yet to transform, but he was also aware of his Golden Frieza form. Who exactly was he? This incited a considerable amount of trepidation within him. However, with no retreat left and not transforming again, he realized he would be no match for this Scion. Consequently, his plans would be utterly thwarted. Humph. This was originally intended for Son Goku. But since you so brazenly provoke me, I shall acquiesce. Frieza suddenly sneered, and soon after, his aura began to surge violently. Chapter 10, Eruption. Sevenfold Kaioken. Boom. As Frieza unleashed his aura, the sky darkened ominously. Thick clouds rolled in, and brilliant flashes of lightning erupted, as if the apocalypse had arrived. In that moment, For miles around, nay, across the entire planet, Frieza's energy enveloped everything. The power was astonishing and formidable. Krillin and the others stood agape at the scene before them. They had never anticipated that Frieza's energy could swell to such an extent. What manner of training had this fiend undergone during his years of absence? Piccolo, drenched in cold sweat, stared in disbelief. They had thought that after all these years, their own powers had surpassed the Frieza of old. Yet they had not foreseen that he had grown exponentially stronger. Truly, he was a prodigious genius. Gohan gazed at Frieza's figure, his expression unusually grave. The opponent's strength was such that even if he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, he would likely still be outmatched. Boom, boom, boom. Not only were they astonished, but Luya was equally taken aback. Unlike the others, he could distinctly perceive the magnitude of Frieza's escalating power. 150 trillion, 160 trillion, 170 trillion. The rise in his energy was alarmingly abnormal, nearing an exponential increase. Luya found himself in a rather awkward predicament. Alas, in this moment, he realized he was far from being a match for his opponent. What should he do? Should he retreat? But there was no possibility of escape. If he were to flee, who would stand against Frieza? Would that not spell doom for Earth? Yet, remaining meant he risked his own life. System, Luya urgently inquired. Is there any chance of receiving the task reward in advance? The system replied, no. Host, you have yet to complete the task of defeating Frieza. Thus, the system does not support the premature issuance of rewards. What a predicament! Luya, with a face full of despair, inquired, what shall I do if I perish? The system replied, should the host meet their demise, this system will sever its connection and seek another host. Luya, what the hell? How ruthless! Is there any way out of this? The corner of Luya's mouth twitched slightly. This system seems rather unreliable. System, the host has two options. First, the host may utilize the King's Fist, which offers a 50% chance of victory. Second, the host may employ the transformation into a primal state, which carries a 50% chance of triggering the hidden skill, transforming into Super Saiyan 4. The chance of victory would then rise to 80%. Upon hearing this, Luya was about to choose the second option, but the system's voice echoed once more. Warning. If the host opts for the primal transformation, there is a risk of succumbing to the fierce Scion temperament, resulting in the loss of rationality and becoming a mindless killing machine. Luya, ha ha ha. Your expression suggests that you have already begun to sense fear, haven't you? Suddenly, the sinister laughter of Frieza echoed through the air. As Luya gazed upon Frieza, he noticed that the being had transformed into a resplendent golden hue. Aside from this striking change in color, there appeared to be little else that had altered. However, Luya was acutely aware that this transformation was not merely superficial. The Golden Frieza. Under the scrutiny of the system, the battle power of Golden Frieza had reached an astonishing 15 trillion. My goodness, 15 trillion. What does this signify? Undoubtedly, this power surpasses that of a Super Saiyan 2 by more than 50-fold. This is indeed a formidable challenge. At that moment, Luya felt the daunting weight of the situation. A battle power of 15 trillion could very well obliterate him in an instant. Luya's expression was exceptionally grave, and Gohan and the others were utterly astonished. Is this truly the extent of Frieza's power? Such terrifying might. Under the overwhelming aura, they felt an immense sense of oppression, merely standing at a distance. They could not even entertain the thought of confronting him. Fear had nearly halted their cellular functions. I shall refer to this form as Golden Frieza. A sinister smile crept across Frieza's face as he continued, although I am uncertain as to how you have uncovered my trump card. It seems only fitting that you two possess a hidden ace to reveal, do you not? Luya's forced smile faltered as a bead of cold sweat trickled down his face. You, indeed, possess extraordinary strength. It appears you have surpassed Sun Wukong and the others. Oh, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that only by transforming into Golden Frieza can I surpass them? Frieza's smile faded, and he replied calmly. Luya nodded in agreement. Indeed. That is the case. Ha ha ha. Is it so? Is it truly so? Very well. I shall first deal with you, and then seek out Sun Wukong. Frieza's expression twisted into a grimace, yet he refrained from attacking Luya. Instead, he declared, my power now far surpasses yours. However, I am willing to offer you a chance. If you pledge your unwavering loyalty to me and swear fealty, I shall spare your life. Luya smiled faintly, saying, there is no need for that, for I may not necessarily lose. As soon as the words left his lips, an explosive energy enveloped him. A golden aura crackling with lightning. Ha! King Kai Fist. Suddenly, with a furious roar, a surge of crimson energy erupted from his being, rapidly amplifying his strength. The others, including Krillin, stared in disbelief at Luya, questioning their very existence. Why could Luya also master the King Kai Fist? The instantaneous movement, the Kamehameha. The King Kai Fist, this Scion named Luya had remarkably perfected Goku's signature techniques. It seemed we had all underestimated him. Piccolo's expression turned grave, as the energy Luya unleashed appeared to surpass even Goku's. Of course, this was before Goku had ventured to meet the god of destruction, Beerus, at this moment. Goku would certainly not stand a chance against Luya. One could only conclude that the opponent's innate talent was extraordinarily formidable. Merely entering the room of spirit and time had led to such a remarkable enhancement. It is worth noting that they, too, had entered the room of spirit and time back in the day to confront Cell, yet they had not experienced such growth as Luya had. Even Gohan had not achieved such a feat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the arena, the air surged violently as Luya's energy continued to rise. The crimson aura surrounding his golden energy intensifying rapidly. 1 fold, 2 folds, 3 folds, 16 trillion, 17 trillion, 18 trillion. At this moment, Luya's aura surged with an intensity reminiscent of water being forced into a balloon, swelling ever more vigorously. I recall this technique. It is the very skill wielded by Sun Wukong on the Namekian planet. I never anticipated that you would master it as well. Frieza gazed at Luya, his expression growing increasingly grave. This technique posed a genuine threat to him. Sevenfold Kaioken. With a thunderous roar, Luya unleashed a force that shattered the surrounding arena, unleashing a tsunami that surged forth, sending columns of water soaring into the heavens, a spectacle that left all in awe. Chapter 11. Super Kamehameha Whoosh. At this moment, Luya's form was entirely enveloped by a golden and crimson aura, his expression cold and resolute, reminiscent of a war deity. His muscular physique was distinctly defined, appearing somewhat more robust, brimming with explosive power. Indeed, Luya was filled with trepidation, for transforming into a Super Saiyan 2 and executing the Kaioken was uncharted territory. Even Son Goku could only harness it in his Super Saiyan blue form. During his time in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had diligently practiced the Kaioken, persistently maintaining the state while in his Super Saiyan form. The current sevenfold Kaioken, even with his utmost Super Saiyan potential, required a grueling 6 months of effort. Otherwise, given his innate talent, his strength could have surpassed all expectations. Boom, 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 ding. The host has successfully activated the Kaioken. Side effects are now nullified and begin to accumulate. Current side effects. 1. At this moment, the voice of the system echoed in his mind, momentarily leaving Luya in a state of confusion. System, what do you mean by that? System, the Kaioken acquired by the host does not possess the immediate side effects that Son Goku experienced. Instead, it starts with no side effects, accumulating only upon usage. Upon hearing this, Luya was momentarily stunned, then elated. Does that mean I can maintain this form indefinitely? System, theoretically yes. However, while the Kaioken itself has no side effects, it demands an immense amount of energy. Given the host's current state, it can be sustained for a maximum of 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Luya's gaze sharpened, realizing that perhaps this was sufficient, for he had now unleashed the power of the sevenfold King's Fist, achieving a staggering combat strength of 113,750 billion. Indeed, he had ascended from over 10 trillion to over 113 trillion. In a swift motion, a golden figure materialized before Luya. Before he could react, a sharp sting struck his face, and in the next instant, he let out a piercing scream, his form hurtling backward into the depths of the sea. The assailant was none other than Frieza, who hovered in the void, gazing down at the water with a sardonic smile. So, you presume me to be weak, daring to let your guard down in battle? Boom. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal water column surged skyward, followed by Luya soaring into the air, his energy undiminished. He looked at Frieza and declared with a grin, "Come on." Frieza's expression twisted into a snarl, and in an instant, he vanished like a cannonball. The lure vanished in an instant, only to have the void erupt once more with surging waves of energy. The intensity is unparalleled. These two combatants are evenly matched. Clint observed the fierce struggle, letting out a sigh. No. On the surface, it appears that Frieza holds the undeniable advantage. Piccolo narrowed his eyes, remaining fixated on the battle. In a fierce and rapid exchange of blows, Luya and Frieza engaged in an intense battle, trading punches and kicks with one another. However, their accuracy was rather low, as most strikes were deftly parried by the opponent. Nonetheless, Luya also endured several hits from Frieza during this tumultuous skirmish. Ultimately, It was clear that Frieza held the upper hand in this confrontation. Cheers. Lur suddenly appeared behind Frieza, propelling himself with both hands to unleash a blast of energy that struck him, sending him hurtling backward. As Luya lunged forward, Frieza suddenly vanished in midair, only to reappear before Luya in the blink of an eye, his speed so unparalleled that Luya could merely perceive a fleeting afterimage. With a resounding thud, Frieza unleashed a devastating punch that struck Luya squarely in the abdomen, causing him to spit out foam and propel backward like a bowing shrimp. Frieza, refusing to grant Luya any respite, accelerated even further, dashing toward Luya at a supersonic pace, his fists poised to strike once more. With a piercing scream, Luya plummeted downwards. Frieza, his countenance twisted in malice, gazed upon the falling Luya. He then extended his index finger and unleashed a barrage of reflective laser blasts. Boom, 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 boom. A multitude of crimson lasers erupted, shrouding the area in clouds of smoke. Amidst the haze, a figure emerged, none other than Luya, bearing some injuries, though none life-threatening. Ultimately, Luya landed gracefully upon a rocky outcrop. Frieza observed Luya with a sinister grin and remarked, "Ho ho ho, is this truly your full strength? It appears you are still no match for me." Luya wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a smirk emerging as he proclaimed, "You, indeed, possess considerable strength. However, how could I possibly succumb to you? Oh, do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? By all means, unleash them." Frieza spread his arms wide, flicking his tail in a mocking manner. Luya gritted his teeth and, in an instant, unleashed an explosive surge of energy, elevating his aura to its zenith. He was still in the state of the Kaioken, yet it was evident that he was beginning to struggle. Under normal circumstances, he could maintain this form for 10 minutes, but now, harnessing energy to counter Frieza was undeniably taxing. Time was of the essence. He needed to conclude this swiftly. With that thought, Luya raised his energy to its maximum. Simultaneously, he brought his hands to his waist, preparing the Kamehameha wave. Witnessing this familiar scene, Gohan and the others were jolted awake. Krillin nearly shouted in astonishment, but Gohan quickly covered his mouth. "Do not disturb them." Gohan spoke with a grave tone. Krillin nodded eagerly, and once Gohan released him, he exclaimed with excitement, "Is he attempting to use the same technique against Frieza that Goku employed against Cell?" Gohan, observing Luya in the arena, silently prayed for his success. Meanwhile, Luya continued to fervently gather energy, pushing his power to the utmost limit. The energy coalescing in his hands surged dramatically, only to be compressed further. Frieza, sensing something amiss, looked at Luya with a puzzled expression. "Hey, are you out of your mind? Such a gathering of power to unleash an energy attack could obliterate the entire planet." Lur smiled faintly and asked, "What? Are you afraid?" Frieza's expression momentarily faltered, but he quickly responded with a chuckle. "Kid, regardless of whether your attack can inflict any harm upon me, your speed alone is insufficient to reach me. Therefore, it would be wise for you to conserve your energy. This way, you may still have a chance to fight with all your might." Luya smiled faintly, remaining silent, yet in the next moment, his aura surged dramatically. Frieza observed this scene, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. However, he remained unconvinced that his opponent could strike him. Or perhaps, was his adversary merely stalling for time? With this thought, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Frieza's eyes. Subsequently, he extended his palm towards Luya, where a crimson energy began to coalesce. Perish. In the next instant, Frieza unleashed a tremendous force, propelling it directly towards Luya. With a fierce glare, Luya shouted skill. In an instant, his figure vanished, leaving only an afterimage as the energy blast passed through. At that moment, Luya had already positioned himself behind Frieza. "What?" Frieza exclaimed in shock, attempting to evade, but it was too late. "Huh." With a swift thrust of the fishing lure, a colossal wave of energy surged forth, engulfing Frieza entirely. "Ah!" Frieza let out a piercing scream, only to be consumed by the torrent of energy. Chapter 12. The Astonishing Rebirth Technique. The Return of the Duo. With a single strike of the Turtle School's Kamehameha, everything in its path was rendered null and void. Even the ocean was cleaved asunder by this potent energy. Countless volumes of seawater evaporated, and as one gazed into the distance, an endless expanse unfolded before them. This was the Kamehameha, a culmination of all of Luya's energy, manifesting a staggering combat power exceeding 11 trillion. The magnitude of this energy was beyond imagination. It could be surmised that had Luya unleashed this technique from the skies above, it might have directly obliterated the entire planet. Haha. Luya continued to gesture, gasping for breath. feeling the strain coursing through his body after unleashing such a formidable attack. The once ferocious energy gradually waned, the crimson aura dissipating, leaving only a golden glow in its wake. Luya's stamina has waned to the point where he can no longer sustain the power of the sevenfold Kaioken, prompting him to retract the technique. Furthermore, he is unable to maintain his Super Saiyan 2 form, reverting instead to that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. After unleashing the Kamehameha, the pent-up energy within him dissipated, temporarily preventing him from transforming back into Super Saiyan 2. That foe must be defeated, right? The Z fighters watched the scene with a sense of trepidation, recalling the moment when Goku employed this very technique against Cell, who at that time was unable to respond, ultimately sustaining severe damage. Now, with Luya's offensive likely surpassing that of his predecessor, it seemed improbable that Frieza could withstand such a force. With this thought, excitement coursed through the group. It appeared that Goku and the others need not return, as they could vanquish this formidable adversary without assistance. However, an unsettling feeling lingered. Gohan and Piccolo did not share the same sense of ease as the others. Instead, they wore expressions of concern, for Luya, at this moment, showed no signs of complacency. Could it be that this adversary possesses capabilities akin to those of Uncle Piccolo? Gohan pondered, clenching his teeth in realization. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's face. Meanwhile, Luya felt a weight of gravity upon him, for he recognized that although his recent assault was powerful, it had not succeeded in obliterating Frieza. The foe still lived. Beep. The detection of Frieza's energy confirmed his survival, indicating that the host had yet to fulfill the mission. The host must continue to strive forward. Lure. Indeed, it is not dead. At that moment, everyone suddenly sensed something and turned their gaze towards a single direction. As Luya gazed at the surface of the ocean, a chill ran down his spine. At that moment, a figure gradually emerged from the depths of the water, first a head, then a body, and finally, the entire being broke the surface. An eerie silence enveloped the air. It was Frieza. This individual was none other than Frieza himself. He was not dead. Luya gazed at Frieza and remarked with a faint smile, "Indeed, you possess an extraordinary tenacity." Frieza's countenance twisted in rage. His current appearance was undeniably dire. Having shed the form of Golden Frieza, one of his arms had vanished entirely, and his waist was reduced to a mere remnant. Even his tail had suffered grievously, severed by a significant portion. It was a wretched sight. Although the Golden Frieza had sensed Luya's arrival, he was still a moment too late. The instantaneous movement executed by Luya made his aura exceedingly elusive, rendering even the evolved Golden Frieza somewhat incapable of countering it. How infuriating. Those detestable Scions. Frieza growled lowly, his expression darkening, and suddenly, he unleashed a terrifying aura. In an instant, the remnants of his severed body began to writhe, as if something within was striving to break free from its flesh. Piccolo's eyes widened in alarm, urging, "Now is the time to strike." He is attempting to regenerate. Luya was momentarily taken aback, his mind swirling in confusion. Could it be that Frieza could utilize that technique of Piccolo's? Was this a jest? He had never encountered it before. Regaining his composure, Luya swiftly unleashed a series of energy blasts, which struck Frieza in an explosive display. However, in the next instant, a wave of purple energy surged forth, dispersing the smoke in an instant, revealing Frieza's form. Luya's expression changed drastically, for at that moment, Frieza had already restored his physical body. Frieza stretched his limbs, his face devoid of emotion, and regarded Luya with a chilling remark. "You are the first to compel me to employ regeneration." "Regeneration?" Luya spoke in a low tone. Frieza let out a sinister chuckle before continuing, "Indeed. Regeneration. This technique is my secret art, one I refrain from using unless absolutely necessary. I am a being of the universe, and having undergone a reconstitution with cosmic matter. As long as there is material present, and I am not struck down in a single fatal blow, I can be reborn." With a furrowed brow, Luya inquired, "Then why did you not employ it when you were defeated by Sun Wukong and Tenenks back in the day?" Upon hearing this, Frieza appeared to be struck at a sensitive spot, and coldly replied, "During my battle with Sun Wukong, I had no opportunity whatsoever. I could not use my resurrection. For if I had, I would still have been no match for the Super Saiyan Sun Wukong. I would have likely been annihilated." After a brief pause, Frieza continued, "As for that Super Saiyan youth who followed, I had no chance at all. He offered me no respite, and I was swiftly dispatched." At this point, Frieza suddenly erupted in fury, exclaiming, "It is all because of you Scions. A bunch of filthy monkeys. You are merely my subordinates, yet you have repeatedly reduced me to such a state of disgrace." Frieza then cast a glance at Luya, revealing a slight smile. Well, I have vented my grievances. You should have regained some strength by now, so let us commence. Luya's expression was grave. He had indeed been stalling for time, striving to adjust his own state. However, he was far from reaching his peak, and at least not capable of transforming into his Super Saiyan form once more. Although the opponent claimed that his combat power had significantly diminished after his rebirth, he could still easily dominate everyone present. What lay ahead was a fierce battle. Frieza chuckled menacingly. So, have you decided to surrender? If so, I might consider it. Lure flashed a defiant smile, declaring, surrender? Surrender is an impossibility. I, Lure, would rather perish than submit to you. Frieza's expression darkened. If that is the case, then you shall meet your demise. With that, he ascended, and with a swift motion, he raised his finger. A crimson aura began to coalesce, swelling in intensity until it formed a brilliant sphere of red light. Ha ha ha. Scion. I have had my fun. Now, let you and this planet vanish together. Frieza jeered. In the next moment, he hurled the colossal orb, now expanded to a diameter of 20 meters, directly downward. As Luya's eyes narrowed slightly, he pondered the dire consequences if he failed to contain the situation. This planet would be lost. Just as he was preparing to employ his transformative abilities, two figures suddenly materialized before him. Upon recognizing them, Luya felt an immense relief wash over him. Goodness, they have finally returned. Goku. Vegeta. The unexpected arrival of the two elicited exclamations of joy from all their companions. Chapter 13. Vegeta's prideful battle. Goku and Vegeta had just returned from their training with the God of Destruction when, unexpectedly, they found themselves confronting a grave threat the moment they teleported back to Earth. Instantly, both sensed the impending danger and turned their gaze toward the ominous crimson energy sphere hurtling toward them. In the next moment, their expressions darkened, and simultaneously, they thrust out a hand, effortlessly blocking Frieza's energy blast. Ha! Ha! In the blink of an eye, both warriors unleashed their formidable auras, which surged forth with terrifying intensity. Simultaneously, they exerted their strength, forcefully pushing the massive energy sphere back. How could this be? Frieza's face paled in disbelief as he hastily vanished from sight. Boom. The colossal energy sphere detonated high above in the distant clouds, instantly painting the sky a vivid crimson. Goku and Vegeta reigned in their energy, with Goku expressing his confusion. What has transpired? Why is Frieza here on Earth? At that moment, the Z fighters gathered around Goku and his companions. Goku, noticing Gohan and the others, felt a surge of happiness. Gohan, Krillin, you're all here. What has happened? Gohan promptly recounted the events that had unfolded. Frieza has been resurrected. Upon hearing this, both Goku and Vegeta were taken aback. That rascal Frieza truly never learns. How dare he attempt to wreak havoc on Earth? Goku exclaimed, irritation evident in his voice. Then, as a thought struck him, he turned to Luya with a smile. Luya, is it? I've heard you are also a Scion. Please, take it upon yourself to thwart Frieza's reckless actions. We have been unable to establish contact with Earth, and locating its energy signature has consumed a considerable amount of time. Luya nodded slightly, saying, it is good to see you return. Frieza is more formidable than I had anticipated. Now that you are back, I shall leave it to you. Goku solemnly replied, rest assured, Frieza shall fall by my hand. Hey, Kakarot, leave Frieza to me. Since I ascended to Super Saiyan, I have yet to face him in battle. Vegeta interjected, visibly displeased. Goku glanced at Vegeta and chuckled. All right, you may go first. But do you not find a sense of familiarity in this scene? It resembles our past encounters. Upon hearing this, Vegeta paused momentarily before a cold smile crossed his lips. Now that you mention it, it does evoke memories. Back then, I was not yet a Super Saiyan, and it was future Trunks who dealt with Frieza's invasion of Earth. At this point, Vegeta turned his gaze towards Luya and asked, you claim to hail from another universe? Lure nodded slightly, indeed. Vegeta furrowed his brow and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke in a somewhat somber tone, it is quite peculiar that, besides our own universe, there exist others. Moreover, you possess the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. What manner of universe do you inhabit? Lure raised an eyebrow and remarked, a truly magnificent universe. Magnificent? What on earth does that mean? Vegeta asked in confusion. The crowd. Lure suppressed a smile and said, it simply means very impressive. Upon hearing this, Vegeta nodded in a manner that suggested he partially understood. Just how impressive is it? Luya proclaimed with fervor, absolutely astounding. In response, Vegeta's expression stiffened, and he clenched his fists tightly. His fiery temper urged him to confront his adversary directly. Enough chit-chat. Let us first deal with Frieza. This fiend has grown significantly more formidable than before. At that moment, Goku, who had been intently focused on Frieza rather than the conversation between them, suddenly interjected, his eyes ablaze with fervent battle spirit. Humph, let it be known. Frieza shall be vanquished by me, Vegeta. You all should step aside, Vegeta declared with pride. Upon hearing this, Goku hesitated for a moment but ultimately conceded, very well. Then go ahead. Lur suddenly exclaimed that Frieza is capable of transforming into Golden Frieza, so you must exercise caution. Vegeta scoffed dismissively, humph. Has he truly improved? I too have advanced, and handling him will be a mere trifle. Luya shook his head in frustration. As a self-proclaimed master, albeit a failed one, he genuinely felt concern for his counterpart. However, he chose to remain silent, retreating to a distance alongside Wukong and the others. At present, Luya's energy was significantly depleted, making it prudent to avoid any direct confrontation. Moreover, he had yet to attain the transformation into Super Blue, rendering him incapable of defeating Frieza. Mr. Krillin, could you possibly spare me a Senzu-bean? Luya suddenly inquired, casting a glance towards Krillin. Without hesitation, Krillin nodded in agreement. Of course, if it weren't for you, we might have all fallen victim to Frieza. He then produced a Senzu-bean and handed it to Luya. Luya accepted the challenge and swiftly consumed it. Within mere moments, his state ascended to its zenith. At that moment, Wukong suddenly cast his gaze upon Luya, a grave expression crossing his face. This fellow's aura seemed to rival his own. Contemplating this, Wukong resolved within himself a decision. Meanwhile, Vegeta gradually approached Frieza, who was in the midst of recuperating after evading an attack. Fortunately, these imbeciles were preoccupied with their own revelry, providing him with a brief respite. Upon seeing Vegeta approach, Frieza chuckled. Ho ho ho. I wondered who it was. Turns out to be my loyal subordinate, Vegeta. Vegeta's countenance turned cold. Humph. Do not be mistaken. I, Vegeta, have never regarded you as my superior. Frieza dismissed this, interpreting it merely as a manifestation of pride, and replied with a grin. Vegeta, your arrival is fortuitous. Join forces with me to eliminate Son Goku and that Scion. I can make you my right-hand man. You shall be my chief general. What say you? Vegeta paused for a moment, then revealed a sly smile. It seems the terms are quite appealing. Frieza, believing he had secured Vegeta's allegiance, continued, Indeed. So come to my side. To Frieza's surprise, Vegeta indeed began to approach him. What is he doing? Bulma exclaimed in anger upon witnessing her husband's potential betrayal. Wukong observed Vegeta, his smile unwavering. Do not worry. Vegeta is no longer the same Vegeta he once was. Luya remained silent, his eyes slowly closing as he assessed his condition. Fortunately, he found that not only had he suffered no after-effects from his recent ordeal, but his power had also significantly increased. During his fierce battle with Frieza, Luya had unleashed his full potential, continuously tapping into his Super Saiyan heritage, thus growing stronger with each passing moment. Now, his battle power reached an astounding 6.7 billion, an increase of 200 million from before. He had also utilized the system to observe Goku and Vegeta's battle powers. Astonishingly, they had not even transformed into Super Saiyans, yet their powers were already remarkable. Goku's battle power stood at 6.9 billion, while Vegeta was close behind at nearly 6.8 billion. The slight disparity in their strengths could be easily overlooked given their immense capabilities. Chapter 14. Vegeta takes the lead. The emergence of Super Blue. As Vegeta stepped forward to confront Frieza, he came to a halt. Frieza regarded him with a smug smile, exuding an air of arrogance. Suddenly, with a resounding impact, Frieza recoiled as if struck, his body curling up like a shrimp. Gasping in agony, Frieza's face contorted in pain as he found Vegeta standing before him, the Scion's fist buried deep in Frieza's abdomen. Leaning close to Frieza's ear, Vegeta mockingly expressed, I'm afraid I have no interest in your propositions. Frieza's eyes reddened with disbelief as Vegeta's expression hardened. With a fierce roar, he sent Frieza flying, who crashed through several small mountains before ultimately smashing into a cliffside. Vegeta scoffed, Is that all you've got? Embedded in the cliff, Frieza gritted his teeth, staring daggers at Vegeta, taken aback by the unexpected aggression from his former subordinate. Emerging from the debris, Frieza glowered at Vegeta, who remained unfazed. Frieza sneered, I never imagined my former underling would grow so formidable. Vegeta's cold gaze met his. There are many things you've yet to see and comprehend. For instance, with those words, Vegeta unleashed a thunderous shout, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Frieza's pupils dilated in disbelief. Vegeta continued with a sardonic grin. But wait, there's more. With an explosive surge of energy, he ascended into Super Saiyan 2. Didn't he see that coming? Did you, Frieza? Vegeta can also become a Super Saiyan. He taunted, raising his thumb to point at himself. Frieza clenched his jaw, momentarily closing his eyes in contemplation before regaining his composure. He opened his eyes to meet Vegeta's gaze and chuckled. I admit, I'm somewhat taken aback, but so what? I, Frieza, am the universe's greatest genius. Even with your transformation into a Super Saiyan, you will never be my equal. As soon as the words left his lips, Frieza clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead bulging as he began to emanate an overwhelming aura. With a thunderous roar, the purple energy enveloping him transformed into a radiant golden light. His form gradually metamorphosed into that of Golden Frieza. In an instant, a terrifying power radiated from him, shaking the heavens. Vegeta's expression stiffened, and cold sweat trickled down his face. Damn it, this guy. Meanwhile, Goku, witnessing this transformation for the first time, exhibited a look of incredulity. How on earth did he train to reach such heights? This was Golden Frieza, and his power was truly formidable. Even Luya could not contend with him. If it were not for Luya utilizing instant transmission along with the most potent Kamehameha, it would have been disastrous. Krillin spoke gravely. Goku, with a complex expression, remarked, Instant transmission, Kamehameha, Luya, you are remarkably strong. Lore humbly remarked, it's just average. Gohan expressed his concern. Uncle Vegeta won't be in any danger, right? Goku chuckled softly before reassuring him. Don't worry. Frieza has indeed grown more formidable. But we have not lagged in our training either. Rest assured, Vegeta will not be defeated. The others were somewhat perplexed, despite their rigorous training. Could it be that these two had encountered some extraordinary fortune? Loya smiled knowingly, understanding the source of his opponent's confidence. It stemmed from the fact that both Goku and Vegeta could further ascend to the divine realm of Super Saiyan Blue. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The golden aura enveloped Frieza, who transformed back into his golden Frieza form, reaching the pinnacle of his power. His strength exceeded that of Loya. However, the opponent's instantaneous movement combined with the formidable Kamehameha made it exceedingly difficult to resist, which is why he had sustained injuries. Who would have thought your power could reach such heights? It is truly terrifying. At that moment, even the proud Vegeta appeared somewhat shaken. It had been many years since Frieza's demise, and now, in the depths of hell, his rate of improvement was astonishingly more formidable than theirs. They had been personally instructed by Whis, after all. Initially, they believed Frieza, at his level, could no longer keep pace with them. Yet the power he exhibited now posed a significant threat. Did you think you were the only ones capable of progress? This is the new form I have cultivated during my many years in hell, which I have named Golden Frieza. Frieza chuckled triumphantly. Vegeta's expression darkened as he scoffed. So what? I have my own reserves. Frieza paused, astonished, and replied, Oh, is that so? Then there is no need to hold back. Come forth and unleash your power. Vegeta snorted, and in an instant, his aura began to surge violently. He then roared towards the heavens, and in that moment, a terrifying golden energy erupted from within him, transforming right before their eyes. Vegeta's power was on the rise. Quickly, Piccolo's eyes widened in shock, beads of sweat streaming down his face. Incredible. Krillin and the others were left speechless, utterly astonished. What had Vegeta experienced? Goku merely smiled mysteriously, remaining silent. Lure squinted slightly, as he was utilizing the system to gauge Vegeta's power. The energy emanating from his opponent was steadily escalating, surpassing an astonishing trillion, and it showed no signs of ceasing. Vegeta continued to roar. Seemingly in this manner could he fully unleash his potential. Frieza's expression was beginning to falter. His teeth clenched as he gazed incredulously at Vegeta. How is this possible? I refuse to believe it. With a piercing shout, the aura surrounding Vegeta transformed into a cerulean hue, no longer merely energy, but pulsating like liquid. The essence of divinity, with his spiky blue hair. Vegeta's presence underwent a monumental transformation. He smirked at Frieza and declared, What do you think? This is my true power. Frieza's demeanor darkened, realizing that Vegeta's energy had already surpassed his own depleted state. He lamented, wishing he had trained for another 6 months before confronting these Scions, especially considering the considerable energy he expended during his recent battle with Lure. Vegeta had no intention of engaging in further dialogue. The combat cells within him surged into action, and he launched himself at Frieza. Damn it! Frieza bellowed in fury, charging forward to meet him. Crash! Their fists collided with tremendous force. resulting in a shockwave that reverberated through the air. Chapter 15. The Wheel Battle, Goku's Entrance. Boom. The two warriors clashed, only to be repelled simultaneously. Yet in the next instant, they unleashed their energy blasts. Boom. Another explosion erupted, and in that moment, Frieza vanished, reappearing behind Vegeta. An elbow strike descended upon him. Unfazed, Vegeta lowered his head, evading Frieza's attack, and retaliated with a sudden elbow thrust, which was swiftly blocked by Frieza. Whoosh. Vegeta vanished and reappeared above Frieza, launching an energy sphere. Whoosh. Frieza, moving with blinding speed, evaded the assault, materializing at Vegeta's side and delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. In mere seconds, their movements became a blur, impossible to track. Krillin and the others watched with bated breath, astonished by the might of both combatants, while secretly breaking into a cold sweat. Boom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Vegeta unleashed a surge of energy, ascending into the sky, his gaze fixed on Frieza, with a cold snort. Frieza's expression twisted into a grimace, and he crossed his arms, each fingertip glowing ominously red. Prepare to taste my technique. Frieza scoffed, abruptly extending his fingers toward Vegeta. In an instant, 10 crimson beams shot forth, perfectly obstructing Vegeta's path of movement. Cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's face as he gritted his teeth and unleashed a barrage of strikes. A multitude of energy blasts erupted around him, and in the blink of an eye, they detonated. Simultaneously, Vegeta unleashed his fierce energy. A brilliant azure beam piercing through the smoke, soaring into the air before launching himself at Frieza with great ferocity. However, Frieza revealed a sinister smile at that moment, exclaiming, "I've been waiting for you." He suddenly extended his palm towards Vegeta's form. With a thunderous sound, a concentrated sphere of terrifying energy was unleashed in an instant. Vegeta's expression shifted as he realized he had no time to evade, bracing himself with a cross-arm defense. Boom. In the next moment, Vegeta plummeted downward, and Frieza, seeing this, had no intention of letting him off the hook, charging toward him with great speed. In an instant, Frieza delivered a flying kick to Vegeta's back, propelling him downward at an accelerated pace, crashing into the sea and creating a splash. However, with a furious roar, Vegeta surged back up from the water's surface, glaring at Frieza as he gritted his teeth and concentrated his energy. Final flash. Whoosh. Terrifying energy erupted once more as Vegeta's palm gathered immense power. Frieza's expression shifted, revealing a hint of seriousness, and in the next moment, he snarled, "Bring it on." Swish. Following this, Frieza also began to amass a formidable energy, a golden aura coalescing in his palm, radiating an ominous presence. "Frieza, you shall perish." Vegeta bellowed, unleashing his ultimate technique, a colossal energy wave diving downward. Frieza sneered, "Ha ha ha. Bloom beautifully, you magnificent firework." Boom. In an instant, he exerted force from his palm, launching a terrifying golden beam. Boom 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 boom. The two energies collided, locking in a fierce stalemate. Yet the surrounding environment could not withstand their combined might, resulting in widespread devastation. Goku and the others watched with grave expressions, Goku reflecting, has Frieza truly become this powerful? Meanwhile, Luya observed the battle, contemplating a decisive strike against Frieza. If he could eliminate him, his mission would be complete. Both of them are incredibly strong, Gohan remarked, feeling a surge of bloodlust as a Scion, pondering that had he remained diligent in his training over the years, he too might reach such heights. With that thought, Gohan's expression solidified. It was clear he could not afford to be complacent. "I can't let these two wreak havoc, or else Earth will be devastated," Goku remarked solemnly. And in the next moment, he unleashed his energy with a furious shout, a terrifying force erupting from his being as he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Goku, his father, Krillin, and the others gazed at him in astonishment. So it turns out, Goku can transform too. Wukong nodded slightly, and in an instant, his figure vanished without a trace. The next moment, he materialized between the two opposing energy waves. In a heartbeat, he elevated his energy to its zenith, and then unleashed his ultimate technique. Kamehameha. Boom. Wukong propelled the attacks of both adversaries away from the earth. The battlefield returned to normal, though both Frieza and Vegeta appeared somewhat exhausted. However, it was evident that Frieza's condition was notably worse. "Kakarot, what are you doing?" Vegeta exclaimed, visibly displeased at the disruption of their combat, glaring fiercely at Wukong. Wukong replied helplessly, "If you continue fighting like this, the earth will be obliterated." Vegeta snorted disdainfully, tossing his head arrogantly, "Who cares about its fate?" Wukong retorted, "At least you have a family. You should possess a sense of belonging." Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression darkened. Silence. Kakarot, I give you 3 seconds. Step aside immediately. My battle with Frieza is far from over. Wukong hesitated for a moment before stating earnestly, it is time for me to take the stage. What did you say? Vegeta's countenance soured instantly. Wukong chuckled heartily and continued, you are depleting your energy significantly, and you cannot defeat this foe. Allow me to handle it. I have already discerned his weakness. What? Vegeta's fury ignited. You claim I cannot overcome him? What nonsense is this? Oh, a weakness? You imply that I possess a weakness? Huh. Son Wukong, you are utterly laughable. How could I, Frieza, possibly have a weakness? Frieza interjected suddenly, his expression marred by indignation. It is your stamina. At that moment, Luya interjected. These words left everyone momentarily stunned. Loya smiled faintly, feeling a sense of delight within. Oh, the moment for him to show off had finally arrived. So you noticed it too? Truly an impressive individual. Wukong gazed at Loya with a look of admiration. Luya humbly remarked, maintain a low profile. Humph. Spare me your nonsensical chatter. The weaknesses you speak of are non-existent. Frieza's expression twisted in fury. Goku turned to him, then smiled. If that's the case, how about you engage in a battle with me? Frieza clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on Goku. Kakarot, are you having second thoughts? You promised it would be my turn. Vegeta suddenly spoke in a serious tone. Goku scratched his head. When did I ever say that? You've been fighting for quite a while. Why not take a breather? Let me handle this guy for now. Absolutely not. No way. Vegeta roared. Goku shrugged, then turned to Frieza, cheerfully asking, hey, Frieza, do you want to spar with me? Frieza. Vegeta. Chapter 16, The Final Struggle. The Death of Frieza. What are you talking about? Frieza glared at Goku, his face a deep shade of anger. In that moment, he felt like a fool, toyed with by these two. Goku smiled slightly, then suddenly unleashed his power, enveloping himself in a radiant blue aura. Come on, your target is me, right? Frieza gritted his teeth, then erupted with energy. Charging at Goku. Goku's expression sharpened, and he moved decisively. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, their fierce collisions resonating throughout the space. Vegeta's expression darkened, but he quickly regained his composure, dispersing his super blue form and landing on the ground. Although Frieza had just expended a significant amount of energy, he still held his ground against Goku. However, the tide soon began to turn, as Frieza's countenance grew grim, panting heavily, appearing quite worn out. Goku observed Frieza and curiously inquired, Frieza, it seems you have just successfully transformed, haven't you? Frieza was taken aback, then glared at Goku. What do you mean by that? Goku chuckled, you should take some time to acclimate to this form. If you do, perhaps even Vegeta and I won't stand a chance against you. Frieza scoffed, even now, you are no match for me. Goku replied with a grin. You must be quite fatigued, right? This transformation has drained your stamina significantly, and as such, your vulnerabilities are becoming increasingly apparent. At this rate, you won't be able to keep up with me. Enough with the chatter. Frieza's face twisted in rage, and in the next moment, he unleashed his energy and charged at Goku. Swish. Crack. Frieza threw a lightning-fast punch, but Goku caught his fist effortlessly. What? Frieza's face fell, filled with disbelief. Goku, gripping Frieza's fist, grinned widely, too slow. In the next instant, Goku pivoted, seizing Frieza's form and hurled him away with great force. Frieza, undeterred, abruptly halted his form. Frieza! Goku exclaimed with a resounding roar as he charged forward, fist clenched in a powerful strike. Ugh! Frieza was struck with immense force, plummeting downward. With a thunderous crash, he collided with the edge of a precipice, only to be rebounded back into the fray. In an instant, Goku materialized before him, palm outstretched, unleashing yet another energy blast that sent Frieza hurtling away. The impact shattered the cliff behind him, and Frieza ultimately crashed into the distant remnants of rock, a cloud of dust rising in his wake. Goku gazed toward Frieza's direction, his expression steely. Victory! Exclaimed Gohan and the others, their faces alight with joy. TCH. Were it not for this prince exhausting the opponent, Kakarot would have never achieved such feats. Vegeta declared with pride. At this moment, Luya remained silent, striving to diminish his presence, preparing for a surprise attack. Defeating Frieza was a task best accomplished alone. Suddenly, Goku's expression shifted, and his demeanor turned grave. In the next instant, a piercing scream erupted. Ah! Son Goku! The air trembled as Frieza, enveloped in a golden aura, soared into the sky. Goku's gaze sharpened. His body trembled as the deep blue aura of divinity twisted around him, and he ascended to meet Frieza's gaze. Frieza fixated on Goku. Yet he appeared increasingly feeble, gasping for breath. Frieza, you can no longer maintain this form. It is time to concede, Goku stated coolly. Humph. Concede? I, Frieza, could never accept defeat. Are you jesting? Frieza roared, his visage contorting in fury. Suddenly, he unleashed a surge of power, charging at Goku with ferocity. Die. Frieza's eyes gleamed with bloodlust as he hurled a punch filled with hatred. Goku scoffed, then lowered his head to evade the blow, countering with a punch that struck Frieza squarely in the abdomen. Poof. Frieza's face twisted in agony, his entire body trembling from the immense pain. Goku's punch nearly pierced through him. In an instant, a flash of light enveloped Frieza, dissipating his golden form and reverting him to his final state. Frieza, gritting his teeth, struggled to turn and retaliate against Goku, but the latter vanished in an instant, reappearing behind him to deliver a kick that sent Frieza crashing into the ground. Ugh. Frieza's entire body slammed into the earth, causing the ground to tremble and crack beneath him. Goku descended slowly, his expression inscrutable as he regarded Frieza. With great effort, Frieza rose, disbelief etched across his face as he muttered, This is impossible. How could I lose? With fury, Frieza pounded the ground twice, creating a small crater. Goku coldly declared, Frieza, you have lost all hope. Now, I shall send you back to hell. Frieza's expression twisted into one of rage, followed by a manic grin. Ha ha ha. If that is the case, let us die together. What? Goku's face registered shock, a wave of anxiety washing over him. Suddenly, Frieza raised his fist, preparing to strike the ground with devastating force. Goku realized too late that he could not intervene. Disperse into oblivion, Frieza shouted. His face contorted in malice as his fist descended. Just as he was about to strike the ground, a figure appeared beside him, seizing his wrist. What? Frieza's face blanched in disbelief as he turned to see who had thwarted his attack. Luya smiled faintly. I've been waiting for you. With that, he seized his opponent and flung him away with a swift motion, sending Frieza hurtling far into the distance. Boom. In the next moment, Luya erupted with energy, achieving Super Saiyan 2 while simultaneously employing the Kaioken technique. He then began to gather energy for the Kamehameha wave. Luya did not hesitate. He unleashed his most formidable strength, striking fiercely at Frieza. Aya, I will return. Frieza let out a desperate scream before he was reduced to blood and ash, dissipating within the Kamehameha wave. This sudden turn of events left everyone in shock. They had never anticipated that Frieza would resort to mutual destruction, nor that Luya seemed to have foreseen this outcome, thwarting his opponent and ultimately slaying him. Even Goku and Vegeta broke into a cold sweat. Especially upon witnessing Luya's current form, both warriors wore grave expressions. Goku, in particular, was astonished. He had not expected his adversary to wield the Kaioken technique. This individual is truly remarkable. Chapter 17, A New Mission. Luya versus Goku. The demise of Frieza left the audience in a state of profound complexity. The once feared evil emperor had been vanquished, a reality that was almost too incredible to grasp. After defeating Frieza, Luya shed his form and reverted to his original appearance. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission and vanquishing Frieza. Ding. Rewards have been issued. 500 million points of battle power. You have acquired Frieza's cells. You are now capable of surviving in outer space. Additionally, you have received the Super Saiyan 3 transformation skill. Furthermore, you have been awarded 100 Senza beans. The power of the King Kai Fist has been upgraded, now boasting a power level of 10 times. Upon hearing the series of notifications in his mind, Luya was overjoyed. My goodness, what a generous reward. His battle power had surged by an astounding 500 million points. Moreover, he had gained the Super Saiyan 3 skill. This meant he could transform into Super Saiyan 3, just like Goku. It is worth noting that in the entire Dragon Ball series, only Goku, in the fused form of Goten and Trunks, known as Gotenks, could achieve this transformation, and now he was among them. Luya? At that moment, Goku's voice snapped Luya back to reality. Luya gazed at Wukong, a look of puzzlement gracing his features as he inquired, What is the matter? Wukong, with a countenance marked by gravity, replied, How did you come to know my techniques? The other companions hurriedly approached, their attention drawn to Luya in response to Wukong's words. Vegeta, arms crossed, scrutinized Luya with narrowed eyes. Luya cast a glance at the crowd and then spoke, I learned from Gohan. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Goku turned to Gohan and inquired, Gohan, do you also possess my instant transmission and Kaioken? Gohan shook his head and replied, Dad, I don't. I only taught Luya the techniques that I know. Your ultimate moves are beyond my grasp, so how could I possibly teach them to him? With this, Goku nodded in understanding and then turned his gaze towards Luya. Luya smiled faintly and declared, "Instant transmission is my own creation. And the Kaioken technique, I have comprehended it." What? The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Disbelief etched upon their faces as they gazed at Luya. Simultaneously, in the realm of heaven, the Kai also broke into a cold sweat. In the arena, Goku regarded Luya with a peculiar look and remarked, "You created it? Do you even know where instant transmission originates?" "From the planet Yardrat." Luya replied nonchalantly. "I visited there once, and the inhabitants were exceptionally kind, so I taught them the technique. Is there any problem with that?" Internally, he chuckled, thinking, who doesn't know a bit of Dragon Ball history? As a transmigrator, I have this down to a fine art. Upon hearing this, Goku's expression grew serious. For he had indeed learned instant transmission from Yardrat, and Luya's words began to sound somewhat plausible. Nonsense. How could you, so young, possibly master such a technique? Besides, back then, you were just a child. Vegeta gritted his teeth in disbelief. Lore gazed at him and smiled, saying, "In truth, I am already 520 years old." What? The crowd was left in utter bewilderment. Lore smiled and said, "In truth, I have dedicated a full 5 centuries to my cultivation in my homeland. For these 500 years, I have confined myself beneath a mountain, enduring the trials of nature without sustenance. It is through this relentless perseverance that I have attained the transformation into a Super Saiyan. My birthplace is known as Wuzishin." The crowd, Luya then continued, "Later, after I transformed into a Super Saiyan, I began my quest across the universe in search of worthy opponents. After vanquishing the most formidable foes, I arrived in this universe. During my travels, I discovered the existence of Scions here, and subsequently made my way to Earth." Listening to Luya's seemingly boastful claims, the crowd was left in a state of skepticism. Is it truly possible for someone to live for centuries? To be honest, aside from deities, I have yet to encounter any individual with such longevity. Goku scratched his head. "I have never heard that Scions could live this long." Vegeta remarked coolly, "Just because you haven't seen it, doesn't mean it doesn't exist, does it?" Luya replied with a faint smile. Suddenly, he realized that spinning tails requires a certain skill. Without knowledge, one might hesitate to boast so audaciously. But is it illegal to brag? Certainly not. Amidst the crowd's uncertainty, Goku suddenly exclaimed, "Forget it. Regardless of the incredibility of your story, it doesn't imply it's impossible, haha." He then turned to Luya, flashing a confident smile. "Mr. Luya, would you care to engage in a match with me?" Taken aback, Luya hesitated, then asked with some doubt, "Are you certain?" Goku clenched his fist and replied with a grin, "Of course. You are so powerful. I want to challenge you." The crowd sighed in resignation, accustomed to Goku's nature and thus unperturbed. Vegeta, however, clenched his teeth in annoyance but merely snorted, choosing not to speak further. Ding. System task activated. Task details: engage in 1,000 rounds of combat with Son Goku without defeat. Lore, what on earth? How did a mission arise? And such a challenging one at that? Undoubtedly, with his current strength, unless he were to employ the King's Fist during his Super Saiyan 3 form, he would stand no chance against Son Goku. What do you think, Mr. Lore? Goku suddenly inquired eagerly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Lure hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. Splendid. In an instant, Goku became animated, his joy unrestrained. Let us venture further afield to engage in battle. Otherwise, we might affect this place. Lure suggested. Indeed. Goku replied confidently, exchanging a knowing smile with Lure, and they promptly executed a technique of instantaneous movement, vanishing from their original location. Meanwhile, the onlookers exchanged glances. A mixture of emotions reflected on their faces. Humph. Kakarot. Vegeta's expression darkened. How could it be that Kakarot was led away by someone else? Was this not a slap to his pride as Prince Vegeta? Kakarot's adversary ought to be none other than himself. Only he possessed the merit to confront Kakarot. With this thought, Vegeta felt a swell of frustration within. He turned to Bulma. Hey, Bulma, let us return. Bulma glanced at the others and quickly nodded. All right. Vegeta led Bulma away, with Gak trailing closely behind. The spectators continued to exchange glances, relieved that the crisis had finally been averted. There was little reason for them to linger. Those two won't act recklessly, will they? Krillin voiced his concerns. Who knows? Gohan, we should depart, Piccolo remarked calmly, beckoning Gohan. Yes, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan promptly replied, then turned to Krillin and the others. You all should head back. We will take our leave. Farewell. Ah, be careful on the road. Krillin and the others waved their goodbyes. After a brief moment, everyone began to disperse. Time passed, and a beam of rainbow light descended upon the scene. Hey, Whis, where are they? A cold voice inquired. Oh, what happened? They were just here. Could they have left? Came a surprised response. Humph, this is all your fault. You led us astray. What a waste of my time. I could have indulged in so many desserts during this interval. The chilly voice suddenly expressed irritation. Oh, please. Lord Beerus, do not be vexed. I shall take you to Miss Bulma's residence at once, another voice replied cheerfully. In an instant, a beam of light shot skyward, vanishing into the horizon. Chapter 18. Suppression. Farewell. Super Blue in a barren desert, Luya and Goku gazed at each other from a distance, both suspended in midair, unmoving. As the fierce winds howled around them, with a sudden gust, their eyelids flickered, and in the next moment, they simultaneously vanished from sight. Crash. In the air. The two reappeared, launching punches at one another. A wave of energy surged forth. They locked eyes, revealing a hint of a smile, and in the next instant, with a furious shout, they unleashed their power. Thus began a frenzied clash at high speed. Bang, bang, bang. Ha ha. The two grew increasingly exhilarated, their energy levels escalating wildly. Boom. Whoosh. With a resounding impact, they swiftly retreated from one another. Meanwhile, both individuals erupted with fury, transforming into Super Saiyans. Goku gazed at Luya, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, I never anticipated your strength to be so formidable. No wonder you were able to withstand Frieza. Luya smiled faintly. You are quite impressive as well. Had it not been for the sudden surge of 500 million in combat power, he would likely not stand a chance against Goku at this moment. Even now, he must remain utterly vigilant. The opponent's battle experience is exceedingly vast. In comparison to him, who is merely a novice, the adversary is indeed formidable. Suddenly, Goku remarked, I have heard that you can transform into Super Saiyan Stage 2. Luya nodded in affirmation, indeed. With a confident smile, Liu Kang proclaimed, then let us begin. Ha! With a resounding roar, Liu Kang transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, his power surging dramatically. Luya was also filled with exhilaration, and with a resounding roar, his aura surged to its zenith in an instant. Boom! Crackle! Crackle! His entire being radiated with serpentine bolts of lightning, and with his golden locks cascading down, Luya clenched his fist and proclaimed, What do you think? This is my Super Saiyan second form. Goku gazed at Luya in astonishment, exclaiming, It truly resembles it. A smile then graced his face as he remarked, Your power is not inferior to mine. With that said, we can truly revel in this battle. Wait. Luya suddenly interjected, You should still be able to transform, right? Into Super Saiyan third form. Goku paused for a moment before nodding. Indeed, I can. With a subtle smile, Luya urged, Then unleash it. Liu Kang paused for a moment, then hesitantly replied, Are you certain? If I transform again, the power I will wield will be formidable. Luya waved his hand dismissively, saying, It's nothing. Hurry and transform. Liu Kang's expression sharpened. All right. Watch closely. Ha. In the next moment, Liu Kang began to unleash his energy, an immense aura surging skyward, transforming the very colors of the heavens. Countless white clouds raced past, the stars seemed to shift, and the entire world became enveloped in Liu Kang's power. Luya gazed at Liu Kang and promptly declared, System. Activate the Super Saiyan transformation skill. Beep. The Super Saiyan transformation skill is now in effect. The host may transform into the third stage of Super Saiyan. The expression on Luya's face suddenly twisted into a fierce grimace, and in the next moment, he let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the sky. A colossal golden column of energy surged upward, tumultuously disturbing the clouds above. In that instant, two terrifying auras erupted, their powers rapidly escalating. Meanwhile, on a distant island, a young man with long black hair sensed something amiss. He turned to gaze into the distance. A flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, followed by a prolonged silence. Son Liu Kang, have these two already clashed? At the same time, within Bulma's home, the god of destruction, Beerus, who was indulging in dessert, suddenly directed his gaze afar. Lord Beerus, it seems that this Luya possesses an air of mystery, remarked Whis, savoring a spoonful of ice cream with delight. Humph. So what? If he dares to harbor any ill intentions towards this universe, we shall simply obliterate him. Beerus replied nonchalantly. Just then, Bulma approached with a platter of desserts and interjected, There is no need for such drastic measures. Luya is a good person. If it weren't for him, you two wouldn't even be able to enjoy these delicacies. Beerus paused, then shrugged dismissively. Very well, if that is the case, let us grant him a reprieve. Bulma smiled appreciatively. Thank you, Lord Beerus. With an air of pride, Beerus declared, this is solely for the sake of these treats. Wish chuckled softly. Then his gaze turned contemplative as he looked into the distance. Simultaneously, amidst the desert, both Wukong and Lua unleashed a primal roar, their energies reaching a crescendo. Their hair cascaded down to their waists, their expressions cold and devoid of their original brows, enveloped in a terrifying golden aura. Wukong gazed at Lua and smiled faintly. Indeed. You have concealed your power. Lua chuckled, acknowledging that he indeed possessed some hidden cards. He could not reveal that he could only transform into Super Saiyan 3 after defeating Frieza, for that would surely astonish Goku once more. Thus, the time had come to commence. Goku grinned widely. The power exhibited by the lure exhilarated him immensely, as the opposing force was remarkably formidable, scarcely weaker than his own. This ignited a sense of anticipation within him. Luya nodded slightly, then assumed a combat stance, and Wukong did the same. In an instant, both vanished simultaneously. The clash of their bodies echoed in the high skies, their forms weaving and darting with such speed that only fleeting shadows remained, rendering their movements nearly imperceptible. With each encounter, torrents of thunder and lightning engulfed the arena, the waves of energy were terrifying, and the sounds of their collisions reverberated like thunder. Suddenly, Wukong delivered a fierce punch to Luoya's face, eliciting a pained cry from him as he was sent hurtling backward. In a blink, Wukong disappeared, only to reappear behind Luya, poised to strike once more. With a swift reaction, the angler deftly struck back, unleashing a powerful blast of energy that struck Goku squarely. Goku let out a pained cry as he was forcefully propelled backward, sent reeling a considerable distance away. Taking advantage of the moment, the angler unleashed the prince's strategy, launching a barrage of energy blasts towards Wukong. Wukong found himself in a passive position. Beep. The host has engaged in battle with Son Wukong for 552 rounds. Please continue your efforts. Beep. The host. Luya exerted himself with fervor, unleashing a torrent of energy. However, at that moment, a terrifying aura emanated from Wukong. With a surge of power, Wukong transformed into his Super Saiyan blue form, the immense energy forcefully repelling Luya. What a violation of martial ethics! Luya exclaimed, somewhat at a loss for words. Seriously, it was supposed to be a fair battle, and yet you resort to Super Saiyan blue. Are you taking advantage of the fact that I lack such power? Wukong gazed at Luya and then smiled faintly. You are truly formidable, to have pushed me to achieve the Super Saiyan blue state. Luya hesitated for a moment before inquiring, how did you transform into Super Saiyan blue? Could you possibly impart some techniques? Goku responded with a puzzled expression. In Chapter 19, Super Saiyan 3 plus Kaioken vs. Super Saiyan blue, Goku, unfazed by Luya's peculiar question, replied, the cultivation I have undertaken to reach this point has required immense effort. Achieving Super Saiyan blue is not a feat that can be accomplished easily. Lur nodded in understanding. I see. Wukong chuckled. Shall we continue? My strength now surpasses yours. One cannot refuse a fishing lure. After all, the system has issued a task. And having completed only a few hundred rounds, we have merely reached the halfway point. Of course, we shall continue. Though you have transformed into a Super Saiyan blue, I have yet to unleash my full power, Lur confidently remarked with a smile. Is that so? Indeed, you also possess the King Kai fist. Goku seemed to recall something, and he too smiled. Luya nodded. Indeed. Boom. Immediately, Luya erupted with energy, transforming into his Super Saiyan 3 form. Kaioken. Suddenly, with a fierce shout, an overwhelming power surged around him. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A crimson aura enveloped him once more, strikingly formidable. Goku squinted his eyes, revealing a mix of seriousness and gravity, yet predominantly excitement. Impressive. He has actually amplified the Kaioken to 7 times. While he too could utilize the Kaioken, he dared not employ it in his current state, having not practiced it before. Thus, he refrained from recklessly combining the Kaioken with his super blue form. Luya smiled faintly. 7 times? No. I am capable of even more. As the words left his lips, Luya suddenly surged with energy, letting out a fierce roar as his power escalated once again. Tenfold Kaioken. Boom. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the tenfold Kaioken descended, his strength soared yet again. At this moment, Goku's expression grew serious. For the opponent's power was now on par with his own. Such formidable strength. It seems I must also train in the Kaioken. Goku smiled slightly, but then added, even though your power has surged, the physical strain brought on by the Kaioken is immense. You are nearly on the same level as Frieza. Lure grinned mysteriously. Is that so? Then let us take a look. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lure suddenly charged towards Wukong with astonishing speed, catching even Wukong off guard. Bang! Just as he regained his composure, Wukong felt as if struck by a heavy blow, letting out a cry as he was sent flying. So swift! Wukong exclaimed. Coming to a halt, he promptly wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing an excited smile. Lure gazed at Wukong, his anger surging once more. His expression grave and icy. Once more, Wukong laughed heartily, then charged forward without hesitation. The angler let out a cold snort, refusing to show any sign of weakness, and charged forward as well. Bang! 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 The two commenced the match with a rapid succession of collisions, exchanging blows in a fierce confrontation. Bang! Suddenly, the lure erupted with an explosive force, executing the King's fist, elevating its speed to an entirely new level. In an instant, it delivered a powerful blow, sending Goku crashing down onto the desert. Boom! A colossal crater formed, and as Goku fell into the depths of the pit, he gritted his teeth and soared into the sky once more, his velocity surging dramatically. Luya felt a sudden surge within, and in an instant, a forceful blast was unleashed. Whoosh! Suddenly, Wukong vanished from his original position and reappeared beside Luya, delivering a fierce kick to his abdomen. Ugh! The impact caused Luya to expel his stomach acid. Without affording Luya a moment's respite, Wukong followed up with a powerful punch, sending him crashing into the desert. Kamehameha. In a heartbeat, Wukong concentrated his energy and unleashed a formidable Kamehameha wave. Boom! In an instant, the surrounding desert, spanning several kilometers, erupted violently. A massive crater formed in the ground. As the dust settled, Wukong gazed down into the gaping chasm, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, I knew you wouldn't be so easily defeated. The next moment, a tremendous commotion arose, causing the entire desert to tremble as if in response. With a thunderous roar, a powerful column of energy surged skyward, stirring the heavens into a tempest. From the source of this radiant pillar, Luya's figure gradually ascended. His garments were tattered, and he bore numerous abrasions, yet his aura remained remarkably intact. Witnessing this spectacle, Wukong's expression grew grave. He had underestimated Luya's strength. This individual was astonishingly formidable. Despite lacking the divine realm, he could contend with Wukong on such a level. Even Wukong could not help but admire his prowess. At this moment, Lure has yet to break free from the power of the Kaioken. Nonetheless, he finds himself somewhat breathless, reminiscent of Frieza from earlier. It must be noted that as he employs the Kaioken more frequently, with its intensity multiplied and duration prolonged, he inevitably faces its repercussions. Lure gazed at Wukong and promptly declared, I can still continue. Wukong nodded in acknowledgement, then I shall take my turn. No sooner had the words left his lips than Wukong erupted with energy, and in the next moment, enveloped in a radiant blue aura, he charged directly towards Lure. Luya gritted his teeth and charged forward with determination. In truth, completing the task was quite simple. All he needed to do was consume a magical being, which would undoubtedly allow him to endure 1,000 rounds. However, such an act was beyond the realm of acceptance, not only for son Wukong, but also for Luya himself. He was a Scion, inheriting the pride of his lineage. His lofty sense of self-worth would never permit such a concession. Bang! Bang! The two resumed their high-speed clashes. Yet as the battle progressed, Luya gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, he sensed that despite their fierce competition, son Wukong was correcting his shortcomings in the midst of combat. Moreover, Luya realized that his mastery over the Super Saiyan 3 form paled in comparison to that of Wukong, who was inadvertently aiding him in his quest for strength, awakening his most potent Scion abilities. Luya swiftly came to grips with his own power while simultaneously honing his combat experience. In a fleeting moment, he delivered a powerful punch to son Wukong's right cheek, sending him hurtling several meters away. Ding! Having engaged son Wukong for a staggering 999 rounds, only one final round remained. The host must persevere. In a moment of inspiration, Luya suddenly turned to Wukong and proposed, let us determine the victor with a single move. Wukong, momentarily taken aback, quickly responded with a confident smile, all right. The fierce aura of Luya surged, manifesting the Kaioken to its pinnacle. Goku, equally resolute, unleashed his own power, causing the blue divine aura to expand exponentially. Kamehameha. Their techniques were astonishingly synchronized. Two distinctly different Kamehameha waves coalesced, channeling their might into a singular strike. Moments later, they exchanged a glance, and almost simultaneously unleashed their Kamehameha. In an instant, the two energy waves collided and merged, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. P.S. Here it comes. Chapter 20. Astonishment. In the aftermath of the cataclysm, the arena lay in disarray, with dust swirling and visibility obscured. The clash between Goku and Luya nearly transformed the entire desert into a wasteland. An immense pit, seemingly endless, appeared at the center, crackling with strands of lightning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the air, Goku and Luya maintained their stances, enveloped in energy as they both gasped for breath. Goku retracted his hand, gradually dispelling the super blue state, allowing himself to regain composure. Upon witnessing the situation, Luya also dissipated his energy, maintaining a form that combined the tenfold King's Fist and Super Saiyan 3, which was exceedingly taxing on his stamina. He felt utterly drained at that moment. Indeed, you are exceptionally powerful. Fortunately, I stubbornly followed Whis to train back then. Otherwise, I might not stand a chance against you. Goku remarked with a smile as he gazed at Luya. Luya chuckled. If you continue to strike, I am certain to be defeated. Wukong did not refute this assertion. Instead, he replied, your King's Fist requires further diligent cultivation. Only then will your body be able to withstand the burdens it imposes. Luya nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Wukong pondered for a moment and then inquired, what are your plans moving forward? Luya raised an eyebrow, poised to speak, when suddenly the system's voice resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of engaging in 1,000 rounds with Son Wukong. Rewards include a doubling of the King's Fist upgrade, now at a level of 12 times. Additionally, a reward of 500 million points in combat power. You shall also receive the exclusive martial technique of Son Wukong, Dragon Fist Eruption. Furthermore, 100 celestial beans await you. Luya furrowed his brows, having initially believed he would acquire the Super Saiyan Blue skill, only to be met with disappointment. System, why have you not granted me the reward of the Super Blue skill? The system responded, host, the rewards are distributed at random. I regret that I cannot make exceptions. Luya? Wukong, noticing the enchantment in Luya's demeanor, inquired with a hint of perplexity. Luya realized the situation and promptly replied with a smile, indeed. My forthcoming objective is to diligently cultivate my skills, striving to attain the Super Saiyan Blue form at the earliest opportunity. Upon hearing this, Goku chuckled, is that so? Then you must put in the effort. Achieving the Super Saiyan Blue form is no ordinary challenge. When time permits, I shall take you to meet Whis. Oh. By the way, Whis is an angel, and there is also Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. He is indeed the god of destruction. Luya nodded slightly, acknowledging, I understand. Thank you. Wukong chuckled heartily after our bout. I have grown considerably stronger and have also realized that the King's Fist can be utilized in such a manner. Henceforth, I shall diligently pursue my training and master the King's Fist. Luya nodded slightly, wishing him success. He felt a peculiar sensation within, for even in his absence. The storyline indicated that Goku would subsequently employ the Kaioken in his battle against Hit from Universe 6. This implied that Goku would indeed train on his own later. Could it be that he had inadvertently provided a hint to his counterpart? Contemplating this, Luya experienced a whirlwind of emotions. Very well, I shall take my leave now. If you wish to train, you may visit Gohan's home, and you can always seek me out. I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to engage in battle with you once more. Goku remarked with a smile. Luya nodded slightly, affirming, absolutely. Wukong pointed to his forehead and then waved his hand, saying, farewell. With that, he vanished from the spot. Luya blinked in surprise for a moment, then smiled, how intriguing. Landing on the ground, he glanced at his palm, his expression somewhat complex. Having arrived in the Dragon Ball world only a few days ago, he was astonished by how powerful he had become. This sensation of wielding extraordinary strength felt almost surreal. My combat power has now approached 8 billion, surpassing even Son Wukong and his companions. Yet, the foes ahead are even more formidable, so despite my current prowess, I fear I may not be able to contend with them. Luya pondered, speaking to himself. He was well aware that following Frieza, the next challenges would come from the inhabitants of the 6th universe, as well as Zamasu from the future world, the imposter Vegeta, and the parasites brought by Goku. Each of these powerful beings was no trivial opponent. It seemed he needed to train even more diligently. With a sigh, Luya reflected on his impressive combat power, realizing that it might not suffice in the future, urging him to accelerate his training regimen. Though he could now control his strength, it still lacked finesse. And the rapid increase in power was difficult to assimilate, even for someone with exceptional talent. Consequently, Luya vanished from the spot, seeking a place to train alone. Meanwhile, time flowed quietly. On the other side, within Bulma's space capsule, Wukong suddenly appeared, his gaze landing on Beerus, who was indulging in desserts not far away. A gleeful expression crossed his face. "Lord Beerus, I didn't expect you to truly come. I sensed your presence and rushed over." Beerus paused, taken aback, and inquired, "How could you sense my presence?" "I am a god." Wukong smiled slightly, replying, "While in Super Saiyan Blue, I possess the realm of the gods. Thus, detecting your aura is quite natural." Beerus did not dwell on the matter, instead asking, "So, what brings you here this time?" Wukong grinned. "I have come to request Lord Whis to teach me the art of training." Whis cheerfully swallowed a cherry and, chewing thoughtfully, regarded Wukong. "You have already achieved Super Saiyan Blue, breaking through a stage. Is that not sufficient?" Wukong shook his head. "Not quite. I have encountered two incredibly powerful adversaries." "Oh? Is it Frieza?" Whis asked, surprised. Wukong nodded. "Yes, he is one of them." "And the other?" Just then, Vegeta approached, clad in a tank top. Beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, as if he had just finished training. Wukong looked at him and smiled. "Loya." "He? Kakarot, are you serious? You cannot be jesting." Vegeta's expression stiffened, quickly turning to one of annoyance. Wukong shook his head. "I am not joking. Luya is truly formidable. To speak candidly, even with the might of Super Saiyan Blue, I find myself somewhat challenged against him." Vegeta gritted his teeth, seemingly in disbelief. "Oh, is it Luya? The Scion that Bulma mentioned? Quite intriguing. I have heard he thwarted Frieza's plans to annihilate Earth. It appears there's more to him than meets the eye," remarked Beerus nonchalantly. Goku nodded, stating he claims to be from another universe. At that moment, both Beerus and Whis were taken aback, followed by a peculiar expression. Goku continued, pondering aloud. "Lord Beerus, are you aware of the existence of other universes? P.S. The current power levels have been adjusted slightly, for those who have read earlier chapters. It may be worthwhile to revisit them to avoid confusion. I kindly request your support and feedback." Chapter 21, The God of Destruction from Universe 6, Compa. Makes his entrance. Beerus regarded Son Goku momentarily before responding, "Well, about that." Suddenly, Whis' angelic staff began to shimmer. And upon glancing at the crystal orb atop the staff, he appeared somewhat surprised. "Lord Beerus, it seems we have a visitor." A visitor? What sort of guest?" Beerus inquired, momentarily taken aback. Whis smiled faintly. Who else would frequently seek an audience with Lord Beerus? Upon hearing this, Beerus fell silent for a moment before sneering. "That fellow wouldn't dare come seeking trouble, would he? Ha ha, who knows? Is Lord Beerus planning to return? Otherwise, we cannot guarantee they won't cause a ruckus." Whis chuckled. Yet his demeanor remained effortlessly calm. Beerus, feeling a twinge of annoyance, retorted, "Let us go see. If that fellow is merely here over trivial matters, he shall not find me particularly accommodating." With that, he suddenly turned to Son Goku and Vegeta. "Hey, you two were curious about the existence of other universes, weren't you? Then come with me." Upon hearing this, Goku's face lit up with excitement. "Is what Lord Beerus says true?" Beerus nodded, stroking his chin, "To ensure my abode remains intact. Your instant transmission will be necessary." Goku grinned. "I am at your service." Boom. In the next moment, Goku erupted with energy, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. A short while later, the four were whisked away from Earth through Goku's instant transmission. In an instant, they found themselves at Beerus' residence. Boom. Just as they appeared, a destructive sphere hurtled towards them. Goku and Vegeta's expressions changed dramatically, and they quickly took refuge behind Beerus. With a cold huff, Beerus extended his index finger and flicked the destructive sphere, causing it to vanish instantaneously. "Oh, Beerus, so you are here." A gruff voice boomed, and in the next moment, a short, slightly rotund figure resembling Beerus appeared before them, a humanoid resembling an elephant. Behind him, there followed an angel strikingly similar to Whis. Beerus gazed at him with an impassive expression and then remarked coolly, "Unless you provide me with a reason, I shall undoubtedly deal with you." The elephant man chuckled. "Do not be so aloof. After all, we are brothers, aren't we? Brothers?" At that moment, Goku and Vegeta, who were hiding behind Beerus, exclaimed in astonishment. "So that's why he resembles Lord Beerus so closely. They are indeed brothers." Goku observed the elephant man with curiosity, his brow furrowed in confusion. Vegeta's expression turned complex. Lord Beerus is a god of destruction, and his brother is dressed exactly like him. Could he also be a god of destruction? How can that be? Isn't there only one god of destruction per universe? The Elephant Man then noticed Goku and Vegeta, his demeanor cooling as he spoke indifferently. Beerus, who are these two humans? Your disciples? Initially intending to deny it, Beerus's eyes darted around before he proudly affirmed, indeed, they are my disciples. Moreover, they are Scions. Scions? You, with such poor taste, actually favor that lowly race? The Elephant Man scoffed. What did you say? Vegeta, unable to tolerate such slander against his race, bristled with indignation. To insult the Scions was to insult him as the Prince of Scions. Oh, do you wish to engage me in combat? The Elephant Man regarded Vegeta with an indifferent gaze. How infuriating. Vegeta gritted his teeth, glaring at him. At that moment, Whis interjected, do not act rashly, Vegeta. Before you stands Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6. His strength is formidable. You are not his match. Upon hearing this, Vegeta was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of alarm. The god of destruction of Universe 6. Haha, indeed. I am the god of destruction of Universe 6. Kampa boasted, reveling in his own might. Vegeta trembled slightly. The notion of a god of destruction instilled a sense of dread within him, especially considering how Beerus had once subdued him with ease. Oh, are you also a god of destruction? Goku's eyes lit up in surprise as he stared at Kampa. Kampa relished Goku's gaze, interpreting it as admiration, and replied coolly. Of course. Goku suddenly grinned mysteriously. Then you must be incredibly powerful, right? Kampa nodded nonchalantly, naturally. Goku continued. How do you compare to Lord Beerus in strength? Both Kampa and Beerus were momentarily taken aback. Before Beerus laughed heartily, Kampa, did you hear that? He is asking which of us is stronger. Shouldn't you make a statement? Kampa's expression darkened slightly as he turned to Goku. A Scion, is it? Goku promptly introduced himself. I am Son Goku. Kampa choked slightly on his words, then retorted angrily. I do not care who you are. You claim to be a disciple of Beerus? Your strength must be quite impressive. Goku chuckled heartily, scratching his head modestly. Oh, it's nothing special. His humility was evident. Kampa, with a casual demeanor, remarked, I happen to have a group of followers as well. Perhaps we shall have a competition. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Haha. Lord Kampa, are the warriors of your 6th universe formidable? Kampa was taken aback, clearly not anticipating such enthusiasm from Goku, which left him somewhat flustered. Whis smiled slightly, aware of Goku's singular focus on martial arts. Conversing with Kampa might indeed provoke him. Vegeta and Beerus observed the scene with mild indifference, accustomed to Goku's nature and thus unperturbed. However, Beerus interjected, Goku, stand aside, this matter concerns me and him. Goku scratched his head and replied, all right, Lord Beerus. He then moved to stand beside Vegeta. Beerus turned his gaze to Kampa and asked, what brings you here? Kampa stood with his hands clasped behind his back, feigning an air of superiority, and then flashed a smug smile, pointing at Beerus, this time. I have brought something you have never seen or tasted before. Beerus raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Food? Kampa confirmed coolly, indeed. But tell me, Beerus, did you not think to extend a proper welcome for my long journey? Beerus's lips twitched slightly. Ha. Lord Kampa, you are a destroyer. Do mind your image. Behind him. The angel Vados smiled subtly. Kampa huffed with arrogance, choosing silence. After a moment of contemplation, Beerus coldly remarked, if you fail to astonish me, I shall teach you a lesson. Chapter 22. The existence of the entire universe. Parallel universes moments later. Beerus and Kampa sat across from each other at a long dining table, their gazes locked, while Whis and Vados stood behind them. And Goku and Vegeta positioned themselves behind Beerus. Hey, Kampa, didn't you say you had something for me to see? Where is it? Beerus tapped the table with his fingers, his tone nonchalant. Kampa grinned mysteriously. Vados. Here. Vados replied cheerfully, her thoughts guiding her staff to glow suddenly, and a large covered dish appeared before Beerus. Oh, what is this? Beerus inquired with curiosity. Kampa laughed heartily. This is a delicacy from my universe, specially prepared for you to experience. So you may realize that my 6th universe is indeed a culinary paradise. A feast you shall never encounter in your 7th universe. We have it in my 6th universe. Waha. As Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, Beerus lifted the lid of the dish, revealing a gloppy mass of yellow substance before his eyes. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Beerus's mouth as he muttered, what is this? Excrement. Upon hearing this, Kampa immediately choked, slamming his palm on the table and glaring at Beerus. Hey, open your eyes and take a look. Use your nose to smell it. This is gourmet food. Gourmet. Beerus curled his lip but hesitated momentarily before dipping his claw into the dish and tasting a bit. Whis, intrigued, followed suit and sampled the morsel as well. In the next instant, both displayed expressions akin to having consumed filth, promptly spitting out the contents of their mouths. Kampa's face darkened with frustration. Ugh. Whis. Feed it to the dogs. No, wait. Even dogs wouldn't eat this. Throw it away. Beerus exclaimed in exasperation. Before Whis could respond, Kampa, feeling insulted, slammed his fist on the dining table. What do you mean by that? Beerus replied nonchalantly, if you came all this way just to flaunt this to me, then you may as well turn back now. Kampa retorted coldly. What? Is my delicacy not palatable? Delicacy? More like spoiled food. How dare you present such a thing? Beerus scoffed. Kampa stood bewildered, as this was not how he had envisioned the encounter. Shouldn't he the other party be expressing delight, followed by his own satisfied smile? It seemed the situation had turned upside down. Hey, Whis. Beerus called out. Yes. Whis nodded in understanding, promptly stomping his staff, which conjured several cylindrical containers that appeared before Kampa. Both Kampa and Vados were taken aback, curiosity evident on their faces. What is this? Goku and Vegeta were also momentarily stunned upon seeing the containers. Is that beef noodles? And it's already prepared, since their visit to Earth. Beerus and Whis had developed a refined palate. Perhaps previously, Beerus would have shown interest in Kampa's offerings. But now, what on earth was that? Could it truly be fit for mortals, let alone gods? Try it. Don't say I'm discouraging you. I want you to be convinced. Beerus stated calmly. Kampa crossed his arms defiantly. Humph. This looks inedible. It's probably poisoned. At that moment, Vados, curious, took a fork and twirled a portion of the noodles, tasting it. After a few chews, she shuddered as if struck by lightning. Wow, this is delicious. Hey, Vados, what nonsense are you talking about? Kampa exclaimed angrily upon witnessing Vados favoring the outsider. Vados smiled. Lord Kampa, this is genuinely delightful. Even better than what you brought. Really? Kampa hesitated briefly before succumbing to temptation and tasting some himself. Goodness. After just a few bites of noodles, Kampa's eyes widened, and he immediately scooped up a container of instant noodles, pouring it directly into his mouth. With a slurp, Xiangpa finished an entire bucket of instant noodles in mere seconds. What a delicious treat. What is this? He inquired, still savoring the taste. Seeing his reaction, Beerus knew his expectations had been met and remarked with pride. This is instant noodles, merely an ordinary delicacy. What? Just an ordinary delicacy? Xiangpa exclaimed in astonishment. It was hard to fathom that something so delectable could be classified as merely ordinary. Whis, you mustn't keep such secrets from me. Bardosh chimed in, casting a surprised glance at Whis. Haha, it's not that I wish to withhold information, but Lord Beerus forbids me from revealing it. Whis responded with a gentle smile. Sister? Wait, Whis, is she your sister? Goku, who had been silent until now, interjected in surprise. Whis nodded. Indeed. My sister Bardosh is the angel of the 6th universe. The 6th universe sounds impressive. Surely, there are many formidable beings there. Goku expressed with a sense of yearning. Haha, indeed. And let me share a little secret. The 6th universe and our 7th universe are parallel universes. They are among the most unique of all universes. Whis said with a subtle smile. All universes? How many are there in total? Vegeta seized the opportunity to inquire. Whis replied, there are 12 universes. 12 universes. Upon hearing this, both Goku and Vegeta were taken aback. Whis continued nonchalantly, each universe is overseen by a god of destruction and an angel, who govern the life and death of all beings within their realm. Just like Lord Beerus, if a planet defies his order, it will be eradicated. 12 gods of destruction. Vegeta and Goku exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of awe and concern. Beerus was already incredibly powerful, and to think there were 11 others equally strong was staggering. Goku, filled with excitement, asked, Can I travel to other universes and challenge those powerful beings? Whis shook his head. That is not permissible. You are not a deity and cannot traverse other universes at will. Otherwise, you risk being erased. Goku felt a bead of sweat form. Is it really that serious? Humph. Such a naive brat. Just a reckless fool. Xiangpa remarked dismissively. Whis, please enlighten them about the 6th universe. Beerus suddenly interjected. Whis nodded. Of course, Lord Beerus. He then turned to Goku and Vegeta. As I mentioned, the 6th universe is parallel to the 7th, meaning that whatever exists in our 7th universe also exists in the 6th, including Earth and the Scions. What? The 6th universe has Scions too? Goku and Vegeta were both taken aback. Could that Luya possibly come from the 6th universe? Goku pondered, feeling a wave of unease. Vegeta clenched his teeth, caught off guard by this revelation. It was astonishing to learn that there were indeed other Scions. Chapter 23. The Bet. In the clash between the 6th universe and the 7th universe, the name Luya emerged, prompting a wave of confusion from Kappa, who had not anticipated that a Scion from his universe could have ventured into the 7th universe. That is implausible, he exclaimed. If the Luya you speak of is indeed a Scion, then he bears little connection to our 6th universe. Badesu responded with a gentle smile. Why is that? Goku inquired. Puzzled. Simply put, should any being breach the cosmic barrier, the deity of that universe would instantly become aware of it. Therefore, that Luya cannot belong to the 6th universe. Beerus remarked indifferently. Not from the 6th universe? Might he be from another? Vegeta's expression was one of complexity. Unknown, Whis interjected, yet it seems unlikely. For the 6th and 7th universes exist in parallel, sharing certain similarities. Beyond these two, it is doubtful that any other universe harbors Scions. The Scion known as Luya is enigmatic even to us deities. We have no knowledge of his origins, nor is there any record of him among other gods. Beerus stated gravely. What's the fuss over just one Scion? Kappa scoffed. Beerus, tell me instead where you procured that delectable dish. He gestured towards the table, his tone nonchalant. Casting a glance at Kappa, Beerus replied coolly, these delicacies come from a planet called Earth. What? Earth? Are you certain you're not jesting? A mere small planet can produce such exquisite food? Kappa's disbelief was palpable. Indeed, Beerus affirmed, his demeanor unwavering. Kappa stroked his chin thoughtfully before addressing Badesu. Hey Badesu, do we not also have an Earth in our 6th universe? Badesu nodded, then replied, yes, there exists an Earth, but it is a desolate world with very few inhabitants. It seems some calamity befell it in the past, leading to the near extinction of its life forms. Coughing, Kappa gritted his teeth, realizing that this meant he would be deprived of culinary delights. Unacceptable. Kappa had always found himself in fierce competition with Beerus, often suffering substantial defeats. This time, however, he felt thoroughly outmatched, even beginning to covet the so-called Earth. Huh, Kappa, surely you must concede defeat now? Beerus said with a triumphant gleam in his eye. Kappa retorted coolly, humph. What is so remarkable about it, Beerus? In fact, I have come to propose a wager. Beerus blinked in surprise. What do you wish to wager? Kappa replied nonchalantly, I have gathered 6 of the Super Dragon Balls. You remember them, don't you? The orbs that can grant any wish. Beerus's pupils contracted. How do you intend to wager? Kappa explained simply, it is straightforward. We shall each select 5 warriors from our respective universes to compete in a martial contest. As long as you emerge victorious, I shall bestow upon you these 6 Dragon Balls. However, should you fail, the Earth shall be mine. Upon hearing this, Beerus's expression darkened. And both Goku and Vegeta were taken aback, beads of sweat forming upon their brows. What do you think? Not a bad deal, right? Or are you afraid? Kappa chuckled, his eyes glinting with desire for the delectable cuisine of Earth. Should he win, he could indulge to his heart's content. Beerus regarded Kappa with a discerning gaze, but soon replied coldly, then let the contest begin. Lord Beerus. Goku interjected, his confidence shining through, let us compete with them. We will surely triumph. Ha! You foolish brat. Do you even comprehend what you were saying? Defeating my 6th universe? You must be dreaming. Kappa erupted into boisterous laughter. Goku, undeterred, said, I am quite intrigued by the formidable warriors of your 6th universe. If possible, please send your strongest to compete. Hey, do you realize what you're proposing? If we lose, the Earth will belong to him. Can you accept that? Beerus remarked, his tone nonchalant. Goku replied confidently, I will not be defeated. I will train diligently and vanquish them. Besides, don't you desire that Super Dragon Ball, Lord Beerus? Now, do not presume to guess a deity's intentions. Beerus retorted, at a loss for words as he stared at Goku. Haha, Goku chuckled, scratching his head. TCH. What a simple-minded fellow. Vegeta declared haughtily. Vegeta, do you not wish to witness the prowess of the 6th universe? Goku suddenly turned to him with a grin. Vegeta's expression stiffened. Then, after a moment's hesitation, he scoffed. Humph. I have no interest in such rabble. Very well. Then you shall refrain from participating, and I shall compete alongside Gohan and Piccolo. Goku laughed heartily. Hey, Kakarot, are you doing this on purpose? Vegeta's face turned a shade of fury. Does this guy lack common sense? Can't he see he's just being stubborn? Beerus observed the two, then chuckled softly, addressing Kappa. All right then, I accept your challenge. Kappa snapped his fingers, exclaiming, excellent. Beerus, you will rue the day you agreed. For the warriors of my 6th universe will easily defeat your disciples. Beerus smirked. It is too early to speak of victory. We shall see. Kampa, seemingly confident of his impending triumph, declared, Splendid. I shall determine the battleground. Once arranged, I will inform you. Vados, let us depart. Yes, Lord Kampa. Vados responded with a slight bow, leading Kampa away. In the arena, Beerus turned to Goku and Vegeta. Did you hear that? The 6th universe wishes to duel with our 7th universe. Goku replied with unwavering confidence, Do not worry. I shall not lose to them. Moreover, we boast an array of formidable experts. No, you have underestimated the 6th universe. There exists a remarkably powerful individual there. Was suddenly remarked with a smile. Is that so? Is he truly powerful? Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was nodded affirmatively. Indeed, and you may find yourself outmatched if you confront him alone. It is only through your combined efforts that you might have a chance of prevailing. What? Is he that formidable? Vegeta expressed his astonishment. Then turned to Goku with a sudden intensity. Kakarot, leave this foe to me. Goku, however, was instantly displeased. That won't do. I must face him first. The two immediately began to bicker. When will these two truly unite their strengths? Whis sighed. Chapter 24, Mastery. Re-entering the time chamber after Kampa's departure. Goku and Vegeta requested to train in this realm, under Whis' personal guidance, which was undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity for both. They now awaited Kampa to finalize the preparations for the competition against the formidable beings of the 6th universe. 3 days later, somewhere in a valley on Earth, a powerful aura suddenly surged into the sky, affecting the entire horizon. Far across the planet, Piccolo and the others sensed this energy, their expressions turning to shock as they gazed toward its source. It was the aura of Luya. This individual had become even more perilous. In the valley, Luya stood within a colossal pit, enveloped in a milky white energy, exuding a commanding presence. This vast chasm had been formed by the sheer force of his aura. Luya exhaled deeply, his energy retracting at that moment. At last, I can perfectly control the energy within me. My combat power has now reached 8 billion. Luya exclaimed with a hint of delight. Through days of training, his strength had once again surged, and he wielded his energy with such fluidity, as though it were a natural extension of his being. Furthermore, having tapped into the peak of Scion potential, his enhancements were not limited to this alone. He had also refined his Kaioken technique. Now, he could unleash a 15-fold Kaioken. 15 times. Such power is undoubtedly terrifying. Luya felt a surge of confidence. Even against a Super Saiyan Blue, he felt unyielding. Yet, he knew he still could not wield this power with complete mastery. I wonder if those fellows from the 6th universe have made their appearance yet. Luya mused with a slight smile, before utilizing instant transmission to vanish from his location. The Divine Realm. Swish. The figure of Mr. Luya suddenly emerged in the arena. Mr. Luya. His presence, which was a daily occurrence, elicited a slight surprise. What brings you here? He held a degree of awe and respect for Luya, for it was this very Scion who had once stood against Frieza and ultimately vanquished him. Undoubtedly, this individual's strength was on par with that of Goku and his companions. Luya smiled faintly, and then said, I have nowhere to stay, so I came here. I hope you don't mind. Tian was taken aback for a moment, then responded with a hint of curiosity. Mr. Luya has nowhere to reside? Luya nodded awkwardly. He truly had nowhere to reside. Previously, he had been able to stay at Gohan's place, but now he felt a certain level of embarrassment. Continuing to stay there would undoubtedly intrude upon the intimate moments shared between Gohan and Videl. After a moment of hesitation, he finally acquiesced. Very well, if Mr. Luya does not mind, you may stay here. I can assist you in creating a room. Luya nodded slightly. All right, thank you, Tian. Tian shyly smiled in response. It's just a small matter. Luya nodded thoughtfully, and then, as if struck by a sudden realization, inquired, by the way, are Wukong and the others still on Earth? Tian shook his head. They departed a few days ago. At present, I can no longer sense their presence. They must have gone to Master Beerus' realm for training. Indeed, Luya, with a sense of foreboding, speculated silently that it likely pertained to matters concerning the 6th universe. With this thought, his eyes narrowed slightly. He yearned to participate in the martial arts tournament and engage in a contest with the elusive assassin. At this juncture, Luya had attained a remarkable level of strength, where only Goku in his super blue form and those of greater power could compel him to unleash his full potential. To truly feel formidable, one must engage in combat with a worthy adversary. Ding. System task activated. Task details: participate in the competition of the 6th universe and defeat Hit. Upon hearing this, Luya was momentarily taken aback. What on earth? Defeat Hit? System: Are you joking with me? Are you attempting to challenge my capabilities? System, host, remain composed. The tournament is still a few days away, providing you ample time to train. Moreover, allow me to divulge that should you vanquish hit, unexpected rewards await you. At this, Luya felt a surge of intrigue. He could surmise the nature of the rewards being hinted at, which likely involved Hit's time-skipping ability. With such a power, he could effortlessly outmatch Super Blue. The thought alone was exhilarating. System, host, accept your fate. This system has undergone professional training, unless the host destroys the system. Once a task is issued, it cannot be rescinded. Luya sighed, acknowledging that he must fulfill his task. With this thought, he felt a twinge of headache and turned to Tion, inquiring, I should still be able to access the time chamber, correct? Tion nodded affirmatively. Indeed. You only utilized 6 hours over the last day. Each individual is permitted to enter for 2 days, which means you still have 18 hours remaining. After a brief pause, Tion added, recently, I made some repairs to the time chamber. Everyone can now re-enter, but the duration is limited to 3 days. Surprised by this revelation, Luya paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. I intend to enter the time chamber for training once more. Tion appeared taken aback, expressing confusion. Mr. Luya, you are already incredibly powerful. Forgive my boldness, but why do you wish to continue your training? Luya, with a serene smile, remarked, as a Scion, or rather, as an embodiment of extraordinary power, our pursuit is undoubtedly the ultimate strength. I have an inkling that the events to unfold will be quite severe, and it seems I shall need to step forward when the time comes. Tion, somewhat ambivalent yet understanding, replied, very well then, Mr. Loya. You may enter the time chamber. However, do be mindful of the passage of time. If the entrance vanishes, it will be exceedingly difficult to escape. Luya nodded slightly, assuring, rest assured, even if he exceeds the time limit, it won't matter, for he can always execute a maneuver akin to that of Majin Buu to emerge unscathed. He possesses that capability now. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Luya added, by the way, if Goku returns to Earth, please inform him to visit me here. Or simply let him know I am present if he seeks me. Tion was taken aback, utterly perplexed by the situation. Goku is looking for him? What could that possibly mean? In that moment, Tion felt his mind was somewhat overwhelmed. Nevertheless, he agreed, sure, when Uncle Goku and the others returned. I will notify him. Thank you. Luya offered a faint smile before turning and entering the house. Tion watched him leave, feeling a mix of emotions. What a unique Scion he is. In the ensuing hours, Luya trained within the hyperbolic time chamber, instructing Tion that unless it was Goku, he should refrain from informing him of anyone else's arrival. Tion and Bobo were both struck by an unsettling premonition. 3 hours later, Goku, Vegeta, and Beerus, along with Whis, returned to Earth. Their sole purpose was to seek out formidable warriors to challenge the masters of the 6th universe. Hey, have you all decided who will participate in the tournament? Beerus inquired, somewhat bored, as he sipped on a glass of lemon tea. Goku and Vegeta were both troubled. How about Krillin? He is the strongest Earthling now, Goku suddenly suggested. Vegeta crossed his arms, retorting coolly, he won't do. His strength is limited to Earth, and he cannot possibly compete with the masters from other universes. Vegeta, that's rather hurtful. Goku replied helplessly. Humph, if you want Earth to lose, then by all means let him compete. I won't bear any consequences. Vegeta scoffed. Goku scratched his head, feeling a bit overwhelmed. I have one slot filled. His name is Manaka. You two will have to find the remaining 2 yourselves. At that moment, Beerus chimed in. Manaka? Who is that? Is he strong? Goku inquired curiously. And Vegeta also cast a puzzled glance at Beerus. With a smug grin, Beerus declared, of course he is strong. He is the most formidable opponent I have ever encountered. He then turned to Goku, stating, did I not mention that you ranked 2nd among the opponents I have faced? Manaka holds the 1st position. Oh, is that so? Lord Beerus, is the Manaka you speak of truly that powerful? Wukong exclaimed excitedly. Vegeta's lips twitched slightly, his expression growing somber. Beerus nodded and replied, of course. Would I dare deceive you? Ha ha ha. Whis chuckled but remained silent. Incredible! Such a formidable opponent. How come we didn't encounter him during our training with Lord Beerus? Wukong remarked with enthusiasm. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Beerus's face, yet he feigned calmness, saying, nonsense. He is a master of great renown and rather occupied. Don't concern yourselves with that. Just focus on finding the other 2 participants. Then let us seek them out. Wukong laughed heartily and declared, Vegeta pondered for a moment before stating, Piccolo and Gohan are currently the strongest. But wait, there's also Majin Buu. Selecting them should suffice. Wukong stroked his chin and replied, Gohan won't do. He hasn't trained in years, and Chi-Chi won't allow him to participate, especially now that my granddaughter has just been born. His mind is entirely preoccupied with her. Vegeta's lips twitched again, as if he wanted to protest, but Wukong interrupted suddenly. All right, let's go find Buu. If that fails, we shall seek Piccolo. I will look for Buu. Wukong chuckled joyfully and prepared to teleport. Wukong, have you returned? It's me, Tian. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Wukong and the others were momentarily taken aback, their expressions tinged with confusion. Tian? How did he find us? Oh, it's Tian. I've returned to Earth. Is there something amiss? Wukong replied with a smile. Tian's voice resonated again. Well, Mr. Luya is staying with me, and he has asked me to inform you that he wishes to meet you. It seems he knows you have matters to discuss. Luya? Wukong was taken aback, as were Beerus and the others. Suddenly, Vegeta's expression shifted. Kakarot, were you not lamenting your inability to find a strong contender? Isn't Luya the one you've praised so extravagantly? Why not enlist his aid? Wukong and Beerus were momentarily stunned, but then they simultaneously rejoiced, exclaiming, Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? And as Luya is not a Scion from the 6th universe, he can represent our 7th universe in the tournament. Wukong grinned broadly. Beerus, suppressing his excitement, stated, Then it is settled. You shall seek him out. Wukong nodded, then shifted his aura to locate Tian's presence, vanishing in an instant. In the divine realm, Wukong suddenly materialized, gazing at Tian. Tian. Greetings. Wukong. Tian exclaimed with delight, rushing to Wukong's side. Wukong laughed heartily and asked, So, how have you adjusted to life here? Tian nodded. Yes, I have become accustomed to my identity as a deity. Wukong nodded appreciatively before inquiring, by the way, Where's Luya? Every day, it was mentioned that he was still cultivating within the time chamber. I apologize for not articulating clearly earlier, which led you to arrive prematurely. Goku glanced in the direction of the chamber and replied with a smile, No worries, I shall return shortly. With that, he suddenly vanished from sight. After departing from the time chamber, Goku made his way to Gohan's residence, where he found Piccolo. Upon explaining the situation, Piccolo expressed his lack of interest in the martial arts tournament and declined the invitation. Deep down, he thought it unwise to engage with the Scions, fearing he would face defeat. Although he had once considered teaming up with Goku, he realized Goku was already partnered with Vegeta, making it rather awkward to seek a sparring session with him. Moreover, Gohan's strength had significantly diminished, rendering any bout with him rather meaningless. With Piccolo opting out, they had only gathered 3 warriors, Son Goku, Vegeta, and Manaka. Still needing 2 more, Goku pondered briefly before heading to Satan's house, where Majin Buu resided. After a heartfelt persuasion from Goku, and with Satan's encouragement, Majin Buu ultimately agreed. With 4 fighters assembled, Goku's mission was accomplished, and he promptly returned to the spaceship. Excellent. Now that we have gathered the numbers, you two should focus on your training, Beerus remarked, observing Goku and Vegeta. Kakarot, I shall not train with you this time. I intend to train here. You may do as you please, and by the way, training with Whis is also an option for you. Regardless, I will undoubtedly surpass you, Vegeta declared with a haughty expression. Goku, taken aback for a moment, quickly replied, Rest assured, Vegeta, I will not train alongside Whis. So you need not worry about me surpassing you. Humph, that would be for the best. Vegeta scoffed before turning away. Goku smiled slightly and waved goodbye to Beerus and Whis, saying, Lord Beerus, Whis, I shall take my leave now. Go on. Strive to grow stronger. Beerus waved his hand. Goku laughed heartily. You can count on it. In the next instant, Goku vanished. In his absence, Beerus fell silent. Is Lord Beerus concerned about this tournament? Whis suddenly inquired with a smile. Humph, I wouldn't call it concern. But the demeanor of these fellows does leave me somewhat apprehensive. But, Whis, why are you teaching them to cultivate? Furthermore, why teach Vegeta first, and then Goku afterward? Do you have plans that I am unaware of? Beerus asked abruptly. Whis chuckled lightly before responding, Oh, not at all. I have no such intentions. Chapter 26, Farewell Goku. The training commences after Goku departed. He returned once more to the heavenly realm. Upon his arrival, he addressed Whis, saying, Whis, I wish to enter the time chamber for training. Hearing this unexpected remark, Tian was momentarily taken aback, but Luya is still inside. Wukong chuckled, No worries. The time chamber can accommodate 2 individuals at once. Besides, haven't you upgraded it? Moreover, I too wish to cultivate alongside Luya. After a brief contemplation, Tion nodded in agreement. All right, I will have Bobo escort you. Wukong replied with a grin. Thank you very much. Before long, Wukong stepped into the time chamber and was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming aura. Sensing this formidable power, Wukong felt a surge of excitement. Goodness. Truly. The Scion race is remarkable. Their rate of enhancement is astonishing. If this fellow were to join us in the martial arts tournament, he would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset. With this thought in mind, Wukong made his way outside. Meanwhile, Luya was engrossed in his training, soaring through the air, striking with fists and feet at an incredible velocity, rendering him almost impossible to track. Whoosh! A punch landed on the void before him, causing Luya to pause momentarily as he turned his gaze toward Wukong. Hey, Luya! Wukong greeted with a smile upon being noticed. Lure wore a faint smile, as if he had anticipated the visitor's arrival, hence he was not taken aback. He descended gracefully and approached Wukong, inquiring, Mr. Wukong, what brings you to seek me? Wukong chuckled heartily and replied, I heard from Tion that you seem to possess knowledge of my intent to find you. How is this so? What enables you to discern such matters? Luya mused inwardly, how could I possibly be unaware of the current situation? I have thoroughly analyzed the Dragon Ball series. He proclaimed himself, apart from Goku and Vegeta, as the true martial arts master of Earth. Thus, when calamity befalls the planet, it is only natural that they would think of him. However, Luya underestimated Goku's somewhat simplistic nature. He nearly forgot about his existence altogether. Had it not been for Tion's timely intervention, he might have even considered asking Krillin for assistance. Goku, reflecting deeply, nodded in understanding. I see. By the way, I sought you out because I would like to invite you to participate in the martial arts tournament. Goku smiled gently. Luya was momentarily taken aback. Though it was an act, he had to feign surprise. Otherwise, he would appear too knowledgeable, which could easily arouse suspicion. What does that mean? Goku chuckled and proceeded to recount the existence of the 6th and 7th universes, detailing the total number of universes and ultimately explaining the agreement between the 6th and 7th universes. Suddenly, Goku had a thought. By the way, Luya, are you a Scion from the 6th universe? He inquired. Luya was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze towards Wukong, who was also looking at him. No. After a brief silence, Luya shook his head. I do not hail from the 6th universe. Upon hearing this, Wukong broke into a subtle smile and replied, I understand. In that case, I extend an invitation for you to join us in the martial arts tournament. Do you accept? Without hesitation, Luya nodded and declared, I accept. Damn it. Only a fool would hesitate. He had a mission to fulfill, and to feign modesty would be an exercise in futility. Very well. We welcome you as our companion. Wukong extended his hand toward Luya. Lure smiled faintly, extending a hand to reciprocate the gesture. Let us cultivate together from now on, he suggested suddenly. Pursuing the path of enlightenment alone can indeed be rather solitary. Lure's nod, perfectly to my liking. Thus, Wukong and Lure fervently trained within the time chamber, engaging in daily sparring that remarkably enhanced their prowess. Outside, 3 days passed while 3 years unfolded within. The two dedicated themselves to this intensive regimen for a full 3 years. Vegeta, equally unwilling to be outdone, immersed himself in the gravity chamber of the spacecraft, which had been ingeniously modified by Bulma, enhancing its capabilities. With Beerus and Whis residing aboard the ship, it undoubtedly catered to their appetites, as long as Bulma was present to provide an array of delectable meals. Alas, as deities, they were devoid of currency. Bulma, in contrast, embodied the essence of affluence. Upon learning of Wukong's venture into the hyperbolic time chamber for training, Vegeta was incensed, exclaiming that his rival lacked martial ethics for resorting to such a tactic. Relinquishing his pride, he sought out Whis, imploring him for guidance in his training. Under the irresistible allure of gourmet cuisine, Whis reluctantly acquiesced to instruct Vegeta. As the training progressed, the day of the anticipated encounter with the 6th universe loomed just 5 days away. 3 days later, a resounding boom echoed as the doors of the time chamber swung open, and 2 figures tumbled forth, Wukong and Lure. Wukong, Mr. Lure. 10 rushed over, filled with concern. Wukong chuckled heartily, saying, My apologies. I became somewhat enthralled in my training and nearly exceeded the time limit. Lure brushed off the dust from his attire and remarked, The time chamber is indeed a remarkable creation. If only it could be transformed into a realm devoid of temporal constraints, it would be splendid. In such a case, They could immerse themselves in training indefinitely, akin to an act of subterfuge, where a single day of training would equate to a year's worth of progress. Wouldn't surpassing Beerus be a mere trifle then? However, Tion shook his head and replied, such a notion is untenable. Indiscriminate alterations to time would disrupt the fabric of this universe's order. The repercussions could endanger the entire Earth, potentially drawing the ire of Lord Beerus, resulting in its devastation. Luya, no worries, compared to that, I prefer to challenge the experts, for it is through them that one truly grows stronger. Wukong chuckled heartily. Suddenly, Tion interjected with a smile, Wukong, Mr. Luya, allow me to fetch you a garment. The two individuals, having undergone 3 years of rigorous training, had matured significantly, especially Luya, who had transitioned from a youthful appearance to that of a young man. However, Wukong declined, as he remained accustomed to his martial arts attire, while Luya was indifferent, donning merely a casual outfit. Tion had crafted for him a fitted green combat suit. After donning his attire, Wukong turned to Luya and said, "Let us proceed to meet Lord Beerus, and I shall introduce you as well." Luya nodded, curious to witness the formidable Beerus, the feline creature, and pondered whether he would dare to engage him. With a swift motion, Goku took Luya and departed from the heavenly temple after bidding farewell to Tion. In the spacecraft, Goku and Luya materialized in the arena. "Oh, Vegeta, did you not claim you would not seek training with Whis? Have you resorted to cheating?" Goku exclaimed upon noticing Vegeta engaged in combat with Whis, his displeasure evident. Seemingly aware of Goku's arrival, Vegeta paused, his expression icy. "Humph, are you truly without fault? Do not presume I am oblivious to your use of the hyperbolic time chamber." Goku's face stiffened. Chapter 27, The Power of the Cosmos. Beerus, Angelic Combat Prowess. Haha. My apologies. I did not intend for this. I was simply eager to spar with Luya, thus I trained in the time chamber. Goku chuckled awkwardly, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Shall we call it even then? Vegeta chose not to pursue the matter further, instead directing his gaze toward Luya. Luya cast a fleeting glance at him and nodded slightly. "Greetings, Vegeta." A twitch manifested at the corner of Vegeta's mouth, and he subsequently closed his eyes. Uttering in a subdued tone, "You are Luya. I trust you will not tarnish the honor of the Scions. Deliver a resounding defeat to Universe 6. Lur smiled slyly and said, "Of course. You are the Scion that Wukong spoke of?" At that moment, Beerus approached and inquired. Luya nodded slightly. "It is I." Beerus squinted his eyes and inquired, "Which universe do you hail from? Why can I not sense your cosmic energy?" "Cosmic energy? What is that?" Luya asked, somewhat puzzled. The system interjected, "Host, allow me to elucidate. Cosmic energy, also referred to as universal energy, is a unique force that has existed since the inception of this universe. This energy serves as your identification, a testament to your origin within this cosmos." In a moment of contemplation, the world pondered the significance of the cosmic force. The system replied, "The cosmic energy and the force of destruction share a common origin. The overseer of this universe is the god of destruction, who wields the power of annihilation. This destructive force serves as the nemesis of cosmic energy. Both powers are exceedingly volatile. If you are a denizen of this universe, it implies that you possess cosmic energy within you, governed by the god of destruction. Should you err, destruction will ensue. This annihilation triggers the ignition of the cosmic energy within the being, leading to their ultimate eradication." Lur expressed some confusion. "Does everyone possess it?" System, all things in the universe indeed possess it. Whether it be microorganisms, animals, humans, plants, celestial bodies, star systems, galaxies, or even the entirety of the cosmos. All are encompassed. The angler nodded slightly, realizing the truth. No wonder he perceived the god of destruction as so formidable. After all, aren't they all cultivating energy? What accounts for such a vast disparity between the two sides? Of course, if an individual's power were immense enough to challenge the god of destruction, they could indeed remain unscathed, perhaps even slay a deity. However, dear host, your body does not harbor the cosmic energy of this universe, which is precisely why Beerus has deliberately targeted you. The system remarked indifferently. Lur nodded slightly. "You need not concern yourself with the nature of the cosmic power. All I require from you is to divulge your true identity." Beerus, realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much, quickly retracted his words, adopting a tone of indifference. Luya smiled faintly and declared, "I am no one in particular. I am merely a Scion. It matters not who I am. What is truly significant is that I shall not engage in actions that threaten this universe. Is it not so?" Beerus fixed his gaze upon Luya, who met his stare with equal defiance. Goku and Vegeta watched in astonishment, taken aback by Luya's audacity to confront Lord Beerus. Impressive indeed. Beerus let out a contemptuous huff before responding. I care not whence you hail, but should I discover that you commit any transgressions, I shall obliterate you without hesitation. As he spoke, he extended his palm towards Luya, a swirling aura of purple destruction emanating from his hand. Goku's expression shifted dramatically, words caught in his throat. Whis observed the scene with a hint of amusement, yet he refrained from intervening. Luya exhibited a fearless demeanor, convinced that his opponent would not dare to take action. He was acutely aware that the other party believed he could not be harmed in the absence of divine power. With a subtle smile, he addressed Lord Beerus. The god of destruction, you claim to possess reverence for all things and demand that humanity and the divine reciprocate this respect. Yet, it seems I have not shown you any form of deference, have I? Upon hearing this, Beerus was momentarily taken aback, before responding in a nonchalant manner. However, your attitude does come across as rather arrogant. It appears you hold no regard for the reverence one ought to have towards me. Luya softly remarked, I say, you have thrust your destruction sphere right into my face. Do you expect me to humbly converse with you? Beerus regarded Luya with a hint of displeasure. Recognizing that this individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku, showing no reverence towards the divine. However, while Goku was merely simple-minded, this Scion before him truly seemed undaunted by the god of destruction. Why? Did he perhaps comprehend that without the power of the cosmos, Beerus's destruction sphere would hold little significance for him? No, that could not be the case. This fellow was clearly oblivious to the concept of cosmic power. Or was it that this young man had become overly audacious? Hey, Lord Beerus, Luya is a contestant I brought forth. Please do not frighten him away. Goku suddenly interjected. Indeed, Lord Beerus, while Luya may be somewhat arrogant, he is unaware of your esteemed presence, so please do not take offense, Vegeta added. Concerned that Beerus might act out as he did upon his first arrival, they could hardly withstand the chaos he could unleash. Moreover, should they once again provoke Beerus's wrath, the Earth would surely be in peril. Humph. Beerus snorted, turning away. I care not for your affairs. However, we must secure victory against the sixth universe. Should we lose the Earth, I shall obliterate you. Haha. Rest assured, Lord Beerus, we shall not be defeated. Goku chuckled heartily, lightening the atmosphere. With just a day remaining until the grand competition, Whis suddenly inquired, are you all prepared? Goku nodded affirmatively. We have undergone rigorous training and are ready. Both Luya and Vegeta nodded slightly. Luya cast a glance at Whis and Beerus, then decided to test their powers with the system. However, he felt a twinge of apprehension, wondering if the system might malfunction and fail to detect the strength of a god of destruction. With a slight mental push, he initiated the scan. Beep. The system detected that Beerus possessed combat power at the pinnacle of the first-tier angel level. Beep. It further revealed that Whis's combat power reached the second-tier angel level. Stunned by this revelation, Luya expressed his bewilderment, asking, Angel, what kind of strength is that? The system responded, Host, you are currently far from reaching the first-tier angel level. Strive diligently. Luya found himself in a state of bewilderment. Why was this not mentioned? However, he was well aware that Beerus was formidable. He had initially believed that Goku and Vegeta, having attained the Super Saiyan blue form, were nearing the level of a god of destruction. Yet, it now appeared that this was not the case. Despite their impressive prowess in Super Saiyan blue, Goku and Vegeta seemed to fall short of even 20 trillion in power to truly reach the strength of a god of destruction. They evidently had a considerable distance to cover. This left Luya further perplexed. In his world, it was widely stated that among the gods of destruction, Beerus ranked highly. However, he remained in the dark about the strength of the other gods of destruction. It was certain that the first-tier angels were formidable. Yet their precise combat abilities remained unknown. Moreover, Beerus was at the pinnacle of the first tier. Chapter 28, The Mightiest Manaka? The lore has truly expanded my horizons. Goodness. Such a godlike level of destruction, and the demands are astonishingly quantified in hundreds of trillions. The current prowess of the lure is such that, even when employing the 15-fold King's Fist, it barely reaches several trillion, still falling short of the Divine Destroyer's caliber. Should he not adopt a more modest demeanor? Suddenly, Whis interjected, remarking that Kappa and the others have already prepared the arena for the competition. Should we not head over? Beerus paused, then inquired, Oh, is it ready? Where is it? Surely not in their sixth universe? Whis chuckled softly, Of course not. The arena is situated on a barren planet, right on its surface. Oh, I see. In that case, let us proceed. Beerus nodded, turning to Goku. Hey, go fetch them. Goku nodded and was about to use instant transmission when Bulma approached. Hey, are you going beyond Earth? May I join? Beerus regarded her with a hint of disdain. What business do you have there? Come on, Bulma, don't create unnecessary trouble. Vegeta admonished, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his face. Bulma waved her hand dismissively. Oh, don't be so stingy. It's not like anyone said spectators aren't allowed. Besides, watching you fight without an audience would be dreadfully dull, wouldn't it? The others murmured in agreement. Wiz thoughtfully stroked his chin. It does seem to hold some merit. It would be rather uninteresting without an audience. Right? Bulma winked playfully. Humph. Do as you wish. Just ensure you don't lose. Beerus crossed his arms, his tone haughty. Bulma chuckled, then turned to Goku. Goku, be sure to summon Chi-Chi and the others. Goku was taken aback, but then smiled. I understand. As he said this, he pressed his finger to his forehead. Oh, by the way, Lord Beerus, what about Monaka? May I meet him? Goku suddenly asked. Beerus' expression stiffened. Lure, Monaka, he recalls, is that delivery person. Lacking any real strength, yet somehow he has been lauded by Beerus as a grandmaster. How absurd. The most troubling part is that Goku actually believes it. Fool. Go fetch them. Monaka is still en route. Beerus' face flushed with frustration as he exclaimed. Goku responded with a simple "oh," and without further delay, he instantly teleported away. Left behind, Beerus let out a quiet sigh of relief. Goodness, Lord Beerus, do you truly intend for Monaka to participate? As far as I know, Monaka is merely an ordinary deliverer man from a distant planet, and his combat prowess can be entirely disregarded. Whis interjected with a light chuckle. What? Just a deliverer man? Then, Lord Beerus, why do you claim he is a grandmaster? Vegeta's expression soured upon hearing this. Beerus cast a nonchalant glance in his direction and replied. It's merely a ruse to deceive Goku. Deceiving Kakarot? Now, aside from Lure, everyone else was taken aback. Why resort to such tactics? Bulma inquired, puzzled. With an air of pride, Beerus declared, of course, to give that fellow a sense of purpose. Goku is far too reckless, at present. He has virtually no rivals in this universe. If one day he were to fixate on the powerful beings from other universes, it would spell endless trouble for our seventh universe. Upon hearing this, everyone finally comprehended the situation. Lure, however, holds a different perspective. As Son Wukong now regards him as a rival, thus it is unlikely that Wukong will feel lonely in the near future. Although he is yet to attain Super Saiyan Blue, he can reach the formidable level of 20 times the Kaioken. This is sufficient to rival Super Saiyan Blue. This matter must remain confidential. Should he find out, it would spell disaster. Beerus cautioned. The others nodded in agreement. What disaster, Lord Beerus? Suddenly, a voice filled with curiosity rang out. In an instant, a group of individuals appeared, led by none other than Wukong. Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, Yamchu, Chi-Chi, Master Roshi, Bu, and Satan, all of his friends had gathered. Wukong turned to Lord Beerus and asked, What were you just saying, Lord Beerus? Beerus's lips twitched slightly, but he quickly diverted his attention. I was merely stating that Monaka should refrain from intervening. He is our trump card, and thus he should only act as a last resort. Upon hearing this, Wukong expressed surprise. Is that so? Impressive. By the way, where is Monaka? Beerus glanced at Whis. The latter nodded in understanding, then raised his staff and gently stomped it on the ground. In an instant, a burst of light illuminated the area, and an alien with long ears materialized. His form closely resembled that of a human, yet Monaka's head was disproportionately larger than his body, and he appeared somewhat dazed, entirely lacking the aura of a skilled fighter. Oh, you must be Monaka. It is a pleasure to meet you. Wukong moved to extend his hand for a shake, but Beerus promptly struck him on the head, causing Wukong to wince in pain. Beerus remarked coolly, Do not be so fervent. Monaka has a significant flaw. He is exceedingly shy. If you frighten him, Earth might face destruction. Do you understand? The crowd responded in astonishment. Monaka? What in the world? How did he end up here? Wasn't he delivering food? At that moment, Monaka felt bewildered, surrounded by an unfamiliar environment, though he recognized some familiar faces. Lord Beerus. Upon seeing Beerus, Monaka's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively prepared to bow. Slap. Beerus, quick as lightning, intercepted Monaka by the neck and whispered a series of secretive words into his ear. Wukong and the others looked on in confusion, unaware of what transpired, except for Piccolo, whose expression was peculiar, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face, his gaze flickering towards Wukong. Monaka was also sweating profusely, occasionally nodding and shaking his head in response. After approximately half a minute, Beerus finally released Monaka. Monaka's expression was filled with hesitation, yet he said nothing. "Hey, Lord Beerus, what did you say to Monaka?" Wukong inquired curiously. Beerus replied nonchalantly, "It was nothing of consequence, merely informing Monaka about your circumstances to ease his wariness towards you." "Is that so? I truly appreciate your help." With a hearty laugh, Wukong remarked, while Piccolo, Vegeta, and the others twitched their lips slightly, yet remained silent. "All right, enough idle chatter. Let us proceed. We shall meet with the folks from Universe 6. Beerus stated nonchalantly, deliberately positioning himself before Monaka to obstruct the eager Wukong. "Let us embark." Whis smiled gently, enveloping everyone in a luminous sphere. In a flash, they departed from Earth. Chapter 29. The tournament begins. The first match. Written examination upon a lifeless brown planet. Vast, crater-like depressions sprawled across its surface. At that moment, a semicircular dome hovered within one of the enormous pits, beneath which a grand arena was established, covering an impressive 500 square meters. Flanking the arena stood towering signs, which were, in fact, mirrors reflecting the images of Beerus and Kappa. Kappa, along with Vados and others, had gathered in the arena, their participants assembled, totaling 6 individuals, one being the referee. "Have they not yet arrived?" Kappa inquired impatiently. Vados smiled lightly and replied, "They're already here." "Oh?" Kappa turned his gaze to the side. Whoosh. Suddenly, Beerus and his companions materialized in the arena. Upon their arrival, the crowd was astounded, not by the arena itself, but by the colossal luminous sphere enveloping the planet, radiating a golden glow, within which floated 6 stars, in a specific order. This is akin to a magnified version of the Dragon Balls. Could this possibly be the Super Dragon Balls? How immense! Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment, never having anticipated such a grand size for a Dragon Ball. The others nodded in agreement, equally taken aback, as they had never encountered such Dragon Balls before. This is the true essence of the Dragon Balls. A cosmic level of Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls you possess on Earth are merely fragments crafted from these Super Dragon Balls, albeit their powers are far inferior. Beerus remarked coolly. "Wow, is this the place for the duel?" Wukong suddenly expressed with excitement. "I'm a bit perplexed. Why are we able to breathe here? Weren't we supposed to be unable to survive once we left Earth?" Krillin questioned with confusion. "This area has been enveloped by Vados' divine power, so there is no need for concern." With a gentle smile, Weiss remarked. Beerus turned to Kappa and said, "Kappa, I never imagined you would choose this location for the competition. It is quite intriguing." As he cast a glance at the surrounding Super Dragon Balls, he closed his eyes and smiled. "I must say, I am pleasantly surprised that you managed to gather so many Super Dragon Balls." Kappa replied nonchalantly, "I have searched extensively for the Super Dragon Balls. Hence, you can understand how much I value this battle. However, I am somewhat perplexed. Did you take the Super Dragon Balls from Universe 7? Beerus looked at Kappa with a teasing expression. Kappa felt a bit embarrassed. Beerus continued nonchalantly. "Let us skip the trivialities. Ultimately, they still belong to us. Have your team members arrived?" Kappa snorted dismissively, then nodded with pride. "Of course." He then stepped aside, revealing their contestants: a slender boy, a jet-black robot, a corpulent golden bear, a cloaked purple alien, and one who bore a striking resemblance to Frieza. That must be Frieza. Krillin and the others' expressions turned grave upon seeing their opponents. Goku and Vegeta also adopted serious expressions. It seemed they had yet to delve deeply enough into this parallel universe. Luya cast a fleeting glance at the inhabitants of Universe 6, then directed his gaze towards Hit, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes. This individual undoubtedly stood as the mightiest in the arena. What is Frieza compared to him? He is the emblem of justice for our Universe 6 and has once been honored with the prestigious Justice and Peace Award. Kappa remarked with a hint of pride. What? The Peace Award? This declaration instantly drew incredulous stares from the crowd. Are you jesting? How could Frieza possibly be deemed a figure of justice? He is far more synonymous with malevolence. In their Universe 7, Frieza is notorious as the evil emperor. Greetings. I am Frost, the captain of the Universe 6 Galactic Patrol. At that moment, a being resembling Frieza approached, extending a friendly greeting. Krillin and the others exchanged uncertain glances, hesitating slightly, for Frieza's past actions loomed large in their minds. The friendliness emanating from Frost cast a shadow of doubt, leaving them unsure of how to respond to his cordiality. "Hello, I am Son Goku. In our universe, There exists someone quite similar to you. However, he is quite villainous. Unlike you, who bears a title of virtue, Goku chuckled as he spoke. Frost smiled faintly, responding, I understand. All right, let us prepare to commence. Let us settle this swiftly. Beerus remarked with a hint of impatience. Kampa suddenly stepped forward and declared, Very well. Since that is the case, let us begin. Our competition will be divided into 2 segments. First, a written examination, a test of knowledge. Then, a martial contest, a test of strength. Beerus furrowed his brow. There's a written test? Kampa replied nonchalantly, Of course. This pertains to the contest between our 2 universes. Naturally, we must assess our cultural knowledge. Beerus, somewhat annoyed, responded, How troublesome. Then let us proceed. Kampa continued nonchalantly. For this martial contest, he shall serve as the referee. As he spoke, a diminutive alien approached. Resembling a sprout, Beerus gave the newcomer a cursory glance and nodded. Then let us begin. Soon, the participants from both teams were seated at a table, each facing a blank sheet of paper. The written test consisted of multiple choice questions, with 10 queries presented. Answering 5 correctly would result in victory. Bato smiled slightly. The atmosphere grew serious as everyone focused on their sheets, only to be met with confusion. What the devil? Are all these questions about food? Who concocted such juvenile inquiries? Yawn. Suddenly, both Beerus and Kampa sneezed in unison. They turned to face each other and simultaneously exclaimed, Did you just insult me? The 2 then looked towards Whis and Batos, who merely scoffed. Humph. Such trivial questions could hardly pose a challenge to me. Vegeta, clearly impatient, immediately picked up his pen and began to write. After all, he is the husband of the affluent Bulma. Coming from such a wealthy family, he has enjoyed every luxury. Beep. This contestant. You have been disqualified. Suddenly, as Vegeta prepared to write, Bardos produced a whistle from seemingly nowhere and began to blow it beside him, startling Vegeta into a jolt. The onlookers, equally perplexed, turned their gazes towards the commotion. Hey, what is the meaning of this? How can you declare that I've been eliminated? Vegeta exclaimed, visibly irked. Bardos offered a faint smile and replied, Well, you answered before I even called for the start. According to the rules, that constitutes cheating. Vegeta interjected, Note, I have made slight modifications to this scene, but the essence remains largely unchanged. Chapter 30. An odd and bizarre written examination. Vegeta's elimination was an unforeseen turn of events for everyone, though a hint of sympathy arose. To have concluded before even beginning was indeed rather awkward. Hey, Vegeta, you're far too hasty. This is unacceptable. Goku chided lightly. Vegeta, his expression darkening, retorted with a scoff, Humph. And what of it? It's merely a written test. I have no interest in such trivialities. With that, he soared into the air, heading directly towards the audience. Of course, Bulma was not one to hold back her reprimands. Faced with a woman capable of striking even a god of destruction, Vegeta found himself rather subdued, his proud demeanor faltering as he remained utterly silent. Now, the written examination begins, Bardos suddenly declared. Instantly, the participants commenced answering their questions. Luya glanced at the solemn expressions on the faces of the crowd and couldn't help but find it amusing. How absurd, he thought. Is this what they call culture? It was utterly laughable. Anyone who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education could easily achieve a perfect score. Shaking his head, Luya chose to remain silent. Although his presence had altered the narrative from its original course, it hardly mattered. In a mere few strokes, Luya completed a page, infusing it with his own insights. Before long, time was up. After collecting the participants' responses, Beerus meticulously compared them. Suddenly, her gaze froze, and she abruptly held up a sheet of paper high, declaring, I announce that the 7th universe triumphs in this written examination. It is fair and just. What? How is that possible? On the other side, the previously smug Kampa's expression shifted dramatically. He rushed over to Beerus, voicing his displeasure. Hey, Beerus, are you joking? How could my 6th universe possibly lose? The cultural level of the 7th universe is so low. How could they have bested my 6th universe? Are you a spy sent by them? Oh, Lord Kampa. Cold sweat streamed down Beerus's brow. Goodness, she was merely announcing the results of a competition. How had she managed to offend this god of destruction? Oh dear. My heart is heavy. Are you refusing to admit it? How could my 7th universe be weaker than your 6th universe? Suddenly, Beerus appeared before Beerus, snatching the paper to examine it. His eyes widened in surprise. Oh, so it can be done this way? Kampa was taken aback, and upon seeing Beerus's reaction, his anger momentarily faded. He leaned closer to take a look, and his expression turned equally captivating. Whose answer is this? Kappa inquired suddenly. Luya raised his hand, exclaiming, me. Xiangpa turned to Luya, scrutinizing him with a mix of curiosity and astonishment. Upon noticing Luya's tail, he was momentarily taken aback. Are you a Scion? Luya nodded affirmatively. Indeed. A flicker of surprise crossed Kampa's eyes. What was happening? Had the culture of the Scions ascended to such heights? Were they not a race of brutish warriors solely devoted to combat? Excellent. Truly commendable. They are indeed the Scions of my seventh universe, he exclaimed with exuberance, momentarily forgetting his previous threats toward Luya. To him, as long as his pride was elevated, he cared little about the particulars. Kampa clenched his teeth but soon succumbed to despair. Humph. Let it be that your seventh universe claims victory. With that, he discreetly tucked away the examination paper. Beerus basked in satisfaction, while Goku and the others erupted in jubilant cheers, lavishing praise upon Luya. The second round was set to feature a confrontation between the competitors. Employing a wheel battle format, a fighter could advance to the next round by defeating their opponent, continuing this cycle until one emerged victorious. The referee explained, additionally, the order of the participants for this match will be determined by a draw. With that, the referee produced 2 bamboo tubes, each containing 5 bamboo slips. Luya raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of complexity. The scene before him was not what he had anticipated. However, it was understandable. Luya surmised that his arrival had altered the original trajectory of time and space. Contestants, please come forward to draw lots. Those who draw number 1 will be the first to compete, the referee announced. Goku and the others began to draw their lots. Oh, how wonderful. I'm first, Goku exclaimed with sudden excitement. TCH. Vegeta glanced at Goku, then at the blank bamboo stick in his hand, gritting his teeth in frustration. He too young to be the first to compete. He could not believe Kakarot's fortune. Meanwhile, the first contestant from Universe 6 was the Golden Bear. The two factions stood at a distance, locking eyes. On the arena, Goku and the Golden Bear were merely 10 meters apart, each intently focused on the other. Since Goku is the first to enter, who will be second? Beerus inquired nonchalantly. Just as Vegeta was about to speak, Luya swiftly interjected. I shall take the second spot. Everyone turned their attention to Luya, who smiled slightly. Allow me to participate in the second match, shall we? No way. The second match is mine, Vegeta declared, his expression darkening. Luya cast a glance at Vegeta, who wore a sour expression. Kakarot has claimed the top position. Thus I must secure second place. Luya's expression turned somewhat peculiar as a particular phrase suddenly crossed his mind. Millennial second fiddle. What? Do you have any objections? Vegeta crossed his arms and gazed at Luya. Though Luya yearned to teach his opponent a lesson, the current circumstances dictated restraint. After all, Vegeta would inevitably succumb to it, so he might as well allow it. With a nod, Luya conceded, if you wish to take the stage, then by all means, proceed. Satisfied with this response, Vegeta acknowledged him. Beerus cast a glance at Luya, choosing not to elaborate further, and declared, then it shall be Vegeta for the second match. Luya for the third, Bu for the fourth, and Manaka to close the event. Suddenly, Goku raised his hand, exclaiming, Lord Beerus, I'm afraid Bu won't be able to compete. He fell asleep during the written exam. What? Beerus gasped, quickly turning to investigate. To his dismay, Bu was indeed slumbering, sprawled like a sloth. Damn it. Beerus ground his teeth in frustration, for the roster could not be altered, effectively rendering Bu indirectly eliminated. Wake him up, Goku sheepishly replied, once Bu falls asleep. It's nearly impossible for anyone to rouse him. At that moment, Manaka sat upright, akin to an anxious schoolboy, nervously observing the unfolding scene. Say, are those the Scions from Universe 6? Why do they appear so frail? Krillin inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to the Scions from Universe 6. Indeed, it was evident that while the Scions of Universe 7 possessed robust physiques, their counterparts from Universe 6 appeared slender and lacking in power. Vegeta narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked, their energy is not to be underestimated. In fact, it may even surpass yours, so do not take the Scions lightly. At this, Krillin and the others closed their mouths in resignation, realizing that being in Vegeta's presence felt akin to standing on a volcano's edge. Suddenly recalling something, Vegeta turned to Luya and asked, Hey, after training with Kakarot for so long, have you not succeeded in transforming into Super Saiyan Blue? Luya's shaking head, not yet. P.S. Do not inquire about why the King of Worlds has not appeared. It is not the focal point of description. The essence lies in the battle. Chapter 31. Goku versus Golden Bear. Heh, you should be aware that the current arena is dominated by Super Saiyan Blue. If you have yet to reach this level and comprehend the realm of the divine, then aspiring to surpass us is simply unrealistic. Vegeta remarked with a subtle smile. Luya nodded slightly, acknowledging his understanding. In truth, he too aspired to transform into a Super Saiyan Blue, yet the circumstances were not conducive to such a metamorphosis. During his time in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had sought counsel from Son Goku, but despite his efforts, he was unable to achieve the transformation, leaving him with no recourse. It appeared that transforming into Super Blue necessitated certain specific conditions. Nevertheless, Luya remained unperturbed, opting to await the system's notification, pondering whether the completion of this task might yield a reward in the form of Super Blue bloodline. Now, let us refrain from further distractions and focus on the match, as it will provide you a glimpse into the prowess of Universe 6. Beer is suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, their attention shifting to the arena. At that moment, Goku was locked in a gaze with the Golden Bear. Neither uttered a word, and their auras were scarcely perceptible. Clearly, both were meticulously observing one another. Suddenly, Goku broke the silence. "Hey, what is your name?" The Golden Bear replied nonchalantly, "Just call me Golden Bear." Golden Bear suits your demeanor well. However, I am more intrigued by your strength, Goku remarked with a slight smile. "Hiki, then allow me to demonstrate." Golden Bear replied with a sly grin, vigorously pounding his chest. In an instant, his corpulent form began to bounce rhythmically, gaining speed with each leap. The spectators exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what the hefty bear was up to. Goku furrowed his brow but soon discerned something amiss. The bear's speed was accelerating to a remarkable degree, enough to induce a sheen of sweat upon him. "Ha!" Golden Bear suddenly bellowed, and in the next moment, he leapt several meters into the air, hurtling towards Goku like a rocket. Goku's expression shifted, and he swiftly moved to evade the impending collision. The bear's velocity was no trifling matter, forcing Goku into a hasty retreat. Unexpectedly, the bear charged directly from behind. Goku's face darkened as he extended his palm. With a resounding impact, he halted Golden Bear's advance, momentarily freezing his form. Seizing the opportunity, Goku delivered a powerful kick, propelling the bear into the air. In a flash, Goku vanished, reappearing above Golden Bear and delivering a devastating punch downward. "Ah!" Golden Bear cried out in anguish as his plump and elastic body plummeted. The arena erupted with a thunderous roar. However, remarkably, it remained intact, merely enveloped in a cloud of dust. As Golden Bear struck the ground, he rebounded like a spring. "Oh, impressive. You emerged unscathed," Goku exclaimed, somewhat taken aback by the sight. After enduring the assault, Golden Bear's expression darkened with fury. In the next heartbeat, he opened his mouth, unleashing a barrage of blue energy blasts that erupted forth like raindrops, hurtling towards Goku. Wukong's expression hardened as he swiftly employed his aerial technique to evade the incoming attacks. The Golden Bear relentlessly pursued him, unleashing energy blasts as if they were in limitless supply. In that instant, Wukong raised his hand and retaliated with an energy sphere, resulting in a spectacular clash that erupted in an explosion. Simultaneously, he unleashed a flurry of energy blasts and a masterful display of combat prowess. Despite the fierce exchange, the Golden Bear found himself at a disadvantage, resorting to rapid, spring-like movements to evade further strikes. A glimmer of determination shone in Wukong's eyes. In the blink of an eye, he materialized behind the Golden Bear and unleashed a powerful energy cannon. To everyone's astonishment, the Golden Bear did not attempt to dodge and took the hit head-on. A thunderous explosion ensued, enveloping the arena in a thick cloud of smoke. "Excellent!" The strike had landed. Krillin, Chi-Chi, and the others erupted in joyous cheers. However, a sense of foreboding was voiced by Vegeta and Luya. As Luya observed the arena, he felt no surprise. In the Dragon Ball realm, the greater the smoke, the less significant the matter at hand. Indeed, as the mist dissipated, the Golden Bear stood unscathed before them. Goku expressed his astonishment. "What? He withstood my ki blast completely unscathed." The Golden Bear glanced at Goku and flashed a grin. "Is that all you've got?" Goku narrowed his eyes slightly. Then a smile broke upon his face. "Truly formidable, a master from the 6th universe." The Golden Bear's eyes shimmered with two beams of blue light, and in the next instant, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Goku. With a snort, Goku could only evade while gradually closing the distance. Humph. This Super Saiyan from the 7th universe isn't all that impressive. Meanwhile, Kampa observed the battle with a hint of disdain. Haha. Frost smirked, his gaze fixated on the unfolding combat, his eyes glinting with an unusual light. "Lord Kampa, do not underestimate them." Although the Scions belong to a relatively primitive culture, they are renowned as a formidable warrior race throughout the cosmos. Bardos remarked slowly. Humph. Nothing special. Compa dismissed. In the arena, Goku dodged the Golden Bear's onslaught, and simultaneously, he closed in on his opponent, delivering a powerful punch. Boom. His fist landed solidly against the bear's abdomen, causing it to cave in. However, Goku's expression changed. Haha, how does that feel? Your attacks are nothing but a tickle. Have you skipped a meal? The Golden Bear taunted provocatively at Goku. Goku smiled faintly, then shouted as he gathered his energy, relentlessly pummeling the bear's body. Yet the Golden Bear appeared impervious to pain, regarding Goku with an air of indifference. In an instant, the Golden Bear retaliated, landing a punch squarely on Goku's face, sending him sliding backward with a cry. Goku quickly regained his footing, gazing at the Golden Bear with confusion. What kind of body is this? The Golden Bear proudly declared. My body is filled with elasticity, able to disregard any attack. You cannot defeat me. Goku's expression grew serious. In the audience, spectators were drenched in sweat. With such a statement, how could they possibly fight? Lore observed, refraining from exposing the truth, for he understood that the opponent would inevitably discover the weakness. Thus, he chose not to elaborate further. Vegeta, feeling a surge of irritation, exclaimed, "What is going on? How can such a feeble opponent require any effort to defeat?" Suddenly, he raised his voice, Kakarot. Can't you think for a moment? Upon hearing this, Goku was momentarily taken aback. But then his eyes sparkled with realization as he turned toward the Golden Bear, declaring, I'm going in. Without hesitation, he charged at the Golden Bear. The Golden Bear simply watched. Smack. In the next instant, Goku collided his head against the Golden Bear's abdomen. Use your brain. You fool. Thinking doesn't he mean you should headbutt him? Vegeta shouted in exasperation as he stood up. Chapter 32, Rematch, Goku vs. Frost. Ha ha ha. Fool. Your actions are utterly ridiculous. The Golden Bear scoffed at Goku's headbutt, which was ineffective. Goku suddenly wore a mysterious smile. You were the foolish one. You actually allowed your opponent to close the distance. What? The Golden Bear felt an ominous premonition. Suddenly, he sensed something grasping his foot. His balance faltered. Huh. Goku seized both of the Golden Bear's ankles and, with a powerful effort, lifted him off the ground. Boom. The Golden Bear fell backward, crashing to the ground. What the? The Golden Bear was utterly bewildered. It can be done this way? Goku grinned triumphantly. Kiki. Now, let us see how you defend. If you can disregard my energy blasts, then you must surely be vulnerable to physical attacks. As he dragged the Golden Bear toward the edge of the arena. The latter protested, Let me go. You scoundrel. Release me. The Golden Bear struggled, but his massive size rendered him unable to flip over. Goku continued to drag him, saying, Hee, you must think you are immune to all attacks, having neglected your training. No wonder you've grown to such a size. It's truly foolish. You scoundrel. If you have the guts, put me down. Let us settle this in a fair fight. The Golden Bear retorted angrily. Goku remained unfazed, replying, Stop struggling. I have a good understanding of you now, so it's time for you to leave. As he spoke, Goku had already pulled the Golden Bear to the edge of the arena. Seizing one of his feet, he suddenly exerted force. The Golden Bear was lifted entirely off the ground. Off you go. Goku swung him fiercely, sending him flying off the arena. Boom. The Golden Bear landed heavily, signifying his defeat. The first round goes to Universe 7. The referee, recovering from his astonishment, quickly announced. Oh, the crowd from Universe 7 erupted in joyous cheers. Damn it, we actually lost. Scion expressed his displeasure, then turned to Frost, instructing, You go. Teach this fellow a proper lesson. Frost bowed slightly, replying, At your command. In the next moment, he vanished from sight, only to reappear on the arena. With a smile directed at Goku, Frost declared, I shall be your opponent henceforth. Please enlighten me. Goku regarded Frost and smiled slightly. Frost. I am eager to witness your prowess. Frost responded slowly, to be candid, as an agent of justice. I would prefer to avoid resorting to violence against you. However, I have no choice. Lord Xiangpa promised that should I participate, he would invest a substantial sum in enhancing our equipment. Goku nodded in understanding, saying, You are indeed kind-hearted, far more so than our Frieza from Universe 7. Then, let us engage. Frost offered a subtle smile in return. Suddenly, Goku laughed. You must not be in your final form yet. Unleash your ultimate transformation, for otherwise, you cannot hope to best me. Frost was taken aback, surprised. How do you know? Goku chuckled heartily. Because our Frieza from Universe 7 also possesses the ability to transform into different forms. Frost nodded, acknowledging the remark, and then suddenly let out a commanding shout, releasing an immense aura. The powerful energy enveloped the arena, a deep blue force expanding outward. As the crowd gazed in astonishment, the light dissipated to reveal Frost in a new form, not his final state, but rather akin to Frieza's second transformation, resembling a duck-like appearance. He had not yet unleashed his full power. Looking at Goku, Frost stated, "This is my final form." Goku frowned slightly. "You have yet to reveal your true strength." Frost smiled gently. "This is sufficient." Goku assumed a combat stance, declaring, "Then let us begin." Frost clenched his fists at his waist, and in an instant, his pupils dilated. He shouted fiercely, and his figure transformed into a blur. Goku's expression sharpened, and he too vanished in pursuit. The sounds of impact echoed as the two engaged in rapid movement, each chasing the other, exchanging blows in a dizzying display. What is happening? What is Kakarot doing? Shouldn't he easily handle this opponent? Vegeta voiced his discontent from the audience. Luya observed the figures in the arena and naturally heard Vegeta's words. However, he had anticipated this. Unlike Vegeta, Goku rarely unleashes his full power at the onset of battle, always leaving a margin, which reflects his benevolent nature. Vegeta, on the other hand, when he strikes, does so with a formidable force that seeks to dominate his opponent. Their fighting styles are entirely opposite. Yet they manage to collaborate effortlessly. This juxtaposition astonishes Luya. Perhaps it is a testament to the pure friendship that exists between the two. Suddenly, Goku was struck in the face by Frost's punch, sending him plummeting. However, he quickly regained his footing and swiftly brought his hands together, unleashing a powerful Kamehameha wave. The wave surged forth like a torrential waterfall towards Frost. Yet, Frost merely flashed a wicked smile and charged directly into Goku's energy wave, tearing through it with ease, completely disregarding its power. What? Goku's expression shifted, but it was too late. He was struck in the abdomen by Frost's head and was sent flying, skidding across the ground for several meters. Frost stood atop the platform, displaying a smug grin. This form of Frost is in assault mode, capable of tearing through an opponent's attack with the force of a bullet. On the 6th universe side, Beerus suddenly elucidated. "Impressive," the Scion Cabba remarked. However, the Scions of the 7th universe have yet to reveal their true strength. Beerus chuckled. "What? Are they holding back?" Cabba and the others exclaimed in surprise. Dick glanced at the battle but soon diverted his gaze, losing interest. He found this level of combat rather uninspiring. "Hey, Beerus, how can you favor the 7th universe?" Kampa expressed his discontent. "Wah, Lord Kampa, I'm merely stating the facts." Bardos, feeling a sense of grievance, spoke up. "Greetings, friends. I wish to address a matter regarding those who may not appreciate this book. That is perfectly acceptable, as everyone has their own preferences. I am well aware that this work has its imperfections, and it is entirely normal for some to find it unappealing. However, I kindly request those who do not wish to engage with it to depart quietly, rather than creating discord or inciting others to mock or belittle. Such behavior is intolerable. If one finds the book unsatisfactory, it is perfectly reasonable to simply leave without leaving behind a trail of negativity, particularly directed towards those who show disrespect. It is disheartening to witness such antics. As for the collapse of the combat power system, it indeed faltered to the extent that I lost the desire to write about it. It suffices to write about battles. As even in Dragon Ball, despite the vast disparities in power levels, combat remains feasible. Thus, the system was inherently flawed. Some may struggle to adapt. Nevertheless, I appreciate your support. Today, I will refrain from soliciting rewards. I have grown resilient in the face of adversity, and I promise to write diligently. Additionally, I would like to inquire whether you prefer updates at midnight or in the morning, as I am concerned about your well-being. For me, either time is acceptable. Chapter 33, A Sudden Dizziness. Goku eliminated? Surely, you have not unleashed your full potential, have you? Do not conceal it any longer, or you shall find yourself at a disadvantage. Frost, with confidence, gazed at Goku. Rising to his feet, Goku chuckled. Aren't you doing the same, withholding your true strength? Frost regarded him, then responded with a smile, then let us fight with all our might. Goku nodded slightly. I shall take the lead. With a powerful shout, Goku erupted with energy, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. A tremendous aura enveloped him as he smiled at Frost. Now it is your turn. Frost, breaking into a cold sweat, thought, what overwhelming power. What form is this? The members of Universe 6, including Kappa, were equally bewildered by this display. questioning when Scions had acquired the ability to transform. He merely cast a glance at Goku before returning to his meditation. Goku explained, "This is the Super Saiyan. Like you. It is a transformation from the original form. Hey, Kaba, you too are a Scion. Can you transform?" Kappa inquired of Kaba. Kaba, sweating profusely, shook his head. "I have never heard of Scions being able to transform." Kappa clenched his teeth, feeling a mix of emotions. "All right, now it is your turn." Goku laughed heartily. Frost-eyed Goku with a newfound seriousness. The energy emanating from him had reached a truly terrifying level, seemingly surpassing his own. "Very well, let me witness your strength." Upon finishing his words, Frost's figure flickered, and, in an instant, he appeared before Goku. His fist clenched and launched forward with immense force. The sound echoed. However, Goku merely extended his hand nonchalantly to block it, firmly grasping Frost's fist, rendering the latter immobile. Frost stared in disbelief, his eyes wide as he gazed at Goku in astonishment. Goku smiled faintly, but his expression swiftly turned cold as he advanced, delivering a powerful punch that sent Frost flying. The impact resonated as Frost's body crashed against the protective barrier, trembling from the pain. Clearly, the force of Goku's punch had inflicted significant damage. Nevertheless, Frost gritted his teeth and charged forward once more. Yet before he could close the distance, Goku vanished and struck with devastating force, sending him hurtling away again. "Futile. Your strength pales in comparison to mine. You should transform quickly." Goku grinned, addressing him. Suspended in midair, Frost wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and remarked, "I did not anticipate such a vast disparity in your power. It seems I must unleash my full strength to respond." He continued, "However, my ultimate form is so powerful that I can scarcely control it." With that, the veins on his forehead bulged, and in the next moment, he roared, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that surged forth. The aura was overwhelming. Goku observed the immense energy, his brow furrowing slightly, yet he remained unperturbed. Moments later, the colossal energy dissipated, revealing Frost's transformed figure. At that moment, Frost bore a resemblance to Frieza, indeed embodying his ultimate form. Goku smiled gently. "Now this is more like it." Frost returned the smile and declared, "My strength is formidable, so you had better be cautious." He then unleashed a powerful yell, enveloped in a deep blue aura, and charged at Goku with remarkable speed. Goku shifted his right foot back and, in an instant, struck out. To everyone's astonishment, Frost was sent flying by Goku's punch. Frost crashed to the ground, landing heavily and in disarray. "How can this be?" Kampa stared wide-eyed, shocked. "What the hell? Didn't he already transform into his ultimate form? Why is he still ruthlessly defeated by his opponent?" In the 7th universe, relief washed over them. Frost's previous display of power had been spectacular, causing concern, yet they were astonished to discover Goku's superiority. This kind of opponent is far inferior to Frieza," Vegeta remarked with pride and disdain. As Luya gazed upon the scene before him, he was not surprised. Indeed, it was as Vegeta had asserted. Even in his ultimate transformation, Frost could not rival the current ultimate form of Frieza. Through his systems analysis, he discerned that Frost's power was merely in the realm of several hundred billion. It is worth noting that some time has elapsed since then, and Frieza, having trained in the depths of hell, must have grown even more formidable. However, as the light of the arena dimmed, the eyes of the protagonist narrowed slightly, revealing that Frost's true power did not lie in his final form, but rather in the sinister and grotesque heart concealed beneath his facade. In the midst of the chaos, Frost, now incapacitated, found himself bewildered. He had anticipated that his strength had escalated significantly, yet he was still vanquished. What could this possibly mean? Impossible. How could this happen? Unwilling to accept defeat, Frost charged forward once more. "Prepare yourself," he declared, unleashing a ferocious kick. However, before the blow could land, Goku had already materialized before him, delivering a merciless punch. The impact resonated through the arena as Frost was sent hurtling backwards, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. The onlookers fell into a stunned silence, their expressions awash with astonishment. Why is your power superior to mine?" Frost questioned incredulously. Goku offered no explanation. The query itself was absurd. With a calm demeanor, he replied, "Out of pity for your misguided sense of honor, I truly wish to refrain from inflicting further harm. Surrender now." Frost's face contorted in defiance. "Absolutely not. I will never concede. If I lose, the funding promised to me by Kampa will vanish." With that declaration, he lunged forward again. Goku furrowed his brow, preparing to meet him head-on. A flurry of blows ensued, yet Frost was no match for Goku, who pressed his advantage relentlessly. With a mighty strike, Goku sent Frost crashing into the arena floor, causing the surface to splinter. A cry of agony escaped Frost as he coughed up blood, his body racked with pain. Goku looked down upon him, declaring, "You have already lost." "No, I have not lost." Frost roared defiantly, charging at Goku with reckless abandon. Such arrogance! Goku felt a flicker of annoyance. In a frenzied display of desperation, Frost unleashed a barrage of punches, seemingly devoid of reason. Goku remained composed, effortlessly deflecting the attacks. Yet, for reasons unknown, Goku suddenly experienced a disorienting haze, a wave of dizziness washing over him, and he felt his body weaken. An opportunity. A glint of determination shone in Frost's eyes as he seized the moment, delivering a powerful blow to Goku's face that sent him flying from the arena. What? At that instant, the spectators from Universe 7 were struck with disbelief. Chapter 34. Revelation. The arrival of Vegeta with Goku thrown from the arena. The match concluded in victory for Universe 6. As the referee's voice echoed, Kappa and the others erupted in astonished exclamations. Impossible. Kakarot cannot lose. With his strength. Defeat is inconceivable. Vegeta, his face etched with disbelief, glared fiercely at the unfolding scene. Luya gazed at Frost's figure, his eyes narrowing slightly, remaining silent. It's impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. How could Goku lose? The most unbelievable of all was Beerus, whose eyes widened in disbelief. He had experienced Goku's strength firsthand. There was no way he could be defeated by such a lowly opponent. Haha. Nothing is impossible. Beerus. A loss for the 7th universe means defeat. Don't try to wriggle out of it. Kampa laughed triumphantly. Gritting his teeth, Beerus coldly snorted. Humph. I would never resort to such tactics. Kampa nodded with satisfaction. That's good. Goku. Upon seeing Goku sprawled on the ground, Chi-Chi couldn't contain herself and leaped down to his side. Krillin also descended, shoving a Senzu bean into Goku's mouth. After consuming the bean, Goku awakened, confused. What happened? Chi-Chi, somewhat forlorn, replied, "You fell off the stage." Goku was taken aback, his disbelief evident. Just then, Frost approached with a smile, saying, "It seems Mr. Goku was momentarily distracted. I was eager to win and may have struck a bit too hard. My apologies." Hearing this, Goku laughed heartily. No. A loss is a loss. There is no need for modesty. Frost slightly bowed to Goku. Thank you for your understanding. Seeing Frost's amiable demeanor, the 7th universe members found it difficult to be harsh with him. Goku returned to the audience with Chi-Chi, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I'm sorry. I messed up. Hey, Kakarot. What is wrong with you? How could you lose to that kind of guy? With your power, you should never have lost. Vegeta expressed his dissatisfaction. Goku pondered for a moment and then shook his head. I don't know. I thought I would win. TCH. Vegeta scoffed. All right. Now it's your turn to step up, Vegeta. With your strength, you can help me exact revenge. Goku chuckled, maintaining his optimism. Humph. Vegeta huffed in response. At that moment, Loya, who had been silent, suddenly interjected, Actually, Goku did not lose. What? Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward him. Hey, what do you mean? Clarify. Beerus quickly inquired. Luya subtly pointed towards Frost on the stage, exclaiming, He is cheated. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. You insolent child. I advise you to refrain from such baseless accusations. Do you possess any evidence to substantiate your claim that Frost cheated? Or are you simply unable to bear the loss? Xiangpa's expression darkened considerably. Frost cast a sidelong glance at Luya, a glimmer of coldness evident in his eyes. Lure smiled faintly, and then remarked, He conceals hidden weapons on his wrist. Just now, he relied on those weapons to triumph over Goku. If you doubt it, you should check. Hidden weapons. The crowd was taken aback, and they immediately cast suspicious glances at Frost. At that moment, the referee suddenly approached Frost, lifting his wrist for inspection. Frost gritted his teeth, yet he did not resist. Indeed, there are hidden weapons. The referee exclaimed in surprise. The crowd rose to their feet in shock. Realizing that his secret had been exposed, Frost swiftly shook off the referee, revealing a poisonous needle protruding from the back of his hand, and chuckled, This is part of my body. It hardly qualifies as a hidden weapon, does it? You, Frost, how dare you employ such despicable and shameless tactics? Kampa's face turned pale with humiliation. For him, this was a severe disgrace. The 6th universe resorting to hidden weapons to win a match was utterly ironic. Frost's expression shifted to one of slyness as he retorted, Lord Kampa, I did not intentionally use hidden weapons. I merely yearned to secure victory for the 6th universe. Surely, You desire to win as well. Shut your mouth, you scoundrel. You have brought me great shame. Kampa erupted, especially incensed by Beerus's disdainful gaze. Ha ha ha. Your expression is truly. I have devoted myself to serving you. Frost replied with a faint smile. Suddenly, a surge of destructive energy emanated from Kampa's hands. I shall obliterate you. But Frost's expression shifted to one of genuine fear. It was not an act. He was truly terrified, for his opponent was a god of destruction. And if he were to be killed, there would be no escape for him. Wait. At that moment, Vegeta interjected. The crowd turned to him. Vegeta calmly stated, in that case, Goku has not been eliminated, correct? This means he can still regain his qualification for the match. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly voiced their agreement. The referee then declared, if contestant Sun Wukong can be found with injuries, he may regain his qualification. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi and Krillin began to search Goku's body. And soon they discovered a hole in the palm of his hand. The evidence was irrefutable, the referee announced. I hereby declare that contestant Sun Wukong has regained his qualification for the match. Goku laughed heartily, unfazed. Vegeta suddenly chimed in, then it's my turn to take the stage. With that, he leapt down onto the arena floor. Vegeta glared at Frost with a cold smirk, saying, no need for destruction. I shall handle him personally. Kampa clicked his tongue but refrained from intervening. He was genuinely angered. Frost had tarnished the reputation of the Sixth Universe. Beerus. How can he have received the Cosmic Justice Award 3 times? Suddenly, Xiangpa had a thought and inquired. Bardos glanced at the scepter and replied. The reason he can quell so many wars is that he instigated them himself. He orchestrates the conflict and then resolves it, thereby naturally establishing himself as a paragon of justice. How infuriating. Xiangpa gritted his teeth. Ha ha ha. Yes, I've laid my cards on the table. So what? I do this solely to acquire more funds to enhance the equipment of the Galactic Patrol. What is wrong with that? Frost snarled menacingly. Vegeta interjected abruptly. Humph. You are no different from Frieza. Allow this prince to eliminate you. Ha ha ha. You think you can? Come at me. Frost sneered, believing that Son Goku was the strongest and that no one could rival him. However, Vegeta, fueled by rage, transformed into a Super Saiyan in an instant. Impossible. Frost's eyes widened in disbelief. You trash. Vegeta glared at Frost and charged at him with ferocity. Chapter 35, Crushing Frost. The battle with the robot as Vegeta barreled towards him with overwhelming momentum. Frost's expression twisted in fear as he unleashed his full power to meet the attack. Frost threw a punch, but Vegeta effortlessly caught it, delivering a blow to his face that sent Frost flying. Unlike Goku, who initially holds back, Vegeta showed no mercy. The moment Frost was sent airborne, Vegeta had already appeared behind him, striking him with an elbow to send him back. Damn it. Frost could not endure being continuously suppressed. He unleashed all his might, a frenzied aura enveloping him, and charged directly at Vegeta. Vegeta let out a cold laugh, then unleashed his own power, enveloped in a radiant golden aura. With a fierce shout, he surged towards Frost. Bang! In an instant, they were locked in a fierce confrontation. Time seemed to freeze as everyone watched with bated breath. Uffed. Suddenly, Frost's expression contorted, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as the deep blue aura around him dissipated. Vegeta's fist had driven deep into Frost's abdomen, penetrating significantly. With a cold demeanor, Vegeta declared, you are utterly unworthy of my effort, but given your actions, now, you trash, get out of my sight. With a fierce thrust, Vegeta unleashed a wave of energy that sent Frost flying away. Ugh! Frost was propelled outward, colliding with the protective barrier, which, unable to withstand the force of his impact, sent him flying off the stage, rendering him unconscious. He was knocked out by a single punch from Vegeta, highlighting the sheer ferocity of Vegeta's strength. Vegeta cast a cold glance at Frost before snorting disdainfully and turning away. The match concluded with Vegeta emerging victorious, as declared loudly by the referee. Damn it. Another defeat. Bardos. Are these individuals truly the elite of Universe 6? Why are they so fragile? Kampa exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. Bardos replied with a hint of melancholy, Lord Kampa, it is not that they lack strength. Rather, the fighters from Universe 7 are somewhat extraordinary. Humph. What does that matter? They are merely Scions. Cabba, you are up next. Kampa commanded sternly. But I am the fourth to enter the fray. Cabba hesitated, uncertainty creeping into his tone. Just as Kampa was about to respond, a robot beside him abruptly stood up, pounded its chest twice in a frenzy, let out a loud cry, and leapt into the arena. Boom. Instantly, the entire stage trembled. Vegeta glanced at his new opponent and smirked. Is this truly my next adversary? Suddenly, a protective barrier enveloped the arena, and at that moment, Kampa appeared in midair, stating coolly, "Now, an additional rule has been implemented. Anyone who touches this barrier shall lose." "Hey, Kampa, what are you doing?" Beerus suddenly appeared beside Kampa, glaring at him furiously. Kampa grinned and replied, "This is the new rule I have instituted. If you disagree, then don't compete." Beerus's irritation flared. "What do you mean, don't compete? Universe 7 has already won 2 matches, while the other side has only claimed 1 victory. Clearly, we have the advantage. How can we not compete?" However, the arbitrary addition of rules left him exceedingly displeased. "Fine. Let it be. A mere rule cannot thwart me," Vegeta declared haughtily. At this, Beerus shot a cold glance at Kampa, choosing silence as he returned to the spectator area. Kampa smiled with satisfaction and cast a meaningful look at the arena before also retreating to the audience. Oh. Suddenly, the steam robot let out a howl, peculiarly. Its abdomen was filled with magma, and with each cry, hot steam erupted from its back. "Vegeta." Luya suddenly spoke up. Vegeta turned to Luya. "What is it?" Luya smiled slightly and then remarked, "Its weakness lies in its inability to tolerate insults. If you can hurl a few disparaging remarks at it, victory will be yours." Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. How could Luya possibly know the robot's weakness? It was inconceivable. Utter nonsense. How could one know its weaknesses when it possessed none at all? Scion suddenly roared. "Huh? How do you know it has no weaknesses? Or are you deliberately concealing something?" Beerus sneered. Scion gritted his teeth, but he was not one to mask his emotions. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his face. Beerus suddenly turned to Vegeta and said, "Hey, Vegeta, do as Luya suggests." However, Vegeta was not one to rely on such underhanded tactics for victory. He snorted dismissively and declared, "I will defeat it my own way. You need not command me." "What? Vegeta, you dare to disregard my words?" Beerus exclaimed, somewhat irritated. Seeing this, Goku quickly intervened. "Lord Beerus, let him find his own way to win. With Vegeta's strength, he won't lose." At this, Beerus gritted his teeth and crossed his arms, coldly snorting, "I shall not concern myself with him any longer. Let him handle it on his own." Goku chuckled lightly and turned to Vegeta. "Hey, Vegeta, make sure you don't lose. Otherwise, I'll step in for you." Hearing this, Vegeta scoffed. "Don't jinx me." With that, he turned to the robot, beckoning it with a flick of his finger. "Come on. Show me what you're capable of." The robot, incited by the challenge, became furious and suddenly opened its massive mouth, unleashing a torrent of terrifyingly hot magma directly towards Vegeta. Vegeta's expression shifted as he swiftly dodged to avoid the attack. Boom. The spot where he had stood was instantly reduced to ruins, radiating an intense heat. "Oh, this fellow is rather formidable," Goku remarked, intrigued. Krillin and the others were sweating. When did a robot become so powerful? Vegeta continued to evade while the robot relentlessly spewed molten rock towards him. Explosions echoed repeatedly, and clouds of dust rose, wreaking havoc on the arena. Vegeta's expression grew grim. If only he could disregard the protective barrier, he would not feel so restricted. Suddenly, the robot appeared right before Vegeta, launching a powerful punch towards him. In the moment of surprise, Vegeta had no time to evade and could only cross his arms to absorb the impact. Boom. Vegeta's expression changed as he was sent flying backward. Chapter 36, The Humiliation of Pride, Vegeta. Struck back by the robot's punch, Vegeta's countenance darkened. He had underestimated its speed. In an instant, the robot was before him again, swinging its iron fist with ferocity, leaving Vegeta to defend himself desperately. After unleashing countless punches, the robot raised its fists high, and in the next moment, came crashing down. Seizing this opportunity, Vegeta leaped backwards several meters, concentrating an energy sphere in his palm. Vegeta hurled it toward his opponent. "Oh!" The robot roared, and suddenly spewed forth a stream of magma, colliding with Vegeta's energy blast. Boom! Vegeta's energy sphere was obliterated, and a torrent of magma surged toward him. With a fierce expression, Vegeta unleashed a powerful technique, launching a ferocious energy cannon that collided with the robot's magma. Rumbling. The two attacks stalemated. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta erupted with energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan, his aura surging as he intensified the energy of his cannon. Oh! The robot, undeterred, released 2 jets of steam from its back, and in the next instant, unleashed magma from its mouth like a volcanic eruption. Strangely, the robot's magma was capable of scorching Vegeta's energy. The onlookers noticed this alarming spectacle, their expressions growing grave. "This magma-spewing creature is formidable." Krillin and the others remarked with a hint of awe. However, Vegeta would not be defeated. He is, after all, Vegeta. Goku smiled slightly, showing no signs of concern. Have you noticed? Vegeta's situation seems dire. Was suddenly pointed out. At his words, everyone was taken aback and turned their attention to the battlefield. Although Vegeta hadn't fallen behind, his energy now appeared unstable. He seemed to be struggling to breathe. What is happening? Goku's expression tightened. It's the oxygen. The flames have consumed the oxygen within the protective barrier. Hence, breathing has become laborious. But that robot doesn't require breath, Luya stated calmly. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions turned grim. That rascal. He is doing it on purpose, Beerus said, somewhat irate. Hey, Vegeta, be careful. At this moment, Vegeta felt a tightness in his chest as the magma spewed by his opponent had burned up the air in the arena. He could not allow his adversary to prevail. Resolutely, Vegeta suddenly shouted, and in an instant, a powerful aura erupted from him, as a blinding energy cannon forced the robot's magma back. Oh. The robot sensed the peril, and in the next moment, it exerted force with its legs, driving them deep into the ground. Followed by a fierce glow in its eyes as it ramped up its firepower. A formidable aura enveloped it, brimming with power. Rumbling. Vegeta's attack was suppressed as the magma surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, crashing toward Vegeta. Vegeta gritted his teeth, and in an instant, he retracted his energy cannon, only to unleash a fierce surge of power, striking down upon the molten lava with a swift chop of his hand. The lava was forcefully torn apart by Vegeta's overwhelming might. However, in that fleeting moment, the robot had already closed the distance, delivering a crushing blow that sent Vegeta hurtling away as if struck by a sledgehammer. The robot, evidently intent on not letting him escape, lunged forward, seizing Vegeta's foot and slamming him down with tremendous force. With a pained cry, Vegeta crashed against the ground, but as he rebounded, he swiftly initiated his Prince's technique, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts towards the robot. Yet, the robot evaded them with remarkable agility, advancing towards Vegeta. Caught off guard, Vegeta found himself disoriented, desperately attempting to fend off the onslaught of attacks. With a fateful misstep, Vegeta was struck once more, sent flying across the arena. In the next moment, the robot soared above him, releasing a torrent of molten lava. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily raised his hands in defense. The impact was cataclysmic, and in an instant, Vegeta's form was thrust into the arena floor, which erupted in a violent explosion, showering molten rock in every direction. Vegeta! Goku exclaimed, his face paling with concern. Beerus and the others shared grim expressions, believing that Vegeta had met his end. How is this possible? Beerus murmured in disbelief, exclaiming in frustration. What is happening here? Neither Goku nor Vegeta has unleashed their full power. What kind of battle is this? Luya cast a fleeting glance around the arena before shaking his head, realizing that the unfolding events were not aligning with his expectations, yet they were not entirely unfavorable either. As the mist gradually dissipated, the figure of Vegeta emerged. At this moment, Vegeta's expression was far from pleasant. Beads of sweat trickled down his face as he gritted his teeth, glaring at the ground beneath him, standing precariously on one foot. Upon noticing this, the referee rushed over to inspect the situation and was taken aback to announce, no out of bounds. Contestant Vegeta is standing on a fragment of the stage. According to the rules, he has not been disqualified. The match continues. A collective gasp erupted from the audience. The members of Universe 7 erupted into jubilant cheers, their excitement palpable at the realization that Vegeta had not been eliminated. However, Vegeta himself harbored a different sentiment. His expression grew increasingly grim, particularly upon hearing the referee's declaration of the rules. The mighty Vegeta, Prince of the Scions, found himself relying on such trivial regulations to remain in the contest. With a furious aura enveloping him in a golden hue, Vegeta ascended slowly, his face betraying no emotion. Yet, those who knew him well, like Goku and Luya, could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Goku, filled with concern, remarked, Vegeta, as Luya cast a glance at Vegeta. His gaze shifted towards the robot with a tinge of sympathy. The robot was doomed. Of all the beings to provoke, it had to be Vegeta. This individual was notorious for his madness. When enraged, he could even contend with the god of destruction, Goku. You scoundrel. Vegeta's expression darkened as he soared beneath the protective barrier, his eyes glinting with a formidable intent to kill. The robot, undeterred, provocatively thumped its chest, releasing steam from its back. In the next instant, Vegeta's aura erupted violently, escalating with astonishing ferocity. This is bad. That fellow. Hey, eliminate him swiftly. Zampa suddenly bellowed. The robot responded with a roar, immediately unleashing a torrent of molten lava towards Vegeta. P.S. Starting tomorrow, updates will occur in the morning. Readers, please take care of your rest. Firstly, some friends have expressed a desire for a harem, which poses a challenge. As I am not particularly fond of the female characters in Dragon Ball Super, making them unsuitable as protagonists, fabricating characters would feel disingenuous. So the protagonist's quest for a partner will be addressed later. Perhaps a fitting opportunity will arise for a suitable woman to appear. Of course, the current focus is on sheer exhilaration. Dragon Ball Super is all about enjoyment. So, readers, please be patient. Secondly, I have a question for everyone. Which is more impressive? Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan Blue? Thirdly, the protagonist will indeed become Super Saiyan 4, but this will unfold in later chapters. I will orchestrate an unexpected turn of events that leads to his transformation into Super Saiyan 4. The answer will be revealed in due time, so do hold your anticipation. Lastly, I would like to remind you that the upcoming battles will escalate dramatically in terms of power levels. So I kindly ask readers to refrain from using profanity when expressing their frustrations. Finally, I humbly request your support. Chapter 37, The Appearance of Gabe. Scion versus Scion, however. Just as that blazing stream of lava was about to reach Vegeta, he erupted with an overwhelming energy, a force so potent that it obliterated the molten threat. What? The contestants from Universe 6 gasped in astonishment. It was hard to believe that a Scion possessed such strength. Gabe's expression was complex, as a Scion himself. He had never been aware of the Super Saiyan form. Something seemed amiss with Vegeta. Krillin and the others felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down their brows, their expressions turning serious. Vegeta's temper has flared, Goku remarked, somewhat awkwardly, concerned that Vegeta's anger was no laughing matter. As Luya observed Vegeta, he simultaneously utilized the system to gauge his opponent's combat power, only to be astounded by the astonishing levels reached by the Scion. It was evident that this power had surpassed that of a Super Saiyan level 1. Meanwhile, Vegeta maintained his form as a Super Saiyan, suggesting that he was truly enraged. A radiant golden light enveloped Vegeta, and as his fury escalated, the protective shield around him shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. With his hands spread wide, he then brought them together. What could this signify? Piccolo, recognizing the familiar technique, was taken aback, his face paling in shock. Vegeta was being far too reckless. Goku, dodging the shards of glass, couldn't help but remark on the situation. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he seemed to catch sight of something, causing him to pause and glance toward Monaka. There, Monaka sat with wide eyes, expressionless, amidst a chair littered with sharp glass shards. Ah, truly. The universe's greatest warrior remains remarkably composed, Goku exclaimed in admiration, unaware that Monaka had fainted earlier upon witnessing Goku transform into a Super Saiyan. Hey, someone stop him now. Kappa suddenly jolted up, shouting loudly. In response, the robot slammed its fist against its chest, releasing a surge of steam. It opened its mouth, gradually accumulating molten lava within. With a resounding boom, a powerful energy erupted, amplifying the robot's strength dramatically. Vegeta's expression twisted with rage as he bellowed, "Final flash." A colossal wave of energy surged toward the robot below. The latter, refusing to be outdone, unleashed a terrifying stream of lava from its mouth. The two formidable forces collided, unleashing a powerful aura that compelled the onlookers to shield themselves. Vegeta, veins bulging, suddenly increased his intensity. The robot, equally defiant, erupted once more. However, the might of Vegeta's final flash proved overwhelming. Even though the robot's energy could ignite his own, Vegeta's power was far from simple. In the next moment, the robot found itself overpowered. Vegeta's energy blast was thrust directly before it. The robot, alarmed, braced itself with all its might. At that instant, Vegeta erupted with fury, charging into the energy like a fish through water, swiftly reaching the robot. "Down you go, you worthless scrap," Vegeta roared, delivering a devastating punch toward the robot. Upon hearing such venomous insults from Vegeta, the robot's expression shifted, and in an instant, it lost its resolve. Bang! Vegeta disregarded the searing magma that threatened to engulf everything. His fist radiated a brilliant glow as he decisively shattered the molten rock, landing a punishing blow upon the robot's face, sending it crashing off the stage. The onlookers gasped in awe, a mixture of surprise and admiration coursing through the crowd. Out of bounds! Out of bounds! The contestant from Universe 6 has been eliminated. The 7th Universe's Vegeta emerges victorious in this match. The referee approached the robot, confirming its defeat, and promptly announced the result. Yoshi, splendid, Beerus exclaimed, his expression brightening with delight. We won. Krillin, Bulma, and the others erupted in excitement. Goku chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging the severity of Vegeta's attack. With an air of indifference, Vegeta soared back to the spectator's stands, accepting the water handed to him by Bulma, drinking deeply. Vegeta, you've certainly left the opponent quite battered, was remarked suddenly. At his words, the crowd turned their attention to the Universe 6 side, where the robot sat, curled up in a ball, emitting soft cries akin to a heartbroken child. TCH. Isn't it a robot? It shouldn't feel pain. Vegeta remarked coolly. No. I meant his spirit is deeply wounded. He cannot endure the humiliation of being insulted. That comment you made about him being scrap metal undoubtedly inflicted significant harm, was chuckled. Humph. Vegeta's eyelids flickered, but he chose not to elaborate further. All right, let us prepare for the next match. Goku laughed heartily, though he too felt a pang of sympathy for the opponent. The disparity in strength was simply too vast. Before long, Beerus and Whis appeared above the arena, both channeling their divine energy to restore the stage to its pristine condition, including the protective barrier. Suddenly, a frail young boy landed on the arena, revealing himself to be Cabba, the Scion from Universe 6. Vegeta cast him a glance before leaping onto the stage himself. Excellent. Now, let the match continue, the referee proclaimed, raising the microphone high. Cabba and Vegeta locked eyes. Yet neither made a move. Unexpectedly, Cabba bowed slightly to Vegeta, saying, Please, teach me. Vegeta offered a slight smile in return. Come. Let me witness the strength of the Scions from Universe 6. Cabba's expression hardened as he assumed a battle stance. Strangely, his fighting posture seemed remarkably similar to Vegeta's. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, then smirked arrogantly. Humph. This could be intriguing. With that, he too adopted a fighting stance. Cabba launched the first attack, propelling himself forward with surprising speed. His punch, delivered from his slender frame, unleashed a formidable force. Vegeta's eyes widened, and his expression shifted as he crossed his arms in defense just in time. Crash! With a single strike, Vegeta staggered backward, while Gabe seized the opportunity, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches that overwhelmed Vegeta. Oh dear, this Scion is truly formidable. How is he able to contend with Vegeta to such an extent? Goku marveled. The onlookers observed the scene with grave concern, aware that Vegeta had yet to reveal his full strength, yet his opponent was undeniably impressive. Chapter 38. The Pride of the Scions. Gabe transforms as Vegeta found himself increasingly pressured. He suddenly unleashed a surge of energy, momentarily halting Gabe in his tracks. Seizing this fleeting chance, Vegeta retaliated with a barrage of swift punches directed at Gabe. Unyielding, Gabe reciprocated, and the two exchanged blows, their energies colliding in a spectacular display. Suddenly, Gabe capitalized on a momentary lapse in Vegeta's defense, delivering a powerful kick to his opponent's midsection. Vegeta was sent hurtling backward, twisting in midair before crashing to the ground. In the next instant, both warriors positioned their hands at their waists, their stances mirrored each other perfectly. Kamehameha! In unison, both warriors unleashed their energy blasts, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the arena. It was a battle of equals. As the smoke dissipated, Vegeta and Gabe emerged, both visibly intact. Vegeta regarded Gabe with a hint of admiration. Not bad at all, you truly embody the spirit of a Scion. Gabe returned the gesture with a smile. You were quite impressive as well. Vegeta narrowed his eyes slightly and declared, Then let us continue. As the words left his lips, he erupted with energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Golden light enveloped him, and his power surged exponentially. Gabe paused momentarily before assuming his battle stance. Vegeta frowned, then inquired, Why do you not transform into a Super Saiyan to fight me? Gabe shook his head. I cannot. Vegeta was taken aback. Cannot? Gabe nodded, then explained, In our realm, the concept of a Super Saiyan does not exist. Vegeta fell silent. Suddenly, Gabe looked at Vegeta with a sincere expression and said, Mr. Vegeta, please teach me how to become a Super Saiyan. Nanny, teach you? Vegeta spoke in a deep tone. Gabe bowed before Vegeta and said, Yes. I too wish to transform into a Super Saiyan. Please, teach me. Vegeta's expression stiffened, and suddenly, a cruel smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Where do you place the pride of a Scion, you wretch? Gabe was momentarily taken aback, and before he could utter a word, Vegeta's figure had already flashed before him. Gabe was startled. However, the disparity in power between him and the transformed Vegeta was insurmountable. He was struck in the abdomen by a punch, sending him flying. Gabe let out a pain scream, and before he could regain his composure, Vegeta reappeared before him once more. With a resounding crash, Vegeta unleashed a flurry of blows upon Gabe, treating him like a mere punching bag. In a fleeting moment, Gabe managed to launch a ki blast. But Vegeta merely tilted his head to evade it. He seized Gabe by the neck, applying just enough pressure. Gabe struggled desperately, feeling as though he were on the brink of asphyxiation. Vegeta looked at him with a cold sneer, "With your kind of worthlessness. What right do you have to ask me for guidance?" Gabe could hardly believe Vegeta's sudden transformation. He had not anticipated such ferocity. "Humph. As a Scion, you dare to plead for help. Where is your Scion pride? You are nothing but a disgrace to our kind. I am profoundly disappointed in you." Vegeta's gaze was one of utter disappointment as he looked at Gabe. Gabe trembled, unable to resist, for Vegeta's power was crushing him. In the stands, the audience was somewhat perplexed. "That Vegeta, is he being too harsh?" Bulma remarked, a hint of anger in her tone, feeling somewhat exasperated with her husband. Vegeta would not act without reason. There must be his own rationale behind this. Goku defended Vegeta, understanding him as his partner. He knew the essence of Vegeta, who had transformed significantly since then. Hehehe, watching Vegeta teach someone a lesson reminds me of when he cast aside his dignity to seek my training. It truly is endearing, was suddenly chuckled. As Luya observed the scene before him, he remained silent, attentively watching the combat techniques employed by the warriors of the 6th universe, preparing himself for the forthcoming Universal Power Tournament. Although he had previously witnessed such battles, experiencing them firsthand felt somewhat unfamiliar. It was anticipated that Gabe would soon transform into a Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, Vegeta continued to hurl insults at Gabe, mercilessly belittling him with mockery. "You little brat. I shall end your life right here. You disgrace the Scion name. Once I have vanquished you, I will annihilate your family, your loved ones, and your friends. I will obliterate your very planet." Vegeta sneered malevolently. Gabe's pupils constricted, and in the next moment, a surge of anger flushed across his face, his aura rapidly escalating. Vegeta scoffed. "What is the matter? You're so incompetent that you can't even protect your family? What right do you have to live? Shut your mouth." Suddenly, Gabe roared like a madman, unleashing a powerful force that sent Vegeta staggering backward. "Humph." Vegeta observed him with a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Do not harm my family." Gabe suddenly lifted his head, and in the next instant, he let out a primal roar. Huh. Boom. In an instant, Gabe's form was enveloped in a brilliant golden light, and his hair transformed into a striking golden hue. He had indeed achieved the Super Saiyan transformation. Everyone present was taken aback by the astonishing sight. Goku raised an eyebrow and chuckled. This guy Vegeta really knows his stuff. With a sudden furious roar, Gabe charged at Vegeta, launching a series of relentless wolf fang fist strikes. Strangely, Vegeta did not seem to retaliate with full force, appearing to be on the receiving end of the assault, clearly allowing Gabe to dominate. Bang, 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 thud. Gabe unleashed a frenzied barrage of attacks on Vegeta as if he had lost all reason. Finally, he delivered a powerful kick that sent Vegeta soaring into the air, igniting his fury as he propelled himself upward, positioning himself above Vegeta, and brought his fist crashing down. Boom. Vegeta plummeted, crashing onto the arena floor, which cracked under the impact. Thud. Gabe landed on the ground, his anger still simmering. In the next moment, he shouted and charged toward Vegeta once more. As Vegeta rose, he faced Gabe's approaching fist without any intention of blocking. With a thunderous collision, dust and debris erupted into the air. As the haze settled, both Vegeta and Gabe were revealed to the onlookers. Gabe's fist had struck Vegeta's forehead, while Vegeta, displaying a calm demeanor, regarded Gabe with a look of approval, followed by a reassuring smile. "You are indeed teachable." Gabe was momentarily taken aback, and as the realization of his actions dawned upon him, his expression shifted, and he hastily retreated. The kind-hearted individual he was had just harbored thoughts of killing Vegeta. Chapter 39. A Shift in Order. The emergence of Ultra Blue. Is this truly me? Gabe gazed at his reflection, astonished. Vegeta replied nonchalantly. The fundamental requirement for transforming into a Super Saiyan is rage. When your anger reaches its zenith, it will unleash the latent potential within you. Thus, your capacity to transform into a Super Saiyan, given your qualifications, is indeed fueled by fury. Upon hearing this, Gabe's realization dawned. "Master, your earlier actions were intended to incite my anger?" Vegeta, with a hint of pride, responded. What else could it be? Feeling a sense of relief, Gabe suddenly retracted his Super Saiyan form. He was taken aback, As this was not a conscious decision of his own. Follow my instructions once more, Vegeta stated calmly. Gaby nodded, slowly closing his eyes, and in the next moment, he opened them wide. Boom. A surge of energy erupted from Gaby's being, and in that instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. The golden aura enveloped him, and he was overwhelmed with excitement. I've done it. Vegeta smiled, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Gaby bowed deeply. Vegeta replied coolly. Becoming my disciple is not a simple task. I understand. I will strive diligently. I believe that in the future, I shall astonish you. Gaby proclaimed confidently. That is a matter for later. For now, it is time to conclude. Vegeta remarked with a slight smile. Gaby suddenly chuckled. Master. Defeating me might prove to be quite a challenge. Vegeta crossed his arms, teasingly retorting. You underestimate me far too much. Gaby was momentarily taken aback. Huh. Vegeta clenched his fists, and in the next moment, he erupted with energy, enveloped in a pure blue aura, his power magnifying exponentially. What? Gaby's eyes widened in disbelief. What? On the side of Universe 6, everyone was shaken. What is this form? Why does it exude a divine aura? Kappa inquired, astonished. It seems the Scions of Universe 7 possess extraordinary abilities. They appear to command powers beyond the comprehension of ordinary Scions. Beerus remarked, equally surprised. TCH. Undoubtedly. It must be that guy Beerus. He must have taught these Scions some unique skills. Kampa retorted, somewhat begrudgingly. Hee, Lord Kampa, you cannot solely blame Lord Beerus. Primarily, you seldom concern yourself with matters of Universe 6. Your mind is preoccupied with food and vying with Lord Beerus. It appears I am the one managing affairs in Universe 6. With a playful smile, Bardos remarked. Kampa felt a bit awkward, for he indeed resembled Bardos's description. Regarding the 6th universe, he was indifferent. Should matters escalate, he would not hesitate to intervene directly and decisively. Observing the Scions, it appeared they were quite formidable. Having transformed into the striking blue form that significantly amplified their combat prowess. Bardos chuckled, eagerly watching the unfolding spectacle. Kappa, feeling somewhat disheartened, refrained from voicing his thoughts. Meanwhile, the usually silent Hit was stirred from his contemplation. He opened his eyes and cast a meaningful glance at Vegeta before shifting his gaze to Goku in the audience. At that moment, Goku was also watching him, and their eyes locked in a charged exchange. After a brief moment, Hit averted his gaze, but was suddenly drawn to Luya. Luya, too, met Hit's gaze with a calm expression, betraying no emotional disturbance. Nonetheless, Hit narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he could discern that Luya's strength might not match Goku's, there was an unsettling aura about him. The 7th universe holds intrigue. Hey, Luya! Goku exclaimed suddenly, yet his attention remained fixed on Hit. Luya turned to him. Goku, still looking at him, smiled, and said, how about I take the lead in the next round? Luya was taken aback, and so were Beerus and the others. Surprised by the unexpected turn of events. Goku, what do you intend to do? Krillin asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Goku turned to Hit and then smiled, saying, I wish to challenge Hit. At this declaration, the crowd was utterly astonished, setting aside the question of whether he would even get the chance. They all pondered the formidable strength of Vegeta, believing he would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Beerus and Whis exchanged knowing smiles, filled with profound significance. Goku, are you suggesting that Vegeta cannot defeat Hit? Piccolo inquired gravely, his gaze fixed on Goku. Goku nodded. That fellow is incredibly dangerous. So much so that even I feel a tremor of fear. Upon hearing this, the group was stunned, and Piccolo's face turned pale with fright. Was this truly Goku speaking? Their companions had always regarded him as invincible. Aside from deities of destruction, he had miraculously triumphed over nearly all adversaries. Yet, they had never heard him express that he trembled before another's aura. Even the formidable Cell had not possessed such a qualification. Luoyu was not surprised. Rather, he hesitated for a moment before responding, you might not be his match. Wukong was taken aback for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. I share the same sentiment. However, it would indeed be a tremendous pity if such a master were not given the opportunity for a contest. The others were well aware of Wukong's tendencies and understood that he was once again indulging his whims. After a brief pause, Wukong suddenly leaned in and quietly inquired of Luoya, if I were to employ that particular move, would there be a chance? Lur nodded. Yes. But the odds are heavily in favor of Hit. You have yet to fully harness that power. If you cannot endure, the harm it may inflict on your body could be quite severe. Wukong nodded in understanding. I comprehend. In the next match, I shall take the lead. Lur, He spoke little, for he understood that he was not yet capable of transcending to Ultra Blue, thus could not challenge Hit from the outset. Even though he was aware of his opponent's tactics, his strength was insufficient. Goku, however, was different. He possessed Ultra Blue and was inherently formidable. With the addition of the Kaioken technique, he stood a chance. At that moment, amidst the arena, Vegeta successfully flaunted his power, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. He gazed at Gabe and proclaimed, "This is the higher echelon of Super Saiyans, Super Saiyan Blue. Quite impressive." Cold sweat trickled down Gabe's face as he marveled, feeling the oppressive force emanating from Vegeta. Undoubtedly, this was an exceedingly terrifying form. They had truly attained such a level of transformation. Chapter 40. The Arrival of the Ultimate Assassin. Is Vegeta being overpowered? As Gabe confronted Vegeta, the crowd's attention was captivated, unaware of a battered figure slowly advancing in a particular direction. However, the observant Bardoss and Hit noticed this. Bardoss squinted slightly, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Hit, observing Frost's sinister intentions, vanished in the blink of an eye. Damn Science! Frost's pallid face contorted with hatred and malice. He had painstakingly secured the investment from the God of Destruction Kappa, contingent upon winning the match, but now he had lost, and thus, his opportunity had vanished. Consumed by resentment, he resolved to seize the funds while the others were preoccupied with battle. Soon, Frost arrived at a concealed location, where a mound of jewels and wealth lay before him, alongside a peculiar cube. A glimmer of greed crossed Frost's face as he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. All of this is mine. The cube is mine. You better not touch it." Suddenly, a calm and indifferent voice resonated from behind Frost. Startled, he spun around in panic. You are Hit?" There stood Hit, hands in pockets, observing him. "But damn it, no one shall stop me." Frost erupted in fury, charging at Hit with reckless abandon. Hit regarded him coolly, as if contemplating the fate of a mere mortal. Meanwhile, a white temporal cage began to extend from beneath his feet. "What?" Frost gasped, realizing he was immobilized. With a resounding thud, everything fell silent. Frost trembled, disbelief etched across his face, for his body was now riddled with wounds. In an instant, he lost consciousness, crashing to the ground without comprehending the technique employed against him. He gazed at Frost with a serene expression. "You should consider yourself fortunate that I do not wish to kill you." The assassin Hit. This is his identity in the 6th universe. He is also the mightiest assassin of the 6th universe, the most formidable warrior. Casting a glance at the unconscious Frost, Hit hoisted him up and turned to depart. Meanwhile, in a corner, Bardoss observed the entire scene and smiled slightly, realizing that her intervention was no longer necessary. With that, she too turned away. Watching Vegeta transform into Super Saiyan Blue, Cabba's expression grew exceedingly grave, as he sensed the vast disparity between them. Nevertheless, Cabba assumed a fighting stance and declared, "Allow me to witness the power of Super Saiyan Blue." Vegeta responded with a peculiar smile, and in the next instant, he charged toward Cabba with incredible speed. With a fierce shout, Cabba unleashed his energy to its zenith and immediately launched an attack on Vegeta. However, tragically, Vegeta's speed far surpassed his own. Cabba extended his fist, but failed to connect with Vegeta, instead receiving a punch in return. The impact was tremendous. "Ugh," Cabba gasped, spitting out a mouthful of water. Reverting to his original state. One punch. He transformed into a Super Saiyan but could not withstand even a single blow from the blue form. Cabba collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of combat strength. Vegeta remained unperturbed, nonchalantly picking up Cabba and tossing him towards the audience of the 6th universe. Golden Bear caught him, and the crowd was left in stunned silence. No way. He lost just like that. The 6th universe spectators had hoped that Cabba, having successfully transformed, would at least engage in battle with Vegeta, but they never anticipated that a single punch would bring him down. Is this truly the power of Super Saiyan Blue? The companions from the 7th universe erupted into cheers, as their opponents were reduced to a single contestant. Victory was within reach, and should they triumph, the 7th universe would emerge victorious. However, Goku and Ryo wore expressions devoid of joy, as did Beerus and Whis. Their gazes fixated on the last remaining fighter from the 6th universe, Hit, with a profound significance. In the arena, Vegeta regarded Hit, fully aware that the ace of the 6th universe was ready to strike. "Come on, show me what you're capable of." Vegeta's lips curled into a fierce smirk. Before the referee could utter a word, Hit leaped down into the arena. For reasons unknown, the atmosphere shifted to one of grave seriousness as he descended. Even the proud Vegeta displayed a hint of solemnity, for he could not sense Hit's energy. This was undoubtedly a terrifying prospect. Vegeta stared at Hit, adopting a battle stance. With a resounding roar, Blue light enveloped his form as he prepared to confront Hit in his most potent super blue state. Hit observed Vegeta's transformation, his gaze flickering momentarily before he calmly stated, "Come on." As he spoke, he assumed a stance, albeit the most ordinary of postures. Yet there was not a single flaw to be found in his surroundings. A strong sense of foreboding enveloped Goku, even though Luya possessed a system. One could not deny that Hit was currently flawless. Humph, what a charade. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, and in the next moment, he charged directly at Hit. Here comes my attack. Vegeta unleashed his speed to its zenith, aiming a punch at Hit. Whoosh. Yet, in an instant, his expression shifted, for Hit had inexplicably appeared at his side. His punch had utterly missed. What? The members of the seventh universe were all taken aback, as they had failed to comprehend what had just transpired. Hit did not afford Vegeta a moment's respite, landing a punch that sent him flying. What? Vegeta winced in pain, but more than that, he was engulfed in disbelief. He never imagined his assault could be so effortlessly thwarted. Impossible. It must be an illusion. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta's fury ignited once more, and he charged forward again, only to find himself blinking behind Hit, striking down with a knife hand. Yet, curiously, Hit had already reappeared beside Vegeta in the next moment, delivering another punch that sent him reeling. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Vegeta, Bulma cried out, her heart racing with concern. He is too fast. I can't even discern his movements. Piccolo remarked. Despite his utmost concentration, he still could not perceive Hit's attacks. Goku and Luya exchanged grave looks, their expressions laden with complexity. Vegeta, having endured 2 consecutive blows, was incensed. The proud prince of all Scions, he could not accept being without a shred of resistance. Realizing this, he unleashed a surge of energy, elevating his combat power to new heights. However, Hit did not grant him the opportunity. He flickered and soon stood before Vegeta. With a menacing expression, Vegeta was poised to strike Hit. But then bang. Ugh. Vegeta was caught off guard once more, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Before he could even react, Hit unleashed a flurry of attacks, his fists raining down upon him like a torrential downpour. Chapter 41. Vegeta's crushing defeat. Goku takes the stage. Under Hit's overwhelming assault, Vegeta found himself utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. Cold sweat dripped from everyone's brows, especially the companions from the seventh universe. Super Saiyan Blue was the mightiest form they had ever witnessed. Aside from the god of destruction, no one had ever triumphed over them. Who could have anticipated that even Super Saiyan Blue would prove ineffective against Hit? Just how formidable is he? Goku inquired of Luya, "Can you discern Hit's movements?" Luya remarked, "I cannot see clearly for the time being, yet his attacks have transcended time." Transcended time? Wukong questioned, clearly perplexed by this revelation. Luya was indeed correct. Hit's power truly surpasses the confines of time. However, this is not a manifestation of his innate strength, but rather a skill he has honed through rigorous training. To elucidate, he possesses the ability to anticipate his opponent's movements a mere 0.1 seconds in advance, thus manipulating time to navigate into an alternate parallel dimension, rendering Vegeta's attacks ineffective against him. Was suddenly interjected with an explanation. Beerus cast a languid glance at Luya, remarking, "You seem to be quite knowledgeable." Luya smiled faintly and then remarked, "One could only say that I am quite knowledgeable." Beerus inquired, "Luya, since you are aware of the opponent's ability, can you find a way to counter it?" Goku asked. Luya pondered for a moment before turning to Goku and said, "Hit's technique is known as time skip, which means he has the ability to evade your attack by slipping into another dimension just before you strike. In reality, his physical form remains, yet he becomes untouchable, allowing him to deliver a fatal blow in the next instant. To counter this, one must anticipate his anticipation." Upon hearing this, Goku fell into silence. Meanwhile, Whis and Beerus exchanged glances, their expressions laden with gravity, as they realized that this individual named Luya was becoming increasingly enigmatic. He even possessed knowledge of time skip. Whis, is it possible for someone like him to exist in our universe's level of civilization? Beerus inquired, his brow furrowed in uncertainty. Whis shook his head. "I cannot say for certain, but it is highly unlikely. However, I remain unaware of his origins." Beerus fell silent, then turned his gaze toward Luya, his eyes narrowing slightly. Luya evidently sensed the piercing gaze of Beerus, his heart tightening in response. Alas, it seems he must adopt a more subdued demeanor and refrain from any further revelations. "Ah, I understand now," Goku exclaimed suddenly, his voice filled with excitement. "Understand what?" Luya inquired, casting a glance at him. Goku, with a confident smile, replied, "Just wait and see my performance." In the arena, Vegeta was struggling desperately, maintaining a distance from Hit, whose attacks were exceedingly enigmatic, executed with such swiftness that even Vegeta could scarcely perceive them. It was as if Hit were perpetually before him, with the distant figure merely a fleeting shadow. Bizarrely, Vegeta was unable to make contact with Hit's physical form. Just as he was poised to strike, his fist met only emptiness, resulting in him being subjected to a relentless barrage instead. "Why are you dawdling?" Hit's words echoed as he suddenly appeared before Vegeta, delivering a crushing blow. Vegeta attempted to defend himself, but, predictably, was struck squarely in the abdomen by Hit's punch, gritting his teeth against the pain. A glimmer of cold resolve ignited in Vegeta's eyes. This was his moment. With a swift motion, Vegeta seized Hit's arm, and with his other hand, he unleashed a powerful punch. However, in an extraordinary twist, it was Vegeta who found himself on the receiving end of the blow. His eyes widened in disbelief, as he could not fathom the speed at which Hit operated. After 2 consecutive strikes, the force of Hit's punches surged through Vegeta's body, causing him to lose his Super Saiyan blue form in an instant. He was gravely injured, unable to sustain his transformation any longer. Vegeta collapsed to the ground, and silence enveloped the arena. The spectators were left in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend the outcome. Had Vegeta truly lost? The members of Universe 7 were incredulous, their mouths dry with shock. Goku's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated such a move from his opponent. Luya's eyes were slightly closed, and he was not surprised by the outcome, though he felt a tinge of regret. In terms of combat prowess, Hit did not possess significantly greater strength than Vegeta. It was merely Hit's ability to manipulate time that caught Vegeta off guard. Consequently, Vegeta was utterly outmatched. The representative from Universe 7, Vegeta, lay defeated, while the champion from Universe 6, Hit, emerged victorious. With the referee's decisive call, the battle concluded. Hit glanced at Vegeta and remarked, "You are the first to endure so many of my punches and still remain alive." With that, he turned and departed. Vegeta's expression was grim, yet he found himself unable to rise. In a flash, Goku appeared beside Vegeta and promptly carried him back to the stands. Bulma hurriedly requested a Senzu bean from Krillin and administered it to Vegeta. After consuming the bean, Vegeta was revitalized, though his demeanor remained somewhat subdued, clearly affected by the defeat. Goku, noticing this, reassured him, "Come on, Vegeta, Hit is indeed formidable. Even I struggle to discern his movements." "Humph, that guy. I will not lose to him," Vegeta retorted coldly. Goku chuckled heartily before declaring, "All right, it's my turn in the next match." "What?" Vegeta exclaimed in surprise, turning to Goku. "Isn't Loya supposed to compete next?" Lord shrugged nonchalantly. Goku chuckled heartily. "I swapped places with him. I too wish to face Hit." Vegeta curled his lips in indifference. "Do as you please." Goku waved to the crowd. "Everyone, I'm off. Go for it, Goku." Krillin and the others cheered him on. With a slight smile, Goku leaped down from the arena. Meanwhile, Hit also descended onto the stage. The two faced each other across several meters, their expressions solemn. Is Goku truly capable? Beerus pondered with a hint of complexity. Beside him, Whis replied with a relaxed smile. "Even if Goku loses, we still have Lure and the universe's top fighter, Manaka, right? Why should Lord Beerus be flustered?" Upon hearing this, Beerus's expression stiffened, followed by an awkward admission. "In truth, Manaka is not a martial artist. He is merely a courier in the universe. I said that to inspire Goku's fighting spirit. Surely, Whis, you understand." "Ho ho ho. It seems Lord Beerus may have underestimated the situation. Should Goku falter, it appears no one from our 7th universe could stand against it." Whis remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. "How infuriating." Beerus replied, somewhat vexed. The unusually keen Piccolo overheard their conversation, and his face turned pale with fear. So, Goku had almost become their 7th universe's sole hope? With this thought, he glanced at Lore. Could this fellow truly hold his own? P.S. Brothers, cherish these days of updates. I can hardly keep up. Do you have anything to say to me? Chapter 42, Seeking the Weakness of Time. Astonishment among the crowd in the arena, Goku did not rush into action, nor did he immediately transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Instead, he focused intently on Hit. Hit remained expressionless, patiently awaiting Goku's move. The atmosphere grew tense as the two stood off, with the crowd eagerly anticipating the thrilling duel between Goku and Hit. Humph. What a farce. The Scions cannot possibly defeat Hit. Our 6th universe is destined to be the ultimate victor. Compass sneered. Silence. The outcome cannot yet be determined. Keep your eyes wide open, Beerus replied sternly. Humph. While Kappa was displeased, he refrained from further provocations. In the arena, Goku's expression suddenly relaxed, and he turned to Hit, saying, "My apologies. I was just trying to find your weakness earlier, which is why I held back." Hit was taken aback for a moment before responding. "You were quite candid." Goku assumed a fighting stance and declared, "All right then, let our battle commence." "I can hardly wait," Hit replied coolly. "Can't wait to lose, can you? You've already decided you cannot win against me." Goku smiled slightly. "Who knows? Perhaps I might just uncover your weakness." Hit regarded him with a steady gaze and retorted, "Enough of the chatter. Let us begin." As he spoke, Hit assumed his usual, simple stance. However, Goku squinted slightly, and then sighed with admiration. Indeed, he possesses no discernible weaknesses. The referee, sensing the tension between the two competitors, promptly declared, "Both fighters are prepared. Let the match commence." No sooner had the words left his lips than Goku's expression sharpened, and in the next instant, he charged forward, reaching Hit in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful punch. Unfazed, Hit evaded with an agility akin to that of a phantom, reappearing beside Goku to unleash a punch of his own. Goku recognized this maneuver but was unable to respond in time, receiving a forceful blow that sent him staggering backward. Wincing in pain, Goku covered the struck area and exclaimed, "Truly formidable. I have never encountered such power." Hit regarded him coolly and remarked, "Give it your all. You cannot defeat me." Goku grinned widely, then surged forward once more. He launched an array of punches and kicks at Hit, yet predictably, they were all deftly sidestepped. Hit's strength was overwhelmingly terrifying, utilizing his incredible speed. Goku couldn't even graze the hem of Hit's clothing before being struck by a devastating blow. Such power was utterly astounding. With a resounding thud, Goku was sent flying after enduring a series of punishing hits. Just as he seemed destined to plummet from the stage, he executed a series of rapid flips in midair, landing deftly on his feet. Gazing at Hit, Goku chuckled, "Though I paid a price, I have discerned your technique." "What?" Hit was taken aback, disbelief flickering across his face. "Son Goku, your bravado is impressive, but I have no weaknesses." "Nay, Hit, I have identified your vulnerability. From this moment forward, I shall not hold back," Goku proclaimed confidently. Hit, now visibly unsettled, could hardly fathom Goku's assertion. The notion of Hit's attacks harboring any flaws seemed preposterous. Krillin shared a similar disbelief. "Damn it, that Kakarot." Vegeta, however, found some semblance of faith in Goku's words. After all, Kakarot was his ally, and he knew him well. Goku was not one prone to deceit. Perhaps he had indeed discerned something significant. At that moment, Goku erupted with a fierce intensity, a powerful force surging from within him, transforming him into Super Saiyan Blue. With a resplendent blue aura enveloping him, Goku faced Hit and declared, "Hit, you are undeniably strong, but I shall not be bested by anyone." Hit observed Goku's transformation into the formidable Super Saiyan Blue, a cautious glimmer now evident in his gaze. Undoubtedly, this form was immensely powerful. Even he, in the absence of his time-skipping ability, might find himself wary. With this thought, Hit resumed his stance and retorted, "Humph. You claim to have discovered my weakness? Son Wukong, to be honest, I greatly admire your courage. However, my time-stopping ability has no weaknesses." "Is that so?" Wukong grinned. And in an instant, he summoned his energy, maximizing his ultra-blue form. Bang! In the next moment, Wukong charged directly toward Hit. Hit's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, he executed his time-stop technique as Wukong approached, suddenly freezing time for a brief moment. With a cold smirk, Hit unleashed a punch. Bam! Yet, contrary to expectations, there was no anguished cry. Wukong had successfully blocked Hit's attack. What? Hit was incredulous, unable to comprehend how Sun Wukong had truly withstood his time-stop assault. How could this be possible? Oh my! He blocked it. Everyone was astonished, never expecting Wukong to withstand Hit's onslaught. How could this even happen? How was Kakarot able to perceive such an attack? Vegeta found it hard to accept. Time stop means that the opponent can halt time for 0.1 seconds. A fleeting moment that is ample for many actions. It's not merely that simple. The opponent can manipulate time, entering another parallel space with the time stop. Which is why Vegeta could not land a hit while Hit inexplicably appeared in another position. Luya began to elucidate. After a pause, Luya suddenly glanced at Whis. It's akin to how Mr. Whis can manipulate time, using time reversal, while Hit's ability freezes time for approximately 0.1 seconds. And that brief moment is undoubtedly significant for a master. Whis nodded in agreement. Indeed, That is the essence of it. However, I too am surprised that there exists someone other than myself who can manipulate time. It is quite perplexing. The crowd slowly came to realization, understanding now. Yet, even with knowledge of the opponent's skill, overcoming it remains a formidable challenge. One must possess sufficient strength and achieve a perfect synchronization of mind and body. Reacting in an instant, anticipating the opponent's next position, Wukong was precisely predicting Hit's intentions. Whis elaborated. This is truly remarkable. Krillin and the others gazed at the scene with complex expressions, utterly astonished that such maneuvers were even possible. Chapter 43, Hit's Evolution. An unseen master in the arena. Hit gazed at Wukong in sheer astonishment. How are you able to do this? Wukong chuckled. I did it. Whoosh. In the next moment, Wukong unleashed a sweeping punch toward Hit. Undeterred, Hit once again activated his time stop, and the space around them froze, yet without a moment's hesitation. Hit aimed a punch at Wukong's abdomen. Boom. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. Wukong had firmly grasped Hit's fist with one hand. In the next moment, Goku delivered a powerful kick, sending Hit staggering back. The expression on Hit's face was one of grave concern. His time skip had indeed been breached. Until now, Goku was the first individual to unravel the mystery of his time manipulation. Goku assumed a poised stance, gazing at Hit with a slight smile, and remarked, Hit, without your time skip, your strength is not particularly formidable. Therefore, I shall not hold back. Hit regarded Goku, his eyes narrowing slightly. He then spoke in a calm tone. I must admit, you have truly surprised me. To break my time skip indicates your exceptional judgment. However, to defeat me, you have a long way to go. With a crackle of his fists, Hit revealed an exhilarated smile. It has been ages since I have experienced such an exhilarating battle. Boom. In an instant, he erupted with energy, unleashing a formidable wave of purple power that was awe-inspiring. Goku remained silent, his expression gradually turning serious. For many years, no one had evaded his assassinations, nor had anyone cracked his time skip. Thus, he had refrained from advancing further. But now, you have shown me that I can become even stronger. With those words, Hit abruptly vanished. Goku's expression shifted, and he roared with fury, surging forward. Crash. Gah. Caught off guard, Goku suddenly took a punch. How was this possible? He was hit. Krillin and the others were taken aback, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Even Goku cannot evade it. Hit's time skip had enhanced from a mere 0.1 seconds to 0.2 seconds. Moreover, he continued to grow stronger. Rhea spoke slowly. Is this fellow a monster? How could he become stronger so effortlessly? Krillin responded with a complex expression. It's not that he's a monster. He could have advanced further all along, but he felt it unnecessary, as he had never encountered a worthy opponent before. Rhea replied with a hint of indifference. The atmosphere grew tense. Would Goku truly be defeated? Bulma voiced her concerns. Vegeta, with a calm demeanor, observed the battle intently before slowly closing his eyes. Kakarot should still possess a trump card, so let us watch. At this moment, Goku staggered backward, clutching his abdomen. That last punch had significantly increased in power. You have grown stronger, Goku remarked, gazing at Hit. Hit responded, it is you who has propelled my growth. So I must thank you for making me aware of my own limitations. Then, Hit suddenly declared, Son Goku, just now, my time skip was at 0.2 seconds. And now it is 0.5 seconds. With that, he vanished from sight once more. Wukong's heart sank in astonishment, for he could not discern Hit's movements at all. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. There. With that, he unleashed a ki blast towards his left side. Boom. The blast exploded, yet Hit's form did not materialize. Instead, he appeared right before Wukong, delivering a powerful punch. Wukong, reacting instinctively, erupted with a surge of energy, the immense force sending Hit staggering back. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong lunged forward. However, in that instant, his movement abruptly froze. Hit's fist struck out in the next moment. Boom. Undoubtedly, it connected. The purple energy of the punch pierced through Wukong's body, reminiscent of Vegeta's earlier defeat. This punch exemplified Hit's true power. Its magnitude was such that even Wukong could not withstand it, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Thud. Pain forced Wukong to kneel, clutching his abdomen. His body trembling slightly. It stood before him, stating, that you can foresee my actions, I possess the ability of time skip, an enhanced version at that. Allowing me to anticipate your anticipations. How many of my punches can you endure? Wukong gritted his teeth, a defiant look upon his face, and suddenly erupted with energy once more, launching himself forward with a punch aimed at Hit. Bang! Yet, without question, Hit employed his time skip to effortlessly evade Wukong's attack, simultaneously delivering another full-force punch that made Wukong cough up blood. Unable to withstand Hit's two devastating blows, Wukong's body collapsed forward. Wukong! Krillin and the others exclaimed in shock, urgently calling out. Has it come to an end? On the Sixth Universe's side, Kampa beamed at the fallen Wukong, a triumphant smirk adorning his face. Beerus chuckled, remarking, Hit is the top assassin of the Sixth Universe, and he wields the power to manipulate time, akin to an angel. Few can defeat him, although Goku's Super Saiyan Blue possesses greater strength than Hit. If he cannot land a hit, such power is rendered futile. Victory is assured for my Sixth Universe. Kampa suddenly cast a smug glance at Beerus, his eyes brimming with provocation. Could Beerus endure such a taunt? Veins bulged on his forehead. Wukong cannot defeat Hit. He may predict Hit's attacks, yet Hit can manipulate time for 0.5 seconds. A significant duration allowing him to alter his actions even if Wukong anticipates them, was explained slowly. Are we truly to lose to the Sixth Universe? Beerus found it hard to accept, knowing that a defeat would mean surrendering Earth and tarnishing his own reputation. If Kampa were to gloat about it, would that not be exceedingly humiliating? Let's see how it unfolds. If Wukong possesses any hidden cards, he might yet turn the tide. This spoke softly. Kakarot has reached his limit. He is utterly unable to withstand Hit's onslaught. Vegeta stated somberly. Not necessarily. Luya interjected suddenly. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards him. What do you mean? Vegeta asked Luya, his expression growing grave. Lure smiled faintly and remarked, Wukong's strength is far more complex than you can imagine. He has yet to reveal his true capabilities. What? The crowd gasped in surprise. Their curiosity piqued as they turned their attention to the arena. How do you know that? Vegeta questioned, his tone tinged with disbelief. He had trained alongside Kakarot for an extended period, but had never witnessed any hidden cards up his sleeve. Wait, could it be? Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment as he glanced at the fallen Wukong, a look of incredulity crossing his face. Chapter 44. King Kaifi's Super Saiyan Blue observing the incapacitated Wukong, it refrained from attacking further and instead summoned the referee. Hey, referee, what is the ruling now? The rules state no fatalities, correct? Yet, the opponent is unable to concede. What has to be done? Hit spoke calmly. The referee appeared somewhat flustered. Glancing from the prostrate Sun Wukong to Hit. Are we to declare a victor? Hit regarded Sun Wukong and declared, it's over. With that, he turned to leave. Wait. A deep voice suddenly resonated. What? Hit was startled and quickly turned back. Not just him, but the others also stiffened in surprise. They beheld Wukong slowly rising to his feet, his body still trembling. He was standing. Wukong chuckled, no need to rush. I haven't lost yet. Hit regarded him with disbelief. This is impossible. Even Vegeta, who shares the same super blue form, fell to my full force punch. This guy endured 2 of my strikes and is still standing. What sort of monster is he? Wukong gasped for breath. Feeling the imminent threat of death he had just experienced, the opponent's power was truly terrifying. Moreover, Hit's time skip had predicted his own predictions. What extraordinary talent must one possess to achieve such feats? I can still fight, Wukong asserted with determination. Why? Is victory truly that significant to you? Hit inquired, his tone indifferent. Not at all. Wukong shook his head, then looked at Hit and continued. I simply do not wish to disappoint you. Oh? Hit's expression reflected confusion. Wukong smiled. You must also yearn for a worthy adversary, right? Thus, I refuse to concede. Upon hearing this, Hit slowly closed his eyes, then opened them to scrutinize Wukong, coldly stating, You are struggling just to stand. How can you hope to battle me? Wukong chuckled. I had intended to keep my abilities concealed, but circumstances have changed. I am not being petty. Rather, this technique is newly mastered, and I lack confidence in its execution. Hit's gaze sharpened. The onlookers were taken aback, pondering Wukong's words. It seemed that Wukong still had more to unveil. How could it be that Vegeta's expression appeared somewhat displeased? As Lure observed the scene with a faint smile, Goku took a firm stance, inhaled deeply, and declared, Now. It is time to get serious. He assumed a fighting posture, and one by one, his energy surged, activating the full power of Super Saiyan Blue. Ha! Goku shouted. And in an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from his being. Not only that, but a faint crimson glow also appeared on the surface of his blue energy. How could he be in such a state? Could it be? On the spectator stands, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically as he suddenly recalled the truth. The Kaioken. Kakarot's trump card is indeed the Kaioken. Goku continued to roar. his energy escalating in that moment, seemingly boundless in its ascent. Crack, crack. Under the immense pressure of his aura, the protective shield in the air shattered into pieces. Impossible. This power has surpassed Super Saiyan Blue. Could there be a form even stronger than Super Saiyan Blue? How could this be? Yet, what is this? The spectators from Universe 6 watched in terror, as Kampa and the Angel Vados exchanged glances of apprehension simultaneously. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Kampa's brow as he sensed something was amiss, and he shouted, "Hit!" Now that he hasn't successfully transformed, eliminate him. Hit's eyes glinted coldly as he regarded Goku, preparing to strike. Quick, defeat him, Kampa urged once more. However, Hit did not rush into action, but instead appeared to be deep in thought. Soon, Hit lowered his hand that was poised to attack. Witnessing this, Kampa's fury erupted. Hey, what are you doing? Do you dare defy my orders? Ignoring Kampa, Hit gazed at Goku with a confident smile. Goku, you are indeed formidable. But I will become even stronger than you. Goku's energy continued to surge, causing the entire arena to tremble under the weight of his power, beginning to crack and splinter. Suddenly, Goku ceased his energy release, and the glow engulfing him vanished without a trace. The crowd was puzzled, for they could no longer sense Goku's aura. Hit also looked at Goku, but in the next moment, his pupils constricted. Goku suddenly bellowed. In the following instant, an overwhelming force erupted forth. The blue radiance was enveloped in a red glow. Kaioken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sheer might caused everyone's faces to pale, including those of the gods of destruction and angels, their expressions gravely serious at that moment. Such incredible power. Hit regarded Goku, his demeanor now solemn. This is my trump card, the Kaioken. It was bestowed upon me by the Kai many years ago. However, due to the immense strain it places on me, I have refrained from using it all these years. However, upon witnessing the use of lure fishing previously, it reminded me of it, and after 2 years of diligent practice, I have finally mastered this formidable technique known as the King's Fist. Yet, mastering it is no simple feat. It demands a perfect synchronization and balance between one's energy and mental focus. I had initially intended to wield it against Lord Beerus, but now I find myself compelled to demonstrate it. Goku elucidated. What? Upon hearing this, Beerus was immediately taken aback. What the hell? Is this meant to be used against me? This fellow has concealed this so deeply? Ha ha ha. Lord Beerus, are you feeling a touch of fear? Whis teased. In response, Beerus, feigning indifference, retorted, how could that be? While he is undeniably powerful, thinking he can contend with me is simply naive. Luya observed the scene before him and could not help but remark on the tremendous power amplification achieved when Goku unleashed the Kaioken in his Super Saiyan Blue form. Goku's current battle power had soared to an astonishing 164 trillion, and upon employing the Kaioken, it doubled to an impressive 328 trillion. In comparison, its strength was merely 165 trillion, indicating that Goku held a slight advantage. However, its potential had yet to be fully realized. Given Goku's formidable techniques, why has he only chosen to utilize them now? Beerus pondered aloud. As soon as Beerus spoke, those familiar with Goku exchanged curious glances. Vegeta responded gravely. Those unfamiliar with the Kaioken cannot comprehend the immense strain it places on Kakarot. I still vividly recall our battle years ago. At that time, I viewed him as a rather weak opponent, yet it was the Kaioken that ultimately led to my defeat. However, such power comes at a cost. While the Kaioken can effortlessly double his strength, prolonged use inflicts unimaginable harm on his body. Moreover, as Kakarot grows stronger, the difficulty of maintaining the Kaioken increases. Thus, he will only resort to it in dire circumstances. Beerus and the others fell silent, contemplating the truth in Vegeta's words. Indeed, even now that he can transform into Super Saiyan Blue, he cannot sustain it for long. Luya interjected. I have yet to ask you, is Kakarot's current prowess a result of your influence? Vegeta suddenly inquired, directing his gaze at Luya. Lord did not deny it. It was indeed him. Humph. Vegeta snorted, undeniably displeased that Kakarot had once again outpaced him. In the arena, Goku gazed at Hit, refraining from attacking as he sought to steady his emotions. Then a joyful smile blossomed on his face. I have succeeded. Hit, however, regarded him with a serious expression, though he was loath to admit it. Goku's current strength surpassed his own. Unexpectedly, I have managed to master this power perfectly. Goku looked at Hit and declared with a grin, Hit, I challenge you now. Hit's eyes narrowed, and he immediately assumed a battle stance. I await your command. Goku laughed heartily and unleashed his energy, charging directly at Hit. Hit's eyes gleamed, and in an instant, the very fabric of time and space around him seemed to freeze, enveloped in a void. In that fleeting moment, Hit observed Goku. In the next second, he launched a punch towards him. Crack. Yet, in the following moment, a shocking scene unfolded. The constraints that ensnared Goku suddenly developed cracks, which continued to widen. Sensing the impending danger, Hit's expression turned to one of horror. How is this possible? A powerful force shattered Hit's time freeze. And in the blink of an eye, Goku blocked Hit's fist. This is impossible. Hit could hardly believe it. His time freeze had been forcibly broken. The onlookers stared in astonishment, their eyes reflecting profound shock. It appeared that Hit's once invincible time freeze had been dismantled with ease. Goku grinned. Your time freeze is now ineffective against me, for my position transcends your time. Huh. With a surge of power, Goku delivered a powerful punch to Hit's abdomen. Ugh. For the first time, it felt as if he had been struck hard, spitting out a mouthful of white as his body trembled in pain. Without hesitation, Goku followed up with an elbow strike, sending Hit flying. Hit staggered backwards, covering the impacted area with his hand. The strength, the speed, everything has increased to such an extent. How can this be? Hit exclaimed in disbelief. But it's not over yet. This is the might of the Kaioken. Goku smiled slightly, and in the next moment, he clenched his fists tightly, unleashing an explosive surge of energy. Oh, boom. The blue and red auras expanded exponentially, as Goku's power erupted forth with an incredibly terrifying force. Goku's strength surged once more. Krillin and the others were filled with excitement. This terrifying power, no one, not even Krillin, could have anticipated that this old companion would elevate his energy to such levels. They were left astonished, their faces turning pale. Damn it! Why does Kakarot always manage to get ahead of me? Vegeta expressed his dissatisfaction. Luya observed the surging energy of Goku, his eyes slightly narrowing. Undoubtedly, the effects of a standard Super Saiyan executing the Kaioken differ vastly from those of a Super Saiyan Blue employing the same technique. The Kaioken in the Super Saiyan Blue state, infused with divine energy, is significantly more formidable, though it is merely a tenfold increase. Luya found himself compelled to gauge Goku's current power. Astonishingly, it shattered the realm of 20 trillion and continued to escalate 45 trillion, 47 trillion, 50 trillion. Good heavens! Goku, utilizing the tenfold Kaioken, had reached an astonishing combat power that rivaled a first-tier angel. The most astonished of all was Hit, who, standing closest to Goku, could easily perceive the overwhelming pressure emanating from him. This was an exceedingly terrifying power. Even he felt a twinge of fear at that moment. His own strength was rapidly multiplying, threefold, fourfold, nay, tenfold. Suddenly, Goku roared, unleashing a cataclysmic force. Boom. After Goku's energy explosion subsided, in the next instant, he charged towards Hit, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Hit's expression changed, so swift. I can hardly discern his movements. I am here, Hit. Goku's voice echoed from behind. Hit turned, yet in the next moment, Goku had vanished again, teleporting around Hit multiple times, leaving not even an afterimage. Whoosh. Abruptly, Goku appeared behind Hit and struck him with a punch that sent him flying. But that was not the end. Goku pressed his advantage, instantly teleporting in front of Hit, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, rendering Hit utterly defenseless. Boom. A punch collided with Hit's face, and in the next moment, Goku executed a knife hand strike, sending Hit soaring into the air. Seizing this opportunity, Hit, after alleviating his pain in midair, unleashed several energy blasts towards Goku. Goku calmly extended his hand, effortlessly swatting away Hit's attacks. Futile. I have now surpassed you, Hit. Goku declared coolly. Hit gazed at Goku and replied, Goku, I must admit, you are truly remarkable, concealing such a terrifying power. However, I regret to inform you that my strength will only grow stronger alongside yours. Goku's gaze sharpened, and in the next instant, he appeared behind Hit, delivering a powerful blow that sent him crashing into the arena. Boom. A resounding explosion erupted, fracturing the ground beneath them. Gulp, gulp, gulp. At that moment, Goku's muscles twitched violently, and his expression changed abruptly. P.S. Do not inquire why I am updating now. I am elated. The fan leaderboard has been revealed. A rare occurrence indeed. I am immensely grateful for everyone's enthusiastic support. Let us strive to unveil the donation leaderboard as well. Do you understand my sentiment? I was on the brink of exhaustion, yet now I am revitalized. It is truly miraculous. Chapter 46, Clash of Titans. Approaching the battle of angels as Goku felt the strain in his muscles, a grave expression settled upon his face. It appeared that even in his Super Saiyan Blue form, He could not sustain the Kaioken times 10 for long. With the enhancement of his strength, the power of the Kaioken increased correspondingly, placing immense strain on his body. Contemplating this, Goku cast his gaze towards the arena below, his eyes narrowing with intensity. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a cacophony erupted, followed by a surge of purple energy that swept away the dust on the arena, revealing Hit's form. At this juncture, Hit was enveloped in a radiant purple glow, his power escalating dramatically as he unleashed his energy. What? That fellow Hit possesses such tremendous strength? Vegeta's face instantly reflected his astonishment upon witnessing this spectacle. He realized that Hit's energy had far surpassed that of Super Saiyan Blue. In an instant, the companions from Universe 7 grew anxious for Goku. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Universe 6 was tumultuous. Initially, they believed their universe would lose, but with Hit's entrance, hope was rekindled. However, Goku's unexpected display left them utterly bewildered. Now, Hit was striving to surpass him. Hit's latent potential was immense, and it seemed he had not previously unleashed his full capabilities. For him, the powers he wielded before had rarely encountered worthy adversaries. Yet now, facing the anomaly that was Goku, the combat instincts within him were awakened, revealing his true strength. Bardoss spoke slowly. Kappa scoffed. Victory will undoubtedly belong to our Universe 6. Goku cannot maintain that form for long. Lord Kappa is correct. Such explosive power is beyond what his body can endure, inevitably leading to significant strain, Bardoss affirmed with a smile. Kappa crossed his arms, a smug grin adorning his face, as if victory were already within their grasp. In the air, Goku remained fixated on the surging Hit. He could feel his opponent's energy gradually closing the gap with his own. Struggling to conceal his astonishment, Goku murmured, I never imagined such formidable warriors existed in other universes. Had I known, we should have asked Lord Beerus to take us to witness this earlier. An opponent capable of instilling such trepidation in me demands a response. Clenching his fists tightly, Goku roared, unleashing his energy once more, elevating it to its zenith. The crimson glow radiating brilliantly. Has Goku lost his mind? Why is he raising his energy? Clearly, he possesses greater strength than Hit. Krillin expressed his concern. Kakarot's condition will only deteriorate as his power increases, so he must conclude this battle as swiftly as possible. Under these circumstances, Kakarot's strength must significantly surpass that of Hit. Vegeta stated solemnly. As Ruaya observed Hit in the arena, a subtle twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Hit's power surge had completed, and astonishingly, his strength had been measured to exceed 100 trillion. This was an increase of several times. Was he a monster? How could such formidable power reside within him? Although Hit's combat capability had not yet reached the level of Sun Wukong, it is noteworthy that even with a battle power exceeding 100 trillion, Wukong could not unleash his full potential in his current form. Surrounded by a radiant purple aura, Hit emanated an unprecedented might as he slowly lifted his gaze towards Wukong and said, I must thank you, Sun Wukong, for your assistance has allowed my inner potential to be fully unleashed at last. Wukong smiled faintly at Hit, replying, Excellent, then let us commence once more. Hit's expression sharpened as he assumed a combat stance, his body displaying no vulnerabilities, indicating that he was now serious. Suddenly, Hit vanished from sight. In the next instant, the space where Wukong stood transformed into a blinding white. Everything fell still. In a flash, Wukong gritted his teeth and erupted with power, breaking through Hit's instantaneous movement. In the blink of an eye, he raised his arm in defense. Bang! A powerful fist collided with his arm, yet fortunately, Wukong managed to block it. With a furious roar, Wukong retaliated with a punch. Crack! To his surprise, Hit caught his fist. Looking at Wukong, Hit spoke slowly, with my power fully unleashed. My instantaneous movement has transcended the 1-second limit, so do not think you can surpass me. Wukong suddenly smiled mysteriously and replied, Is that so? Huh. Bang. With a fierce knee strike, Wukong bent Hit into a shrimp-like position, and with another heavy punch, he sent Hit crashing towards the ground. Hit landed awkwardly, but in the next moment, he erupted with energy once more and activated his instantaneous movement, reappearing before Wukong. However, Wukong shattered Hit's movement, while he was not overwhelming Hit. He could certainly contain him. Crash! In a sudden gap, Hit threw a punch at Wukong, who could only cross his arms in defense, causing him to stumble back onto the arena. Whoosh! As Hit reappeared, Wukong unexpectedly roared, and the powerful aura he projected repelled Hit, further elevating his own energy. Swish, swish. Swish. After pushing Hit back, Wukong did not hesitate. He employed the prince's combat technique, relentlessly unleashing energy waves towards Hit. Under the immense and dense barrage of energy, it was forced to retreat, unable to evade in mid-air. However, just as Wukong continued to release energy blasts, his expression suddenly darkened, and his muscles began to constrict. Even in his Super Saiyan blue form, he could not maintain the tenfold Kaioken for long. It was a race against time. As Wukong's expression grew serious, he suddenly withdrew his hands, bringing them together at his waist. Hit also sensed the impending danger. His countenance turned grave. In an instant, he unleashed a furious roar, elevating his power to its zenith. With a powerful gust, he extended his palm towards Wukong, where a formidable violet energy began to coalesce. "Whis!" exclaimed Beerus from the audience. Yes, Whis understood immediately, and in the next moment, he appeared high above the arena. Simultaneously, Bardos materialized beside him. The two angels exchanged a glance and nodded, promptly activating their staffs. In an instant, a protective barrier enveloped the arena, shielding both Wukong and Hit. At that moment, Wukong bellowed, "Kamehameha!" Boom! An incredibly terrifying energy wave surged towards Hit, piercing through space with dazzling brilliance. Hit recognized the immense power of Wukong's attack, his expression shifting as he roared in retaliation, unleashing a violet energy wave from his palm. The two waves collided with a thunderous impact. Both Wukong and Hit poured forth their might, fully aware that only such strength could withstand the other's onslaught. Yet, it was evident that Wukong held the upper hand. The colossal energy wave gradually overpowered Hit's attack, advancing towards him. Realizing the dire situation, Hit swiftly activated his time skip, vanishing from sight. "I've been waiting for you," Wukong roared, immediately employing instant transmission to appear before Hit in an instant. With a thunderous shout, the Kamehameha struck Hit directly. Hit desperately defended, but he had underestimated his opponent's strength in his haste. Boom! With Hit's last defiant stand, a massive explosion erupted in the sky, enveloping the arena in a blinding radiance that dazzled the spectators, forcing them to shield their eyes. What incredible power! I never expected that old Sun could rise to such heights. Piccolo, unable to mask his astonishment, reflected on their shared journey, realizing that he had continuously been surpassed by Wukong. In truth, aside from Vegeta, the perennial second, who was also dismayed, Piccolo felt a profound frustration. Before the Scions arrived on Earth, he had considered himself Wukong's greatest rival, only to find himself overshadowed since their arrival. Since the incident with the androids, he ceased to engage with these Scions in a relentless chase, for he possessed the self-awareness to acknowledge that he could never rival these extraordinary beings. Naturally, Vegeta was different. He used time and again to surpass Goku. However, the sudden disparity in their strengths left him feeling profoundly distressed. Truly, Goku, a prodigy in martial arts, displayed remarkable prowess. Wouldn't you agree, Lord Beerus? Whis chuckled lightly, glancing towards Beerus. Beerus's lips twitched slightly. Yes, he is indeed impressive. But this lad dares to employ such a technique against me. That is rather disrespectful. Whis merely chuckled in response. At that moment, as the smoke cleared, Goku and Hit had vanished from the arena. Hey? Where have competitors Goku and Hit gone? The referee exclaimed in astonishment. Over there, someone shouted, prompting the crowd to gaze in that direction. There, at the pinnacle of the mirror depicting Kampa and Beerus, stood the silhouettes of Goku and Hit. The spectators gasped in disbelief upon realizing neither had fallen. It had astonishingly evaded Goku's decisive Kamehameha. Goku scrutinized Hit intently. How could you possibly evade my Kamehameha? Hit, with a mysterious smile, replied, thanks to you, I was able to elevate myself at a crucial moment, thus dodging your attack. He clenched his fist, his gaze enigmatic. Goku gritted his teeth slightly, for his body was now on the brink of exhaustion. That last technique had drained him significantly, leaving him with aching muscles and an involuntary twitching. The keen-eyed Kampa noticed this and exclaimed excitedly, Hey, what an opportunity. Son Goku can't hold on much longer. Hit. Finish him off quickly. The expressions of the 7th universe's warriors turned grave. Hit regarded Goku, who, though struggling, maintained his Kaioken with an indomitable smile. Suddenly, Hit smiled as well. Son Goku, I must say, you truly command my admiration. I have never encountered anyone like you in all these years. Goku reciprocated with a slight smile. Likewise, it is my first encounter with someone as formidable as you, aside from Lord Beerus. The two shared a moment of mutual respect, their smiles conveying a sense of camaraderie. In the next instant, they both unleashed their energy. A brilliant display of red and purple radiated immense power as they assumed their stances, ready to determine the victor. Suddenly, Goku's muscles began to convulse violently. He could hardly endure the pain, beads of sweat streaming down his face as he gritted his teeth to persevere. This is not good. Goku is nearing his limit. The old Kai exclaimed, his expression shifting in alarm. Hang in there, Goku. Klein offered encouragement aloud, and the other companions joined in supporting Goku. Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly as he observed the scene, remaining silent. Now is the opportune moment. Just like that. Hit. Do not linger with Son Goku. Stall for time. He will inevitably falter. Kappa suddenly exclaimed with excitement. However, his words drew numerous disapproving glances, even from the competitors of Universe 6, who appeared somewhat displeased. Gab stood up. Addressing Kappa directly, Lord Kappa, please do not interfere with them. Show some respect for the fairness of martial artists. Silence. Kappa could not tolerate a mere child speaking out of turn. He glared angrily at Gab. You, young one, should mind your own business. Remember, you are merely my pawns. Who cares about your lives? With that, Kappa extended his hand toward Gab. Speak another word, and I shall obliterate you on the spot. Gab's face turned pale, and he retreated repeatedly. At that moment, two piercing gazes directed their icy intensity toward Kappa. Startled, he instinctively took a step back, only to see that it was Goku and Hit, which ignited his fury. How pathetic. Am I so cowardly as to be intimidated by two mortals? Yet, Goku and Hit paid no heed to Kappa, instead locking eyes with each other. Let us continue. Goku inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the burden brought by the Kaioken, and smiled. Hit nodded, then suddenly appeared in front of Goku. Goku did not strike. They exchanged a glance, and then simultaneously smiled, gently tapping their fists together. This is the essence of camaraderie through martial arts. Hit stepped back and then assumed a new combat stance. In the next moment, he took the initiative, executing his time skip to appear directly before Goku. It was blindingly fast. Goku was unable to react in time and was immediately subjected to a flurry of relentless blows. Crying out in distress. How is this possible? Klein and the others could hardly believe their eyes. Lure spoke in a low voice. Goku's stamina can no longer sustain the peak of the tenfold Kaioken. He cannot keep up with Hit's time skip. The expressions of the crowd turned grim. Chapter 48. Goku surrenders. The agreement of the strong bang. Ugh. Goku endured several punches from Hit, each strike landing with force, causing him to lose consciousness and plummet from the air. This is bad. Beerus's face changed dramatically. It's certain defeat. Alas. Whis shook his head in disappointment. Goku. Krillin and the others rose, filled with concern. Is he really going to lose? Has Goku truly been defeated? On the other side, Kappa was overjoyed, nearly clapping with delight. It remained calm, watching Goku slowly descend, then closed his eyes, lost in thought. It is over, just as everyone believed the match had concluded. Goku suddenly opened his eyes wide, and in that instant, a powerful surge of spirit ignited within him. With Goku's roar, his energy soared to its peak. In the next moment, he dashed directly in front of Hit. Impossible. Hit's expression changed instantaneously. Caught off guard, he was struck by several punches from Goku, sending him flying and embedding him into the wall. Champ and the others stood in disbelief. Who would have thought that Goku could still mount a counterattack at such a moment, and with such incredible strength? After the ferocious onslaught, Goku suddenly released his power, collapsing onto the arena while gasping for breath. Hit, embedded in the wall, struggled to pull himself free, also panting as he gazed at Son Goku. Goku gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand, taking a deep breath as he looked at Hit. Hit, you must still have a trump card that you haven't used, right? It paused, then asked, what makes you think so? Goku chuckled heartily, replying, I sensed that you were somewhat restrained during our battle. You must be holding back for a reason. Hit stared at Goku, then, after a moment of silence, said, I am an assassin. My duty is to kill. Therefore, in order not to take your life, I am trying my best to avoid lethal moves. Goku nodded. I understand. Suddenly, he turned to Kappa, saying, Hey, Lord Kappa. I request to revoke a rule of the match. What? Goku's request left everyone perplexed. Hit was taken aback, gazing deeply at Goku, remaining silent. Kappa, somewhat surprised, asked, Oh? Which rule do you wish to revoke? Goku smiled slightly. I wish to revoke the rule against killing. If not for this, Hit wouldn't be able to exert his full strength. Kappa was momentarily stunned. What kind of move is this? The opponent actually dares to say such a thing. The crowd was astonished, unable to believe Goku's audacity. Had Goku lost his mind? Klein, somewhat perspiring, spoke up, while the others looked on in confusion. Why? Hit directed his gaze towards Goku, asking, Aren't you afraid of death? Goku chuckled as he responded, Of course I fear such things. But I cannot allow you to harbor regrets. You should also exert your strength in this battle, shouldn't you? Hit regarded Goku in silence for a long moment before breaking into a smile, saying, Son Goku, you truly are an intriguing individual. Goku chuckled in return, his laughter echoing. Haha, well, since you seek your own demise, I shall graciously oblige. Let us abolish the rules of the match. Kampa exclaimed with excitement. Hey, I do not agree. Beerus suddenly appeared before Kampa, gritting his teeth. Why do you disagree? It was your 7th universe's request. Kampa glared at Beerus in indignation. Humph. Disagreement is disagreement. Beerus retorted with a cold huff. The two gods of destruction were on the verge of clashing over the rules of the match. Observing the formidable deities above, Hit sighed. Such powerful gods. Indeed, we must seem like mere ants in their eyes. Yet Goku responded with a smile, I do not share that sentiment. Although I cannot defeat them now, I am certain I will reach that level in the future. Hit paused, then smiled faintly, indeed. Goku chuckled again and took the initiative to walk towards the edge of the arena. The crowd looked at Goku's actions in confusion, uncertain of his intentions. At that moment, Goku leaped off the platform, gasped. In that instant, everyone was petrified. Hey, Goku, what are you doing? Beerus exclaimed in anger upon regaining his composure. Goku smiled and declared, I concede. I cannot defeat Hit. He is simply too strong. He then whispered, I am no mere pawn. Nanny. Beerus's face turned purple with rage. Haha, Beerus. Now you see the prowess of my 6th universe. Kampa laughed triumphantly, relishing in the moment. Humph. Beerus coldly snorted, then returned to his seat. Suddenly, Goku retracted his Kaioken and Super Saiyan blue forms, and in an instant, his muscles spasmed, overwhelming pain causing him to collapse backward. Goku. Chi-Chi and the others rushed down, with Klein feeding Goku a Sinzabine. Goku soon felt significantly better, sighing in relief. I made it through. Hit approached the edge of the arena, gazing at Son Goku. Why? Goku chuckled. My body had long since reached its limit. If I did not promptly dispel the Kaioken, the consequences would have been dire. Hit frowned. Is that truly the case? Goku chuckled again. Of course. I also wish to demonstrate through my actions that we are not mere pawns. Hit was momentarily taken aback, his expression becoming somewhat intricate. Goku rose to his feet, directing his gaze at Hit with his fists slightly clenched. Hit, you are incredibly formidable, perhaps even more so than I am. Therefore, if the opportunity arises, I sincerely hope to spar with you again. Hit regarded Goku and then smiled. Son Wukong, to be frank, among all those I have encountered, you are indeed one of the strongest. I eagerly anticipate our next confrontation. Goku, finally satisfied, responded with enthusiasm, Excellent. Let us depart. He turned to Krillin and the others, leading them back to the audience. Lord Beerus, I apologize for the loss in the match, Goku remarked with keen awareness of the situation. Although Beerus was somewhat displeased, he understood the circumstances and waved his hand dismissively. It's quite all right. I do not hold you responsible. Goku sighed. It is truly remarkable. In our next battle, I must surpass him. Kakarot. Before that happens, I will surpass you first. Vegeta suddenly interjected solemnly. Haha. Then let us strive together. Goku chuckled heartily. Humph. Vegeta arrogantly turned his head away, ignoring him. The atmosphere lightened, and the expressions of those present softened. Goku suddenly remarked, with Hit being this powerful, surely only Manaka could defeat him, right? Upon hearing this, the faces of everyone changed, and Beerus broke into a cold sweat, appearing somewhat flustered. Goku turned to Luya and said with a smile, In the next match, you will face Hit, so be cautious. That fellow is not to be underestimated. Luya chuckled. Rest assured. Suddenly, Beerus interjected urgently, Hey, Luya, you must eliminate Shite for me. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Do you understand? Luya cast a glance at Beerus, then inexplicably at Manaka, and with a hint of resignation remarked, I shall do my utmost. Beerus retorted, Your utmost? If you fail, it will be the end. Chapter 49. Luya takes the stage. A familiar scene, it was now Luya's turn to step into the fray. Goku glanced at Luya and pondered, Luya shouldn't be a match for it. It has already expended a considerable amount of energy after his battle with you. So there might still be a chance, Beerus commented calmly. Goku was taken aback, then raised an eyebrow and turned to Krillin. Krillin, do you still have any Sinzabines? At Goku's words, Krillin and the others immediately changed their expressions. Old son, what are you planning? Piccolo was also stunned, his face paling. He couldn't possibly be considering giving a Sinzabine to Hit, could he? Everyone shared this concern, as they recalled the battle against Zero from years past. Gohan had nearly suffered a critical blow. Had he not transformed into Super Saiyan 2 in time, all the Z fighters would have perished. Could Goku truly be contemplating such a strategy again? Beerus sensed something amiss and fixed Goku with a cold stare. Hey, you aren't seriously thinking of giving a Senzu bean to hit, are you? He understood Goku's character well enough to know it was entirely possible. Goku chuckled awkwardly. Isn't it fine? He has expended a great deal of energy in our battle, and besides, we still have Manaka as our trump card. Upon hearing this, Beerus became alarmed and promptly struck Goku on the head. Baka, how could you think that? The others twitched at the corners of their mouths. Most of them were aware of Manaka's true capabilities, while Goku remained blissfully ignorant, still believing Manaka to be an exceptional fighter. Rubbing his head in pain, Goku sulked. Lord Beerus, why did you hit me? Fuming, Beerus clenched his fist. Tell me, do you want Luya to lose this match? Paving the way for Manaka to enter the fray? Goku laughed heartily. Indeed, that is precisely what I had in mind. Beerus exclaimed, Goku, do not be foolish. Was suddenly interjected, finding himself at a loss for words regarding his master's reckless strategy. Of all the options, why choose to send Manaka in? It was the first time he had witnessed Beerus so flustered. Goku turned to Whis, who pondered for a moment before saying, Manaka is not in a position to intervene at this moment, and this match is not a trivial matter. If we lose, you are aware of the consequences. Huh? Why is he not in a position? Goku asked, turning to Manaka, ready to approach him. At that moment, Beerus hurriedly blocked Goku's path. Hey, what do you think you are doing? Goku, puzzled, replied, I just want to talk to Manaka. Beerus replied coolly, no, Manaka cannot approach right now. Why not? Huh? But why is he standing there without moving? Wukong circumvented Beerus, his gaze settling upon Manaka. Ah. It is because Manaka has remained unconscious ever since witnessing the Turtle School's divine technique. Was suddenly whispered. Beerus, taken aback, hastily asserted, I said it's impossible. And that is final. Wukong's expression sharpened. He sensed something peculiar about the situation, yet he could not pinpoint what was amiss, just as the truth seemed poised to unravel. A flash of inspiration struck Beerus, prompting him to coolly declare, Manaka is currently undergoing a mental unification, and he must not be disturbed during this critical period, lest the consequences be dire. There was once a planet that was annihilated due to Manaka. Upon hearing this, Wukong was taken aback. Is that so? Incredible! A mere disagreement could lead to planetary destruction. Truly, he is a formidable master. Seizing the moment, Beerus continued. Thus, he is not in a position to intervene. Any interference would be profoundly detrimental to him. Do you understand? He requires time. Reluctantly, Wukong abandoned the notion of calling upon Manaka and obediently returned to Vegeta's side. Beerus, witnessing this, exhaled a sigh of relief. Ah, Lord Beerus, it seems you are quite flustered. Whis remarked with a hint of mischief. Beerus, slightly irritated, retorted, You mustn't speak such words, Whis. We almost revealed ourselves. Whis smiled subtly. I never anticipated that, as a god of destruction, you would resort to deception, Lord Beerus. Beerus felt a twinge of embarrassment but stubbornly replied, Humph. If it means empowering Wukong, I wouldn't mind sacrificing a little. Whis interjected, Hey, they are about to begin. At that moment, Piccolo alerted everyone. All eyes turned towards the arena. Meanwhile, Luya regarded Hit with a solemn expression. Although the latter had expended much of his power, he remained exceedingly formidable. Hit stared at Luya, his face tranquil, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, Luya produced a mystical bean and tossed it to Hit. The expressions of Beerus and the others changed dramatically. That fellow, how can he act so recklessly? Beerus glared at Luya with a fierce countenance, his anger palpable. What on earth is Luya trying to accomplish? Krillin and the others pondered, somewhat perplexed. Fool. Both Piccolo and Vegeta expressed their discontent. Haha. This guy Luya truly embodies the spirit of my youth. Goku remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice, yet he felt a surge of excitement. For this meant he might witness Manaka in action. What is this? Hit inquired, casting a curious glance at Luya. Lur chuckled. This is a celestial being, capable of restoring your stamina in an instant, bringing you to your peak condition. Hit, somewhat perplexed, replied, Why would you give me this? If I regain my prime, your seventh universe may stand little chance. Lur smiled faintly. That is not necessarily the case. I still possess a modicum of confidence in myself. I am not one to act like a petty individual. Your stamina and strength are but a fraction of what they once were. Thus I yearn for a duel against you in your prime. Haha. Fool. I never anticipated that there could be such a simpleton. Are you offering me a head on a platter for the sixth universe? Upon hearing this, Kampa could not help but burst into triumphant laughter. He turned to Beerus and said, "Hey, Beerus, I shall not hesitate to claim your Earth." Damn it. Beerus seethed with rage, his face turning an ominous shade of purple. He directed a cold gaze at Lure and declared, "Listen well, if you fail to emerge victorious, I shall obliterate you." Lure cast a glance at Beerus and then chuckled. "I shall do my utmost." Hit regarded him and soon displayed a hint of a smile. "You are as amusing as Son Goku. However, even with your efforts, I shall show no mercy." With a confident smile, Rya proclaimed, "Bring it on." Upon catching a glimpse of Wukong in the audience, Zeit hesitated no longer and promptly consumed the mystical being. In less than 2 seconds, Zeit's condition returned to its peak. Turning his gaze towards Ruya, Zeit remarked, "You are a Scion as well, so unleash your power. Otherwise, you shall not stand a chance against me." Lure's enigmatic smile. "Well, here comes my humble offering." Boom. A heartfelt thanks to the esteemed patrons who have generously supported me, and to all my friends for their encouragement. Your kindness fills my heart with joy. I have been diligently preparing manuscripts, and soon, I shall unleash a torrent of chapters for your reading pleasure. I humbly request the support of the affluent and the elite among you. Your contributions will undoubtedly inspire more frequent and rapid updates. Chapter 50, 18-fold King's Fist. Lure vs. Ha. Without a moment's hesitation, Luya transformed into a Super Saiyan. Immediately thereafter, he unleashed his fury once more, ascending to Super Saiyan 2. At this juncture, his combat power soared to an astonishing 50 trillion. With the elevation of his base form, Luya's battle prowess escalated rapidly following his transformation into a Super Saiyan. As Lure regarded his opponent, he declared, "I am capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level. However, that form is exceedingly taxing on my stamina. Thus, I shall engage you in this current state." Shit shook his head, responding, "Not sufficient." In his awakened potential, his combat prowess approached an astonishing 100 trillion, enabling him to effortlessly contend with his adversary, even without resorting to time manipulation. Luya smiled faintly, acknowledging his inadequacies. "Ah." With that exclamation, Luya erupted in fury, and concurrently, his power surged dramatically. His combat prowess continued to escalate. Witnessing Luya's transformation, Hit's expression shifted abruptly. Luya was executing the Kaioken. The inhabitants of Universe 7 were taken aback. How could this be? His Kaioken was even more formidable than Kakarot's. Vegeta's countenance changed immediately. Was he truly destined to remain the perennial 3rd? Oh, this is quite intriguing. Initially irked, Beerus was now taken aback by the spectacle, his anger dissipating significantly. Indeed, Luya's Kaioken surpasses even my own, and he can endure a greater multiplier than I can. This compensates for his inability to transform into a Super Saiyan Blue. Goku smiled subtly. Having trained alongside Luya in the hyperbolic time chamber, he was well aware of Luya's potential. How could this be? He can also achieve this form? Kampa and Beerus were both unsettled. Besides Son Goku, there was another capable of reaching such heights. As Luya's intensity escalated, it gradually became serious but refrained from interrupting Luya's power-up, honoring the gesture of gratitude for the sins of beings. Simultaneously, it suddenly unleashed his own power. A purple aura swirling like a raging dragon, his presence surging exponentially. Ah! Luya's golden aura was now enveloped in a crimson shroud, mirroring Goku's transformation. His strength was climbing to astronomical levels, 7 times, 8 times, 9 times. The overwhelming energy from both warriors caused the recently restored barrier to fracture and splinter. Reluctantly, Whis and Beerus had to exert their divine powers to reinforce the barrier. Luya's energy was by no means inferior to Goku's, Krillin remarked, somewhat perspiring. Goku, too. Or a grave expression. I can manage the tenfold Kaioken quite well, but Luya surpasses me even without the capability to transform into a Super Saiyan Blue. This indicates that he has mastered the Kaioken to an extraordinary level. Yet, I am perplexed. The Kaioken is incredibly taxing on stamina, yet it seems less taxing on him. During our training in the hyperbolic time chamber, I noticed he expended far less energy than I did, even while I maintained my Super Saiyan Blue form. I cannot comprehend this. Given the current circumstances, there appears to be hope, Whis remarked with a slight smile. Humph. Beerus huffed arrogantly. Suddenly, Luya bellowed, 18 times Kaioken. Boom. In an instant, his energy surged tremendously. Hundreds of billions. The power of Rui has surged to an astonishing 100 trillion. Rivaling that of Goku when he employs the tenfold Kaioken in a state of Super Blue. within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber. He has barely mastered the 18-fold Kaioken. However, his optimal endurance lies at 15-fold, and the 18-fold proves to be quite taxing. Yet, it is only through this exertion that he can confront it. Boom. At this moment, it has also unleashed his full power, reaching a combat strength exceeding 90 trillion. Nevertheless, he remains somewhat inferior to Rui. Gazing at Rui, Hit inquires with a hint of perplexity. Why? Based on Goku's previous use of the Kaioken, such a technique should be incredibly taxing on stamina. You're not a Super Saiyan Blue, and yet you were able to wield a strength surpassing that of Goku. The angler smiled faintly. Surely, you have heard that practice makes perfect. Hitler remained silent. The King Kai fist of the lure technique, due to the aid of the system's external enhancement, imposes a relatively low burden on the body. However, it is not entirely devoid of strain. With increased frequency and intensity of use, the toll on the body becomes increasingly significant. Nevertheless, his situation is somewhat better than that of Goku, as he benefits from the external support. When unleashing the Kaioken at 18 times his normal power level in the Super Saiyan 2 form, he should be able to endure it for a few minutes. Yet, the burden remains considerable, though it does not lead to the after effects experienced by Goku. Contemplating this, he turned to Hit. Allow me to experience the might of your time skip. Hit assumed a stance and remarked, although your combat power may surpass mine, under my time skip, you stand no chance against me. Lur Shashao, who knows? Hitter smiled faintly. How amusing. I never anticipated that aside from Sun Wukong, there exists such a remarkable figure in the 7th universe as you. The Scions truly are an extraordinary group of individuals. Lur smiled and said, all right, let the battle begin. Hitler retracted his smile, his gaze sharpening, and in the next moment, a white domain began to expand from his surroundings. Time cage. With a fierce roar, Luya unleashed an explosive surge of energy. In the next moment, he struck with his fists, which moved like shadows, relentlessly attacking the air before him. Astonishingly, each punch he delivered caused a resonating impact, a testament to the force of Hit's previous assaults, all of which Luya managed to counter. System. Activate the ultimate Scion talent. Luya mused internally. Beep. Activating the ultimate Scion talent. For Luya, this was an invaluable opportunity for growth, allowing him to perceive his opponent's movements and continually surpass his own limits through combat. Suddenly, Luya's pupils constricted as he felt a punch connect with his abdomen. In that fleeting moment, Hit had appeared before him. How is this possible? Beerus exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Oh no. Goku and the others' expressions shifted. Worry etched on their faces. Excellent. That's the way to fight. Kappa exclaimed, exhilarated. As Hit approached Luya, he coolly remarked, my time skip is not so simple. After my battle with Son Goku, I have surpassed 1 second. Thus, you cannot defeat me. Is that so? Luya suddenly lifted his gaze to meet Hit's. What? Hit gasped, and before he could react, Luya's fist connected squarely with his face, sending him reeling backward. A moment of reversal. P.S. Does this defy your expectations? Some have expressed anticipation for the appearance of Super Saiyan 4, but that moment has yet to arrive. I have elevated that concept significantly, so it will make its entrance later. Stay tuned. Chapter 51. Astonishment. I predicted your prediction. Hit was thrown back. This scene left everyone utterly stunned. Luya had withstood Hit's powerful punch. Quite remarkable indeed. Goku's eyes lit up with surprise. Vegeta was equally astonished. Both he and Kakarot had personally felt Hit's might, and it was undeniable that they could not withstand such an attack, especially Vegeta, who had been knocked down by Hit's full-force strike. Yet, Luya managed to endure the excruciating pain and retaliate, leaving them in awe. In the arena, Hit wiped the blood from his face and turned to Luya, astonished. You actually devised this strategy. Lure Angler. This is our first encounter, and I find myself unable to evade you. Thus, I must entice you to draw near, for otherwise, opportunity shall elude me. However, the price for such a strategy is rather steep. Clutching his abdomen, Lure could feel a searing pain, and he finally comprehended why Goku and Vegeta had been felled by their opponent's fists. If one were of lesser strength, a single blow could spell their doom. Yet, through his clashes with Hit, he gradually discerned the trajectory of Hit's assaults. If you can anticipate Goku's predictions, then when you attempt to foresee my foresight, I shall preempt your premonitions in return. Thus, I shall shatter your time skip. Lure proclaimed with confidence. Hit smirked slightly. It's easy to speak so boldly. I fear you may falter in execution. I will not falter. With the mightiest talent, I shall continue to grow stronger. I shall undoubtedly triumph over you. Lure shouted in defiance, and in the next instant, he erupted with energy, executing the King-esque high fist to perfection. In a flash, Luya appeared directly behind Hit and unleashed a punch. Hit, realizing the imminent threat, activated his time skip. In that instant, a white time prison enveloped the arena. Yet, just as Hit was about to strike, Luya moved unexpectedly. How was this possible? Hit's expression shifted as Luya seized his fist. Bang! Luya struck without the slightest hesitation, delivering a powerful blow directly to Hit's abdomen. In an instant, an invisible force surged through Hit's body. Ugh! Hit immediately retched, the temporal prison faltering and his time skip shattering. Hit, shocked, Zamasu sprang to his feet, his face drenched in cold sweat. It was a triumph. Goku, Beerus, and the others rejoiced. That fellow has shattered Hit's time skip. How impressive! Krillin, drenched in sweat, remarked. Although Goku had previously disrupted Hit's time skip while in his King Kai fist form, that hit was incomparable to the one now. Bang! Hit knelt partially, gasping for air as he attempted to alleviate the pain. He was accustomed to inflicting blows upon others, never anticipating that he would be on the receiving end of such a punch. Had his time skip truly been breached? Impossible. He had mastered the art of controlling time down to the very second. How could his opponent possibly overcome that? Luya gazed at Hit and remarked, I have anticipated your anticipation of my anticipation. Thus, the moment has gradually lost its significance for me. Hit clenched his teeth and, with great effort, rose to his feet, questioning, Why is it that after merely receiving a single blow from you, I find myself so utterly incapacitated? Luya remarked with a hint of disdain. Your strength in direct confrontation is rather unimpressive. The source of your prowess lies primarily in your speed. However, I, empowered by the 18-fold King Fist, possess strength that surpasses yours. Infuriated, Hit clenched his teeth and, with a fierce roar, once again activated his speed. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed a flurry of punches towards Luya. Luya swiftly evaded, for although the opponent's speed transcended the bounds of time, he discerned a thread of the adversary's attack trajectory. Coupled with his own advantages, he was indeed capable of dodging. With a fierce roar, Luya swiftly retaliated, launching a powerful punch that collided with Hit's fist, effectively nullifying his strength and transcending time itself. I have foretold your foretelling, Luya bellowed, followed by a swift lateral kick. Hit hurriedly raised his arm in defense. A resounding impact echoed, and in the next moment, his figure was sent reeling backward repeatedly. Luya has gained the upper hand. Zeit gazed at the lure and remarked, Even Sun Wukong cannot sustain this form for long after transforming into blue. How is it that you remain unscathed? He realized that the other party adeptly controlled this state, exhibiting no signs of backlash whatsoever. Luya smiled faintly, because I am strong. If Wukong could also disregard the burden imposed by the Kaioken technique, then perhaps Hit would have fallen to him. Conversely, considering the situation, Luya can still endure the strain of the Kaioken, thus his chances of victory are significantly high. Hit gazed at Luya and immediately assumed a combat stance. I underestimated you. However, from this moment on, I shall unleash my full power. Luya adopted a defiant stance. Come at me. He had acclimated to Hit's time skip, and it must be acknowledged that the immense potential of the strongest Scion, Broly, was formidable, which explained why he could easily overwhelm Goku and the others. Now, he was ready to rise. With a powerful surge of energy, Luya took the initiative, instantly appearing before Hit. The amplification provided by the King Kai Fist was nothing short of extraordinary. His speed had transcended time itself. A grimace crossed Hit's face, and in the next moment, he vanished, evading Luya's assault. Though he had activated his time skip, he found himself unable to counterattack within that fleeting second, as Luya presented almost no openings. Thus, he could only retreat. Nowhere to escape. Luya roared, his foot barely touching the ground before he lunged at Hit, landing a solid punch to his face. Hit cried out in pain, staggering backward, and at that moment, Goku materialized before him, unleashing a flurry of devastating blows that rained down upon Hit like a torrential downpour. The force was terrifying, and as Hit was thoroughly suppressed, Xiong Pa grew anxious, urgently urging, counterattack, counterattack. Hit, you cannot lose. The onlookers were taken aback by the unfolding scene. They had never anticipated that the Scions could evolve to such an extent. The Scions of Universe 7 were indeed formidable, Gabe sincerely remarked. And then a thought struck him as he muttered, if she were here, she would undoubtedly be thrilled. Excellent. The situation was tipping in favor of Luya. Beerus, who had previously harbored concerns, now felt excitement. This young man's performance was, well, quite commendable. Observing Xiong Pa's impending dismay, Beerus felt a wave of relief wash over him. Impossible. Apart from Kakarot, how can there be someone who surpasses me to such a degree? I refuse to accept this. Vegeta's expression darkened. Though this was merely his inner turmoil, Kakarot's surpassing of him was already disheartening enough, and now another had emerged. Even more vexing was that this rival was also a Scion. His title of the third strongest had been solidified. Chapter 52, A Clash of Titans. The side effects finally manifest. The lure struck rhythmically and swiftly subduing the opponent, although the adversary possessed the ability to evade. Under the relentless pressure exerted by the lure, he found himself in a state of haste, resorting to his arms to shield against the onslaught. Suddenly, Luya's expression hardened. And with a swift kick, he sent Hit staggering backward. As Hit was forced back, Luya unleashed a flurry of Prince's combat techniques, bombarding Hit with countless energy blasts. Hit gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand the onslaught, utterly unable to retaliate. His energy was depleting. Goku suddenly exclaimed, "Wonderful. If this continues, Luya is certain to win." Krillin remarked with excitement. "Humph. Now is the moment to defeat him," Beerus declared, his enthusiasm surging. Boom, boom, boom. After unleashing countless air blasts in rapid succession, the angler suddenly brought both hands together at his waist, turtle school energy wave. In an instant, a formidable energy coalesced within his palms. Hitler seized the opportunity to catch his breath, then let out a furious roar, unleashing a surge of energy that enveloped his body in a brilliant violet glow. In response, he began to gather energy in his palms, compressing and intensifying a sphere of purple light. At that moment, both of their powers soared dramatically. Witnessing this scene, Whis and Bardos understood that they were about to unleash their ultimate techniques, prompting them to harness their divine power to maintain the barrier. At this moment, Luya held nothing back, determined to conclude the battle with a full-powered Kamehameha. It was no slouch either. His energy had surged to its zenith. In this instant, he too spared no effort. Suddenly, Luya roared, and in the next moment, he unleashed the Kamehameha at full power. Hit did not falter. He promptly fired the violet energy blast in his hand. Aware of the formidable nature of Luya's Kamehameha, which had an extensive coverage, he realized that even with his time manipulation, evasion was futile, so he braced himself for a direct confrontation. Boom. The violet energy blast intercepted Luya's Kamehameha. Yet it was gradually pushed back, clearly at a disadvantage. Luya screamed with all his might, continuously channeling powerful energy to sustain and amplify the Kamehameha. Despite being on the back foot, Hit refused to surrender. He exerted every effort to withstand the assault, his purple aura flickering as if it might dissipate at any moment. The tremendous energy radiated outward, and even with a barrier in place, it could not fully contain the clash of their powers, resulting in cracks forming throughout the barrier. The two angels realized that their efforts were merely a superficial remedy and simultaneously relinquished their hold on the barrier, reappearing in their respective factions to activate protective shields. Without the angels' energy infusion, the barrier shattered instantaneously under the immense forces at play. Well, everyone was affected by this overwhelming energy, but fortunately, the angels' shields protected them. Otherwise, they would have faced dire consequences. Such immense power. It surpasses my own capabilities. Goku observed the scene gravely, although his fighting power matched Luya's due to the tenfold Kaioken. His physical stamina limited him from fully unleashing its potential. In contrast, because the Kaioken drained energy, coupled with his incomplete mastery, Luya far outshone him. This battle was indeed a rare spectacle. Beerus was slightly astonished, not expecting the Scion to reach such heights. No. It should be said that Amir Kai had developed such techniques. He was utterly amazed. However, upon witnessing Goku's state, Beerus glanced at Monaka and seemed to reconsider his involvement. Perhaps Goku's objective did not necessitate Monaka's participation. In the arena, a colossal explosion became inevitable, sending even the referee flying to an unknown corner. As the smoke cleared, the battlefield lay in ruins. The platform was in tatters. And apart from the spectators on either side, everything else had been utterly devastated. Yet, curiously, despite enduring the terrifying forces of both sides, this small asteroid remarkably remained unscathed, which is indeed surprising. Perhaps it is because the two only targeted waves and did not directly strike the asteroid. Otherwise, it would not have remained so untouched. Suddenly, a figure collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, their aura significantly weakened, having expended tremendous energy. It was Hit, faced with the full power output of Ryuya. He found it exceedingly arduous to withstand, nearly unable to hold on. Moreover, he felt a tangle of emotions within. As he had initially hoped to seize the opportunity to enhance himself, just as he had done in his previous confrontation with Sun Wukong, but this time he had failed. Why? He could not fathom. This encounter was no less formidable than his clash with Sun Wukong. Logically, he should have been able to unleash the potential within him. Yet, this time he faltered. Had his potential been completely unlocked? It was utterly perplexed. Opposite him, Ryuya was also feeling the strain. He too was somewhat fatigued, his chest rising and falling erratically. The recent full power output had taken a hefty toll on him. Furthermore, given the circumstances of his energy depletion, the side effects of the Kaioken were now manifesting, causing his muscles to twitch uncontrollably. Beep. Host has activated Kaioken. Side effects 10. The system declared. It was confirmed. Ryuya couldn't help but chuckle wryly. It seemed he had truly pushed himself this time. If he did not manage to enhance himself further, it would be challenging to utilize the 18-fold Kaioken again. Glancing at Hit, Ryuya took a deep breath and declared, Hit, it is time to determine the victor. Hit rose to his feet, taking several seconds to steady his breathing before looking at Ryuya and saying, You are indeed formidable. I am no match for you. However, I shall not concede easily. After years as an assassin, he had never truly tasted defeat. Even against Sun Wukong, he had never been genuinely vanquished. Now, facing this powerful adversary, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The number one assassin of Universe 6, and one of its top experts, he held his pride dearly. With a fierce shout, Hit unleashed his final remnants of energy, and in the next moment, he hurled a punch toward Ryuya from a distance while simultaneously employing the flash step. An invisible yet palpable force surged forth. A desperate gamble. The speed was unparalleled. As Luya gritted his teeth, he instinctively crossed his hands in defense. A thunderous sound of impact reverberated, and even Luya found himself sliding backward, scraping against the ground. When he finally came to a halt, smoke billowed from the spot where he had been struck, a testament to the sheer power of Hit's blow. In that moment, Hit had already executed his instant transmission, appearing before Luya. Chapter 53. The Final Victory. The seventh universe prevails. As Luya braced himself against Hit's punch, the latter was already upon him, delivering a fierce strike. Luya swiftly seized Hitler's fist with one hand, while his other hand struck out decisively, with a resounding impact. Hitler staggered back 2 steps, and simultaneously, an energy orb rapidly coalesced in his palm. He hurled it forcefully towards Luya. With remarkable agility, Luya leapt into the air, deftly evading the energy projectile. A resounding explosion echoed as he simultaneously concentrated radiant energy in both hands. Merging his hands together, he unleashed a powerful wave of energy with a fierce shout. Hit, extending his arms to defend, found himself sliding backward relentlessly. Boom. Whoosh. Whoosh. Seizing the opportunity, Luya unleashed his energy, fervently maintaining the enhancement of the Kaioken with the last vestiges of his strength, while simultaneously amplifying his output. At this moment, Hitler found himself nearly depleted of energy. Confronted with Luya's overwhelming assault, his form trembled, unable to withstand the onslaught of such formidable power, and he began to slide backward uncontrollably. Kamehameha. Suddenly, Luya spoke, and at that moment, all his energy surged forth, charging for a powerful strike. Once again, he unleashed the Turtle School's Kamehameha. He aimed to make his opponent comprehend that not only is it said in the martial world that one should not clash with members of the Sun family, but that Luya stands among them. Impossible. Xiangpa could no longer remain composed. He immediately rose from his seat, drenched in cold sweat. If it were to lose, they would have no subsequent contestant. Thus, seizing the moment, he must defeat Hit. However, Beerus cast aside the demeanor befitting a god of destruction and shouted with excitement. Power. With a thunderous roar, Luya unleashed a formidable energy wave that surged in strength, expanding more than twice its original power. A resounding cry echoed, and under such a tremendous assault, it could no longer withstand it. The arena behind him shattered, disintegrating into dust. Hit himself was propelled hundreds of meters away. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonated, accompanied by a mushroom cloud rising into the air. Victory. The members of Universe 7 erupted in exuberant joy at this sight. Beerus couldn't suppress the delight that crept onto his lips. Nothing could bring more happiness than defeating Kampa. How powerful! Even without transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, Luya managed to vanquish Hit. His martial prowess surpassed our own, Goku remarked, gazing at Luya in awe. However, Vegeta's expression soured slightly. Compared to his own defeat at the hands of Hit in Super Blue form, Luya had triumphed over Hit, and that too in his peak state. This disparity gnawed at him. No, it's impossible. How could Hit lose? I refuse to believe it. How can a Scion be this formidable? Kampa raved, frantically tugging at his hair in despair. Initially, he believed Goku to be the ace of Universe 7, and defeating the opponent would secure their victory. Little did he know there existed such a monster. What exactly are the Scions of Universe 7? At that moment, Luya hovered in the air, gasping for breath. As the previous move had nearly depleted his stamina, suddenly an unexpected turn of events occurred. In the next instant, a mysterious figure appeared before Luya, striking with blinding speed. Oh no! Luya was alarmed, but he was too exhausted to defend himself. Bang! Ugh! Luya was struck, doubling over in pain. How could this be? Beerus and the others looked on in shock, for the assailant was none other than Hit. Why? How was he unscathed? Wonderful! Hit! Kampa was ecstatic, never expecting to find himself in paradise once more. Hit regarded Luya and declared, "You are impressive, but I too shall grow stronger." Just as he was about to be thrust out of the ring and collide with the ground, Hit expended significant energy to utilize time skip, narrowly evading the energy wave. Luya clenched his teeth, taken aback by an unforeseen aspect, his opponent's ability to evade. It was undeniably excessive. Enduring the pain, Luya suddenly let out a furious roar. In the next moment, he erupted with fervor and seized Hit's fist. What? Hit was startled, not expecting his adversary to retaliate. With a powerful flick of his wrist, Luya sent his opponent soaring through the air. Simultaneously, he conjured a concentrated energy orb in his hand and hurled it with force, sending Zeit into the sky. Zeit, realizing that his adversary was pushing his body beyond its limits, forced himself to halt. Aware of the efficacy of this tactic, he did not hesitate. With both hands extended towards Luya, he unleashed a terrifying wave of energy. In an instant, Luya let out a heart-wrenching roar, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to launch himself skyward. With a swift motion, he unleashed the Dragon Fist. In the blink of an eye, Luya's body radiated a golden light as he surged forward like a fish, piercing through Hit's energy wave, disregarding its formidable force as he charged towards him. This is impossible? At that moment, even Hit found it hard to believe. Yet, it was too late. With a thunderous roar, Luya propelled himself toward Hit, colliding fiercely with his abdomen. Ag! As Hit felt the explosive force, his expression shifted dramatically. Boom! With a resounding blast, Hit let out a horrified scream as a terrifying golden light erupted from behind him, transforming into the ethereal form of a five-clawed golden dragon that gradually dissipated, revealing Luya's silhouette. Meanwhile, a gaping wound appeared on Hit's body. Shaking and in disbelief, Hit struggled to comprehend that such a robust physique could be so effortlessly penetrated by his opponent. I am doomed. Whis. On the spectator's stand, Goku, regaining his senses, suddenly called out. Whis understood the urgency and, in the next moment, appeared before Hit, enveloping him with angelic power to slow the rate at which his life force was diminishing. At this moment, everyone was left in shock. Luya nearly brought an end to Shite. At that moment, Wukong appeared before Shite and administered a mystical bean for him to consume. Soon, Shite's condition began to improve gradually. Meanwhile, Luya's form collapsed, as if drained of energy, but Wukong swiftly appeared before him as well, offering him the same enchanted bean. The lure's situation has returned to normal. He took a deep breath and said, "Thank you." Wukong chuckled heartily and then remarked, "You certainly pushed yourself a bit too hard, nearly causing the demise of Zeit. By the way, what technique were you employing?" Lure smiled faintly. "I shall inform you later." Beep. The host has exceeded the limits of the 18-fold King Fist. Side effects 5. Please take caution. Host. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Defeating Hit. Rewards are being distributed. Combat Power Reward, 1 billion points. Reward for Hit Skill, Time Skip. Current Time Control, 0, 1 seconds. Reward to the host. Side effects of the 18-fold King Fist reduced by 5. Current side effects, 10. Note. Once side effects reach 100, the King Fist will automatically seal, rendering it unusable. If it reaches 50, the host's combat power will only be 80 when utilizing multiple iterations of the King Fist, and so forth until side effects reach 100. Additionally, the host can mitigate side effect points through tasks, specifics to be determined. Beep. Due to the host's assistance in securing victory for the 7th universe, an additional reward is granted. Combat Power Reward, 300 million points. Rewarding the host with Scion energy from Goku and Vegeta. System task triggered. Task content. Collect the power of 5 Scions. Transform into Super Saiyan God. Current progress, 25. Whoosh. Loya took a deep breath and fell to the ground. However, upon hearing the system's words, he was momentarily stunned. God of Super Saiyan? The one with the red hair? He had some recollection of the god of Super Saiyan, which was a transformation that occurred when the powers of 5 Scions fused into one. Could he also achieve this? Now that he possessed the energies of Goku and Vegeta, he only needed the powers of Gohan, Trunks, and Goten. After contemplating this, Luya decided not to dwell on it and instead felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, he had truly acquired his time skip. Although it was merely a control time of 0.1 seconds, it was still remarkably impressive. The time skip could easily overpower the Super Saiyan Blue. Nevertheless, he understood that after this lesson, Goku and Vegeta would likely train specifically to counter it, rendering ordinary time skips ineffective against them. Therefore, he must become even stronger. Although he did not receive the transformation reward for Super Saiyan Blue, this achievement was still quite commendable. As for Super Saiyan Blue, he would first transform into the god of Super Saiyan, one step at a time. Coming back to reality, he noticed the cheers of the crowd and turned his gaze towards the distance. At this moment, it had already regained his composure, though his condition was not ideal. Upon seeing Luya, it met his gaze, and after a few seconds, he slightly closed his eyes. In the next moment, he appeared on the shattered arena and declared, "I have lost." Luya smiled faintly and remarked, "You are quite formidable." Hitler glanced at Luya and replied, "You are also impressive. Next time, I shall become even more powerful, and I hope to battle you again then." With a smile at the corner of his lips, Luya exclaimed, "Indeed." Hitler gazed at him, and then, as if struck by a sudden thought, turned to Wukong and remarked, "This encounter has proven to be quite fruitful. It is an honor to meet you both. It is precisely because of this meeting that I have transcended my own limits." He was acutely aware of the vastness of his potential. Yet he realized that he could not unlock it alone, as he had been unable to find a worthy adversary. The battle with Sun Wukong and Luya had imposed tremendous pressure upon him, thus enabling him to surpass his own boundaries in the face of such intensity. Luya sighed, reflecting on the arrogance of Shite, who could utter such words. Shite nodded in acknowledgement but refrained from elaborating further. Swiftly making his way to the audience of the 6th universe, the referee, emerging from seemingly nowhere, breathlessly announced, "I declare that in this match between the 6th and 7th universes, the 7th universe emerges victorious." Cheers erupted from Krillin and the others. Meanwhile, Xiang Pa's expression darkened. Reminiscent of an impending storm, his countenance as grim as the depths of a blackened pot. P.S. If one day I were to vanish, would you miss me? Chapter 54. The conclusion of the match. The pinnacle of the universe. The arrival of the Omni King. A faint aura of divine energy began to rise from beneath Xiang Pa's feet, his demeanor chillingly icy. The performance of Shite and the others filled him with profound embarrassment. In other words, Xiang Pa could not accept defeat. "You worthless fools. How could you lose to the 7th universe? This is utterly disappointing." Xiang Pa's voice was laced with bitterness. He felt a pang of regret, pondering how victory could have been theirs had the rule against killing not been revoked. As Shite landed, he turned his gaze towards Xiang Pa, stating, "I no longer desire the cube. Please allow me to return." "Haha. It is not that simple. You have brought me nothing but shame. Consequently, your existence has become unnecessary." Suddenly, Xiang Pa conjured a destructive sphere in his hand, raising it menacingly at Shite. The faces of Golden Bear and the others turned ashen, and they quickly stood, bracing themselves for Xiang Pa's wrath, fully aware that they might face annihilation together. Shite regarded Xiang Pa with an impassive expression, though his eyes glinted with coldness. "Is that truly the case?" he mused. Frustrated, Goku, unable to bear the scene any longer, clenched his fists, ready to intervene. At that moment, Beerus appeared before Goku. His back turned, and spoke indifferently. "It is undeniable that you performed admirably. However, in this matter, you have no right to intervene. When a god of destruction acts, mortals must refrain from meddling, lest they face the consequences." But Goku's brow furrowed deeply. Shite was a martial arts master he had painstakingly befriended, and their personalities aligned well. The possibility of becoming close allies was within reach. Thus, he was reluctant to witness such a potential ally being slain. Furthermore, he was profoundly displeased with the god of destruction's conduct. After all, Shite and his comrades had fought valiantly for the 6th universe until the end. To discard them as mere pawns upon their defeat was unbefitting of a divine being. Beerus turned to Goku, reiterating, "I shall say this once more. Do not interfere, Goku." Sensing a hint of anger from Beerus, Goku fell silent, though his fists remained tightly clenched. Below, Luya observed the unfolding events on both sides, and, suddenly sensing something, cast a glance in a particular direction. His movement faltered, as if he had glimpsed an extraordinary presence, and he quickly averted his gaze, feigning ignorance. On the other side, Kampa had already solidified the destruction ball in his hands, and with contempt, he proclaimed, "You are merely pawns in this game. Especially you hit. You have repeatedly defied my commands. Now that you hold no value, prepare for annihilation." Hit gritted his teeth, eyeing Kampa, his heels subtly retreating, bracing himself for a fierce battle. At that moment, as Kampa seethed with anger, Beerus suddenly interjected, "Lord Kampa." But Kampa, caught in his tirade, paid no heed, continuing, "You have all brought shame upon me. In that case, let us destroy everything. Come forth. Whatever techniques you possess, be it Super Saiyan or instant transmission. Let us see if I can obliterate you." "Lord Kampa." Beerus's voice rang out once more. "What is it? Do not disturb me." Kampa glared at Beerus, his irritation palpable. Beerus pointed towards a direction, signaling to Kampa. Reluctantly, Kampa glanced over, and upon witnessing something, his eyes widened in shock. A cry escaped him, reminiscent of a slaughtered animal, as his body trembled as if electrified, even the destruction ball extinguishing at that moment. While Beerus contemplated how to restrain Goku, fearing he might disrupt everything, was quietly remarked, "Lord Beerus, look over there." "Over there? What is the matter?" Beerus responded, momentarily taken aback before turning his gaze, curiosity piqued. In an instant, his reaction mirrored Kampa's, his expression one of sheer horror. The Supreme Kai, observing from the spectator's seat, also caught sight of the scene, causing the old Supreme Kai to nearly lose his composure. There, at an unknown moment, stood three figures not far off. Two bore a striking resemblance to one another, appearing as diminutive versions of Teletubbies, their expressions devoid of emotion. The third was a remarkably small child, clad in a purplish-red robe, adorned with two inverted characters on his garment, his head resembling an egg, with three vertical lines dividing into two colors, purple on the sides and blue in the center. "Who is that child? He looks utterly insufferable," one of the Supreme Kais murmured to the old Supreme Kai. The old Supreme Kai stiffened, then slapped the young Supreme Kai on the head, exclaiming, "Silence. That is the Omni King, the highest deity surpassing even the destroyers." "What?" The young Supreme Kai's face paled, his mind racing with thoughts of self-mutilation and shock. "This must be a trick." Beerus stammered, his body instinctively trembling. "No, it cannot be." Kampa echoed, equally alarmed. In the next moment, both destroyers cried out in unison, "It is the Omni King." Vegeta, resembling a child, crossed his arms and inquired with confusion, "Who could that be?" Beside him, Piccolo echoed the question. Beerus, with a grave demeanor, responded, "That is the Omni King, the sovereign who reigns over the 12 universes." "No, he is a deity. The supreme god. The man who stands at the pinnacle of all gods." "What?" The faces of Vegeta and Piccolo paled in shock. The crowd also exhibited expressions of astonishment. "The Omni King. By the way, Lord Beerus, observing the Omni King from such a height may not be appropriate," was remarked slowly. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Beerus replied, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. In the next moment, Beerus and Kampa found themselves directly before the child, bowing at a 90-degree angle, their posture exemplary, behaving as obediently as schoolchildren. "Welcome, Your Majesty, the Omni King." "Aha." The Omni King's expression remained unchanged, exuding an innocent demeanor, his voice childlike. Whis and Vados appeared behind the two gods of destruction. "It has been too long, Your Majesty." Whis greeted. "Uh-huh." The Omni King responded. "I hope all is well, Your Majesty." Vados added. "Uh-huh," came the reply, lacking further elaboration. At that moment, the Supreme Kai of Universe 6 and the Supreme Kai of Universe 7 flew in. Without a word, they knelt down. "Your Majesty, the Omni King." The elder Supreme Kai trembled as he spoke. "Uh-huh." The Omni King nodded gently. Beerus inquired, "May I ask, Your Majesty, what brings you here this time?" The Omni King replied, "I have come to remind you about the tournament you are holding here." "Yes." Beerus and Kampa responded promptly. The Omni King smiled and added, "You cannot slack off in your duties as gods of destruction." "Yes," they reiterated swiftly. "Wait, Your Majesty. I must report that Lord Beerus has not been diligent in his destruction duties, focusing instead on napping and culinary delights." Whis interjected suddenly. Upon hearing this, sweat poured down Beerus's face like a waterfall. Internally, he seethed, "You'll pay for this, Whis. As if you have not indulged in fine cuisine. I too have a grievance. Lord Kampa neglects his health, indulging recklessly in food, resulting in his current physique. I have advised him, yet he remains obstinate. Woe is me." Vados chimed in. Kampa's mind raced, 1,000 thoughts of panic flooding him. He had almost forgotten that the angel's duty was to supervise the gods of destruction. Hearing the words of the two angels, the Omni King fell into contemplation, then stated, "Then let us change the god of destruction." Upon hearing this, Beerus and Kampa were seized by extreme panic and dread. It was over. Their fate was sealed. Chapter 55, The Agreement. As the conversation drew to a close, the Omni King spoke again, jesting, "Just kidding." A sigh of relief escaped the lips of the two brothers simultaneously, exclaiming, "You nearly frightened us to death." The Omni King continued, "Indeed." The gods of destruction responded promptly, their demeanor stripped of any pretense of power, replaced solely by profound respect and trepidation. The Omni King chuckled. "I observed the competition between your two universes, and I found it quite entertaining. Thank you for your kind words, Your Majesty." The two gods of destruction responded in unison. "Therefore, I am planning to summon all the elite beings from every universe for another match." The Omni King declared suddenly, his tone laced with anticipation. "Really?" An excited voice interjected. The assembly of deities was taken aback and turned to see Goku approaching. "Is it true? Will all the elite beings from every universe come? Let us fight. Let us fight." As he moved toward the Omni King, the two gods of destruction were momentarily stunned, realizing the gravity of the situation too late. Suddenly, the two guards beside the Omni King stepped forward, blocking Goku's path, as if to say that any closer step would result in his merciless obliteration. Goku was taken aback, perplexed. "Is it not permissible for me to speak with him?" The guards shook their heads in disapproval. Goku pleaded, "Just allow me a few words with His Majesty." The guards continued to refuse, their readiness to act becoming evident. "Fool, you must behave," Beerus admonished. "How could one so common approach His Excellency? Who is of such high nobility? It's quite all right." The Omni King interjected suddenly. "What?" Beerus, Kappa, and the other deities were astonished. The Omni King approached Goku and remarked, "Your performance was splendid." Goku grinned widely. "Thank you. Then let us have a match soon. A competition between the universes." The Omni King gazed at Goku, smiling. Goku exclaimed in excitement, "All right, it's a promise." He then extended a hand of friendship toward the Omni King. Beerus and Kampa observed this scene with fluctuating emotions. Akin to a roller coaster, their hearts gripped by fear. Even Beerus felt the urge to bury Goku for such impudence. Just as everyone anticipated that Goku had offended the Omni King, the latter hesitated briefly before extending his hand to clasp Goku's. "Haha." Goku laughed joyfully, shaking the Omni King's hand. His small frame lifted off the ground. "Ah." Beerus and Kappa grew tense once more, their mouths agape as if they could fit a bowl inside. "Goku, you're being exceedingly rude," Beerus exclaimed in anger. "No worries," the Omni King replied, showing no sign of reproach, turning his gaze to Goku. "You were quite amusing." "Haha. You were also quite entertaining," Goku praised in return. "Well then, I shall take my leave." The Omni King nodded. "Ah. Until we meet again." Wukong waved his hand. Lord Zeno, your efforts are greatly appreciated." As Zeno stepped between the two guards, they transformed into a beam of light and vanished into the depths of the cosmos. Once Zeno departed, the oppressive atmosphere in the arena finally lifted, and both Beerus and Kappa exhaled with palpable relief, as if they had narrowly escaped death. Suddenly, Beerus rushed to Wukong, grabbing him by the collar. "Hey, you insolent brat! How dare you show such disrespect to Lord Zeno?" Wukong paused, taken aback. "What's the big deal?" "What do you mean, what's the big deal?" If Lord Zeno were to become enraged, not only would everyone present be in peril, but the entire universe could be obliterated. Kampa retorted, his anger palpable. Wukong raised an eyebrow and replied, "I don't believe he is the type to act that way." However, Kampa glared at him with gritted teeth. "Is Wukong always like this?" Kappa leaned closer to Vegeta and inquired. Vegeta furrowed his brow before responding. "Ah, that guy is just so infuriating." Lord gazed silently in the direction where the Omni King had vanished, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment. Moments prior, he had intended to utilize the system to gauge the Omni King's power, yet found himself utterly incapable of doing so. What did this signify? It indicated that the Omni King's strength had surpassed the system's detection capabilities. Remarkable indeed. At this juncture, Beerus, seemingly lacking enthusiasm, remarked, "Sigh. Even with victory in the competition, the joy feels diminished." Indeed, Kampa quickly concurred. This was merely a warm-up. The true contest will commence when His Excellency the Omni King holds the tournament. Thus, losing holds little significance, seizing the opportunity to excuse himself. However, Beerus was unwilling to grant him such leeway. With a disdainful snort, he retorted, "Regardless of the circumstances, a loss is a loss." You must adhere to your promise and relinquish the Super Dragon Balls. Kappa gritted his teeth and, with a haughty demeanor, declared, "Rest assured, I do not require your reminders. Consider the Dragon Balls a gift to you. Yet, there remains one last orb that you shall find quite elusive." "Humph, that will not trouble you, I assure you." Beerus scoffed. Kappa, fuming, exclaimed, "Let us depart." He then turned to Hit and the others, instructing, "You all should leave as well. Should you fail to gather for the next tournament hosted by His Excellency the Omni King, you shall face dire consequences." Gabe and his companions exchanged glances, wondering if they were spared from death. Observing Kappa's departure without any signs of violence, they felt reassured that their lives were indeed safe. Gabe approached Vegeta, saying, "Master, you must visit our planet when you have the chance." Vegeta, taken aback, retorted haughtily, "I do not recall ever becoming your master." "Understood, master." Gabe dismissed Vegeta's arrogance with ease. Meanwhile, Goku approached Hit, saying, "Hey Hit, shall we have another match next time?" Hit cast a glance at Goku, then at Lur not far away, and slightly closed his eyes. "I shall enter seclusion. I am not interested for the time being." With that, he turned to leave. "Haha. Then let us arrange for another time. Farewell." Goku chuckled, watching them depart. Chapter 56, Lur's Plans. Goten's Master. After bidding farewell to the 6th Universe's participants, the atmosphere in the arena lightened. "Bu, you are awake." Meanwhile, Satan joyfully circled around Bu. The pudgy Bu replied, "Yes, I had such a delightful slumber. It is unfortunate I could not assist Lord Satan in securing victory." Satan waved it off, saying, no matter, we have emerged victorious nonetheless." Bu nodded in agreement. At that moment, Monaka approached. Upon seeing him, Satan felt a surge of apprehension. He had heard Lord Beerus proclaim that this man was an exceptionally powerful master, surpassing even Goku. If he could successfully persuade him to join their ranks, wouldn't that be splendid? A world champion, indeed. Satan, increasingly convinced of the feasibility of his plan, grasped Monaka's arm and donned a congenial smile. "You are Monaka, am I correct?" "I am Satan, the mightiest man on earth." Monaka, bemused by the unexpected encounter, recalled the prowess of his fellow Earthling, son Wukong, and nodded slightly. "Yes, I am Monaka." Satan composed his thoughts and continued, "I would like to extend a formal invitation for you to become my spokesperson. Would you be willing to accept?" Monaka was taken aback but quickly declined, shaking his head. "No, thank you. I have my own job." Satan, momentarily stunned, persisted, "Being my spokesperson comes with a handsome salary." At this, Monaka's eyes flickered, but he soon replied, "I am not in need of money at the moment." Satan found himself at a loss. "Hey, Monaka, there you are." At that moment, Wukong approached excitedly, seizing Monaka's hand. "Let us have a match. I didn't see you in the last competition, and I'm curious about your strength. You must battle me." Upon seeing Sun Wukong, Monaka was abruptly reminded of the latter's overwhelming power, causing his complexion to pale. He struggled to free himself, but Wukong held on tightly, determined to persuade him to fight. Meanwhile, Beerus suddenly took notice of the situation. Upon spotting Wukong engaging with Monaka, his expression shifted dramatically. He materialized behind Wukong in an instant and delivered a sharp slap. "Ah, that hurts. Lord Beerus, why do you keep hitting me?" Wukong complained, visibly displeased. Beerus, exasperated, retorted, "You fool. Did I not instruct you to keep your distance from Monaka?" Beerus's outburst drew the attention of those nearby, and as they witnessed the scene, their expressions changed with concern. Wukong, feeling frustrated, protested, "But I want to test my strength against Monaka." Sweat beaded on Beerus's brow as he grew increasingly flustered. Turning to Monaka, Wukong grinned, "Hey Monaka, be my opponent." Monaka, ignoring him, was drenched in cold sweat, paralyzed by fear. "No, absolutely not." Beerus interjected forcefully. "Why not?" Wukong asked, puzzled. After a moment's contemplation, Beerus concocted an excuse. Monaka has yet to achieve mental unity. His training was interrupted when Lord Zeno arrived, so he is not in peak condition. "Surely you would not wish to fight Monaka in such a state?" As he spoke, Beerus became increasingly convinced of his own reasoning, straightening his posture as if to assert the truth of his fabrication. The adage holds that to mask a lie, one must weave another lie to cover it. Beerus was embodying this very notion. After a moment of contemplation, Wukong nodded. "Indeed, there is some truth to that. Isn't it so?" Beerus seized the opportunity to interject. The others fell silent, bemused by Wukong's simplicity. He truly was a creature of singular thought. Even Luya, who was well acquainted with Wukong's character, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. "However, Lord Beerus, when will I finally have the chance to battle Monaka?" Wukong lamented. Well, Beerus pondered briefly, wary of Wukong's insistence on Manaka, and replied, how about this? Once Manaka is available, I shall arrange for you to compete against him. But until then, you must not entertain any thoughts of him. Upon hearing this, Wukong's face brightened with satisfaction. All right. I shall await Lord Beerus' message. Haha. Beerus sighed in relief. Dealing with this individual truly tested his divine composure. My Lord Beerus, you seem increasingly unlike a god of destruction lately, exhibiting such emotional fluctuations. Whis remarked softly. Beerus huffed in response. What choice do I have? This fellow is exceedingly troublesome. Whis discreetly inquired. When do you plan to arrange their contest? Beerus' expression stiffened momentarily before he quickly regained his composure, stating, we'll discuss that at a later date. At that moment, Luya approached, directing his gaze toward Wukong, and said, Wukong, may I trouble you with a favor? Wukong paused, then smiled. Ah, speak freely. After all, you are a benefactor to our Earth. Without you, we might have had to evacuate entirely. The others shared a knowing smile, for they too held this sentiment. Had Wukong faltered, victory would have been exceedingly elusive without Luya's timely intervention. Luya smiled faintly and then spoke. It is as follows. I have nowhere else to go. Might I become the teacher of your son Wukong? Allow me to guide him in his cultivation. What? Upon hearing this, not only Wukong but also the others were taken aback, perplexed as to why Luya would make such a request. Wukong, bewildered, inquired, what is the reason? Why do you harbor such thoughts, Luya? Luya smiled gently. Am I now considered a friend of yours? To be honest, I must integrate into your circle, otherwise my presence feels quite diminished. Moreover, I hope to engage in a friendly sparring session while mentoring Goten. Upon hearing this, Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a splendid idea. Setting aside the initial reasoning, the prospect of a contest was undeniably enticing. Luyua's prowess was unquestionable, and frequent bouts with him would be immensely beneficial for Goku. Absolutely not. I cannot agree to this. At that moment, Chi-Chi burst forth from the crowd, roaring like a fierce lioness. I refuse to allow it. Goten must focus solely on his studies. What need is there for martial arts? Isn't having you as a father sufficient? Goku chuckled awkwardly. Well, Chi-Chi, enough. Regardless of what you say, I will not consent. Chi-Chi retorted vehemently. Goku, lure, the crowd, Chapter 57, The Search. The 7th Super Dragon Ball. Witnessing this man, capable of unleashing the Kaioken tenfold, cowering before a woman elicited barely concealed amusement from the onlookers. Piccolo observed the scene, lost in thought. His lips twitching slightly as he instinctively took a few steps back to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Humph. Kakarot, it seems you have your day of reckoning. Vegeta, reveling in the moment, cast a glance at Goku before turning to Lure. Hey, come over here. My son Trunks possesses far greater talent than Goku. I would be willing to allow you to be his mentor. Luya raised an eyebrow, soon descending into contemplation. His request was driven by the desire to harness the unique energy of Goten and Trunks, enabling him to amalgamate the powers of 5 Scions and transform into a Super Saiyan god. While Vegeta's demeanor irked him somewhat, he remained unfazed. As long as he acquired the energy, his objective would be accomplished. With this thought in mind, Luya was ready to nod in agreement. At that moment, Bulma stepped forward, her dissatisfaction evident as she exclaimed, Hey, Vegeta, Trunks is my son. Could you possibly consider my opinion? Vegeta's lips twitched slightly before he replied coolly. What? Do you have something to say? Crossing her arms, Bulma retorted, I've already made up my mind to raise Trunks as the successor to my company. Upon hearing this, Vegeta staggered, incredulous as he exclaimed, What? Hey, you can handle that yourself, can't you? We, the proud Scions, noble warriors, would never stoop to managing such affairs. Suddenly, Chi-Chi interjected with a scoff. What is the issue? My Gohan is diligently studying and has become a scholar. Goku and Vegeta exchanged speechless glances, amused by the two women. Haha. It seems that despite their profound cultivation, they still possess vulnerabilities. In the distance, Beerus observed this scene with a faint smile, appearing to relish the spectacle. Haha. Truly remarkable. After all, they have even faced the wrath of Lord Beerus. Whis chimed in. Beerus, upon hearing this, became irate. Hey, Whis, let us not dwell on past events. Haha. Whis chuckled, covering his mouth with a sense of pride. I absolutely refuse to allow Trunks to languish in your company. Vegeta protested vehemently. What? Is it better for him to spend all day fighting and killing with you? Besides, you and Goku are already so powerful. With you protecting the Earth, we should feel reassured. Bulma replied calmly. Humph. Protecting the Earth is Kakarot's responsibility. It has nothing to do with me. Vegeta retorted, his expression sour. Goku added, I have no interest in safeguarding the Earth. I merely wish to battle formidable opponents to better myself. Furthermore, isn't Krillin around to protect the Earth? Krillin interjected, seriously? Relying on him? I fear he might not even get a chance to call for help before being defeated. TCH. Do as you please, but that kid must train with me in the future. So if you meddle, don't blame me for being unyielding. Vegeta declared, his tone gruff. What could you possibly do? Bulma replied smugly, having him firmly in her grasp. Well, if that's the case, there's nothing more I can do for now. My apologies. Luya. Goku remarked, casting a glance at Luya. Lur shook his head. It's all right. He sighed inwardly. Indeed, these two proud Scions had their nemesis. Hey, have you finished your chatter? It's time to get down to business. At that moment, Beerus suddenly spoke up. Everyone turned to him. Beerus said nonchalantly, we have already secured 6 wish orbs from the 6th universe. We are merely one away from our goal. Only by gathering all 7 can we summon the eternal dragon. Upon hearing this, everyone became immediately excited. They instinctively gazed at the golden Dragon Ball, comparable in size to a small asteroid, marveling at it. Such a sight never ceased to amaze. It was simply magnificent. However, where could the 7th wish orb be? Goku inquired, puzzled. Beerus pondered for a moment, and then turned to Bulma. Hey Bulma, could you bring out your Dragon Ball radar? Bulma was taken aback for a moment before promptly responding. Sure. She then retrieved a capsule and pressed it, resulting in a loud pop as a device appeared in her hand, larger than the usual Dragon Ball radar. Everyone gathered around to take a closer look. Let me see, Bulma murmured to herself, activating the radar. Beep beep beep. The yellow dot on the radar began to expand continuously. Suddenly, Bulma exclaimed, how is this possible? What happened? Beerus inquired, hastily approaching. Bulma, slightly embarrassed, replied, it seems the radar might be malfunctioning. What? Fool. Let me see. Beerus exclaimed in surprise, snatching the radar from Bulma's hands. However, when he beheld what was displayed on the radar, he was momentarily taken aback. What does this mean? Lord Beerus, what is it? Was asked as he approached Beerus from behind. Beerus pointed at the radar, saying, it's odd. There are clearly only 6 wish orbs here. Yet why does the radar indicate 7? Upon hearing this, Whis was taken aback, as were the others. Lur cast a glance at Monaka, then shifted his gaze to the ground, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, what could be the explanation for this? Weiss, witnessing the scene, fell into an unusual reverie. Just then, Monaka approached Weiss, tugging at his sleeve. Oh? What's the matter? Weiss asked, puzzled, directing his attention toward Monaka. Monaka glanced at the Dragon Ball radar, gestured briefly, and remarked, I often study cosmic maps. Generally, this requires a 3-dimensional perspective. A 3-dimensional perspective? Weiss exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, but then confirmed. Monaka nodded affirmatively. After a brief contemplation, Weiss's eyes suddenly brightened. I understand now. What? What have you understood? Beerus inquired, his confusion evident. The others mirrored his perplexity. Weiss chuckled. I have discovered the whereabouts of the 7th wish orb. What? Is that true? Beerus promptly asked. What exactly is it? Piccolo inquired. The very asteroid we are standing on is the 7th wish orb. That is why the radar displays 7 Dragon Balls. Lur interjected suddenly. The crowd gasped in surprise, hastily glancing at the ground beneath them. Indeed, this is a 3-dimensional spatial structure. Weiss smiled slightly and then addressed them. Everyone, quickly onto the block. At that moment, a massive cube materialized in the arena. P.S. Haha. Actually, when I previously mentioned my potential disappearance, was not as you imagined. I am still here. And updates will never cease. These past few days, I have been watching the Olympics, my heart racing with excitement as I witness our country's fervor. It moves me deeply. I am even more thrilled than receiving recognition from readers. I can only say, China is remarkable. Furthermore, if I maintain a regular update schedule of 5 chapters a day, will you shower me with gifts? Author, woe is me. I stay up late and rise early, tirelessly crafting my words. My health is often at stake, yet I wonder if I might receive recognition in my lifetime? Reader, of course you will. Let us present the author with a grand recognition. A daily request for appreciation. Feel free to shower me with gifts. I promise I won't retaliate. To those still studying, particularly the younger ones, please consume wisely. If you enjoy reading, a little token of affection will suffice. Thank you to all the supportive friends. Chapter 58. The Super Wish Orb. Assembled, everyone hurried into the cube, and soon Weiss floated upward. He then stood atop the cube, and in the next moment, he waved his staff, causing the entire cube to soar into the sky. Gradually, they distanced themselves from the competition arena and from their vantage point. They beheld the magnificent sight of the Super Dragon Balls, experiencing a profound visual impact. The Dragon Balls, resembling asteroids, were a rare sight to behold. An incredible stroke of luck. However, they were perplexed by the fact that the abandoned asteroid they had previously competed on was nearly the same size as those Super Dragon Balls. "Hey, Weiss, why have you brought us here?" Beerus inquired loudly. Weiss smiled faintly and replied, "Just watch closely, Lord Beerus." With that, he suddenly waved his staff, chanting incantations. In an instant, a pale green aura of angelic power enveloped Weiss's staff. He cast a glance at the small asteroid and then raised his staff, pointing at it. Buzz! A beam of light shot forth and ultimately penetrated the asteroid. Under the puzzled gazes of the onlookers, an unexpected transformation occurred. The planet, resembling a clod of earth, suddenly quivered, and cracks began to manifest on its surface. In the next moment, fragments of rock and soil erupted from the asteroid, scattering into the void. As divine light burst forth, akin to a volcanic eruption. "What on earth is happening?" Bulma exclaimed, her face turning pale. After a moment of contemplation, Piccolo remarked in astonishment, "Could it be that this asteroid is the 7th Super Dragon Ball?" "Exactly." Whis smiled gently. "This explains why there are only 6 Dragon Balls, while the radar indicates 7. How remarkable. I never imagined the true Dragon Ball would be right beneath our feet." Bulma exclaimed in awe. "Humph. We owe it all to that little rascal, Kampa. Without him, it would have taken us quite some time to locate the 7th Dragon Ball." Beerus remarked nonchalantly, though he was slightly surprised. "But why is it transformed like this?" Goku asked, somewhat perplexed. At that moment, Luya smiled slightly and explained. "It must be due to the last wish. The Dragon Ball, adhering to its nature of disappearing upon fulfilling a wish, collided with a similarly sized asteroid as it vanished, thus altering the appearance of the Dragon Ball." Piccolo nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it's quite similar to the Earth-esque dragon." The group understood. As they conversed, the colossal Dragon Ball regained its original form. It was indeed a Super Dragon Ball. Now, all 7 wish orbs had been gathered. Finally, we have them all." Beerus smiled faintly. The others were equally astonished. The Super Dragon Ball was immense, resembling a planet, yet in the vast cosmos, it seemed so insignificant. The universe is indeed boundless. Luya gazed at the Super Dragon Balls with a sense of longing, for these orbs were indeed remarkable entities. Any wish could be granted. Even the resurrection of a vanished universe. If Hit were to procure such a treasure for him, it would be an exhilarating experience beyond imagination. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Luya began to observe the 7 Dragon Balls. They spun in unison, ultimately forming a hexagon, with the 4-star ball nestled within its confines. The 7 Dragon Balls had gathered. It was time to witness a miracle. "Whis, quickly summon the dragon," Beerus suddenly commanded. Whis exhibited a hint of reluctance, replying, "Lord Beerus, I regret to inform you that I do not possess the ability to summon the dragon." Beerus's expression stiffened momentarily before he turned to Bulma, saying, "Bulma, you must know how to summon the dragon, correct?" Bulma hesitated for a moment before responding. "I can tell you how to summon the dragon, but you must refrain from making reckless wishes, particularly those that could lead to the destruction of the universe." Beerus, slightly exasperated, retorted, I understand. It's quite bothersome. Rest assured, I would never engage in such folly." Upon hearing this, Bulma felt at ease and continued. "The method to summon the dragon involves communicating with the Dragon Balls using the language of the gods, culminating in a loud declaration, 'I wish to make a wish.' This will bring forth the dragon." Upon hearing this, Beerus pondered briefly before looking at Whis and stating, "Let us summon it." Whis nodded gently, then waved his staff. A divine aura erupted from within him, and his expression turned serious as he uttered in the divine tongue, "Arise, dragon." A profound silence enveloped the space as the onlookers were left perplexed. What did this mean? Had they failed? Suddenly, the 7 orbs emitted a brilliant golden light. Under the radiant glow, all 7 Dragon Balls illuminated, casting forth dazzling golden beams. The hexagonal formation transferred its power entirely to the 4-star ball at its center. A reaction was indeed occurring. The crowd collectively held their breath, for they understood that the true pinnacle of existence in this world was on the verge of emerging. With a resonant hum, the 7 Dragon Balls became enveloped in golden light, which continued to expand, growing increasingly blinding. "Everyone, shield your eyes," Goku exclaimed. raising his hand to guard against the blinding radiance. The others hastily followed suit, though Beerus remained unfazed, accustomed to the Dragon Balls and displaying no signs of surprise. Moments later, the very fabric of this space began to tremble violently as a formidable power surged forth, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. Whis' gaze sharpened, and he waved his hand slightly. His staff emanated a faint green glow, enveloping the entire area as they retreated backward. As they retreated to a somewhat secure area, they all gazed in awe at the magnificent spectacle before them, particularly Bulma, for as a scientist, this event held immense research value. Goku, observing the scene, smiled gently. This sight reminds me of my childhood, when the Dragon Balls on Earth were incredibly difficult to find. Unlike now, when they are so easily accessible. Indeed, those days spent searching for the Dragon Balls with you, Goku, are truly nostalgic. It has been so many years. Time flies so swiftly. Bulma mused, her sentiment palpable. Haha. Actually, Bulma, you are not that old. Goku chuckled heartily. Bulma's expression shifted to one of indignation. Goku, what nonsense are you speaking? Goku laughed awkwardly, while nearby, Vegeta's eyelids twitched violently, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Why did it feel as if he were surrounded by an ominous green hue? Chapter 59, the finale. Bulma's invitation. As everyone marveled at the 7 colossal Dragon Balls, suddenly they erupted in a dazzling golden light. The radiant glow enveloped the 7 orbs. And in an instant, a colossal figure formed from the golden radiance, a hazy dragon silhouette. A resounding roar echoed through the starry sky, reverberating across the universe. A spectacle of grandeur. Concurrently, a magnificent golden dragon soared through the cosmos, planets appearing as mere trifles in its presence. As it opened its vast maw, it devoured an entire planet whole. In that moment, Goku and the others were drawn into an endless abyss. What is happening? Goku exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. As they feared they had been swallowed by the Super Saiyan. Do not panic. We are entering the internal realm of the dragon, where we shall truly witness its form. Whis interjected suddenly. Upon hearing this, the group felt somewhat reassured. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before they beheld a massive golden dragon suspended in the darkness, emanating a divine radiance that appeared to illuminate the universe. Is this the dragon summoned by the Super Dragon Balls? Piccolo, being a Namekian familiar with the Dragon Balls, felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance upon witnessing the emergence of the Super Saiyan. Neither the Earth-S dragon nor the Namekian dragon could compare to the one before them. No wonder it was said that the Earth-S Dragon Balls were merely fragments of the Super Dragon Balls. It was truly astonishing. All right. The time has come to make a wish. Lord Beerus, Whis stated, leaning on his staff with one hand and resting the other behind his back. Beerus nodded subtly and then gazed at the Super Saiyan, pondering. Wishes made with the Dragon Balls must be spoken in our divine language to take effect, correct? Indeed. Lord Beerus, you should swiftly make your wish. However, it is imperative that you refrain from secretly wishing for anything malevolent. Bulma suddenly interjected. Beerus could only nod in acknowledgement, exclaiming, I understand. There is no need to reiterate. With that, he turned to Whis and said, Hey, Whis, you shall assist me in making my wish. I command you to do so. Whis nodded, of course, Lord Beerus. After a moment's hesitation, Beerus carefully composed his words and then addressed the dragon in a language that Goku and the others could not comprehend. The crowd stood in silence. Lore was also taken aback, as one might not feel the gravity of a situation until it is laid bare before them, much like deciphering the language of birds. Soon, Beerus ceased his avian utterances and addressed Whis, stating, This will suffice. Whis, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise, said no more and responded affirmatively. He then began conversing with the eternal dragon, employing the divine tongue along with a unique rhythm. After a brief pause, Whis awaited the dragon's response. Buzz. At that moment, the super dragon's eerie crimson eyes suddenly blazed with a brilliant light. In a mere 2 seconds, it reverted to its original form and gazed upon Whis, proclaiming in the divine language, Your wish has been granted. Farewell. Whis offered a slight bow. As the words echoed, the super dragon released a resounding roar that reverberated throughout the cosmos. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the Super Dragon became ethereal, transforming into 7 Super Dragon Balls, which then shot off in 7 distinct directions. No one knew their destination. Is it over? A puzzled voice emerged from the silent starry sky, belonging to Goku. Ah, it seems so. Piccolo replied. What on earth? It feels like we just played a game of solitude. By the way, Lord Beerus, what wish did you make? Bulma inquired, a hint of exasperation in her tone as she glanced at Beerus. That is a secret, Beerus replied with a faint smile. What kind of secret is that when you refuse to share? We won the Super Dragon Balls after all. You could at least disclose a little. Bulma protested indignantly. Indeed. What a miserly Lord Beerus. What's there to hide? Goku echoed his discontent. TCH. Fine. Since you were so eager to know. I merely asked the dragon for a comfortable bed, Beerus declared with pride. What? Everyone froze in astonishment, taken aback by such an unexpected outcome. Fool. Such a request is something I could easily fulfill. You squandered this opportunity, Bulma exclaimed, her anger flaring. What? Do you dare to call me a fool, woman? Have I been too lenient with you? Do you wish for destruction? Beerus retorted furiously. Yet Bulma remained unafraid, calmly responding. That was precisely the point. Your wish is something I could have easily granted. Why not use the Super Dragon Balls for something beneficial instead? Humph. Regardless, the wish has been made. No point dwelling on it. This journey concludes here. Whis, let us return, Beerus commanded. As you wish, Lord Beerus, Whis replied with a slight smile. Promptly navigating the cube through the fabric of space. What a waste. Bulma sighed. This trip was for naught. I beg to differ. This opportunity to witness the prowess of other universes has exhilarated me. I eagerly anticipate our next battle with them. Goku responded, his eyes alight with excitement. Humph. Simple-minded creature. Bulma let out a cold snort. Indeed. ISNT that right, Luya? Goku chuckled heartily and then turned his gaze towards Luya. Luya regained his senses and promptly nodded. Ah. Indeed. By the way, what are your plans upon your return? Wukong inquired with curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, Luya replied. I shall remain in the Temple of the Gods for the time being. Wukong nodded in understanding. By the way, Luya, you still lack a place to reside. Do you not? Given your commendable performance this time, I have decided to gift you a house. What do you think? At that moment, Bulma interjected suddenly. Luya was taken aback, unable to comprehend the woman's intentions. Rest assured, I don't often reside in that house. It serves little purpose just sitting there. You must find your time at the Heavenly Temple rather dull. It would be far better to enjoy life down below. Besides, it's conveniently close to my home. Whenever you have the time, you can come and spar with Vegeta. Bulma chimed playfully. She harbored some selfish motives, after all. Vegeta had fallen significantly behind Goku this time, and had even been surpassed by Loya. She wished to assist Vegeta in enhancing his strength, at least to spare him from feeling too embarrassed. Humph. Vegeta was not oblivious to a woman's thoughts and let out a cold snort. Lur contemplated for a moment. Realizing that he could not solely focus on cultivation, he must also embrace life. Thus, he said, very well. Thank you. Chapter 60, Celebration Feast. A direct mention of Monaka meanwhile, as Bardoss hurried back to the 6th universe, she suddenly paused, noticing her staff emanating a vibrant green light. What could this mean? Intrigued, she glanced at the crystal orb atop her staff, and her expression transformed dramatically. With a sudden halt, the spatial cube came to an abrupt stop. Roar. Kampa. Caught off guard, collided headfirst against the glass before him. Bardoss, are you attempting to murder me? Kampa bellowed, glaring at Bardoss. Bardoss appeared within the cube and replied, not at all, Lord Kampa. I have something to report to you. What could be so urgent that it can't wait until we return? Kampa retorted, visibly displeased. Bardoss presented her staff to Kampa, revealing a planet within the crystal, astonishingly resembling Earth from the 7th universe. Lord Kampa, take a look at this. Kampa glanced at the Earth depicted in the crystal orb, his demeanor shifting to irritation. Isn't that just Earth? Don't mention it. The mere thought makes me angry. Goodness. He had summoned the universe's mightiest beings, only to discover that even the inhabitants of a single planet in the 7th universe could not be defeated. How could he not feel vexed? That is not the case. This is Earth from the 6th universe. Bardoss shook her head. What do you mean? Kampa began to sense curiosity. Bardoss explained, this is our Earth in the 6th universe. For reasons unknown, humans have once again emerged on the planet, and both the civilization and other aspects bear striking similarities to those of Earth in the 7th universe. Is that so? Then does that imply we possess our own Earth? Kampa's excitement surged. Indeed, we shall indulge in delicious food once again. Bardoss smiled gently. However, Kampa furrowed his brow, puzzled by the situation. But how did this come to be? Bardoss pondered for a moment before responding. It is likely that Lord Beerus made a wish with the Super Dragon Balls to transform our Earth into something akin to theirs. Upon hearing this, Kampa's eyes widened, followed by a frown. How could that be possible? Suddenly, a colossal golden sphere soared past them, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the starry sky. That was a wish ball. Kampa stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Bardos remarked, "Lord Kampa, it appears as I have indicated." Kampa fell silent, his thoughts a tangle of complexity. After a long pause, he suddenly lifted his head and smirked. "Humph, that meddlesome fellow. Don't think I will express my gratitude. Our competition shall not conclude so simply." Though he spoke in such a manner, his tone was far from aggressive. Bardos smiled knowingly and promptly set forth once more. Meanwhile, after concluding their competition with the sixth universe, the companions returned to Earth, and a tranquil life began anew. Luya has also moved into the house that Bulma gifted him. To be honest, Luya had never envisioned such a lifestyle. In his view, traversing to the Dragon Ball world should entail either engaging in battles or being en route to them. Beyond that, it was all about relentless training. Who could find the leisure to reside in such a comfortable abode? However, the reality is now quite different. Luya's once taut nerves are gradually beginning to relax. Given this, he decided to take a few days off. On the third day, Bulma announced a notice stating that a celebration feast would be held at her home, inviting all their friends to partake. Naturally, their esteemed hero, Luya, was also extended an invitation. As the thoughts crossed his mind, Luya soon realized that this day seemed to revolve around the tale of Wukong and Manaka. Thus, he made his way directly to Bulma's residence. "Good day, Mr. Whis." On Beerus's planet, Whis was engaged in conversation with Bulma. "Ah, Miss Bulma, what brings you to seek my attention? Or perhaps, have you discovered some new culinary delights?" Whis inquired with a hint of anticipation. Within the crystal sphere, Bulma smiled gently. "Well, I am planning to host a celebration banquet to honor the heroes who triumphed over the sixth universe, and I would like to extend an invitation to you. Would that be convenient?" Whis chuckled. "A celebration banquet. It must be a gathering filled with delectable treats, I presume?" "Indeed. Just like the feast you and Lord Beerus attended during your first visit. This time the food will be abundant." Bulma enticed. "Is that so? Are there really delicacies?" At that moment, Beerus appeared from seemingly nowhere, his face brimming with excitement. "Ah, certainly. However, Lord Beerus, could you kindly bring Minako along as well?" Bulma added thoughtfully. Beerus's expression momentarily stiffened before he quickly regained composure. "Ah, I understand. Very well, we shall attend." He gestured to Whis, who smiled slightly and bid farewell to Bulma. Once the call concluded, silence enveloped the room. Beerus paced back and forth, visibly agitated. Whis, perceiving his thoughts, remarked, "Lord Beerus, if I may suggest, we should simply confess." "Absolutely not," Beerus replied sternly. "However, continuing down this path is not a viable solution. Sooner or later, Wukong will discover the truth." Whis lamented softly. "Absolutely not. If we were to confess, Wukong and the others would become complacent in their training. Although Vegeta is already aware of the truth, Wukong is highly susceptible to such influences. Should he learn that Manaka is a mere fraud, it could lead to a significant downturn in his performance. This would not bode well for him. Furthermore, as a deity, I have already told a lie. If Wukong were to find out, I fear I would no longer be his target. Moreover, should this matter reach the ears of Lord Zeno, it would tarnish my reputation." Beerus enumerated his myriad of reasons. Whis chuckled lightly. "In the end, it appears you are merely considering your own interests." Beerus scoffed dismissively. "In any case, Wukong must not learn of Manaka's true identity. Therefore, we shall not bring Manaka to this banquet. But Bulma has specifically requested Manaka's presence." Whis interjected suddenly. "Fool, can't we simply feign that he is unwell and cannot attend?" Beerus retorted, his expression darkening. "Oh dear, it seems Lord Beerus, you are straying further down the path of deception." Whis teased with a playful grin. Beerus's face darkened. "For whom am I doing this? Who knows? Nonetheless, the culinary delights of Earth are indeed something to look forward to." Whis chuckled with delight. Beerus cast a silent glance at Whis, exasperated by his demeanor. Chapter 61. A Sparring Match. Luya versus Gotenks. At Bulma's residence, a grand celebration was underway, where she had extended invitations to all her friends to partake in the festivities. Luya had indeed arrived at this place, seated at the banquet table indulging in delightful snacks. It must be said that the delicacies here were remarkably exquisite, distinct from those in his own world. Nevertheless, Luya maintained a low profile. Apart from the initial greeting from Bulma, he had refrained from speaking much, as everyone present was familiar with one another, making the salutations feel somewhat awkward. Today marked the anticipated battle between Goku and the imposter Manaka, and the thought filled him with a sense of eager anticipation. Casting a glance around, Luya noticed the absence of Goku and smiled faintly. However, a thought crossed his mind. causing him to frown slightly. He had yet to achieve the form of Super Saiyan Blue, nor had he reached Super Saiyan God. Of course, he was diligently working towards attaining Super Saiyan God. With this in mind, he suddenly turned his gaze towards the playful antics of Trunks and Goten. He would need their assistance. With that thought, Luya rose and approached the two boys, who had already noticed his approach and were filled with curiosity. The little ones began to whisper amongst themselves. "Hey Goten, look! It's Big Brother Luya." Indeed, Big Brother Luya is an incredibly strong warrior, having defeated foes that even Dad and Uncle Vegeta could not vanquish. "Should we challenge him to a spar?" Trunks suggested suddenly. "Huh, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Mom would scold us if she found out." Goten replied, his face reflecting uncertainty. "Fool, we can find a place where no one can see us." Trunks countered eagerly. "And if we manage to defeat Big Brother Luya, we can boast about it in front of Dad." Trunks' imagination ran wild with the prospect. However, Goten, being the more obedient of the two, still hesitated. Observing this, Trunks' eyes sparkled with mischief as he proposed. "How about this? I recently purchased a limited edition toy set. I could give one to you. What do you say? It's really cool." Upon hearing this, Goten's eyes lit up, and he quickly exclaimed, "Really? That would be amazing. Excellent. It's settled then." Trunks smiled, pleased with their pact. Luya was suddenly taken aback as he noticed two little figures approaching him. What could this possibly mean? "Big Brother Luya, greetings." Trunks and Goten exclaimed as they stood before him, offering their salutations. Lur smiled gently. "Hello there. Were you looking for me?" Trunks nodded vigorously. "Indeed. Goten and I witnessed your victory over the formidable assassin hit, and we hold you in the highest regard. Don't we, Goten?" As he spoke, he nudged Goten, who promptly agreed. "Yes, absolutely." Luya chuckled and said, "So, is that the reason you two have come to see me?" "Of course not. We have come to challenge you to a fight," Trunks declared with pride. "Oh, you wish to battle me?" A glimmer of excitement flashed in Luya's eyes, and he replied with a smile, "Very well. I accept." Seizing this opportunity, if he could harness the energy of these two young warriors, he would draw closer to his ultimate goal. "Yes, that's wonderful," Trunks and Goten exclaimed with delight. "All right then, let us find a secluded place to fight," Trunks suggested. Luya cast a glance at Bulma and Vegeta in the distance, then nodded in agreement. Soon, the two little ones departed from the banquet alongside Luya. Vegeta, having noticed this scene, glanced towards their direction, his eyes flickering momentarily before he averted his gaze. Arriving at a small island by the lake, Luya and the two children paused. "Here, we can engage in battle without disturbing the festivities," Trunks remarked, looking at Luya. "We must work together." As the lure smiled faintly, it beckoned, "Come on." Although these two little fellows may lack strength, their fusion results in something quite remarkable. Trunks turned to Goten and said, "Goten, let us fuse." Goten, equally exhilarated by the impending battle, nodded in agreement. The two young warriors stood side by side and began to dance with animated gestures. They rose onto their toes, extending their arms outward, gradually drawing closer to one another. "Fusion," they exclaimed, and with a touch of their fingertips, a radiant light enveloped Trunks and Goten in an embrace of brilliance. Liyua's gaze sharpened as he sensed a significant enhancement in the combined strength of the two little ones. As the brilliance dissipated, the figure of Gotenks emerged, his physique remaining largely unchanged, yet his hairstyle bore a striking resemblance to that of Goten in his Super Saiyan form, with their hair colors blending harmoniously. "Behold, the initial form of Gotenks. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? This is our trump card," Gotenks exclaimed proudly. Believing that Luya was unaware of their ability to fuse, Lur nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth of the statement. Suddenly, a notification resonated. Ding. Side quest activated. Task, engage in a duel with Gotenks. At that moment, the system unexpectedly chimed in. The atmosphere was charged with excitement as Luya felt invigorated. He turned to Gotenks and exclaimed, "Let us go." Gotenks responded affirmatively, striking a pose before launching himself at Luya with a swift kick. Huh. Gotenks aimed a punch at Luya, but to his astonishment, Luya effortlessly caught his fist. What? How is this possible? Gotenks was taken aback, having merged. He believed he should possess formidable strength. Amused by the duo's unwarranted confidence, Luya remarked, "I can anticipate your movements, so you'll need to give it your all." With that challenge, Gotenks took a deep breath and unleashed his energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan, his power surging dramatically. Instantly, a wave of immense force surged forth, prompting Luya to release his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Gotenks unleashed a flurry of rapid punches and kicks, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of da-da-da. Yet, Luya deftly evaded each attack. Despite Gotenks' newfound 50-fold strength, he was unable to land a blow, though both Goten and Trunks could transform into Super Saiyans. Their combat prowess remained relatively weak, and even after merging, they still fell short of their potential. Nevertheless, their energy was steadily escalating, compelling Luya to take the situation more seriously. The clash intensified, echoing with the sounds of impact. Luya intercepted a punch from Gotenks, and in a swift motion, retaliated with an elbow strike. However, Gotenks seemed to anticipate this move. He swiftly supported himself on Luya's arms and performed a somersault, landing behind him. Without missing a beat, he pivoted and delivered a sweeping kick. The lure moved swiftly, its form flickering before vanishing from sight. The two engaged in a fierce confrontation, their overwhelming energy causing water columns to erupt around them. In the banquet hall, the guests sensed the energy emanating from afar. It was the aura of Gotenks, along with that of Luya. "What are they fighting about?" Krillin remarked, somewhat astonished. "Indeed, what are those two up to?" Piccolo replied, his eyes narrowing slightly. "They must be sparring, but given Luya's temperament, it is likely that Goten and Trunks sought him out." Krillin mused thoughtfully. The others nodded in agreement. For the mischief of those two youngsters was indeed quite exasperating. Kiki and Bulma, upon hearing this, felt a surge of irritation. How can they disappear in the blink of an eye? "Hey, Vegeta, go fetch them back. The party is about to commence." Bulma called out to Vegeta, who stood with his arms crossed at a distance. Vegeta paused for a moment but ultimately acquiesced to his wife's request, vanishing from his spot in an instant. Meanwhile, Luya and Gotenks were embroiled in an intense battle, with Luya finding himself somewhat overwhelmed. It must be said, these two youngsters were growing increasingly formidable once they found their rhythm. "Haha, take this," Gotenks exclaimed excitedly, suddenly swinging his fist, his arm spinning like a whirlwind. "Ha!" Gotenks delivered a powerful punch towards Luya. Startled, Luya immediately crossed his arms defensively in front of him. Bang! In the next moment, Luya was sent reeling backward, and upon stopping, he felt a slight numbness in his arms. Rubbing his arms, Luya looked at Gotenks and smiled. "You've got some skill." Hee. Gotenks chuckled, his expression one of pride. "However, I am about to get serious." Luya tightened his fists, then roared, unleashing a surge of energy that enveloped him in a white glow, his power steadily escalating. Previously, Luya had not exerted his full strength. His approach was akin to Goku's, warming up before revealing his true power. Now, he was truly ready to unleash his potential. Upon sensing such a formidable aura, Gotenks' expression shifted to one of unease. "System, activate the ultimate Scion talent," Loya silently commanded. Beep. The ultimate Super Saiyan talent is now activated. Luya gazed at Wutian Keisai, realizing that he would not merely fulfill the task at hand. This was also a splendid opportunity for personal growth. Excellent. Once more, Luya smiled faintly, then took the initiative to launch an attack. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Wutian Keisai, delivering a punch that sent the unsuspecting Wutian Keisai flying. "Oh dear, that hurts. You dared to ambush me," Wutian Keisai exclaimed, covering his face, tears of pain welling up in his eyes. Lur innocently remarked, "What ambush? I had already warned you." Wutian Keisai placed his hands on his hips and declared with fervor, "I am truly angered. The consequences shall be severe. Prepare to experience my techniques." With that, Wutian Keisai inhaled deeply and then exhaled in rapid succession, summoning 6 ethereal manifestations of himself, each resembling his very essence, appearing before him. Luya raised an eyebrow, recognizing the situation. These objects, upon contact, would detonate instantly, exhibiting astonishing destructive power. It seemed prudent to exercise caution. "Seize him." Gotenks directed a finger at Luya, and in an instant, his subordinates surged forth like untamed stallions, charging ahead with fervor. As the angler's gaze sharpened, he swiftly extended his palm and unleashed a flurry of energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the energy projectiles detonated upon contact with the spectral entities, filling the air with a cacophony of explosions. "What?" Gotenks, somewhat indignant, took a deep breath and, with fervor, summoned forth a multitude of minions, more than a dozen in total. The spectral entities surged forth once again. Luya maintained his composure, but in the next instant, he erupted with fervor, his speed reaching its zenith as he soared through the air, deftly evading the oncoming threats. Wu Tiankex, meanwhile, orchestrated a cadre of followers in pursuit. It must be said that this was rather amusing, as a joyous smile graced his face while he relentlessly chased after Luya. Boom, boom, boom. Several of those ensnared by Luya collided with one another, resulting in spectacular explosions. Suddenly, Luya altered his trajectory, charging directly towards Wu Tiankex. Wu Tiankex was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. I understand your intentions. However, I shall not allow you to succeed, as Rua offered a slight smile. In the next moment, he stood before Gotenks. Gotenks erupted with fury, launching a powerful punch towards Rua. Meanwhile, the puppets showed no sign of retreating. Suddenly, just as Gotenks was about to strike Rua, he deftly evaded the attack, leaving them barely a fist's distance apart. In the next instant, Rua executed a swift teleportation, vanishing from sight. He had been but a mere fist away from Gotenks, yet he harbored no intention of launching an assault. Gotenks was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that his own subordinates had collided with him in a chaotic frenzy. Ag! Gotenks cried out in despair. Yet he could not escape the fate of being engulfed in the ensuing explosions. A cloud of smoke from the blasts enveloped his form, shrouding him from view. The lure appeared dozens of meters away, and as he watched it explode, his expression suddenly stiffened. A thunderous roar echoed, and in the next moment, a golden radiance burst forth like the sun piercing through the smoke, revealing the figure of Gotenks. At that moment, Gotenks underwent a remarkable transformation. His hair had grown long, and his eyebrows had vanished. He had ascended to the third level of Super Saiyan. Gotenks had transformed into a Super Saiyan at its third tier. His aura surged dramatically. Luya squinted slightly, a look of gravity crossing his face. They have actually compelled us to unleash our true prowess. Splendid. Splendid indeed. Wu Tiankeis gazed arrogantly at Luya, crackling with arcs of lightning, exuding an undeniable charisma. Lure, with a playful smile, exclaimed, "Come again." In the next moment, Wu Tiankeis grinned widely and suddenly appeared before Lure, his index fingers incessantly pointing towards him. From the tips of his fingers, beams of light shot forth, launching a series of peculiar attacks. With Wu Tiankeis's speed having increased significantly, Lure found himself compelled to evade. Simultaneously, he gathered a sphere of energy in his hand and, in the following instant, propelled himself towards Wu Tiankeis through the barrage of attacks that fell like raindrops. Wu Tiankeis, aware of this unfolding scene, swiftly adopted the stance for the Kamehameha technique, unleashing a furious shout as he released a brilliant wave of light. Luya also let out a deep breath, unleashing the energy sphere he had gathered in his hand. It collided with the energy wave, successfully countering Wu Tiankeis's attack. What a splendid opportunity! Naturally, Wu Tiankeis would not grant Luya a moment's respite, immediately intensifying his output as the energy of the wave surged dramatically. As the expression on Lure's face shifted dramatically, he found himself compelled to retract his form. In the next instant, his other hand extended outward, energy surging forth as he strove to withstand Gotenks' onslaught. P.S. Today marks my 5th update. Let us observe the outcome. I am fervently typing away. In truth, I have always harbored a dream of supporting a youthful model. Yet recent tumultuous events have abruptly altered the landscape. The cautionary tales from the automotive industry remind us to cherish life and steer clear of illicit pursuits. Chapter 63. My apologies. I may have exerted myself too much. Gotenks, having finally seized the opportunity, was not one to hold back. Unleashing a torrent of energy without reservation, Luya braced against the opposing force, maintaining an air of composure. Suddenly, as Gotenks unleashed his spirit bomb, he expelled a soul entity that soared towards Luya at an astonishing speed. Observing the approaching spirit, Luya broke into a mysterious smile. Boom. With one hand, Luya blocked the energy wave, while with the other, he made a swift motion. Splash. The immense force erupted explosively. Whoosh. In an instant, Gotenks appeared before Luya, delivering a punch that sent him crashing into the ocean. Thunderous roars echoed as a massive water bubble surged forth, creating tumultuous waves across the sea. Hooray! We won! Gotenks exclaimed with excitement, striking a triumphant pose and grinning with pride. In the air, Vegeta, who had arrived to observe the battle, chuckled, somewhat pleased with the progress of these two young warriors. Just as the waves had yet to settle, a more formidable surge of water erupted. What? Is he getting up again? Gotenks remarked with a hint of frustration. From the depths of the sea, a figure slowly emerged, revealing Luya. His green attire was somewhat tattered, yet he appeared relatively unscathed. What on earth? He is still fine? Gotenks expressed his dismay, having exerted himself fully in this encounter, only to find that he had not succeeded in vanquishing his opponent. Luya cast a glance at Gotenks, then at his own tattered attire, and chuckled, not bad. It seems I underestimated you. With that, He turned his gaze towards Vegeta in the sky and inquired, "Has the banquet commenced?" Vegeta crossed his arms and shook his head. "Not yet. You may continue." Gotenks, addressing Vegeta as Uncle Vegeta, found himself at a loss for words, as Trunks was Vegeta's son, but Goten was not. Vegeta's lips twitched slightly before he declared, "Continue your sparring, Gotenks. I wish to assess the fruits of your recent training." Upon hearing this, Gotenks grinned widely, exclaiming, "All right. Just watch. We will surely defeat Big Brother Luya." With that, he suddenly unleashed an immense surge of energy, a powerful aura radiating from him as he elevated his state to its zenith. Luya offered a faint smile, and with a subtle shift of his feet, he suddenly erupted with energy, enveloped in a radiant aura of pure white light. Upon witnessing that Luya had not transformed into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta's gaze flickered momentarily. Though in the next instant, his attention shifted to the tail wrapped around Luya's waist, lost in contemplation. Without undergoing the transformation into a Super Saiyan, Luya assumed a stance and called out to Gotenks, "Come on, Gotenks. Allow me to join you in your training." "All right, here I come," Gotenks exclaimed with excitement. And in the blink of an eye, he launched himself towards Luya in an all-out attack. Luya smiled broadly, and in the next moment, his figure surged forward. With a resounding clash, the two combatants struck each other with tremendous force, unleashing a powerful shockwave that rippled through the very fabric of space. In the ensuing melee, they were evenly matched in their fierce exchange. However, Luya was facing Gotenks, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level, and he seemed to handle the confrontation with relative ease. Although their current combat prowess was not exceptionally formidable, one could surmise that in the future, they would be capable of standing on their own. Suddenly, Gotenks' punch was caught mid-air, and Luya, showing no mercy, delivered a knee strike that landed squarely on his opponent. Following this, a sharp elbow strike sent Gotenks crashing onto a nearby island, raising a cloud of dust and debris. Vegeta observed this scene with quiet contemplation. While Luya's actions may have been somewhat ruthless, he felt no apprehension regarding potential retribution from Vegeta. Indeed, he held no fear of the Scion Prince at present, and if it came to it, he would not hesitate to strike decisively. This was a stern father and a proud warrior. Luya cast his gaze towards Gotenks on the small island, and with a swift motion, he brought his hands together at his waist, Kamehameha. In an instant, a blinding energy coalesced, and the next moment, Luya unleashed a powerful energy wave directed at the entire island. Gotenks, still trapped in the pit, writhed in discomfort and then looked up just in time to see the Kamehameha hurtling towards him. His expression tightened, and in the following heartbeat, he retaliated with a Super Ghost Kamikaze attack. Having fused as Gotenks, he possessed the abilities of both Goten and Trunks, and the Super Ghost Kamikaze attack was a technique taught to him by Vegeta. However, as he executed the move, Vegeta in the air frowned and exclaimed, "What is this? Is this how you use the Super Ghost Kamikaze attack?" Boom. The two energy waves clashed violently, yet Luya's Kamehameha proved to be superior. Boom. Gotenks gradually found himself overwhelmed, his attack being steadily eroded. Gritting his teeth, Gotenks persevered, but despite his repeated bursts of energy, he could not withstand Luya's Kamehameha. At that moment, Luya exerted himself, causing his power to surge. The Kamehameha was about to crash into Gotenks' face. In a critical moment, Gotenks seemed to tap into his latent potential, and with a sudden roar, a terrifying energy emanated from his hands, pushing the Kamehameha back slightly. Swish. What? But in the next instant, Gotenks suddenly shimmered and reverted back to Goten and Trunks. Oh no. Luya was taken aback, and the next moment, he hastily retracted his energy, but it was too late. Wah! Both Trunks and Goten cried out in panic. Oh my goodness, we're done for. Whoosh. At that moment, Vegeta appeared before them, effortlessly halting the Kamehameha with one hand. Gritting his teeth, he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and swiftly waved his hand to send the Kamehameha flying aside. Phew. Luya exhaled in relief. He had indeed exerted himself, aiming to draw out the potential of the two young ones, but nearly miscalculated. Had they been struck unopposed, the children would have faced severe injury, if not worse. Apologies. I may have overdone it a bit, Luya said awkwardly. Vegeta glanced at Luya before turning his attention to Trunks and Goten. You two need to train diligently from now on. No more slacking off. Huh? What? Trunks replied, somewhat despondent. Fool. If you don't train hard, I won't take you to the amusement park. Vegeta retorted angrily. All right. Trunks conceded, realizing his fondness for the amusement park. He had initially thought he could defeat Big Brother Luya, but he never anticipated that excessive energy consumption would lead to an early dissolution of their fusion. Chapter 64. A Slip-Up. Monaka was brought to tears, concluding his sparring session with Gotenks. The group returned to the banquet hall, where Chi-Chi and Bulma were taken aback by the disheveled appearance of their sons, leading to a swift reprimand. Ultimately, the two little rascals were ordered to take a bath. As was Rhea. Emerging from his wash revitalized, Luya felt elated. His recent battle with Gotenks had yielded satisfactory rewards. The boost to his battle power was substantial, and he had also absorbed the energy of the two youngsters, bringing him a mere step away from attaining the status of a Super Saiyan god. Moreover, he had acquired Gotenks' ability to summon explosive orbs reminiscent of spirits. This technique possessed considerable destructive potential if confronted with opponents renowned for their speed. He could unleash a multitude of bombs to obstruct their movements. As the banquet was set to commence, Goku and Gohan were notably absent. Rhea felt a pang of disappointment at Gohan's absence, as his presence would have allowed Rhea to harness his power in advance, which would have been advantageous. Speaking of Goku, Bulma, who had been chatting with Chi-Chi and a few other women, suddenly inquired, "Where is Goku?" Chi-Chi replied, "He is likely still working in the fields. I wonder when he will arrive." Goku is working? How unusual. Bulma remarked with curiosity. If he doesn't help, our situation will become dire. I can hardly manage alone, Chi-Chi stated calmly. Bulma nodded, reflecting, I had thought only my husband Vegeta was so unhelpful. It seems Goku is no different. Vegeta interjected. So Gohan isn't coming either? Gohan? Since that last tournament, he has been quite busy and won't be able to join us for some time, Chi-Chi replied. All right. Hey, Bulma. Vegeta suddenly approached her, calling her attention. What is it? Bulma asked. Vegeta frowned. Are you certain about hosting this celebration? Let us not provoke Beerus as we did at the last birthday party. Bulma, initially puzzled by his concern, waved her hand dismissively. There's no need to worry. I've prepared extensively. The food will be abundant, so such accidents won't occur this time. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression softened, and he remained silent. At that moment, Jocko, sitting nearby, sensed something and stood up, gazing skyward. Has it finally arrived? Suddenly, a flying car appeared in the sky. What is that? Krillin inquired. Filled with curiosity, Jocko beamed with pride. That is a delivery of gourmet food. I spent a considerable sum to arrange this takeout. Gourmet food? A crowd gathered around as the flying car descended slowly. The doors swung open, revealing an extraterrestrial clad in casual attire. How could this be? Everyone was taken aback. They recognized this alien, and their expressions quickly transformed into excitement. Greetings, the alien exclaimed, doffing his hat and bowing to the onlookers, his large pink head gleaming brightly. Monaka? How could it possibly be you? Clint exclaimed, somewhat astonished. To him, Monaka was a formidable being in the universe. What was he doing delivering packages? The astonishment on the faces of the crowd did not escape Vegeta and Piccolo, whose expressions darkened slightly. What brings this fellow here? Monaka hesitated briefly before handing a parcel to Jack, stating, This is your delivery, please sign here. Jack, recovering from his surprise, complied with the request. Meanwhile, the carefree Bulma chimed in cheerfully, Oh, Monaka, you arrived earlier than expected. Where are Beerus and the others? After pondering for a moment, Monaka replied, I'm sorry, but I am not with Lord Beerus. He recalled the scene of returning to Beerus's planet, where he had been gifted a truckload of money, along with Beerus's instructions. Looking around, he felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, Son Goku was not present. Well, never mind. Since you're here, join us for our celebration feast. Bulma invited with a bright smile. However, Monaka displayed a look of refusal. I still have deliveries to make. Oh, please don't decline. Also, consider what I mentioned last time. At that moment, Satan appeared from nowhere, wrapping his arm around Monaka. Monaka was taken aback by Satan's enthusiastic demeanor. What do you say? Would you like to be the ambassador for my gym? I've even prepared a flashy outfit. Satan laughed heartily, waving his hand to beckon someone over. The crowd turned to see another figure approaching, remarkably similar to Monaka, albeit slightly bulkier. Removing her headpiece revealed a strikingly beautiful face. Lord Satan, I can hardly breathe. Satan waved her off and turned to Monaka, asking, So, Mr. Monaka, would you like to be the ambassador for my gym? No. Monaka firmly shook his head in refusal. Just like that, you refuse? Satan's face fell with disappointment. Suddenly, from a distance, Trunks and Goten rushed over, skidding to a halt in front of Monaka. Hello, Monaka greeted, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Haha, Uncle Manaka, what brings you here? I heard from Lord Beerus that you're quite powerful, Trunks exclaimed. Hey, Trunks. Keep it down. Upon seeing the two young boys, Vegeta sensed that something was amiss and exclaimed, what is going on? I've finally encountered Uncle Manaka. As Trunks spoke, he playfully struck Manaka's chest with his fist, saying, right, Manaka? In the next moment, Manaka was sent flying. What? Everyone was taken aback. Mr. Manaka, are you alright? Bulma hurriedly inquired. Trunks. Vegeta's expression darkened ominously. Trunks glanced at his own hand, then at Manaka, murmuring, this shouldn't be possible. I didn't even use much force. Isn't Uncle Manaka supposed to be the strongest in the universe? Upon hearing this, the others began to understand, their expressions reflecting confusion. Indeed, how could this happen? Suddenly, Manaka's sobs pierced the air. Manaka is crying? The others' faces shifted to one of astonishment. Wasn't Manaka supposed to be a master? How could he be reduced to tears? Hey, Piccolo, could it be that Manaka's martial arts skills are rather lacking? Krillin directed his gaze at Piccolo. Piccolo's lips twitched slightly, who knows? Meanwhile, Luya observed the scene without surprise and suddenly felt a shift, looking up at the sky. They're coming. In the very next moment, as Luya looked up, Vegeta's expression changed. And he too gazed skyward. It seems they have arrived. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light descended, and shortly after, Beerus and Whis appeared before the crowd. Oh, what a lively gathering. Are you all here to welcome us? Whis chuckled merrily. Humph. I traveled a great distance. I hope to enjoy a good meal. But wait. What is this? Manaka? What are you doing here? Beerus exclaimed, noticing the tearful Manaka, his expression turning grave. Lord Beerus, why did you arrive so late? Bulma stepped forward. However, Beerus ignored her and turned his attention to Manaka, scolding, Hey, Manaka, didn't I tell you not to come here? How did you end up here? Manaka replied, feeling wronged, I was just delivering a package. Beerus was momentarily speechless, then glanced over the crowd, sensing their expressions. And a chill ran down his spine. Oh no, it's been exposed. Oh dear, it has been revealed. Whis remarked, a hint of regret in his tone. Lord Beerus. It seems that Manaka is not actually a master, is he? Krillin asked nervously. Beerus fell silent. The crowd's emotions grew complex. Vegeta felt a sense of foreboding. Just then, Beerus regained his composure and casually stated, Indeed, the reason Manaka bears the title of a master is entirely Whis's idea. Whis, Lure, and the others felt their mouths twitch in disbelief. Goodness, what a fabrication. Why? Klin could hardly comprehend. Why pretend that Manaka is a martial arts master to deceive us? Beerus was slightly exasperated. He was never one to engage in lengthy discussions. There was nothing that a destructive ball couldn't resolve, and if there were, then two would suffice. Suddenly, Whis interjected, addressing the group. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason we have Manaka feign the guise of a master is to establish a target for Goku and Vegeta to aspire to. Only by doing so can we foster their growth and strength. His expression turned grave as he continued. However, I implore you to keep this secret. For if Goku discovers that Manaka possesses no martial prowess whatsoever, it would be a devastating blow to him. This revelation could extinguish his drive, leading him to train less diligently and ultimately fall into despair. Is that what you wish for him? The group exchanged glances, their expressions laden with complexity. Very well. Since the matter is now exposed, from this moment forth, you shall keep this secret with me. Beerus stated flatly, adopting an authoritative tone. For it was the only way he could find solace. Who would have thought that the mighty god of destruction could tell a lie? Quite rare indeed. Bulma teased. What did you say? Beerus's face darkened at her words. Before Bulma could respond further, Vegeta lunged forward, covering her mouth. Stop right there. Lord Beerus only wishes for me and Kakarot to train diligently, hence the charade. Spare us your interference. Indeed. Beerus snapped his fingers, casting an approving glance at Vegeta. It is precisely because we still require Goku's strength for the upcoming universe tournament that you must guard this secret. Otherwise, I shall bring ruin upon you. Do you understand? Seeing the fierce intensity in Beerus's demeanor, the group felt a shiver of fear and nodded hastily. They had forgotten that he was the god of destruction. He was not to be trifled with. What secret? Suddenly, a voice rang out, and Goku appeared behind Beerus. Beerus jumped in surprise, and upon seeing Goku, he erupted in a flustered rage. You fool! Where did you come from? Don't mind me, Lord Beerus, Goku chuckled. Then his gaze fell upon something, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Oh, Manaka, you're here. Instantly, Goku dashed to Manaka, grasping his arms with enthusiasm. Great. Now that we have time, let's spar a bit. Manaka. Ah. The moment Manaka laid eyes on Goku, his face turned pale, and he looked to Beerus for help. The latter gasped, fearing Goku might inadvertently harm Manaka with too much enthusiasm, and quickly admonished, Goku, show some respect. What is going on? With a mischievous grin, Wukong once again implored Manaka. Suddenly, a sharp slap resounded on Wukong's head. Who was it? Just as Wukong was about to fume, he saw that it was Chi-Chi who had struck him, and his anger dissipated. What is the matter, Chi-Chi? Chi-Chi, with an exasperated tone, retorted, look at your current appearance. Do you have any idea what this banquet entails? Go back and change your clothes immediately. You smell awful. Wukong caught a whiff of himself and indeed noticed a hint of sweat. He could only sigh, all right then. With a swift motion, Wukong employed his instant transmission to depart. Hey, now's the time to think of a solution. Wukong would return shortly, Bulma stated promptly. Beerus turned to Whis, who shook his head. What should we do? How can we prevent Wukong from discovering Manaka? Krillin asked anxiously. What do you think about sending Manaka back? Doesn't T-Lord Whis have the ability to manipulate time? Yakka suddenly suggested. The crowd's eyes brightened. This was indeed a clever idea. Impossible. There is no time left. Wukong must face Manaka today, regardless. If we let Manaka leave now, it could lead to complications, was firmly rejected. Then what should we do? Beerus expressed his impatience. Aha! I have an idea. Trunks suddenly exclaimed. What? The others looked at him with curiosity. Trunks, brimming with pride, proposed. In that case, we could find someone to impersonate Uncle Manaka, couldn't we? Impersonate. The crowd's eyes lit up. Beerus also gave him a thumbs up. Excellent, young one. However, the question arose. Who could impersonate Manaka? Whis inquired. Beerus paused for a moment, and then remarked, the only ones present who could match Wukong in combat are Vegeta and Rhea. But Wukong is undoubtedly very familiar with Vegeta's techniques. He then glanced toward Rhea. Luya shrugged helplessly, expressing his inability to contend with Wukong. Of course, if I could utilize the Kaioken technique, I might stand a chance, but the use of Kaioken would undoubtedly be detected. The crowd's spirits instantly dampened. It appeared that all options were futile. Suddenly, Luya smiled faintly and suggested, however, Lord Beerus, could you not take Manaka's place? With your strength, dealing with Wukong should be more than manageable. Upon hearing this, Beerus's expression darkened. Chapter 66. Beerus endures humiliation by disguising as Manaka. What did you say? I, the god of destruction, could never stoop to such a thing. Beerus exclaimed, visibly agitated. What is the issue? Did you not deceive others yourself? Isn't it only reasonable to sacrifice for your own lies? Bulma retorted nonchalantly. How infuriating. Beerus's forehead throbbed with veins, and he felt an urge to silence the woman. Lord Beerus, you must make a decision swiftly, otherwise, Wukong will return. Whis interjected suddenly. Beerus hesitated. Eh? Did someone call me? In a flash, Wukong appeared in the arena using instant transmission. Beerus widened his eyes in disbelief. So soon. The crowd was equally astonished. Haha. Manaka, can we finally have our match? Wukong approached Manaka with a grin. He had awaited this moment for so long. Upon hearing that Manaka was a formidable expert, he had been consumed with eagerness to engage in a spar, and now the opportunity had finally arrived. The crowd was at a loss for words witnessing Wukong's excitement. Beerus stepped forward, forcibly pulling Wukong aside. Hey, Manaka is not someone you can challenge at will. Oh? What should I do then? Wukong inquired, puzzled. After a moment's thought, Beerus declared, I have a plan. If you wish to challenge Manaka, you must first complete 100 trillion sit-ups. 100 trillion? Alright, I'll get started. Wukong exclaimed before dashing off to a patch of grass to commence his task. As Wukong engaged in sit-ups, Beerus fell silent. At that moment, Trunks and Goten unexpectedly brought forth the Manaka costume that Satan had previously provided. Lord Beerus, look, we prepared the costume for you. Trunks boasted. However, Beerus could hardly find the words to express his disdain for the hideous headgear, which was a gross insult to his dignity as a god of destruction. Just as Beerus was caught in indecision, Whis's voice rang out. You must act quickly, Lord Beerus. What? Beerus instinctively glanced towards Wukong, only to widen his eyes in shock. He observed Wukong accelerating his pace, the speed astonishing, making it seem entirely possible for him to finish in a remarkably short time. Beerus fell into silence. Beside him, Vegeta and Piccolo looked at Goku, beads of cold sweat trickling down their faces. This old comrade was indeed a source of great concern, always eager to engage in a sparring match with anyone he encountered. Suddenly, Goku dashed forward. So soon? Beerus exclaimed in astonishment, his expression shifting rapidly. Hey, Goku, how could you possibly finish that so quickly? That was 100 trillion. Goku paused briefly and then replied, 100 trillion? What's the issue? How did you count it? Beerus asked incredulously. Goku, with an innocent demeanor, began to count on his fingers. It's 1 trillion, 2 trillion, 3 trillion. Didn't I finish 100 trillion in no time? I haven't even warmed up yet. The others looked on in disbelief. The fishing lure also bears some sweat. It is rumored that in the storyline of Dragon Ball Super, Goku is not only somewhat juvenile, but truly a simple-minded creature. He has certainly witnessed it. Fool, that is not how one counts. Completing 100 trillion would take at least several years. Beerus, in a fit of exasperation, inadvertently let slip his thoughts. Goku remained unfazed, declaring, all right, I am going to challenge Manaka. Without paying heed to the crowd, he seized Manaka's arm and strode towards the distance, saying, come on, Manaka. Let us find a place to battle. Manaka immediately resisted, but felt as powerless as a mere shadow, casting a desperate glance towards Beerus and the others. Tears streaming down his face in silent anguish. Oh no! Stop him quickly! Beerus exclaimed, alarmed. Dumpling, use gravity to hold Goku. Tien suddenly called out to Dumpling. Understood. Dumpling did not hesitate, extending his hand to cast a binding spell on Goku. Suddenly, as Goku was walking, he felt an immense weight upon his body and gasped. What is happening? It's so heavy. Well done, Beerus praised. The others sighed in relief. However, at that moment, Dumpling uttered a soft cry. I can't hold on any longer. The expressions of the crowd shifted as they witnessed Dumpling being dragged forward uncontrollably. Not even the gravity technique could restrain Goku. Beside them, Krillin gritted his teeth and dashed forward. Solar flare, he called out, momentarily blinding the unsuspecting Goku, who instinctively released Manaka. Seeing this, Krillin swiftly redirected Manaka. Lord Beerus, now is your chance. Otherwise, it will be too late, Krillin urged. Trunks and Goten quickly handed over the equipment. Beerus, gritting his teeth, gazed at the recovering Goku and extended his hand towards the gear. Ugh, so blinding. What is this? Goku suddenly regained his senses, looking back in confusion, and was taken aback. Huh? Manaka? Why have you grown so large? Before him stood a significantly bulked-up Manaka, his gaze cold. Inside the puppet, Beerus wore an expression of disdain and annoyance. Hey, make sure to fight far from here. Otherwise, the banquet cannot proceed, Bulma admonished. Goku laughed heartily, waving his hand. Understood. At that moment, however, Beerus broke the norm and swiftly appeared before Goku. Before Goku could react, a punch landed squarely on his face. Ouch! Goku cried out in pain. His body sent flying. Beerus followed suit without hesitation, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at Goku. Goku found himself overwhelmed, receiving several blows that caused him to grimace in agony. With a powerful kick, Beerus sent Goku soaring several dozen meters away. The crowd's expressions turned solemn as they immediately commenced. Remarkable. As both Luya and Vegeta's expressions turned grave, they became acutely aware of the unknown true strength of Beerus, prompting them to focus intently. Luya, in particular, activated his most formidable Scion abilities, contemplating when he might acquire an extraordinary power akin to the Sharingan. Although this was the Dragon Ball universe, he recalled that there existed an identity known as a Time Patroller. With these thoughts aside, Luya earnestly observed the sparring match. Ouch! Goku rubbed the sore spot and, rather than dwell on Beerus' sneak attack, exclaimed excitedly, I didn't realize Manaka was this formidable. If that's the case, I won't hold back. With a burst of energy, Goku charged straight at Beerus. The deity, beneath his playful facade, wore a cold smirk as he too launched forward. Chapter 67. A spectacular battle. The excitement of Beerus boom, boom, boom. In the high skies, a torrent of punches reverberated as Goku and Beerus began to engage in a high-speed exchange. Remarkably, they were evenly matched. Crash. Ugh. Goku was sent flying by a single punch, crashing into a distant mountain. However, in the next moment, he burst forth once more, roaring as he shot toward Beerus, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches with astonishing speed. Beerus remained unfazed, calmly defending against the onslaught, while Goku's skill paled in comparison. He found himself constrained by his toy-like outfit, unable to fully unleash his potential. Thud, thud, thud. Goku, like an exuberant bull, relentlessly assaulted Beerus, pouring every ounce of effort into each strike. He recognized Manaka as an exceptionally powerful entity, and thus he was resolute in not repeating past mistakes. approaching the battle with utmost seriousness. Suddenly, Beerus seized Goku's incoming fist, countering with a blow of his own. What? Goku was utterly taken aback, unable to predict that despite his full exertion, he would be caught off guard. Before he could react, Beerus's punch landed squarely on his face, sending him hurtling away like a cannonball. Yet, due to the force of the blow, Beerus's fist tore through the toy-like attire, ripping it apart. Beerus's mind was flooded with expletives at the sight of this mishap. Meanwhile, Goku, hands clasped over his face, cried out in pain. As he paused, he glanced at Beerus and grinned. Since you're being so ungracious, I shall match your intensity. With that declaration, he erupted with energy. A terrifying wave of power surged forth, enveloping him in a pearlescent glow. In the next instant, he launched himself forward. Beerus, feeling the urgency, could only conceal his exposed claw behind his back, preparing to meet Goku's fierce assault with one hand. Crash! 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 The two combatants clashed once more. And at this moment, even Beerus found himself unexpectedly subdued. Could this be a jest? How could it be possible? Lord Beerus, subdued? The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. When had Lord Beerus's prowess ever waned to such an extent? No, it seemed he was restrained. Clad in that puppet-like attire, if he exerted even a modicum of strength, it might reveal the ruse. Thus, he was exercising restraint. Vegeta observed the fray and remarked nonchalantly. If that's the case, could Goku actually emerge victorious? Bulma expressed her astonishment. Humph. You underestimate Beerus far too much. His strength is far from simplistic. Vegeta replied with indifference. The spectators watched the fierce skirmish, their eyes filled with awe, while Manaka, off to the side, had succumbed to unconsciousness long ago. With a resounding impact, Goku found himself unable to evade Beerus's strike, receiving a powerful blow to his abdomen. Simultaneously, Beerus's other hand shattered its glove, exposed to the open air. Bewildered, Beerus stared in disbelief. Was it truly that fragile? In that moment of distraction, Goku swiftly regained his composure, unleashing a furious roar and retaliating with a punch that sent Beerus flying several meters away. Goku gazed intently at Beerus, sensing that his opponent had yet to unleash his full potential. To him, the figure before him was none other than Manaka. As Beerus paused, he looked at Goku. And suddenly, a purple-black aura began to emanate from the puppet's form. Within the puppet, Beerus observed Goku and broke into a grin, his eyes gleaming with intensity and excitement. In the next instant, he altered his tone and bellowed, enveloped in a terrifying energy. This marked Beerus's first demonstration of power beyond his divine aura. Despite this, augmented by his divine might, he appeared exceedingly formidable. Seeing this, Goku, naturally, did not dare to slacken his resolve. A grin spread across his face. Now that is more like it. Battle should be exhilarating. With that, Goku erupted with energy, charging fiercely towards Beerus. Beerus scoffed, disregarding any concern for his exposed arm, and unleashed a flurry of chaotic strikes at Goku. Goku was not giving his all either. He should be able to transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Krillin suddenly remarked. They dare not. If they truly unleashed their full power, not only would this place be obliterated, but perhaps the entirety of West City would face annihilation. Piccolo stated calmly. However, would Lord Beerus not be incensed? Being suppressed by Goku like this, would it not tarnish his dignity? Furthermore, judging by his current demeanor, he seemed somewhat irked. Bulma expressed her concerns. It had already been quite a challenge to have him masquerade as Manaka in that peculiar outfit. Now, witnessing such a humiliating struggle, she feared that if Beerus became truly enraged, he might well consider eradicating Earth. Upon hearing this, the other companions expressed their concerns. Beerus's temperament was notoriously capricious, and none could predict when he might become displeased, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences. Ho ho ho, that is rather far-fetched. At that moment, Whis approached, his staff conspicuously absent, replaced by a bountiful plate of fruit salad in his left hand and a fork in his right, which he used to indulge himself piece by piece. Whis, do you truly believe Lord Beerus won't become angry? He appears somewhat unhinged at the moment. Bulma inquired anxiously. Whis swallowed his morsel and waved his hand dismissively. Fear not. Lord Beerus is currently relishing the thrill of combat and is not at all upset. You can rest easy. With that, a collective sigh of relief was heard among the group. Since the commencement of the tournament against the Sixth Universe, Lord Beerus had been relegated to the role of an observer, and his anticipation for a bout had only intensified. Thus, he now yearned for a confrontation, particularly since he had seldom engaged in battle after his initial clash with Goku, having found it challenging to locate worthy opponents. Now, with the constraints imposed by this doll-like attire, he could fight with Goku while maintaining control, a battle of the kind he truly desired. Whish chuckled, savoring another piece of fruit. His spirits soaring. Vegeta and the others intently observed the duel, and it was evident that Beerus was thoroughly engrossed in the enjoyment of the fight. Meanwhile, Luya munched on his food while watching the skirmish, feeling a twinge of desire to join in. However, after a brief period, his interest waned due to the limitations of the current combat, and he shifted his focus inward, delving into the system. Gazing at his combat power, which had surpassed 100 billion, Luya marveled at his significant improvement since the match against the Sixth Universe. He had been utilizing his strongest Scion instincts throughout the battle, though he refrained from employing this power in any other context. As he perused his abilities, he fell into silence. He nearly forgot that he possessed the ability to transform into a great ape. Chapter 68. The simultaneous existence of Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue? Regarding the great ape transformation, Luya was aware that it required a Scion's tail and the power of the moon to transform into a colossal gorilla. This form represented the most primal state of a Scion, one that was immensely formidable. Upon transforming, the strength would surge dramatically. Moreover, he recognized that this transformation was also a prerequisite for achieving Super Saiyan 4. However, Luya understood that the tail served merely as a tool for the great ape transformation and was not directly related to the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. The tail functioned more like a receiver, amplifying the Scion's capacity to absorb blood's waves, enabling the transformation. A Scion could indeed transform without a tail, albeit with diminished efficacy. This was akin to Vegeta in Dragon Ball GT, who successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4 by harnessing the artificial blood's waves crafted by Bulma. In essence, it is stated that by enhancing the bull's light, one can indeed undergo the transformation into a great ape, rendering the presence of a tail and the golden great ape, as well as the Super Saiyan 4th form, irrelevant. Upon transforming into a golden great ape, it is imperative for a Scion to possess a formidable consciousness and regain their rationality, subsequently compressing that energy to achieve the further transformation into the Super Saiyan 4th level. Vegeta, despite lacking a tail, successfully undergoes the great ape transformation through the augmented bull's light, with the tail manifesting instantaneously during the transformation. To put it simply, having a tail allows one to transform under the light of the moon. Without a tail, the enhanced bull's light suffices for the transformation. Thus, the tail has lost its significance. The old Kai is aware of the dormant power within the Scion and the method to awaken it, understanding that the tail must be removed. However, he is oblivious to the fact that technological enhancement of the bull's light yields the same result. Naturally, this occurs within the universe of Dragon Ball Super, where such a concept cannot be balanced, and the current Scions are on a divine path, unlike their GT counterparts, who continuously evolve into higher forms of Scions. Reflecting on this, Luya muses internally, "System, is this transformation into the great ape akin to what I had envisioned?" The system responds, "What does the host envision regarding the great ape transformation?" The corners of the lure's mouth twitched slightly, of course. The question is whether this transformation can lead to a breakthrough beyond the Super 4. System, host, there is no need for you to be anxious about this just yet. First and foremost, focus on enhancing your strength. Otherwise, when the time comes to employ this skill, you may find yourself utterly helpless. I fear that in a moment of irrationality, you could be indiscriminately slaughtered. Luya shook his head, opting for silence. This system seemed rather frivolous, and it was best to avoid engaging with it. He was uncertain whether the Super Saiyan 4 could coexist within this multiverse. Yet he was aware that he should be able to transform into Super Saiyan Blue. The question lingered in his mind, could both forms, Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue, coexist? He pondered whether it might be possible to merge these two powers. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he gazed upward. Boom. At that moment, Beerus and Goku were locked in a fierce battle, their contrasting auras of white and purple clashing violently, creating a terrifying atmosphere. Thud. Beerus landed a punch squarely on Goku's abdomen, eliciting a pained scream from him. However, he gritted his teeth against the pain and retaliated with a punch aimed directly at Beerus's forehead. In response, Beerus slightly tilted his head, but due to its size, Goku's fist merely grazed the side of his head. With a pop, Monaka's headpiece lost in air. This was disastrous. The faces of those present turned pale. No, that was my meticulously crafted creation. Satan immediately looked crestfallen. In that fleeting moment, Beerus launched a kick that sent Goku flying. Goku was sent hurtling away. Beerus felt a pang of anxiety, His ear was gone. What would he do? The truth would be revealed. Yet Goku remained oblivious to the damage. His focus solely on Beerus and the thrill of the battle. Bring it on. Goku laughed heartily, suddenly bursting with energy. A powerful aura radiated from him as he instantaneously teleported before Beerus and unleashed a punch. Beerus deftly dodged, shifting his body to avoid Goku's blow. But in the next instant, Goku executed a swift kick upward. Oh no! Beerus was startled and adjusted his position once again. With a rip, the fabric of his attire tore, revealing his tail. This was dire. Piccolo and Vegeta's expressions shifted dramatically, and in the next moment, they both vanished from sight. Undeterred, Goku charged forward again. Whoosh! Just then, Vegeta and Piccolo reappeared in front of Beerus. With Piccolo using his cloak to shield Beerus while Vegeta hurriedly handed him a piece of white cloth. Realizing the situation, Beerus quickly wrapped it around his exposed tail. Vegeta? Piccolo? What are you doing? Goku asked, perplexed. Oh, well, we're not quite sure how this happened. It seems Manaka possesses some sort of control over people. Why is my hand uncontrollably stretching? Piccolo feigned a hurried demeanor, extending his arm to ensnare the unsuspecting Goku. Vegeta interjected, your acting is utterly atrocious. Piccolo's face twitched in response. At that moment, Vegeta awkwardly remarked, yes, indeed. I too am losing control. My body is completely unresponsive. Piccolo retorted, you're not alone in your lack of talent. Meanwhile, Beerus had coiled his tail, concealing any visible expression. In the next instant, he effortlessly hurled both Piccolo and Vegeta aside with a flick of his wrist. Beerus then turned his gaze towards Goku, allowing a cold smirk to escape his lips before he unleashed a surge of energy. A deep violet aura stirred the heavens, intensifying far beyond its previous measure. Goku, witnessing this, became exhilarated. All right, if that's the case, let us go. With a fierce shout, Goku erupted with energy, yet he refrained from transforming into a Super Saiyan, instead maximizing his base form. In a flash, Goku vanished, but at that very moment, Beerus raised his hand and caught a fist. What? Before Goku could react, Beerus's fist had already struck his abdomen. A dull thud echoed as Beerus followed up with a powerful blow, sending Goku crashing down. Gasping, Goku forcibly halted his descent. Yet he remained several meters above the ground, the tremendous force creating a deep crater beneath him. Beerus beckoned Goku with a finger, laden with provocation. Could he endure this? Goku gradually ascended, erupting with energy once more, and charged toward Beerus. In response, Beerus too unleashed his own fury, surging forward. Boom, boom, boom. The air crackled with explosive power as the two clashed, their confrontation resonating with intensity that rivaled even that of a Super Saiyan. Goku and Beerus locked eyes across the expanse, their energy swelling rapidly, each eager to determine a victor. Witnessing this spectacle, Vegeta and the others gasped, swiftly turning to Whis. Whis, you must intervene. Vegeta's expression conveyed urgency. He sensed that if these two unleashed their full might, the very planet would suffer catastrophic consequences. Oh dear. Whis sighed, somewhat exasperated. Why have these two become so addicted to fighting? Suddenly, high above, Goku began to radiate energy, his power skyrocketing. Snorting, Beerus responded with a huff. As an astonishing purple glow enveloped his form, the two exchanged a knowing glance and simultaneously charged toward one another. Neither anticipated evasion in this decisive moment. Luya also rose to his feet, prepared to intervene and prevent any unforeseen incidents. However, it soon became evident that he had underestimated the strength of the angel. Just as Goku's and Beerus's fists were about to collide, Whis appeared between them, effortlessly grasping their fist with one hand each. Oh dear. I must say, you two should cease this at once. Otherwise, the banquet shall be in jeopardy, Whis remarked with a subtle smile. His timely intervention was indeed remarkable, halting both Goku and Beerus, much to the astonishment of their companions, for Whis's power was incomprehensible to them. The second-tier angel, Luya, regarded Whis with narrowed eyes, compelled to acknowledge that Whis's strength indeed surpassed that of Beerus. Whis, why have you interfered? Goku retorted, somewhat disgruntled by the interruption, regardless of who it was. Whis, unfazed, replied slowly, Lord Beerus instructed you to halt. Huh? At this, both Goku and Beerus were taken aback, and they simultaneously glanced downward. There, among the crowd, stood Beerus. But he appeared somewhat peculiar, lacking the divine authority typically exuded. He seemed rather dazed. Observing this scene, Beerus's lips twitched slightly, yet he chose not to dwell on it. Very well then. Upon hearing that it was Beerus who had spoken, Goku reluctantly complied and descended. Whis discreetly glanced at Beerus and then chuckled softly. Lord Beerus, your performance was commendable. Humph. Beerus, intrigued, followed suit. Indeed, indeed. Monaka is even more formidable than I had anticipated. If he were to unleash his full power, I would truly stand no chance against him. Goku exclaimed excitedly, realizing that Monaka was likely holding back out of concern for causing destruction in this place. Hey, I told you to move to a more distant location. You've turned my backyard into a complete mess. Bulma suddenly expressed her displeasure. Goku waved his hand dismissively. Well, Bulma, your family is the wealthiest in the world. You needn't fret over such trivial matters. Ugh. Bulma sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. But who could blame her when Goku was such a close friend? Haha. I must say, your battle was truly spectacular. It even caused Monaka to faint. Tien suddenly burst into laughter, pointing at Monaka. The crowd's expressions froze, and they collectively broke out in a cold sweat. Beerus, too, stiffened at this remark. Huh, Monaka? Goku pondered, confused. Hadn't he just finished battling with Monaka? How could he be unconscious? With that thought, Goku looked over to see Monaka, whose eyes were vacant and staring blankly ahead, utterly unresponsive. Goku was taken aback. He hurriedly shifted his gaze between the true Monaka and the false Monaka, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening?" The situation was rather awkward for Bulma and the others. As they sipped their tea, they felt increasingly embarrassed under the murderous glares of Piccolo and his companions, wishing desperately to vanish. At that moment, the figure of Beerus within the doll was seething with fury. After exerting such great effort and sacrificing his divine dignity to masquerade as this troublesome and unattractive entity, he found that his endeavors were rendered utterly futile by a single remark from the tea-drinking companion. This was unforgivable. The purple aura of divine energy enveloped Beerus, resembling a wrathful deity poised to annihilate everything in sight. Vegeta and Piccolo, upon witnessing this, broke into a sweat and swiftly assumed battle stances, bracing themselves for the impending wrath of Beerus. Indeed, they had reached this critical juncture. A torrent of frustration surged through Vegeta's mind. They could no longer allow Bulma to host such extravagant gatherings. Otherwise, they would be jeopardizing the safety of Earth. This gathering was toxic. Whis observed the unfolding scene with a hint of exasperation, reflecting on the adage that one need not fear foes akin to Goku, but rather teammates as foolish as pigs. Even he, the attendant of Lord Beerus, wished to avoid inciting his master's ire. Just as Beerus was about to unleash his fury, Goku suddenly exclaimed with excitement. "Ska, I understand now. Is Monaka also capable of creating clones like Bu? Incredible. Just a mere clone poses such a challenge for me." Everyone was momentarily stunned. And Beerus, too, was taken aback. As he retracted his ominous energy, a collective sigh of relief swept over the group. Well, even though I can't engage Monaka in a true battle, if his clones are this formidable, then he must be extraordinarily powerful in his true form. Excellent. I shall train diligently from now on and strive to defeat Monaka next time, Goku declared with unwavering confidence. However, his bravado was short-lived as his stomach grumbled. I'm really hungry after all that fighting. I'll go grab something to eat. Without further ado, he disregarded the others and made his way to the food area. The group collectively exhaled, relieved that the storm had finally passed. Goku really is something else, Krillin remarked, sensing the absurdity of the situation. The others nodded in agreement, bemused by Goku's personality, yet grateful that they had successfully navigated the crisis. Haha, my apologies. It was all my fault. Kaiatsu quickly interjected, awkwardly apologizing, aware that he had nearly ruined everything for everyone. To be able to speak so thoughtlessly, you truly are a character, Tien remarked, casting a glance at Kaiatsu. Beerus removed his headpiece, drenched in sweat. It's finally over. Well done, Lord Beerus, came the reply. Beerus waved his hand dismissively, saying after this, let us keep Monaka's appearances on Earth to a minimum. Understood. Whis nodded in agreement. As Luya gazed at Wukong, who was indulging in his meal, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Logically, one would expect that the disguise of Beerus as Monaka would reveal significant flaws. Yet, could it be that Wukong truly lacked perception? Is that truly the case? In Chapter 70, Wukong fell ill. The days of being a grandfather were punctuated by a delightful banquet, culminating in an exhilarating duel that elevated the spirits of all present, swiftly bringing the gathering to a close. We eagerly await your next visit, Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis. Bulma waved goodbye to the duo. The attendees felt a sense of embarrassment. If every gathering were to unfold with such heart-pounding excitement, they would surely be left in a constant state of worry. Well then, until next time, let us take our leave, Lord Beerus. Whis remarked with a gentle smile. Beerus nodded nonchalantly, reverting to his aloof demeanor. Soon, Whis and his companion transformed into a beam of light and vanished from sight. Now that the event has concluded, let us return to our respective homes. Piccolo approached, glancing at Vegeta and Wukong before nodding and taking flight. One by one, the guests departed. After bidding farewell to Goku and the others, Luya returned home. After taking a refreshing bath, he lay on his bed, feeling contemplative. I can now consider myself one of the elite warriors of the universe. If I were to continuously unleash my strongest Scion abilities, I would soon surpass Goku and his companions. However, that would diminish the thrill of battle. Perhaps it is best to refrain from doing so, Luya mused, shaking his head. Since his confrontation with the Sixth Universe, his power had escalated remarkably. In his normal state, his combat prowess was likely beyond that of even a prodigious fighter like Son Goku. Moreover, it was noteworthy that Luya had mastered the art of instant transmission. Though it was only for 0.1 seconds, it was not something that ordinary individuals could easily counter. Besides Ultra Instinct, he could easily dominate any Z fighter. Of course, even without instant transmission, he was still formidable. Next, he resolved to refine his instant transmission skills, as Hit had already advanced his own to 1 second and was likely to improve further. He needed to prepare for the upcoming tournament of power, Luya murmured to himself. Thus, in the following days, Luya sought a secluded location for his training. Rather than the time chamber, he opted for a small island. He began to hone his instant transmission, continuously practicing and exploring it, while activating his ultimate Scion abilities, and his progress became increasingly evident. However, just a few days later, Luya received surprising news. Goku had fallen ill. This revelation astonished him, but upon reflection, he deduced that Goku's affliction stemmed from the use of the Kaioken X10 technique, which had led to a case of prolonged energy instability. With the power of Kaioken magnifying his already formidable strength, it was no wonder that Goku found himself in such a predicament. Luya expressed a sense of amazement, acknowledging that Goku's ability to wield the Kaioken was largely attributable to him, prompting a visit to his counterpart. At that moment, Goku was at Gohan's residence, playfully engaging with Gohan's daughter, Xiaofang. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi glared at Goku with an irritable expression. The old rascal had completely undone her efforts from the previous night when she painstakingly prepared a meal, only to have him return and inadvertently demolish the house, forcing them to relocate to Gohan's home. Witnessing Goku's nonchalant demeanor, as if nothing had transpired, only fueled her frustration, causing her to grit her teeth in anger. Piccolo sat on the sofa, observing Goku and Xiaofang, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Ah, the days devoid of training are exceedingly dull, Goku lamented, lifting Xiaofang high. I see no issue with it. As Scions, you are perpetually engaged in training. Taking time to relax is quite agreeable, especially since you and Vegeta have nearly reached your limits. The prospect of further advancement appears minimal. It's better to adopt a more relaxed mindset, Piccolo replied stoically. Despite his words, Goku found it somewhat difficult to accept. I truly have reached my limit, he admitted with a frown. No matter how he trained, the gains were almost negligible, even within the time chamber, unless he encountered an exceptionally formidable opponent capable of eliciting his latent potential. I suggest you take the time to recover soon, Goku, lest you inadvertently damage Gohan's home as well, Chi-Chi remarked coolly. What are you saying, Chi-Chi? Goku said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. That won't happen. I believe my father would never do such a thing. Gohan and Videl entered just then. Ah, Gohan, Videl, you're back, Goku greeted, raising his hand. Xiaofang, upon seeing her father, was filled with joy, babbling excitedly. Gohan approached, smiling. Ah, I returned early today. He picked up Xiaofang and asked, Did you miss Daddy? Xiaofang affectionately kissed Gohan, indulging in playful antics. The atmosphere was warm and cheerful. By the way, Gohan, weren't you in discussions with the professor from your school about a collaboration? I heard he wanted you to be his assistant. Why did you return so soon? Chi-Chi suddenly inquired, her concern for her son evident. Gohan lowered his gaze slightly before responding. I declined the offer. What? Chi-Chi exclaimed, her surprise palpable. Why? Gohan smiled at Xiaofang and explained, Videl and I have decided to prioritize our time together, rather than being consumed by work. Spending more time with Xiaofang is what truly matters. Indeed, both Gohan and I share this sentiment, and we can afford to forego work since we are financially secure. Videl added. Well, this is disappointing, Chi-Chi sighed, feeling let down by her son's decision to abandon a promising future. Haha, Gohan, you are quite the opposite of your father. Suddenly, Piccolo turned his gaze toward Goku and spoke. Goku chuckled heartily, clearly indifferent to the matter at hand. For him, his sole interest lay in the pursuit of cultivation. Naturally, he hoped that during his free time, Uncle Piccolo could assist him in his training, as he had not engaged in formal practice for quite a while. He worried that if this continued, he might find himself unable to intervene in future crises. Gohan suddenly looked at Piccolo and smiled. Piccolo cast a glance at Gohan and then smiled approvingly, saying, "Even if you hadn't expressed that hope, I would still train you." Laughter erupted from both Goku and Gohan. "You Scions truly have your burdens to bear," Chi-Chi remarked with a sigh. Just then, a sound of footsteps echoed from outside the house. "This presence belongs to Luya." Piccolo glanced out the window. "Luya?" Goku exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with recognition. As everyone stepped outside, they were greeted by the sight of Luya. "Luya, what brings you here?" Goku inquired, looking at Luya with a smile. Luya gazed at Wukong and inquired, "I have heard that you have fallen ill. Is everything all right?" Upon hearing this, Wukong's expression dimmed slightly as he replied, I am managing, though I can no longer exert myself lately. Otherwise, my strength will spiral chaotically within my body." Luya nodded slightly and remarked, "It was your excessive strain while utilizing the King's Fist that led to this outcome. Initially, you managed well, but ultimately, you were already exhausted and yet pushed yourself to the limit, which resulted in your current state." Goku, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, "I had no idea you would defeat Hitler. Had I known, I would not have exerted myself so fervently." Lure, Chapter 71. The Request of Gohan. A new battle. Lure exchanged greetings with Gohan and the others, then turned his gaze towards Goku, saying, "Since you have no further matters to attend to, I shall take my leave." Goku nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Indeed. Farewell." As the Lure nodded, it promptly turned and departed. "Wait." At that moment, Gohan suddenly exclaimed. Luya paused momentarily before turning to him. "Gohan, are you calling me?" Gohan stepped forward, his gaze now imbued with an inexplicable seriousness. "Luya, I wish to request a duel with you." "What?" It must be said that Gohan's sudden declaration startled Piccolo, Goku, and the others, leaving them perplexed as to why Gohan would make such a request. Luya was somewhat taken aback. In truth, he too desired to harness Gohan's power through a battle with him, yet he felt too shy to voice his intention. To his surprise, the other party had brought it up first. Gohan gazed at Luya, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Luya paused momentarily before speaking. "Gohan, you must understand. I have become immensely stronger compared to the time when we first met." Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand. Therefore, I wish to challenge you to a duel." Goku hesitated, glancing at Gohan, but Piccolo gestured for him to refrain from interfering. "Why?" Luya inquired with a smile. Gohan clenched his teeth slightly. "I do not wish to witness a repeat of the previous ordeal. For many years, I have neglected my training, causing my strength to wane rather than grow. As a result, when formidable foes emerged, I was left helpless, watching my friends and family suffer. This feeling has caused me profound anguish. Thus, I seek to reclaim that sensation. Lord Dao, however, Mr. Bick can assist you as well." Bick remained silent. Gohan nodded. "I understand that. But I still wish to spar with different skilled fighters. If my father were available, I would request him to train me." Both Videl and Chi-Chi wore intricate expressions. "Please, I implore you to train me." Gohan bowed deeply to Lure. Luya, with a hint of resignation, conceded, "Very well, I shall grant your wish." Goku, filled with elation, clenched his fist in excitement. "Let us relocate," Luya proclaimed, suddenly soaring into the air, heading towards a specific direction. Gohan nodded towards Goku and the others before promptly following Luya. Goku, unable to suppress his urge to join, was abruptly restrained by Piccolo, who cautioned, "Your condition is precarious. It would be unwise for you to accompany them, as I fear the encounter may overwhelm you." Goku, feeling helpless, had no choice but to relent. Nonetheless, Piccolo decided to pursue them independently. "How cunning." Goku scoffed. "Goku, hurry and take care of Xiao Fang. I shall prepare the meal with Videl," Chi-Chi called out. "All right." Goku obliged, cradling Xiao Fang in his arms. Meanwhile, Luya had arrived at a valley, with Gohan closely trailing him, landing directly opposite Luya. Luya gazed at Gohan and promptly declared, "Do not hold back. Unleash your utmost strength." Gohan nodded in affirmation, slightly widening his stance to adopt a posture reminiscent of a horse stance. In the next moment, he suddenly let out a thunderous roar. Boom! The Super Saiyan emerged. Gohan's energy surged dramatically, elevating his combat power by a staggering 50-fold. However, Luya furrowed his brow, for even though Gohan had transformed into a Super Saiyan, He was still not Luya's equal in his normal state. His combat prowess was still inferior. Gohan had transformed into a version reminiscent of a lesser being. Luya smiled faintly, then leaped twice, assuming a combat stance. Ding. Task activated. Task details. Acquire the powers of 5 Scions. Current progress. 45. Gohan glanced at Luya, becoming equally vigilant. Although he had transformed into a Super Saiyan, he still found Luya in his normal state to be impeccable. How formidable! In just half a year, Luya's strength had increased so dramatically. Should he also consider training in the time chamber? Luya's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, his figure vanished. Before Gohan could react, Luya landed a powerful punch squarely on his face. Ack! Gohan let out a cry of agony as his body was sent flying, crashing through several small mountains. Do not get distracted, Luya remarked coolly, observing his opponent. At that moment, Piccolo also appeared on the scene, yet he refrained from intervening, instead watching the spectacle unfold from above. Suddenly, a radiant golden light erupted, and Gohan charged towards Luya with renewed vigor. As Luya's toes made contact, he surged forward with remarkable intensity. The sound of their fists colliding echoed like thunder. However, after exchanging a flurry of punches, Luya suddenly seized Gohan's fist, propelling himself forward with a knee strike. Another powerful blow sent Gohan crashing down. In the next instant, Luya clasped his hands at his waist and unleashed a formidable Kamehameha wave. Boom! A colossal wave of energy surged forth. Gohan, rising to his feet, elevated his power to its zenith and simultaneously released his own Kamehameha, clashing with Luya's energy. Although there exists a taboo in Dragon Ball forbidding clashes with the Sun family, it appeared that Luya could disregard this rule, for at that moment, Gohan was in a particularly dire state. With fervent determination, Gohan unleashed his Kamehameha, the overwhelming energy creating a massive crater beneath him. Luya let out a low growl and immediately unleashed his full power. Meanwhile, on the other side, Piccolo observed the scene with a grim expression. Although Gohan had sought him out for training following the battle with Frieza, their time together had been brief, and Gohan had soon been preoccupied with attending a scholarly exchange, resulting in only a slight enhancement of his abilities. He remained woefully inadequate, unable to contend even with Luya's base form. The dormant power within him lay in slumber. How could Piccolo awaken it? This thought flitted through Piccolo's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. After all, Gohan's aspirations now diverged from those of Goku and the others. Once the most formidable warrior, that era of glory had passed, and currently there were no formidable adversaries to confront. Even if such foes existed, Goku and his companions were more than capable of handling them. Thus, Piccolo abandoned the notion of aiding Gohan's awakening. Ack! Gohan emitted a strained cry, unable to withstand any longer. In the next moment, an explosion erupted in the arena, accompanied by a half-spherical wave of energy. As the chaos subsided, Luya observed the aftermath of the explosion. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a vast pit at the center of the arena, where Gohan was kneeling. At this moment, Gohan was on the ground, beads of sweat cascading down his face as he gasped for breath, having returned to his normal state. Noticing this, Luya descended into the pit and remarked, "Your strength has diminished significantly compared to the past." Gohan remained silent, his body trembling as if lamenting his own frailty. Chapter 72. The Disappearance of Xiao Fang. The trio emerges. Luya gazed at him, shaking his head, and remarked, "To my knowledge, during the battle in Shalu, you awakened the second level of Super Saiyan, and later, in the confrontation with Majin Buu, you transcended your own limits, fully unleashing your potential. Yet now, it appears that your potential has once again been sealed." Indeed, it is true. Piccolo suddenly descended and approached slowly. Gohan's strength, if he were to persist in his training, would undoubtedly rival that of his father. However, he has chosen a life of peace, willingly forsaking the innate gifts of a Scion. Gohan rose and softly spoke. "I apologize, Uncle Piccolo, for disappointing you." Piccolo, however, bore no ill will. Instead, he smiled and said, "It is of no consequence. You have your own family now, and with Xiao Fang by your side, it is perfectly acceptable to pursue your own life. There is no need to chase after our footsteps. This earth is well guarded by those two fellows. I respect your choice." Gohan looked up at Piccolo and, upon seeing no trace of disappointment in his eyes, smiled in return. Though he had established his own family in the presence of Piccolo, he still felt like a child, as Piccolo had profoundly influenced his life. "Thank you, Uncle Piccolo." Piccolo offered a faint smile and then turned to Luya. "Let the battle end here. Gohan does not require such training at this time." Luya nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the situation. A sigh escaped his lips, lamenting the loss of a prodigy. However, he remained untroubled, for the strength tournament was still some time away. They would address matters then. Let us be on our way, Gohan, Piccolo said, casting a glance at Gohan. Gohan nodded in agreement and turned to Luya, stating, "We shall take our leave now. Thank you for today." Luya nodded slightly and said, It's but a trifling matter." Moments later, Piccolo and Gohan departed. The Luya pondered momentarily before exclaiming with a smile, "How intriguing." Suddenly, the electronic voice of the system echoed, "Host's task remains unfulfilled. Further effort is required." Luya smiled faintly, having already anticipated the outcome. Although he claimed not to have acquired Gohan's power, he was in no rush. Meanwhile, upon returning home with Gohan, Piccolo noticed the grim expressions on Goku and the others' faces. "What is the matter?" Gohan inquired, puzzled. Suddenly, Videl rushed over and threw herself into Gohan's embrace. Her voice choked with emotion. "What's wrong, Videl?" Gohan asked, bewildered. "Hey, old son, what's going on?" Piccolo's gaze sharpened as he turned to Goku. Goku scratched his head. "Well, here's the thing. We can't find Little Fong." "What?" In an instant, both Piccolo and Gohan's faces turned ashen. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could Little Fong possibly be missing? We just left for a moment. How could she disappear?" Piccolo's face turned green with anger, clearly indicating his fury. He had been like a caretaker to Little Fong, treating her as if she were his own granddaughter. And this dreadful news caught him completely off guard. What on earth happened? Gohan, as a father, spoke gravely. "Let me explain," Goku said. "Videl and I were cooking, and we entrusted Little Fong to Goku's care. Unexpectedly, that absent-minded fellow fell asleep. By the time we arrived, Little Fong was already gone." At this moment, Chi-Chi glared at Goku as she spoke. "This isn't my fault. Little Fong was asleep, and I fell asleep too. Besides, I've been feeling under the weather lately. So I slept quite soundly and didn't notice what was happening around me." Goku murmured. "Now is not the time for this discussion. The most crucial thing is to find Little Fong." Piccolo insisted, his fists clenched. "We searched the vicinity, but there is no sign of Little Fong." Goku admitted, feeling guilty. "I'll go look. Gohan, let us go." Piccolo glanced at Gohan. "All right," Gohan replied, following Piccolo as they departed. "We should help too," Goku offered. The group hurriedly began searching the nearby area, as they did not believe a small child could wander far, so they focused their efforts close by. Meanwhile, in a thicket not far away, a group known as the Mixed Rice Ensemble was watching the scene at Gohan's home through binoculars. Behind them loomed a gigantic robot. They had heard about Goku's illness and planned to take advantage of the situation. However, upon witnessing Piccolo and the others searching the area, they mistakenly believed they had been discovered. "Boss, we need to run. They are coming," Ashen exclaimed hurriedly. The Mixed Rice Ensemble was nearly frightened to death, and they quickly echoed, "Run." Shiwu was the first to react, sprinting towards the robot. Suddenly, the robot came to life, as if its engine had been ignited, slowly lifting off the ground. "Nanny!" As the mishmash of characters witnessed the unfolding scene, a wave of terror washed over them. Their spacecraft seemed incapable of initiating its launch autonomously. Without a moment's hesitation, the trio slipped inside just as the vessel was about to take off. The sound of collisions echoed, followed by a resounding boom. In the next instant, 2 jets of flame erupted from beneath the robot's feet, propelling it swiftly into the sky, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Goku and the others were still in pursuit. At that moment, within the cockpit of the flying robot, a voice exclaimed, "What? Is that not Gohan's daughter, Xiaofeng?" Ashu's voice rang out, laden with astonishment. The mishmash of characters observed Xiaofeng, who was blissfully pressing buttons, cold sweat trickling down their faces. "Why? Why is this little brat here? What do we do now, boss?" Shiwu asked, somewhat at a loss. "Fool, what else can we do? We must throw her out." Mishmash was in a panic. "She is a descendant of the Scions. No way. She is still so young. We cannot treat her like that." Shiwu, being a woman, was overwhelmed by maternal instincts. "Idiot!" Mishmash scolded in exasperation. "Huh? What is that smell?" Ashu wrinkled his nose, and his expression darkened. "It stinks. Could it be?" All three turned their gaze towards Xiaofeng in unison. "Ah, she actually pooped." Mishmash's face turned pale. "Boss, we don't have a designated window here," Shiwu exclaimed hurriedly. "How could this happen?" Mishmash felt his blood boil. The stench was overpowering, driving him to lose his senses and strike the control panel in frustration. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, an alarm blared, and the entire robot shook violently. In the next moment, it lost control and unleashed its full firepower, soaring into the sky. No. Chapter 73, Completion. The Super Saiyan God mission. A thunderous commotion erupted, startling Luya, who was flying. He looked up to see a colossal yellow robot shooting into the clouds. Is that Mishmash? Luya paused momentarily, then suddenly erupted with fury, dashing towards the robot's direction. Boom. The robot burst through the atmosphere, continuing its ascent as if its fuel was limitless. Luya followed suit, breaking through the atmosphere and utilizing Frieza's cells, allowing him to endure in the vacuum of space. Just as he caught up, the robot exploded. Oh no, Luya gasped, realizing that Gohan's daughter, Xiaofang, was inside. Amidst the chaos, the trio known as the Mixed Rice Group, despite their villainous nature, revealed themselves to be rather admirable individuals. In an instant, Luya dashed towards the impending explosion. Without uttering a single word, he unleashed a powerful palm strike, releasing a formidable force that dispelled the flames. However, in the following moment, an astonishing sight unfolded before his eyes. A small figure appeared within his line of sight, radiating a soft, milky glow. Meanwhile, the Mixed Rice trio had grasped her feet. Luya found himself in a state of complexity, realizing that Xiaofang had awakened. Truly, as a descendant of the Scions, possessing such extraordinary talent before even reaching the age of 1 is indeed a rarity. Oh my. Xiaofang waved her tiny hands, and upon noticing Luya, her eyes narrowed into a playful smile. Luya smiled faintly, then cast her gaze upon the Mixed Rice at her feet. You three truly are incorrigible. Spare us, please. Spare us, oh great one. We genuinely did not intend for this. It was this little girl who approached us of her own accord. At that moment, the Mixed Rice was utterly cowed, unable to muster any defiance. If Gohan and the others were to learn that you nearly placed her in peril, I fear no one would come to your rescue, Luya remarked with a cold smirk. Not to mention Gohan's benevolence, Piccolo is not one to show mercy. Should he become aware, it could spell the end for you all. We wished to return her, but the machine malfunctioned, leaving us with no choice. Xiaowu suddenly interjected. Luya cast a glance at Xiaowu, fully aware that her future lay with Trunks, thus he chose not to dwell on the matter. He then approached Xiaofang, flashed a grin, and opened his arms, saying, Come, I shall escort you all back. Xiaofang blinked her large eyes, hesitated for a moment, and then placed her small hand in Luya's. She returned his smile with curiosity, emitting a series of playful sounds. As Luya smiled faintly, he swiftly employed his ability of instantaneous movement. In an instant, he and several others found themselves soaring above a forest. Luya turned to the group of miscreants, admonishing them. Allow me to impart a lesson upon you. Despite your advanced age, you still aspire to be villains. You ought to relinquish such ambitions. Without waiting for their astonishment to subside, he waved his hand nonchalantly, causing 3 of them to plummet downwards. Ignoring the trio, Luya was confident that they would come to no harm. He then scooped up Xiaofang, his brow furrowing slightly as he inquired, Did you pull something? Yeah. Xiaofang giggled, her tiny hands playfully tugging at Luya's face. Very well, I shall take you home, Luya replied with a resigned smile, and in the next moment, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the trio remained suspended in the treetops, all of them having succumbed to unconsciousness. On the other side, Wukong and his companions sat at the doorstep, their expressions somber. Piccolo's veins bulged ominously, embodying a volcano on the verge of eruption. Gohan was attempting to soothe Videl, his own face etched with concern. Wukong, this is all your fault. You failed to keep an eye on Xiaofang, and now she is missing. Chi-Chi scolded, poking Wukong's head in frustration. Wukong felt a pang of guilt. Had he not fallen ill, locating Xiaofang would have been a swift endeavor. Yet, deprived of his senses, he had missed the opportunity. Damn it, this is all my fault. Just as the group lapsed into silence, Luya reappeared among them, cradling Xiaofang in his arms. Xiaofang. The sudden arrival of Luya startled everyone, but upon seeing him holding Xiaofang, they could no longer contain their concern and rushed towards him. Videl immediately embraced Xiaofang, bursting into tears. Luya, why is Xiaofang with you? Wukong asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. Luya remarked, I had scarcely departed when this little girl came running over, and astonishingly, she has learned to fly at such a tender age. I feared she might wander off, so I brought her back. I see, Piccolo's previously tense expression softened. Thank you so much, Luya. Without you, we would truly have been unable to find her. Gohan bowed respectfully to Luya as he spoke. Lure waved her hand, and then remarked to Bidalai, It's merely a small effort. By the way, could you assist in changing Xiaofang's diaper? Upon hearing this, Bidalai immediately understood. her fair cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she nodded. Thank you. With that, she carried Xiaofang into the house. Speaking of which, it seems Xiaofang did indeed need a change after a brief absence. Wukong relaxed, chuckling heartily. Silence, please. If you continue like this, you shall not be allowed near Xiaofang. Chi-Chi expressed her grievances. How could that be permissible? After all, I am, in some regard, Xiaofang's grandfather. Wukong protested. Is there a grandfather who misplaces his own granddaughter? Were it not for Lore's assistance, we would still be searching for Xiaofang. Chi-Chi retorted angrily. Wukong offered an awkward smile, then subtly gestured to Gohan for assistance. Mom, please don't blame Dad. Now that Xiaofang has been found, shall we proceed to have dinner? Gohan, fully aware that his father's greatest adversary was his mother, attempted to ease the tension. Humph. Chi-Chi scoffed, turning on her heel to return indoors. Lure, why not join us for dinner? It would be a fitting gesture of gratitude for helping us find Xiaofang. Wukong suggested, looking toward Lure. Lure was initially inclined to decline. But Gohan chimed in, indeed. Come dine with us. Ah, let us share a simple meal before we part ways, Piccolo said, his rare good spirits directed towards Lure. Reluctantly, Lure agreed. Soon after, having finished their meal with Goku's family, Lure took his leave. He had grown more acquainted with Xiaofang, who no longer regarded him as a stranger. After the departure of the Lure, Wukong resolved to seek training from King Kai, aiming to restore his prowess. He could no longer endure a life devoid of strength. Such an existence was exceedingly tormenting for him. Upon returning home, just as Luya was about to take a shower, an unexpected series of system notifications resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host. For assisting Xiaofang, a special reward of Scion Xiaofang's energy has been granted. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the Super Saiyan God mission. Rewards are now being distributed. Chapter 74, Superhuman Water. The foe Vegeta makes his entrance. 3 days later, in a certain forest. Suddenly, a peculiar flash of light coursed through the air, followed by an eerie void enveloping the surroundings. And in that moment, a figure had appeared, unbeknownst to anyone, none other than Luya. The angler, filled with exhilaration, has now achieved a remarkable reaction time of 0.3 seconds in just 3 days, and while harnessing the formidable talents of a Scion. One cannot help but acknowledge the terrifying nature of such rapid reflexes, as well as the considerable difficulty in mastering them. Attaining a level akin to that of Hit before the power tournament poses quite a challenge. As Luya pondered, he suddenly paused, directing his gaze toward the distant sky. After a moment of contemplation, he pressed his fingers to his brow, focusing his mind and calming his spirit. Vegeta, Trunks, and Goten are no longer on Earth. He murmured to himself, his eyes narrowing slightly. If my instincts are correct, they must be on planet Fireboil. Ding. A system task has been activated. Lore was momentarily taken aback, only to suddenly vanish from sight. Simultaneously, the fiery planet erupted in a series of thunderous explosions. Within a valley, deafening blasts reverberated. And shortly thereafter, several figures soared out of the gorge, while relentless beams from laser cannons pursued them, forcing them into evasive maneuvers. Hey, Goten, hurry up and run. Don't let them catch us. Trunks exclaimed, sprinting with Monaka on his back. Goten, burdened with an elderly man, clutched a peculiar object resembling a pacifier in his hands. Hot on their heels was a horde of pink extraterrestrials, now possessed by a substance known as the Super Water. Originally, Trunks and Goten had inadvertently boarded Monaka's spaceship, which whisked them away to this fiery world. Before they could fully comprehend their surroundings, they found themselves embroiled in a deadly chase. As a group of intergalactic fugitives pursued the elderly man, prompting Trunks and Goten to intervene and rescue him. However, they were unprepared for the subsequent abduction of Monaka, leaving them with no choice but to comply. The fugitive, Griel, sought the pacifier in the old man's grasp, rumored to be a key that sealed away a substance called Super Divine Water. Blinded by ambition, the criminals sought to seize the key, but upon unlocking the Super Water, they inadvertently became possessed. No, it was not mere possession. They had their energy forcibly drained and were subsequently replicated, with the clones gaining immense power. Given the peculiarities of the Super Water, Trunks and his companions could only flee for their lives. Suddenly, Trunks stumbled, the sound of his fall echoing in the chaos. Trunks! Goten called out anxiously, unable to resist stopping. In that instant, several beams of laser fire surged toward Trunks, and his face paled in dread. Just as calamity seemed imminent, Vegeta appeared before Trunks, effortlessly swatting the lasers aside. Father! Trunks exclaimed with joy. Vegeta, with an air of arrogance, turned to him. What are you doing running around like that? Do you have any idea how worried your mother is? I'm sorry, but if you hadn't come, we would have been done for. Trunks hastily redirected the conversation. Vegeta snorted dismissively, his gaze shifting to the aliens. What are those creatures? Oh, it's Griel. Gak interjected, his voice tinged with alarm. Griel? Is he the fugitive you mentioned? Vegeta pondered thoughtfully. Hey, looks like a stronger opponent has arrived. Excellent. I shall absorb all of your powers. Griel approached, a sinister glint in his eyes as he fixated on Vegeta. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, a smirk gracing his lips. You worthless trash think you can absorb my energy? How utterly ridiculous. Why not give it a try to find out? Greer smiled mysteriously and waved his hand, prompting his subordinates to charge forward. TCH. A bunch of trash. Vegeta coldly snorted, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished, reappearing before one of the henchmen, delivering a powerful punch that sent the opponent crashing down. With each flicker of his form, Vegeta claimed another foe. Impossible. Greer's expression shifted. He had not anticipated the sudden emergence of this formidable adversary. However, after his initial surprise, Greer's face broke into a subtle smile. No matter how powerful you may be, you cannot match us. Huh. Vegeta unleashed an energy blast at the approaching henchmen, effortlessly dispatching them in one decisive strike. In the arena, viscous pink liquid dripped incessantly, writhing ominously. Father, be careful, Trunks warned anxiously. Despite Trunks' concern, Vegeta remained unfazed, landing before Greer with arms crossed. You are the last one left. Speak, have you decided how you wish to perish? I must admit, you are indeed formidable. However, to defeat me is utterly impossible. Greer chuckled lightly, seemingly unperturbed. What nonsense are you spouting? A creature like you could be obliterated with a mere flick of my finger. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Is that so? Then your power shall belong to me. Greer grinned enigmatically. At that moment, a mass of pink liquid silently materialized behind Vegeta, swiftly enveloping him. Father. Trunks gasped in shock, his face turning pale. How is this possible? What is this substance? Aya. Vegeta struggled violently. But the more he fought, the more he felt suffocated, until he eventually succumbed, his strength seemingly drained away as if forcibly siphoned. In mere moments, Vegeta was expelled from the pink liquid, collapsing before Trunks. How can this be? Vegeta struggled to rise. Disbelief etched across his features as he beheld the writhing substance morphing into his own likeness. A pink Vegeta. Impossible! Vegeta exclaimed in horror. Haha, this is my power. Did you ever imagine? Greer approached, leering. Vegeta found himself questioning his existence, realizing that his strength had vanished, leaving him in a state of utter weakness. Father, are you all right? Trunks stepped forward, worry evident in his voice. What kind of trouble have you stirred? Vegeta said with irritation. At that moment, the counterfeit Vegeta lunged forward. Watch out. Vegeta shoved Trunks aside, but was struck by a punch that sent him crashing into the mountainside. Chapter 75. The Mighty Imposter Vegeta. Ha! Surrender your resistance. You fools. I shall absorb all your energy. Greer boasted with unbridled arrogance, bolstered by the presence of the imposter Vegeta at his side. You scoundrel. How dare you harm my father? Trunks glared at him, teeth clenched in fury. Do not be so hasty. You shall have your turn as well. Greer replied nonchalantly, then commanded the imposter Vegeta, hurry and absorb them. The imposter Vegeta hesitated for a moment as he glanced at Trunks. Run, Trunks, Vegeta urged, crawling out from the rubble. Yet Trunks had no intention of retreating. He fixed his gaze on Greer and, with a fierce shout, transformed into a Super Saiyan, charging directly at his foe. Suddenly, the imposter Vegeta interposed himself before Greer, reaching out to seize Trunks by the wrist. With a sinister grin, he hurled Trunks away with tremendous force. Final flash. In an instant, the imposter Vegeta's expression turned cold as he unleashed his signature attack, aimed squarely at Trunks. This is bad. Vegeta's heart raced with urgency, but his current state left him powerless to intervene. Trunks, too, was gripped by fear. The gap between him and his father had always been vast. And now he faced an even more formidable imposter Vegeta. This attack was destined to send him to the heavens. In that moment, Trunks was paralyzed, forgetting to evade. Trunks! Goten shouted, launching himself forward and colliding with Trunks, sending both tumbling aside. The final flash soared past them, obliterating mountains in its wake. This is impossible. His strength is greater than mine. Vegeta watched in disbelief as the destructive power unfolded before him, astonished at the magnitude of Greer's newfound strength. Remarkable. That old man is already panicking. Originally, Greer was terrifying enough, but now with this formidable ally, we are surely doomed. Goten. Trunks, having narrowly escaped, called out to Goten. Understood. Goten replied, and the two swiftly positioned themselves in formation. Their powers surged dramatically as they transformed into Super Saions, and then they fused together. Boom. An intense white light erupted, heralding the arrival of Gotenks. Oh, they can still fuse? How intriguing. However, I shall claim your power. Greer, initially surprised, soon became exhilarated. Once he amassed such strength, no being in the universe would stand against him. Humph. I'm Gotenks. I shall eradicate you in the name of justice. Gotenks declared, pointing an accusatory finger at Greer before launching a powerful energy blast. Yet Greer remained unfazed, and the imposter Vegeta stepped forward, effortlessly swatting the attack aside. Suddenly, Gotenks materialized before the counterfeit Vegeta, launching a flurry of rapid strikes. Bang! Bang! The counterfeit Vegeta effortlessly parried each blow. The disparity in power between them was glaringly evident. With a swift motion, the counterfeit Vegeta seized Gotenks' fist and hoisted him aloft. Gotenks attempted to resist, but the counterfeit Vegeta delivered a punishing blow that sent him hurtling away, crashing into towering mountains. Humph, pathetically weak, the counterfeit Vegeta remarked, somewhat dissatisfied. Perhaps due to his imitation of Vegeta, he felt no overwhelming desire to eliminate his opponent immediately. Instead, he regarded the two young warriors with a sense of admonition. A surge of anger propelled Gotenks forward once more, and he unleashed a devastating attack aimed at the counterfeit Vegeta. Fool, you dare to use that move against me? The counterfeit Vegeta sneered, his fury igniting. In a typical display of power, he raised his fist and struck back. Boom. A blinding flash of white light erupted as an immense force repelled Gotenks' assault, sending him crashing against the wall. Vegeta, witnessing this scene, gritted his teeth. Gotenks had not engaged in systematic training for some time, resulting in a significant decline in combat prowess. We should leave this place, the old man suggested suddenly. Hey, I ask you, what is this thing? Vegeta glared at the old man, his expression darkening. Without reservation, the old man recounted the events. Superhuman water? It can replicate others' powers? So that's how it is. Vegeta mused, a complex expression crossing his face, before turning to the counterfeit Vegeta. This is dire. For my true self is devoid of flaws. Only one person can defeat this imposter. The old man was taken aback. Is he truly that confident? In Vegeta's mind, he acknowledged only Kakarot as a worthy adversary, deeming all others unfit. We must defeat him quickly. Otherwise, you will vanish. The old man hesitated but ultimately spoke. What? Vegeta exclaimed, shocked. Vanish? How could that be? Such is the terrifying nature of superhuman water. The old man's face grew serious. It is precisely because it is so fearsome that it was sealed away. And now it has been unleashed by those corrupted by greed. Vegeta fell into a long silence, observing the chaos with urgency in his eyes. In that moment, Gotenks let out a furious roar, his energy surging to a new level as he transformed into a Super Saiyan at the third stage. Oh, have you finally decided to take this seriously? The counterfeit Vegeta sneered, and in an instant, he launched a counterassault. Gotenks met his challenge head-on without fear. Bang! Bang! The two warriors exchanged blows in rapid succession, the intensity escalating as they struck each other hundreds of times within mere seconds. Bang! However, it is evident that the strength of the imposter Vegeta is far superior. In an instant, with a swift elbow strike, he sends Gotenks flying once more. Meanwhile, the imposter Vegeta has already gathered an energy sphere in his hand, and in the next moment, he hurls it directly at Gotenks. Kamehameha. Gotenks can only unleash his own Kamehameha in response. Boom. The two attacks collide and erupt in a tremendous explosion. Realizing he cannot match this foe, Gotenks prepares to flee. Little does he know that the imposter Vegeta has already emerged from the smoke, a grin spreading across his face. Where do you think you're going? With a powerful kick, he sends Gotenks hurtling through the air. Gotenks. Vegeta's expression shifts dramatically. Such an assault is far beyond their capacity to endure. Thud. Crashing to the ground. Gotenks is forced to separate from his fusion. Both young warriors appear somewhat weakened. Humph. The imposter Vegeta observes them, then extends his hand, ready to unleash another energy sphere. At that moment, he suddenly pauses, abruptly turning to gaze at a figure atop a nearby precipice. There stands Luya, pointing with a finger to his forehead. Chapter 76. Luya arrives. Confrontation with the imposter Vegeta. The newcomer, clad in a green battle suit with short hair that dances in the wind, is none other than Luya. Humph. At last, he has arrived. Upon seeing Luya, Vegeta exhales in relief. The prowess of Luya is not inferior to his own, in fact. Even under the strain of executing the Kaioken, he finds himself unable to withstand its might. "Big brother Luya!" exclaimed Trunks and Goten in joyous surprise. "Apologies for the wait." Luya replied with a subtle smile, then turned his gaze toward the counterfeit Vegeta, his eyes narrowing ever so slightly. It must be acknowledged that the replicated Vegeta possesses strength that surpasses that of the original. "Humph. I had expected Kakarot to arrive, but it appears to be you." The imitation Vegeta remarked, disappointment evident in his voice as he looked at Luya. Luya smiled faintly. "Do not be disheartened. For shortly you shall learn how to write the words toxic beatdown." "How absurd." The counterfeit Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. "Hey, do not concern yourself with that individual. First, absorb the energy of those two little brats." "Did you hear that?" At this moment, Greer suddenly issued a command. The counterfeit Vegeta's gaze turned icy. "Do not command me." "What did you say?" Greer exclaimed, incredulous. After all, he was the one in charge. Did this fellow dare to defy him? Whoosh. Suddenly, a blinding stream of light shot forth, hurtling directly toward Greer. What? No. Greer's expression changed dramatically, but he found it impossible to evade. Boom. In the wake of a colossal explosion, Greer was swept away. The counterfeit Vegeta turned to Lure and said, "Who permitted you to take action?" As the lure was reeled back in, a smile graced his lips as he remarked, "I imagine you detest being commanded by others as well." Vegeta responded with a disdainful snort. As the lure descended before Vegeta, it chuckled. "Well, it's just you left. Haha. Aren't you a tad overconfident? Regardless. Ever since our battle against the Sixth Universe, I've longed for the opportunity to confront you. What gives you the audacity to stand above me?" The counterfeit Vegeta replied coolly. And in the next moment, he erupted with fury, instantly elevating his power to its zenith. As the lure's sudden eruption of energy ignited the air, two formidable forces collided with astonishing intensity. "Let us distance ourselves from this place," Vegeta declared abruptly. Trunks and Goten hastily approached, and the group swiftly retreated to a vantage point. "Father, do you think Brother Luya can defeat that impostor?" Trunks inquired. Vegeta, arms crossed and gaze fixed upon the distant figures, replied nonchalantly, "Who can say?" Suddenly, the two locked eyes, surrounded by a radiant aura that crackled with energy. "Huh!" Vegeta roared, and in an instant, he surged forward, delivering a powerful punch directly towards Luya. Luya reacted swiftly, raising his hand to block his opponent's arm, and simultaneously launched a powerful punch. Bang! However, the imposter Vegeta was no pushover, swiftly grasping Luya's fist. The two engaged in an intense gaze, and in the next moment, they both moved their feet simultaneously. Crash! In an instant, the two ascended and descended, colliding repeatedly, and the battle intensified dramatically. His strength had increased once more. Despite being fellow Scions, was this individual truly limitless? From a distance, Vegeta watched this spectacle with a hint of embarrassment. Although his battle power had waned, it did not hinder his observation of the fight. He noted that Luya's strength grew more formidable by the day. In truth, he and Kakarot had nearly reached their limits. Any further training would yield negligible results unless they could push their limits and invoke a breakthrough. Otherwise, achieving a significant enhancement would prove exceptionally challenging. Yet, Luya was an extraordinarily peculiar Scion. His innate talent was astonishing, seemingly without bounds. If this rate of growth continued, Luya's power might very well eclipse both him and that Kakarot fellow. Crash! 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 After colliding in midair, the two simultaneously unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, executing the prince's combat technique. Sky Cannon. Kamehameha. Boom. In an instant, the sky erupted in a cataclysm of explosive force, sweeping in all directions. Incredible! What manner of creatures are these? The old man nearly got blown away, but fortunately, Trunks was quick enough to catch him. What on earth are these individuals? How can they possess such immense power? Boom. The fierce clash resumed, with Luya and Vegeta locked in an unyielding struggle. Yet astonishingly, Luya's strength continued to escalate. Vegeta furrowed his brow, observing the battle as if he were directly involved. That guy hasn't he even unleashed his full potential? What is holding him back? Vegeta felt a twinge of displeasure. Even if this impostor bore his likeness, he disliked seeing Luya conceal his true capabilities, as if it implied he could not overcome the opponent, rendering him unworthy of facing the full brunt of his strength. Whoosh! Suddenly, Vegeta's form flickered, becoming somewhat ethereal. "Father!" Trunks and the other's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this. "This is bad. It's starting to manifest." The old man began to worry as well. Vegeta gazed at his own body and then turned his attention to the old man. Hey, is there any way to combat this? The old man, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face, replied solemnly, the only current solution is to defeat that imposter version of you. Beyond that, we must locate that super water and destroy his core energy to fully comprehend the situation. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression soured. He found it difficult to accept defeat. He then turned to Trunks and the others, urging, Trunks, you must swiftly search the vicinity where that griller was slain. The super water might still be alive. Understood. Trunks and Goten nodded in unison before hastily departing. I think I shall abstain from joining. Gak hesitated momentarily but ultimately remained stationary. Vegeta cast a glance at Gak, instinctively feeling a tinge of disdain towards him, yet chose not to voice further comments. The fierce battle raged on. It must be said that Vegeta's strength was indeed formidable, particularly the imposter Vegeta, whose power had ascended to an entirely new echelon. In his ordinary state, Rua found it challenging to swiftly subdue his opponent. Hey, Rua. The immediate course of action is to eliminate this imposter without delay. Hurry, or I will cease to exist. Vegeta suddenly shouted, unable to contain himself. In that fleeting moment, Rua was momentarily taken aback. Boom. The imposter Vegeta, seizing the opportunity, erupted in power, transforming into a Super Saiyan and delivering a devastating punch to Rua's abdomen. A swift kick followed, sending Rua hurtling through the air. Ugh hi! Rua screamed as he crashed through several small mountains. What? Vegeta's expression darkened, unable to bear the sight any longer. Haha, is that all you've got? To think you could defeat me is utterly naive. The imposter Vegeta scoffed derisively. Chapter 77, Rua employs time flash. Vegeta is taken aback, no regard for martial ethics. Lure rose from the pile of stones, casting an irate glance at the imposter Vegeta. Fool. Vegeta retorted, somewhat exasperated. I believe you ought to refrain from disturbing them. The old man suddenly interjected. Silence. Vegeta glowered at the elder, his expression darkening, which promptly rendered the old man mute. Reluctantly, the elder ceased his utterances. Luya gazed at the counterfeit Vegeta and swiftly materialized before him. Although the imposter's physique radiated a purplish-red hue, it was enveloped in a resplendent golden glow, reminiscent of a Super Saiyan, having inherited all of Vegeta's attributes. Humph. The counterfeit Vegeta regarded Luya, a proud smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Luya cast a glance at his opponent, and in the next moment, a spark ignited in his eyes. What? The counterfeit Vegeta had yet to react when, in an instant, a blinding white light enveloped him, rendering his body immobile. In that fleeting moment, Luya had already appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch straight into the counterfeit Vegeta's abdomen. Ugh! The blow forced the counterfeit Vegeta to vomit, as if struck by a tremendous force. This is impossible. Surely this is a jest. Meanwhile, Vegeta, witnessing this scene, felt his expression shift to one of sheer terror. This spectacle felt hauntingly familiar, but he remained uncertain. Luya smiled faintly, showing no mercy as he delivered another knee strike, sending the counterfeit Vegeta hurtling away. Boom. A massive boulder shattered upon impact, burying him beneath the debris. A sneak attack? Allow me to return the favor, Luya remarked calmly. Moments ago, he had unleashed the instant transmission, leaving the counterfeit Vegeta utterly defenseless. Boom. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted from the pile of stones, followed by a blinding flash of light that sent the rubble flying, revealing the form of the counterfeit Vegeta. At this moment, the counterfeit Vegeta was seething with rage, staring at Luya with a mix of astonishment and fury. Impossible. How could you possibly master instant transmission? Instant transmission. At this juncture, Vegeta finally grasped the truth. This guy? He actually knows Hit's instant transmission. Lure smiled faintly. During my last encounter with Hit, I gleaned invaluable lessons. How infuriating. The counterfeit Vegeta, unable to reconcile with this reality, clings to the spirit of the true Vegeta. Why should this fellow possess such extraordinary prowess? He, who is undeniably the prince of all Saiyans. Although he begrudgingly acknowledges that Kakarot, this lowly warrior, surpasses him. He cannot accept that any random Scion possesses greater potential than himself. He refuses to believe it. Lure remarked, transform into a Super Saiyan Blue. Otherwise, you shall never defeat me. Silence, retorted the counterfeit Vegeta, his visage contorted with ferocity, eyes gleaming ominously with malevolent energy. With a resounding roar, the imposter Vegeta ascended to Super Saiyan Stage 2, elevating his power to an even greater echelon. With a focused gaze, Luya suddenly appeared before the counterfeit Vegeta without any forewarning. "Be careful," Vegeta shouted from a distance, filled with concern for his doppelganger. The old man remarked, "Who are you intending to assist?" Yet, he underestimated Vegeta's pride. For him, even a mere imitation of himself must never succumb to defeat at the hands of others, not even Kakarot. However, it was too late. Though Luyua's instantaneous movement lasted merely 0.3 seconds, it was far beyond what the counterfeit Vegeta could withstand. In an instant, he was struck as if by a barrage of fists, the sound of relentless collisions echoing around him. After enduring consecutive blows, the counterfeit Vegeta was forced to kneel, as the figure of Luya emerged before him. He was about to speak when suddenly the counterfeit Vegeta unleashed a devastating blast. Luya, caught off guard, was astonished that Vegeta could strike with such ferocity after sustaining such a heavy blow. He braced himself with crossed arms, only to be met with a thunderous impact. The colossal shockwave propelled Luya through an expanse of shattered rocks, hurling him down a mountainside. A colossal explosion reverberated through the air. "Ugh, do I really have to exert my full strength?" The counterfeit Vegeta scoffed. His imitation of Vegeta not only augmented his power, but also fortified his physical form. Thus, although the attack was formidable, it merely posed a regular threat, allowing him to seize the opportunity. Rising to his feet, the counterfeit Vegeta materialized above the debris, suddenly unleashing a surge of energy, elevating his aura to its zenith. With a crackling sound, several stones atop the pile shifted. The counterfeit Vegeta, with a fierce glint in his eyes, unleashed a flurry of energy blasts, employing the royal combat technique, resulting in a series of explosive detonations. "Oh no!" Vegeta observed this unfolding chaos, immediately sensing the dire situation. At that moment, his form flickered once more, becoming somewhat insubstantial. His father's complex predicament left him feeling helpless, as his own power was woefully inadequate to make a difference. Meanwhile, Goten and Trunks, who were tracking the super water, also took note of the alarming scene, their expressions turning grave. "I hope Big Brother Luya is all right," Goten fretted. Trunks replied somberly, "Father's power is immeasurably greater than before. Big Brother Luya is in grave danger. What should we do? We're no match for Uncle Vegeta," Goten exclaimed, throwing his hands up in despair. As the two boys deliberated, they failed to notice a pulsating mass of purplish-red liquid slithering towards them from above the rocks, within mere meters of the two youngsters. The super water leapt down, intent on consuming them. However, as it descended, Goten and Trunks felt the shadow loom over them and instinctively sprang apart. With a resounding crash, the super water struck the ground and then accelerated towards Trunks. Given that Trunks was slightly stronger than Goten, the creature aimed to capture him first. Trunks exclaimed, startled by the creature's swiftness, and he quickly ascended into the air. Terrifyingly, the super water followed suit, soaring towards Trunks. What? Trunks was left bewildered. The creature could fly as well. At that moment, several beams of laser shot forth, piercing through the form of the super water, who was consequently affected and fell to the ground. Without hesitation, the super water seized the opportunity to flee. Trunks and Goten looked up to see Jack standing atop a height, brandishing a firearm. "Jack, what brings you here?" Trunks exhaled with relief, smiling. Jack smirked. The protagonist naturally makes an entrance at the most critical juncture. With that, he coolly holstered his weapon. In truth, he wished to avoid lingering in the presence of that icy-faced Vegeta. P.S. Starting today, there will be 5 updates a day, right? So, have you prepared your gifts? I need to buy some stamina pills. Only with a robust body can I deliver explosive updates. Chapter 78. The Imposter Vegeta breaks the Flash. The Imposter Vegeta, suspended in midair, executed the prince's combat technique to perfection. He was not the genuine Vegeta, though he had replicated all of Vegeta's abilities. He now stood on the side of evil, eager to deny Luya any chance of a comeback. Amidst a flurry of chaotic attacks, the Imposter Vegeta suddenly struck a forward-pushing gesture. Ultimately, oh no. The expressions of Vegeta and the others shifted dramatically upon witnessing this. If this technique were unleashed, they too would be caught in its wake. Damn it, Luya, what are you doing? Unleash the power you used against Hit. Vegeta ground his teeth in frustration. The Imposter Vegeta gathered formidable energy in his hands, and in an instant, a terrifying radiance illuminated the sky. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. This is where it ends. Do not resist any further. A calm voice resonated, causing the Imposter Vegeta's countenance to alter. He tilted his head slightly, only to realize that Luya had appeared behind him without his notice. What? The imposter Vegeta instantly lost his strength, his eyes filled with disbelief. When did this guy? The real Vegeta, too, broke into a cold sweat, taken aback by the sudden emergence of his opponent. The hair of Luya stood upright, transforming from black to a striking golden hue, yet it was devoid of the dazzling luster typically associated with gold. His gaze reflected a hint of indifference, embodying the essence of a true Super Saiyan. After a moment of astonishment, the imposter Vegeta swiftly turned, preparing to launch an attack on Luya. However, he was ultimately a moment too late. As he raised his fist, Luya's punch had already struck him in the abdomen. Gah! Vegeta instinctively clutched his stomach. The lure harbored no intention of sparing the delicate, as its fist, poised upon Vegeta's abdomen, abruptly transformed into an open palm, emanating a radiant glow. Whoosh! Boom! In a close-range barrage, the imposter Vegeta was sent soaring through the air. Luya's body trembled, and in the next moment, he left a trail of afterimages in the air, swiftly appearing behind Vegeta. In an instant, he clasped his hands into fists and delivered a powerful blow, sending Vegeta crashing into the ground once more. Just as Luya was about to unleash his full power to conclude the battle, an unforeseen event transpired. A tremendous blue light soared into the sky, and the instigator of this phenomenon was none other than the imposter Vegeta. You scoundrel! No one to stop. A terrifying surge of energy erupted as the imposter Vegeta transformed into the Super Saiyan blue form. How could this be? How could that fraud transform into a Super Saiyan blue like my father? Trunks exclaimed as he and the others landed beside Vegeta. It's only natural. That guy has inherited all my power and can perfectly manifest everything I possess. Vegeta observed the fight with his arms crossed, unperturbed. Father, your body. Trunks suddenly turned to Vegeta, noticing that his father's form had become increasingly ethereal. There's no need to worry. As long as Luya defeats the imposter, everything will be fine. Vegeta remained remarkably calm. Old man, is there any other way to restore my father to normal? Trunks, now anxious, turned to the elder for answers. The elder replied, there are two options. Either locate the essence of that superhuman water and destroy its core energy, or defeat the imposter. However, it appears this is a protracted battle. How could this happen? Trunks lamented. By the way, this object can help you buy some time. Take this pacifier. It will slow down your fading process, the elder said as he handed the pacifier to Vegeta. Vegeta, unsure of what it was, decided to take the pacifier into his mouth, hoping it would alleviate his condition. The scene was indeed somewhat comical. The two mischievous young ones recognized the gravity of the situation and did not dwell on the absurdity, or else, given their personalities, their jaws might have dropped in disbelief. Meanwhile, the imposter Vegeta continued to unleash astonishing power, his super blue energy at its zenith, radiating an incredible blue light that dazzled all around him. Luya squinted slightly and said, have you finally decided to take this seriously? However, I must apologize, for I shall not grant you the opportunity. Humph. Do you truly believe that I lack the means to decipher your movements? If Kakarot can unravel your techniques, so too can I. With that, the counterfeit Vegeta let out a fierce roar, and in the next instant, he propelled himself forward, directly leaping in front of Luya. As Luya unleashed his power, time itself seemed to come to a standstill. He gathered his strength and struck towards the imposter Vegeta. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The very fabric of space around the counterfeit Vegeta began to fracture. In an astonishing moment, the fist that had been imprisoned in the confines of time was suddenly raised. With a resounding crash, their fists collided. In that instant, a deafening shockwave erupted forth. The very next moment, Luya was sent hurtling backwards. But it did not end there. The imposter Vegeta let out a furious roar, his form bursting with energy as he charged towards Luya. Luya felt an overwhelming sense of threat. Startled by the fact that Vegeta had swiftly devised a countermeasure against his instant transmission, something he had not anticipated. Moreover, he could manipulate time for 0.3 seconds. How could his opponent have progressed so significantly? Without hesitation, Luya unleashed his rage. Kaioken. Boom. A golden radiance enveloped his crimson attire, instantly doubling his power. Whoosh. Just as Vegeta launched his assault, Luya had already vanished. Swish. In the next moment, Luya reappeared above the counterfeit Vegeta, delivering a powerful blow. Boom. Ugh. The imitation Vegeta plummeted, yet he did not crash into the ground. Instead, he remained suspended in midair. As Luya gazed at the counterfeit Vegeta, a flicker of eager battle intent ignited within him. He had not anticipated that following his confrontation with Hit, your power would ascend to such heights. The counterfeit Vegeta scoffed. Do not presume you are the only one capable of progress. Yet, I must concede, your mastery of instant transmission caught me off guard. Humph. Watching from the sidelines. The genuine Vegeta wore a grim expression. In truth, he was equally astonished by Luya's sudden command of instant transmission. However, he harbored no fears regarding his own counterpart's potential defeat. As the imitation had pointed out, he had undergone systematic training specifically aimed at countering Hit's instant transmission. Even seeking counsel from Whis, the angel who governs time. Under Whis's tutelage, Vegeta's prowess had witnessed a remarkable enhancement. Naturally, he had intended to reserve some of his techniques for future encounters with Hit, but Luya's unexpected adaptation of instant transmission had inadvertently exposed him. Yet, despite his irritation, Vegeta found himself in a quandary. He wished for Luya to vanquish the counterfeit, yet he also did not want to be outdone by Luya. This internal conflict manifested in his demeanor, and although his body was sustained by the pacifier, the illusion of weakness persisted. At that moment, Luya in the air abruptly ceased his explosive aura, and in an instant, he reverted to his normal state. The onlookers were taken aback. What was he doing? Surrendering? Chapter 79, Luya's new transformation. Super Saiyan God. What on earth is he planning? Even Vegeta found himself perplexed by Luya's enigmatic maneuver. Luya's energy had diminished significantly, Trunks remarked. In the arena, the counterfeit Vegeta observed Luya with a cold demeanor and remarked, "Oh? Is that appearance indicative of your intention to surrender? Lure fishing, you are overthinking it. I merely intend to experiment with my latest acquired skill." What skill? Vegeta furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat displeased, chattering incessantly. Can you not be more succinct? As Luya smiled faintly, he clenched his fists and gently closed his eyes. In that moment, his aura reached an extraordinary state of tranquility, akin to a serene pond. His mind and spirit harmoniously merged into one. In the next instant, a wisp of crimson flame suddenly enveloped his form. These flames were ethereal yet undeniably real. Impossible. That unfathomable aura, that stance. Could it be? At the same time, the two Vegetas, who had sensed this extraordinary scene, gazed at Luya in astonishment. They could hardly believe that this young man had achieved such a remarkable feat. Just then, Luya abruptly opened his eyes, which transformed into a brilliant red. In the following moment, he unleashed a powerful roar, and the fiery radiance spread forth. His hair, too, shifted to a pure crimson hue. The god of Super Saiyans. Loya has transformed into the Super Saiyan god. Ever since he harnessed the powers of 5 Scions, he has attained the ability to ascend to this divine state. The counterfeit Vegeta is evidently aware of Luya's transformation, his demeanor no longer exhibiting calmness. It is widely recognized that the power of Super Saiyan Blue surpasses that of Super Saiyan God. However, the perplexing question remains, how is it possible for the opponent to achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan God? Is it not said that the legendary Super Saiyan God requires the energy of 5 Scions to be bestowed upon a single Scion? Did Loya really find Kakarot while carrying him on his back? How could this happen? Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, Goku paused during his training. His heart filled with joy as he raised his fists in celebration. Wonderful. I have returned to my peak. Through relentless practice and pushing his limits, he had finally regained the power that was rightfully his. This brought him immense satisfaction. Hey, Goku, come here. There's trouble. Suddenly, King Kai shouted from a distance. Goku was taken aback, his brow furrowing in confusion. What is it, King Kai? In an instant, Goku appeared before him. King Kai did not meet Goku's gaze. Instead, he stared solemnly at the endless starry sky and said, "Just now, I sensed the powers of Vegeta and Gotenks beyond Earth on planet Fireboil. Then I detected Loya's energy, but now it has vanished, replaced by a divine aura. Something must have happened." Upon hearing this, Goku was momentarily stunned. Then curiosity flickered in his eyes. Oh? So, they are not on Earth? That seems to be the case, King Kai nodded. It's strange. Why would they leave Earth in the first place? Goku pondered aloud, then declared, "Since my strength has been restored, I shall pay them a visit. Be careful on your journey," King Kai cautioned. Understood. On planet Fireboil, Vegeta, with a troubled expression, looked at Loya and asked, "How did you transform into a Super Saiyan God?" Lure smiled faintly. "Whatever transformation Goku undergoes, I shall mirror it." Impossible. The imposter Vegeta replied solemnly. To ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan God, one requires the power of 5 Scions. Have you, perchance, received assistance from Kakarot and the others? Leah pondered for a moment and then replied, "I did not gather them, but rather harness the powers of Wukong and the others. Meticulously studying and practicing until I successfully achieved fusion. Vegeta retorted, "You insolent fool. Are you attempting to insult my intelligence? Regardless, it is futile to dwell on such trivialities now. Show me, what remarkable abilities does the Super Saiyan God possess?" As Leia descended to the ground, he began to bounce around, warming up. "Humph, do as you wish. Although the Super Saiyan God is formidable, it pales in comparison to the Super Saiyan Blue. You stand no chance against me," Vegeta declared, his expression icy. "Who knows? Perhaps before long, I too shall transform into a Super Saiyan Blue," Leia replied, tilting his head with a significant look. Vegeta, gritting his teeth and glaring at Leia, chose not to counter the statement. The sensation emanating from Leia was undeniably peculiar. The rate of his growth was astonishing. Perhaps he truly could attain the form of Super Saiyan Blue. This monster. It wasn't until later that Vegeta encountered Broly that he comprehended the existence of beings even more extraordinary. Yet, that is a tale for another time. "Hey, big brother Leia. Hurry and defeat the imposter dad. My father is about to vanish," Trunks exclaimed loudly at that moment. Lure's gaze sharpened as he looked over, and indeed, Vegeta's form had become nearly translucent. Luya paused momentarily before turning his gaze towards the counterfeit Vegeta. "I wonder what it would be like to reach the realm of a Super Saiyan God, where the mind and spirit are in perfect harmony." Combined with the application of instant transmission, he murmured. In the blink of an eye, Luya had already materialized before the counterfeit Vegeta. How astonishingly swift. The counterfeit Vegeta was taken aback, quickly springing into action. Luya struck the counterfeit Vegeta's arm with a powerful punch, immediately sending him staggering backward. The counterfeit Vegeta winced in pain. Even without employing the Kaioken technique, Luya's strength was formidable. Coupled with his speed, dealing with him posed an extraordinary challenge. At that moment, Luya charged forward once more. Under normal circumstances, he would not mind engaging in a friendly spar with Vegeta, but now, with lives at stake, he could not afford to hesitate. Bang, bang, bang. Lure unleashed a relentless assault on the imposter Vegeta, employing instantaneous movement combined with the divine form of a Super Saiyan, leaving no room for counterattack. The flawless onslaught rendered the counterfeit Vegeta somewhat overwhelmed, although the opponent's rapid movements posed no significant harm. The current situation had escalated to an entirely new level of strength, compelling him into a position of subjugation. He realized that he required even greater power. Meanwhile, Trunks and the others were utterly engrossed in the battle, completely oblivious to the ominous approach of a swirling mass of purplish-red liquid behind them. Awakening from his stupor, Monaka approached, suddenly surmising the nature of the superhuman water, and he exclaimed in alarm, "Ah? What?" Instinctively, everyone turned to look. The superhuman water revealed its intentions, surging at an alarming speed towards the mightiest, Trunks. Trunks, in a state of panic, forgot to resist. Reacting swiftly, Vegeta dashed in front of Trunks to shield him, but his body had grown nearly transparent. The superhuman water effortlessly passed through him, racing towards Trunks. A life-and-death crisis ensued. Chapter 80, Destruction of the Superhuman Water. Restoration to normal, damn it. Stop. Vegeta's expression soured immensely as the pacifier fell from his mouth, his form beginning to waver. Just as disaster loomed, an orange figure materialized before Trunks, dispensing with pleasantries and unleashing a powerful energy blast, instantly evaporating the superhuman water. On the other side, the imposter Vegeta suddenly cried out in pain. "Now's our chance," Gak exclaimed urgently. Luya swiftly returned to his usual state, and in the next moment, a tremendous force erupted from within him, enveloped in a crimson battle suit, instantly executing the 18-fold Kaioken technique. A remarkable surge of power coalesced as Luya launched himself forward with great ferocity. The counterfeit Vegeta, unable to mount any defense, bore the brunt of this terrifying blow and was subsequently reduced to vapor, dissipating like water. Concurrently, with the vanishing of the imposter Vegeta, the real Vegeta also reverted to his normal state. "It is over." Luya retracted his strength and turned to face the newcomer, a smile gracing his lips. "Father!" Wu Tian exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the visitor. The newcomer was none other than Wukong, who turned to Vegeta and inquired, "Are you all right, Vegeta?" Vegeta replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing." He then added, "By the way, how did you end up in such a place? And why did you encounter such a formidable enemy without informing me?" Wukong surveyed the surroundings, his expression puzzled. "TCH. It's not as if I intended to come here. These two little rascals sneaked onto Monaka's spaceship and ended up here." I was merely tasked by Bulma to fetch them, Vegeta explained calmly. Oh, I see. Wait, Manaka. Suddenly, Wukong appeared to recall something, glancing at Manaka, who lay on the ground. He was taken aback. Manaka? What happened? It turned out that Manaka had fainted after stepping on the super water. At that moment, an elderly man approached, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. Without you, this universe would likely have met its end. Haha, I didn't contribute much. I arrived too late. Wukong lamented, wishing he could have tested his recently restored strength. Indeed, if it weren't for Big Brother Luya's timely intervention, we would have been doomed. Trunks chimed in, waving his hand dismissively. Luya approached with a smile, saying, I merely sensed a formidable aura and decided to follow. Humph. If we are to converse, let us do so later. For now, let us return. Vegeta cast a penetrating glance at Luya before summoning the others. Moments later, Goku and the others bid farewell to the Elder, as well as to Manaka and Gak, before returning to Earth. Upon their arrival, Bulma was immediately stirred, rushing over to reprimand Trunks by tugging at his ear. Goten, witnessing his dear friend's scolding, dared not utter a word, simultaneously relieved that he himself was not in the same predicament with his mother. Goten. Suddenly, a deep voice emerged, and before long, Chi-Chi appeared from seemingly nowhere, swiftly seizing Goten with a firm hand. Paying no mind to the two women chastising their children, Vegeta turned to Luya and inquired, Now, tell me, how is it that you can transform into a Super Saiyan god? Huh? Goku exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before directing his gaze at Luya. Luya, can you truly transform into a Super Saiyan god? What is the meaning of this? He had not paid much attention to Luya's presence earlier. Hence he had not witnessed Luya's transformation into a Super Saiyan god. Luya smiled faintly, speaking leisurely. I have conducted a study on the powers of the 5 Scions and endeavored to merge them, which inadvertently led to my success. Just kidding. However, you have indeed battled alongside me, Vegeta, Gohan, and Gotenks. Although Goku was somewhat taken aback, he harbored no substantial doubts. His interest lay solely in formidable adversaries. With a grin, he continued, in that case, Luya, you are not far from achieving Super Saiyan Blue. With diligent training, you will soon be able to transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Lur nodded. I understand, and will strive to improve. Excellent. When you transform into a Super Saiyan Blue, make sure to engage in a spirited spar with me, Goku earnestly requested. Luya did not refuse, nodding in agreement. Humph. In addition to mastering the divine Super Saiyan, he has also acquired the art of instant transmission. Vegeta interjected suddenly. Goku, however, harbored no doubts. This seemed quite normal, as Luya could also perform my Kamehameha and instant transmission. Though instant transmission is formidable, it is not without countermeasures. It simply requires considerable training. TCH. Truly a simple-minded creature. Vegeta scoffed and promptly turned to leave. Goku gazed at Vegeta's retreating figure before turning to Luya. Luya, what do you think? Shall we train together diligently over the next few days? Luya was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly realized something and nodded, saying, Very well. This is splendid. I truly appreciate your kindness. Wukong chuckled heartily. His strength had just been restored, yet he was eager for a battle, making Luya an excellent choice as his opponent. Luya sought to familiarize himself with the formidable strength of the god of Super Saiyans. In the ensuing days, Luya engaged in rigorous training alongside Goku on an island near Vegeta's residence. Each day was marked by fierce battles, with Goku harnessing the power of Super Saiyan Blue while Luya embraced the might of the god of Super Saiyans. Naturally, Luya's mastery of instant transmission had lost the initial surprise it once held over Goku, who had grown adept at evading his swift movements. Nevertheless, Luya's power had significantly escalated. Following his confrontation with the imposter Vegeta on planet Firepot, he had become increasingly formidable. His control over instant transmission had surpassed the threshold of 0.5 seconds, and his combat prowess had seen remarkable enhancement. The two warriors sparred tirelessly for 5 days, during which both Goku and Luya reaped substantial rewards from their training. Just as they prepared to continue their bouts, Beerus and Whis arrived at Bulma's home. Upon learning of their arrival, Luya and Goku promptly went to extend their greetings. It was evident that the two food enthusiasts had come to Earth in search of new culinary delights. After indulging in the exquisite cuisine, they prepared to depart. However, Vegeta called out to them, requesting to be taken along for training. Whis, of course, did not decline, and Goku, witnessing this exchange, eagerly raised his hand to express his desire to join as well. Loya expressed his preference to remain on Earth for training, believing that seeking enlightenment with Beerus and others was not suited for him. He possessed an innate strength, a sort of bug, rendering him fearless. Thus, Goku and Vegeta departed with Whis, while Loya returned to his dwelling to continue his training, preparing for the foes that lay ahead. Meanwhile, in the future world, a cataclysmic transformation unfolded. Chapter 81. Changes of the Future. The Mysterious Dark Being. In the future, a series of thunderous explosions shattered the stillness of the night, revealing glimpses of hemispherical radiance. The once thriving city lay in ruin, engulfed in devastation, smoke, and the chilling cries of despair, portraying an exceedingly tragic scene that even the arrival of the androids had not witnessed. Humanity, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, scurried like frightened rats, oblivious to when their fates would be sealed, perhaps in the next moment, perhaps instantly. Amidst the wreckage, a young boy with a sword moved nimbly, careful not to make a sound, lest he attract the attention of some dread entity. With his blue short hair and striking features reminiscent of Vegeta, it was unmistakably Trunks from the future. His tattered clothing and visible injuries spoke of his struggles as he ran with urgency, driven by an unspoken concern to reach his destination. Suddenly, a powerful explosion erupted nearby, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that obliterated everything in its path, igniting flames everywhere. Trunks halted, his gaze fixed on the source of the chaos, his eyes gleaming with a blend of lethal intent and hatred. Yet, he refrained from acting, forced to witness the destruction unfold before him. Damn it! I will not forgive you, dark being. Trunks seethed, his anger surging, but he fought to restrain his power, unwilling to reveal his presence. He understood that exposing his energy to that fearsome entity would mean his demise. Casting a final, penetrating glance into the distance, he discerned a vague silhouette, proud and formidable. Trunks' cold eyes scrutinized the figure for several seconds before he turned away, vanishing into the shadows of the night. After an indeterminate time, a figure suddenly appeared above the very spot Trunks had just occupied, its emotionless eyes scanning the surroundings, seemingly in search of something. How swiftly you fled. But as long as you remain on this earth, I shall undoubtedly find you. Trunks muttered with a smirk. A strange smile played upon his lips as he lingered for a moment before vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Trunks returned to a modest underground chamber, where he encountered the future version of Bulma. Mother! Trunks exclaimed with fervor. The once youthful Bulma now bore the marks of time, but upon seeing Trunks, her face lit up with joy. Trunks, you have returned. The two embraced, finding solace in each other's presence. By the way, how are things outside? Bulma inquired. A shadow of sorrow passed over Trunks' face as he shook his head. I'm sorry, I couldn't win. Bulma paused, then smiled gently. It's all right, you did your best. That dark figure is simply too powerful. None of us can stand against him. Trunks clenched his teeth in frustration. That scoundrel has slain so many on Earth and still isn't satisfied. If only Uncle Goku and the others were here, he would never have succeeded. Bulma fell silent for a moment. Then suddenly her eyes brightened with a thought. Oh, I have something to show you. Trunks looked at her with curiosity. What is it? Bulma retrieved a cylindrical container from her equipment, filled halfway with a shimmering liquid. This is fuel. Trunks recognized it immediately, understanding it to be the very substance needed to power the time machine. With this, he could traverse time and return to the past. Bulma nodded with a smile. Yes, but the current conditions make it incredibly difficult to gather. After all this time, I've only managed to collect half a barrel, which is only enough for one trip. She expressed her frustration. If the world had not turned out this way, she would not have had to worry about fuel. After enduring the android crisis and the Majin Buu incident, they should have returned to a peaceful life, yet fate had played a cruel joke on them. There is hope, Trunks declared resolutely. As long as I can return to the past and see Goku and my mother from before, there is hope for this world. Bulma nodded in agreement. Indeed, only Goku and Vegeta stand a chance against that dark figure. As she spoke, she handed Trunks a capsule along with the fuel, saying, You must reach the past before the Dark One discovers this place. Otherwise, he will not allow you to succeed. Trunks nodded firmly. I understand. Mother, I will protect you and this world, along with her. Bulma shook her head with a smile, calling him a foolish child. Just as they continued their conversation, a startling explosion erupted outside. Meanwhile, on Earth, 10 days had elapsed. At that moment, Goku and Vegeta were still training with Beerus, and the planet had temporarily returned to a state of calm. 3 days prior, Luya departed from home, journeying towards the temple of the celestial deities. After expressing his intentions, Luya re-entered the time chamber. However, having been advised by Tian and the others, Luya realized that his remaining time for cultivation within the time chamber was limited. Luya, unfazed by the absence of a door, could easily construct one himself. Upon entering the time chamber, his primary focus was on mastering the art of time manipulation and enhancing his own strength. However, he was astounded to discover that his capacity for growth was dwindling. Much like Vegeta and Goku, even the most formidable potential has its limits. Rather, it can be said that the development of such potential is constrained. At present, Luya had managed to attain the form of a Super Saiyan god, which was quite commendable, although even the system struggled to enable him to directly achieve the Super Saiyan blue state. Although Luya had yet to evolve into the Super Saiyan blue form, there remained room for him to refine his base combat prowess. After all, a stronger base would naturally enhance his transformations. Even within the confines of the time chamber, the rate of his enhancement using the most powerful Scion abilities had slowed, for while skills are advantageous, his physical body was somewhat lacking. The full realization of his potential had become increasingly challenging, akin to digging a pit and filling it with water. Once the pit was full, no more could be added unless it were deepened. Nevertheless, Luya had met the requisite standards for basic combat power and various other conditions. His current aspiration was to transform into a Super Saiyan Blue. Only by mastering the divine powers further could he hope to eventually attempt the Ultra Instinct technique. What is the most iconic element of Dragon Ball Super? Undoubtedly, Ultra Instinct holds immense significance. Of course, he did not contemplate what lay beyond Ultra Instinct, for he had already discovered his unique path to cultivation in another aspect, and he was determined to strive for it. Chapter 82. The first meeting of Trunks and Bra in the space capsule at Bulma's residence. An unexpected tempest emerged. One moment, the sky was serene and bright. The next, it was cloaked in ominous clouds, accompanied by thunderous roars. In the high altitude, bizarre arcs of light reminiscent of lightning began to converge towards a singular direction. What on earth is happening? The nearby residents grew agitated, uneasily gazing at the sky, bewildered by the unfolding events. Hey, Trunks! Quick, look at what's going on. On a patch of grass, the trio of Goten, Trunks, and Bra sensed the unusual phenomenon, and Goten, in a panic, called out to Trunks. What? Trunks, hearing the commotion, approached with curiosity. Upon his arrival, the others felt reassured. After all, they knew Trunks was a Scion, capable of transforming into a formidable golden-haired warrior, a valuable ally indeed. It seems like something is about to descend from above. Goten pointed towards the sky. Trunks glanced upward, and within mere moments, a massive vortex materialized in the sky, followed by the sudden appearance of a time machine. Wow, an alien invasion. The group, resembling a hodgepodge of fear, instinctively huddled together. Trunks cast a bemused glance at the three timid individuals, then turned his curious gaze toward the spacecraft. The vessel appeared to have run out of fuel. It sputtered a few times before plummeting to the ground. This is bad. Run. Trunks, startled, quickly sidestepped. With a thunderous crash, the yellow machine struck the earth, creating a crater that enveloped it rather than destroying it. Everything fell into silence. Trunks, intrigued, cautiously approached the spacecraft. Hey, you fool. Be careful. What if there are aliens inside? The hodgepodge exclaimed. However, Trunks paid no heed. Having encountered numerous extraterrestrial beings, including the god of destruction, Beerus, he felt no fear. Thick plumes of smoke enveloped the machine, obscuring its surface in a veil of dust, hiding its interior from view. Trunks' heart raced slightly as he pondered how wonderful it would be if Goten were here, but regrettably, he had been taken back by Aunt Chi-Chi. Otherwise, he could have tested the waters. He wiped the glass on the machine, and suddenly, Trunks was startled. To his surprise, the trio reacted even more dramatically, retreating several dozen meters away. There is someone inside. Trunks seemed to have uncovered something momentous and waved toward the group. Someone inside. The trio was bewildered but soon mustered their courage to approach. Hey, isn't that the Capsule Corporation logo? Trunks, isn't this your family's technology? Exclaimed the observant Ashu, recognizing the emblem. Trunks, realizing the implication, was taken aback. No way. When did my family create something like this? Hey, you all go call my mother. Ashu, you go. The hodgepodge directed once he regained his composure. Huh? Why me? Ashu protested. Because the lackey runs fast. Hurry. Don't dawdle. The hodgepodge replied nonchalantly. Before long, Bulma arrived hastily aboard her flying vehicle. Upon seeing the familiar time machine, she froze, then exclaimed in shock. It really is Trunks. Mom, why did you call me? Trunks jumped down and approached Bulma. Bulma, regaining her composure, asked, by the way, Trunks, is there a blue-haired boy inside? Yes. How did you know, Mom? But it seems that Big Brother has fainted. Trunks replied, puzzled. Fainted? This is bad. Trunks, quickly get him out. Upon hearing the news, Bulma's expression instantly changed. Shortly thereafter, Trunks from the future was rescued, and Bulma fetched a soft cushion to move him into the pavilion. Observing Bulma's concerned gaze directed at the elder Trunks, the trio, along with Trunks, found themselves increasingly perplexed. What was amiss? I wondered if this young boy bore any relation to Bulma, perhaps an indescribable connection? The trio whispered among themselves, unconcerned about whether Bulma overheard. Surely not. Yet, it seemed somewhat plausible. Had they not noticed a resemblance between this boy and Trunks? Xiaowu softly remarked while scrutinizing the younger Trunks. Upon such observation, it indeed appeared so. Ash agreed, finding the logic sound. Hey, you lot, keep a close watch on him. Bulma instructed the group. Yes. They responded, standing at attention. Bulma turned to the younger Trunks, saying, Trunks, you must look after him and ensure no one touches him. Oh, the younger Trunks, filled with confusion, wanted to ask, but Bulma had already hurried away. The others stood there, bewildered. Meanwhile, on another planet, Goku and his companions relaxed after their meal, savoring the moment. One must admit, instant noodles are truly an everlasting delight. Ha ha ha, Whis remarked, satisfied. Beerus, using his sharp claws to groom his teeth, then said, next time, bring some different flavors. Understood. Ha. Goku laughed heartily. Just then, the crystal ball atop Whis' staff suddenly illuminated. Oh, it's Bulma, Whis exclaimed in surprise before initiating the call. Hello, Bulma. Have you prepared more delicious food? Whis, not this time. I have something urgent to discuss. Bulma's tone was evidently anxious. This left Goku and Vegeta momentarily taken aback. Hey, what is the point of chatting if there is no food? Beerus grumbled, clearly displeased, as he had hoped for another feast from Bulma. Idiot, can you think of anything other than food? I truly have an important matter to address. Bulma snapped in annoyance, leaving Beerus momentarily speechless. Whis, is Vegeta with you? Bulma ignored Beerus and inquired of Whis. Bulma, what is the matter? Goku suddenly interjected. Wonderful. Goku, you're here too. Bulma exclaimed with delight. What is going on, Bulma? Please clarify. Vegeta said coolly. Currently, we need you to return. Something significant has occurred in the future. Bulma urged anxiously. Something significant. Vegeta and Goku exchanged startled glances. The future? Beerus and Whis exchanged knowing looks, sensing something amiss. How do you know? Has Trunks arrived? Vegeta asked hurriedly. Indeed. In summary, you all should return first, and remember to bring the magic beans. After saying this, Bulma ended the call. P.S. While everyone claims the author is brief, it is merely the chapters that are short. Perhaps I should divide the content into 5 parts, thus making each chapter appear longer. It is quite rare to witness daily updates of 10,000 words. I hope for the reader's continued support. Donations are appreciated. But please refrain from harsh criticism. Although the author is kind, there is a limit to patience, and in the end, no one benefits from discord. Why should a worker make things difficult for another worker? If today's gifts exceed 100 or if the urging for updates surpasses 3,000, I shall deliver 10 updates tomorrow. I stand by my word. Chapter 83. Tampering with time is a grave offense on the other side. Luya, having emerged from the time chamber through special means, immediately felt a sense of relief. I must say, staying in that blank world was truly lonely. Moreover, despite his prolonged training, his combat power had not surged dramatically. There had been some improvement in skills, but it was nowhere near as formidable as at the beginning. It can only be said that he was nearing his limits, and further enhancement had become exceedingly challenging. However, he was fortunate to have mastered the form of Super Saiyan God. Although he had yet to attain Super Saiyan Blue, he knew his conditions were nearly fulfilled. He was just a step away. There was no need to rush. Leia sought out Tian and Bobo, requesting a set of battle attire. Naturally, it was not the green garment. Although the green one was comfortable, Leia had an aversion to it. Those in the know would understand. After bidding farewell to Tian and the others, Leia prepared to depart when, all of a sudden, he sensed the presence of Goku and his companions. They have returned? Leia was taken aback, for he was aware that Goku and Vegeta had gone to train with the god of destruction. Their return surely heralded the unfolding of future events. Contemplating this, Loya resolved to investigate. Meanwhile, in Bulma's garden, young Trunks was seething with rage when Goku and the others materialized before him. Of course, Beerus and Whis were also present. "Father," Trunks rushed to Vegeta. "Trunks, where's Bulma?" Vegeta began to inquire, only to catch a glimpse of Bulma and the others out of the corner of his eye. "We are here." Bulma waved her hand. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, their attention swiftly drawn to the time machine. "Whis," Beerus spoke coolly. "Indeed, the situation has become rather peculiar, Lord Beerus," Whis replied, narrowing his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of seriousness for the first time. "What is happening?" Vegeta and Goku inched closer, their expressions turning to shock upon seeing the unconscious future Trunks. What has happened to Trunks? How is he so gravely injured? Goku approached, perplexed. "Hey, Kakarot, stop staring. Hurry to Korin Tower and fetch some Senza beans." Vegeta's expression darkened. "Oh no." Goku snapped back to reality, preparing to use instant transmission. "I have Senza beans." A voice rang out, and Loya appeared on the scene, producing a Senza bean and tossing it directly to Vegeta. Vegeta caught it and promptly handed it to Bulma. "Thank you, Loya." Goku expressed his gratitude. Lord casually nodded, glancing at Beerus and Whis, greeting them to avoid any misunderstanding about his state of mind. "Trunks, wait, did I hear that correctly?" At that moment, the trio, shaken from their stupor, was astounded, hastily shifting their attention between the two Trunks. "You both share the same surname. You are both connected to Bulma. You look remarkably alike," they exclaimed in unison. The others merely twitched their lips in surprise. Young Trunks was equally perplexed, pondering his identity and origins. "Mom, what is happening?" he anxiously inquired. Just as Bulma was about to provide an explanation, the elder Trunks regained consciousness. "Trunks, you're awake?" Bulma exclaimed with joy. Vegeta and Goku exchanged glances, and the latter approached, asking, "Hey, Trunks, long time no see." Upon hearing Goku's voice, the newly awakened Trunks felt a jolt of recognition, his pupils dilating and his body trembling as if recalling something dreadful. "Trunks, can you hear me?" Goku asked, a hint of confusion in his tone. You bastard." Suddenly, recognizing Goku's face, the elder Trunks erupted in fury, launching a punch at Goku. Bang! Goku effortlessly caught Trunks' fist, his eyes narrowing slightly as he sensed something was amiss. The crowd was bewildered. Why was one of their own attacking another? "Hey, Trunks, what are you doing?" Vegeta voiced his dissatisfaction. Yet, Trunks' gaze was solely fixed on Goku, an intense murderous intent emanating from him, as if he wanted to consume Goku whole. "I must ask, have you lost your mind?" Goku questioned, perplexed by Trunks' demeanor. "You bastard, you demon." Trunks' power began to surge uncontrollably, seemingly intent on annihilating Goku. Enough. Suddenly, a sharp command rang out, and Bulma slapped the elder Trunks across the face. Stunned, he took a moment to process what had occurred, then turned to Goku. Bewildered, "Uncle Goku?" "Huh, Trunks, you've finally come to. I was beginning to think you were possessed," Goku joyfully remarked, having encountered a series of strange events lately. He almost believed this Trunks had been taken over. "I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you, Uncle Goku." Trunks apologized, then turned to Vegeta. "Dad." Vegeta, arms crossed and as proud as ever, merely nodded in acknowledgement. "Trunks, what on earth happened?" Bulma suddenly interjected. Upon hearing her familiar voice, the elder Trunks froze, gazing at Bulma with a dazed expression. "Mom?" Plop. In the next moment, Tite directly knelt before Bulma, tears streaming down his eyes. Everyone present found themselves perplexed by his sudden display of emotion. Trunks gazed quietly, fully aware of the turmoil within him. After all, he was the sole survivor of a future where nearly all his relatives had perished, a sentiment that could only be truly comprehended by those who had experienced such profound loss. Father? Mother? The sudden revelation left Trunks utterly astounded. What sort of connection was this? The youth bore the name Trunks. Yet there existed another Trunks who also referred to Vegeta as his father and Bulma as his mother. What a scandalous revelation. "Mother, I demand an explanation." Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Trunks confronted her directly. Bulma gently tousled the hair of her older son before turning to the younger Trunks. "He is just like you, my child, both born of Vegeta and me. He is also named Trunks, representing the future you." "Wait, are you saying he is me?" The younger Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. The trio was equally taken aback by this unprecedented news. Ah, so it appears he truly hails from the future. Time has indeed been altered. Fascinating. Beerus interjected, his tone unexpectedly cold, leaving the others to question whether it was merely their imagination. Excuse me, Lord Beerus. What do you mean by altering time? Bulma inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Beerus glanced at Whis, who understood the gravity of the situation. And even the typically cheerful Whis adopted a serious demeanor. Chapter 84. The Future Catastrophe. The dark assailant. Little Trunks was utterly stunned. He had never imagined that his future self could traverse into this realm. Why did his parents seem to know about it? Hey, Trunks, are you feeling all right? Bulma redirected her gaze toward her elder son. Having composed himself, the older Trunks stood up. I apologize for my earlier outburst. He turned to the younger Trunks and offered a slight smile. I look forward to working with you. The younger Trunks, somewhat dazed, instinctively agreed. By the way, what exactly transpired? How did you sustain such severe injuries? Is the future still engulfed in turmoil? Bulma probed. Trunks fell silent, his spirits dampened. Unsure of how to articulate the truth. Before we proceed, shouldn't we discuss the fact that you have unlawfully tampered with time and constructed a time machine? Do you realize this is a grave offense? Beerus interjected once more. Grave offense? Goku and the others were taken aback. Whis stepped forward to clarify. Time and space have always been safeguarded and monitored by divine beings. If one were to traverse through time and space without permission, it could lead to unimaginable consequences, potentially resulting in the annihilation of a once peaceful world. Is it truly that severe? Goku asked, a hint of sweat forming on his brow. It can't be that serious. Can it, Whis? Vegeta furrowed his brow, instinctively coming to Trunks' defense. Whis spoke in a somber tone, consider the ramifications of altering time. Imagine a sapling that has the potential to grow into a towering tree, yet due to the chaos of time and space, its trajectory is disrupted, causing the sapling that was destined to flourish to wither instead. Have you pondered the consequences of such an outcome? The group exchanged glances, their expressions laden with concern. In the past, several deities attempted to seize control of time to pursue their selfish desires, and as a result, they were all obliterated. Those who tamper with time violate the order of existence and must be eradicated, Beerus stated flatly. At his words, the faces of the crowd paled. Indeed, indeed. Therefore, regardless of whether this young man has found himself in dire straits, the very act itself poses a grave issue. Traveling through time via a time machine constitutes a crime. And this cannot be the first occurrence. Whis cast a significant glance at Trunks. Hey, must you be so pedantic? After all, Trunks is my son. Moreover, the creation of such dazzling technology as the time machine is nothing short of magnificent. The future version of me must be extraordinary, Bulma protested. Accustomed to sparring verbally with Beerus, she showed no sign of worry, instead indulging in a bit of self-adulation, exclaiming, how impressive. The future me is truly a genius. Oh dear, it seems Bulma has yet to grasp the seriousness of the situation. Whis remarked, somewhat taken aback. I never expected that humanity could create such a thing. One must concede that humans are indeed beings of boundless potential. Beerus remarked nonchalantly. Whis chuckled lightly and then turned to Bulma, saying, creating a time machine, Bulma, is a grave offense, one that warrants destruction. At these words, Bulma was momentarily stunned, and Vegeta and the others also changed their expressions dramatically. No, Trunks, clearly sensing the gravity of the situation, abandoned his dignity and respectfully knelt before Whis, exclaiming, Lord, this matter does not involve my mother. It is entirely my fault. Please do not harm her. Whis appeared perplexed. Meanwhile, Beerus wore a dark expression, muttering, who exactly is the god of destruction here? Ha ha ha, you misunderstand. The true deity is this one. You should be kneeling to him, not to me. Whis laughed heartily, gesturing toward Beerus. Huh? Trunks was momentarily bewildered, but then quickly understood. Shifting his kneeling position, esteemed god, I humbly request punishment for my transgressions. Beerus regarded Trunks thoughtfully. Lord Beerus, grant him some leniency. Goku chuckled, advocating for Trunks. Though this is a serious crime, as long as you don't speak of it, I don't speak of it, and neither does Whis. Then no one will ever know. Otherwise, the delightful cuisines of Earth shall be beyond your reach. Bulma declared with a hint of pride. Absolutely not. Whis and Beerus both harbored a sense of discontent. It was not that they wished to spare Trunks out of sheer benevolence. Rather, their thoughts were consumed by the absence of delectable cuisine and the implications it held for their future existence. Beerus mused, if you desire me to show leniency, it is certainly within the realm of possibility, but it hinges upon your actions. He had journeyed a considerable distance. only to find himself deprived of gourmet delights, a suggestion laden with meaning. In response, Bulma snapped her fingers, exclaiming, "Not a problem. I am well prepared." She produced a sausage, proclaiming, "This is a fish sausage. I assure you, its flavor will surely satisfy." Both Beerus and Whis received one, and in unison, they tore open the packaging and took a bite. Their eyes widened in astonishment. How delicious! Bulma beamed with pride, and then retrieved a capsule, releasing an entire box of fish sausages, distributing one to each. Everyone savored the meal with great joy. Even Vegeta, who had trained alongside Whis and Beerus, found himself relishing the culinary delights, having succumbed to the allure of exquisite food. The lure, however, evoked little sensation. The sausage merely bore a hint of fish flavor along with a specific starch addition. Although delectable, it did not enchant him as it did others. Observing the remaining fish sausage, Beerus remarked nonchalantly, "Of course, if you bestow upon me that box, I shall overlook your transgressions." Bulma, eager to comply, readily surrendered it to Beerus. Returning to the topic at hand, Trunks, might we now discuss the events of the future? Goku inquired with curiosity. Trunks composed himself and solemnly replied, "In the future, following the androids, an exceedingly formidable foe emerged." "A foe?" The others leaned in, intrigued. "Is it Majin Buu?" Vegeta queried. Trunks shook his head. "Indeed, after the androids, we struggled valiantly against Majin Buu for an extended duration, yet ultimately triumphed, preventing his emergence." "Not Buu. Then who?" Goku asked. Puzzled, Trunks turned to Goku, his gaze peculiar. "We refer to him as the Dark Man. His power is immensely potent, and since his arrival, the entire Earth has succumbed to darkness. There exists no light. The world is shrouded in perpetual night." "Dark Man." The group expressed their confusion, uncertain of the significance of the name. Trunks continued, "This Dark Man bears a striking resemblance to you, Uncle Goku." "What?" The group was rendered speechless. "You mean to say the enemy from the future resembles me? Is that the reason for your earlier attack?" Goku questioned, bewildered. He had no recollection of an adversary resembling him. Vegeta furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Trunks nodded gravely and added, "Yes, and his power is terrifying. Furthermore, due to his emergence, humanity in the future is nearly extinct. Only a handful of humans remain. His apparent goal seems to be the annihilation of humanity." "Is that so? Who could it be?" Goku said, feeling a headache coming on. Trunks replied somberly, "He calls himself Son Goku, sharing the same name as you. Moreover, he bears an almost identical appearance. In our timeline, he is known as Black Goku." "What? Not only Goku, but even Beerus and Whis appeared intrigued. "This is becoming increasingly fascinating. How could it be? He is also named Son Goku, and looks just like me? But I thought I had perished in the future?" Goku questioned, perplexed. "I do not know. That fiend murdered my mother." Trunks' expression turned grotesque, fury consuming him as he recalled his mother's death and the demise of Mai, harboring an intense hatred for Black Goku. "Wait, Trunks, are you implying that I will also be killed in the future?" Bulma suddenly inquired. Trunks gently nodded, "Yes." "How could this be?" Bulma appeared somewhat bewildered. Vegeta's expression darkened, clearly indicating his displeasure. Goku then remarked, "By the way, Trunks, since you mentioned that Black Goku is formidable, is there a significant gap between your strengths?" Trunks pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I don't know. In any case, I am no match for him. And what is most terrifying is that he grows stronger during battle." "Grows stronger during battle?" Goku murmured, then chuckled. "Then let's have a spar." Trunks was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended, all right. The two ascended into the air, soaring high above. For safety's sake, Bulma had to activate a protective shield, encasing the two combatants. "I will check what remnants are left in the time machine," Bulma remarked, showing little interest in the battle, and proceeded towards the time machine. The trio followed suit. Luya and others all gazed towards the sky. Loya was acutely aware of Trunks' strength. Although he had already attained the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, he still fell short when compared to Goku and Vegeta. Nevertheless, Loya understood that the true formidable opponent was that dark version of Goku. Thus, he had prepared himself accordingly. In the air, Goku and Trunks locked eyes across the expanse, their energy levels unwittingly escalating to an alarming degree. "Come on, don't hold back," Goku exclaimed with a grin. Trunks, gazing at Goku's face, couldn't shake the feeling that he was staring at the dark Goku. With this thought, he clenched his jaw and erupted with energy. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. His power surged exponentially, while his fury reached its zenith. unleashing an even more formidable force into the sky. Oh, so it's Super Saiyan too? Quite impressive. In that case, I shall not hold back, Goku declared, excitement radiating from him. With that, he unleashed his own energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan, his power continuing to swell. The two roared in the air, generating spirals of energy that reverberated around them, truly terrifying. Time seemed to elongate as both warriors' auras reached their utmost potential. An interesting young man. Quite exceptional, Beerus observed, admiring Trunks. Indeed, but it appears our adversary is growing stronger as well, Whis remarked with a chuckle. Beerus closed his eyes slightly, stating, "It is premature to draw conclusions without understanding the full context. Let us observe for now." In the air, Trunks addressed Goku. "I'm coming in." Goku replied with a smile, "Feel free." Trunks let out a fierce roar and in the next moment had lunged toward Goku, unleashing a flurry of punches with ferocious intensity. Showing no signs of restraint, Goku did not retaliate. Instead, he was eager to assess how much Trunks had progressed. Trunks' attacks became increasingly rapid and fierce, and in an instant, he launched two full-powered punches at Goku. Goku's expression sharpened as he extended both hands, catching Trunks' fist with ease, exclaiming, "Not bad, Trunks. You've grown remarkably strong." Trunks, with a hint of complexity in his tone, replied, "But even with this strength, I am still no match for Dark Goku. He continues to grow stronger in battle." "Is that so?" Suddenly, an overwhelming force erupted, sending Trunks staggering back, his face paling in shock. This was merely energy that had forced him backward. "Incredible." Goku howled, his hair rapidly lengthening as he transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Electric arcs danced around him, and Goku's appearance transformed dramatically. This was the power beyond the second level of Super Saiyan, the third level of Super Saiyan. "Remarkable. I never imagined Uncle Goku could surpass the limits of Super Saiyan," Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. Now my strength has indeed increased as you mentioned. Bring it on." Goku smiled gently. "Excellent. I shall no longer hold back." Trunks drew the sword from his back and suddenly unleashed a surge of energy, channeling all his power into the blade. He then leaped into the air, shouting as he aimed a fierce strike directly at Goku. "Humph." Goku chuckled mysteriously, and just as Trunks was about to strike his head, he caught the sword effortlessly between two fingers. Boom. Despite the simplicity of the clash, the immense auras of both warriors shattered Bulma's protective barrier in an instant. At that moment, Bulma, who was approaching with a book in hand, gasped in surprise. "Hey, are you too serious? How is it possible that merely using your fingers could be so impressive?" Trunks, gazing at Goku before him, couldn't help but recall their first encounter when Goku had also sparred with him using just one finger, and now it was the same, yet he remained so powerful. "Hiki. Well done, Trunks. I didn't expect you to cultivate to this level." Goku grinned broadly. Then with a sudden force, he knocked Trunks' sword aside and leaped above him, delivering a powerful punch. "Ugh!" Trunks cried out in pain as he fell to the ground, creating a massive crater. Chapter 86. The Arrival of Dark Goku. Astonishing power. Boom. A great pit formed in the ground, with smoke billowing upwards. "Trunks, are you all right?" Bulma rushed over with concern. "I'm fine." Trunks had already returned to his normal state, emerging from the pit. "Quite impressive, Trunks, to have trained to such an extent all on your own." Goku descended back to his normal form and praised him. Trunks humbly replied, "Not at all. I'm still not as powerful as Uncle Goku." "Has your strength truly grown so formidable over the years?" Goku laughed heartily and said, "Your father, Vegeta, is just like me now." Trunks paused in surprise, then turned to look at Vegeta. The two locked eyes, an uncanny understanding passing between them. Trunks felt a complex mix of emotions. It was not only he who had become stronger, but his father had as well. What a joy. "By the way, let me introduce someone. This is Luya, who, like us, is also a Scion. Luya, this is Trunks, from the future." Goku suddenly introduced. "Huh, a Scion?" Trunks instinctively glanced at the tail around Luya's waist, astonished. "Hello, please take care of me." Luya flashed a bright smile, showing his white teeth. I look forward to your guidance." Trunks quickly nodded. "Luya is incredibly powerful, just like us. Even you, Trunks, may find it difficult to defeat Ruya." Goku chuckled. "Is that so? Impressive." Trunks cast a complex glance at Ruya, pondering the unfamiliarity of this character. He recalled that even in the future, such a figure had not emerged. However, understanding that history may not unfold as he envisioned, he refrained from expressing doubt. "By the way, Trunks, after sparring with me, How does my strength compare to that of Black Goku? Goku inquired with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Trunks fell silent, his expression wavering. I apologize, Uncle Goku. Though the truth may sting. I know. He is even stronger than I am, isn't he? Goku interjected suddenly. Trunks, taken aback, could not fathom why Goku would assert such a thing. So his power surpasses mine. How intriguing. It seems another formidable opponent has entered the fray. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Huh. Trunks looked at Vegeta, who merely smiled faintly without uttering a word. Hey, Trunks. Suddenly, two figures descended from the sky. It was Krillin and Piccolo. Uncle Krillin. Uncle Piccolo. Trunks exclaimed, his excitement palpable. What brings you here? Krillin replied with a smile. Chi-Chi informed us of your arrival, so we thought we'd come to check on you. Piccolo then asked, Trunks, something must have occurred in the future, right? Trunks nodded, preparing to explain when, suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. The weather shifted abruptly, dark clouds gathered, and a fierce wind howled. What is happening? The group wondered, gazing upwards. At last, it has arrived. Luya observed the sky as a fissure began to form, his expression turning grave. Oh dear, this is a space-time rift, Whis remarked, his brow furrowing with concern. Beerus's eyes glinted with a chilling light. There's a terrifying power emanating. Goku's expression turned serious, with a ripping sound. A pitch-black vortex materialized in the sky, crackling with fierce lightning. In a flash, a blinding light appeared, and a figure solidified in mid-air. Impossible. How could this be? Trunks' face contorted with terror. What's wrong? Goku queried, confused, before looking up. Upon seeing the figure's likeness, he gasped, this can't be real? What? The rest of the group shared expressions of disbelief. Even Beerus and Whis struggled to mask their astonishment. Black Goku. Trunks glared fiercely at the figure, filled with rage. The realization dawned upon everyone, though Krillin and Piccolo remained bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Oh, is this Earth? A familiar voice resonated. Yet it bore a tone of superiority, imbued with an innate pride and charm that set it apart from Wukong. Trunks, you are here as well. It appears you have indeed come this way. A smirk of disdain curved Black Wukong's lips as he gazed upon Trunks. It seems you led me here with the intent of allowing me to deal with you personally. Am I correct? You wretched demon. The animosity was palpable, and Trunks could hardly restrain himself from striking out. Trunks, you are not his match. Vegeta interjected, his expression grave. Oh, Vegeta? Son Goku? And Lord Beerus is also present. How intriguing. Black Wukong's eyes widened in surprise as he surveyed the gathered crowd. Hey, Whis, did you see that? The ring. Beerus's pupils contracted as he spoke nonchalantly. If I am not mistaken, it seems quite familiar. Whis nodded in agreement. How fascinating. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. A glimmer of interest sparkled in Beerus's eyes. At that moment, Goku suddenly soared into the air, hovering before Black Wukong. Hey, you must be Black Wukong. Kakarot, that fool. Vegeta's expression darkened. Damn it. He had been beaten to the punch. Haha. Son Goku, it is an honor to finally meet you. Black Wukong turned his gaze towards Goku, a wide grin spreading across his face. Goku scrutinized his counterpart and nodded. Indeed, you bear a striking resemblance to me, but you possess a darker aura. Is that so? It matters not. Since we meet here, let us engage in a friendly spar with our bodies. Black Wukong's expression twisted into a sinister smile. What do you mean? Goku furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Hey, Black Wukong scoffed, gathering a sphere of green energy in his hand. With a gentle flick, the energy orb shot towards Goku. Goku's expression turned serious, and in an instant, he extended his hand to brace against the incoming attack. Boom, boom, boom. The moment Goku made contact with the attack, he found himself struggling against the overwhelming force. In the next instant, he was sent hurtling away, crashing into a distant mountain. Black Wukong cast a glance at the onlookers, then turned his gaze back to Goku, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Just a little playtime. With that, he launched himself towards Goku. What on earth is happening? Piccolo and the others also took to the skies, pursuing the unfolding chaos. Lure remained motionless, immersed in contemplation. He pondered whether taking action at this moment could possibly confine his adversary here. Of course, such an endeavor seemed futile. His opponent was exceedingly difficult to vanquish. Without inflicting a fatal wound to eliminate him, it was likely that any attempt would only serve to empower his foe further. In this scenario, not only would he inadvertently assist his adversary, but his own strength might also become a mere reference for the enemy's learning. Such a prospect seemed hardly worthwhile. Yet, he found himself devoid of viable alternatives. Could he possibly rely on the god of destruction to intervene? Chapter 87. Wukong's initial confrontation with Black Wukong. If Beerus were to act now, dealing with Black Wukong would pose no challenge. However, it seemed this troublesome character had little desire to involve himself in the matter. Luya felt a twinge of headache. Was he about to endure a grueling battle? Ding. System task activated. Task details. Defeat the Dark Wukong. Save the future world. Note: as long as the foe is vanquished, it will be considered a completed task, regardless of the host's involvement. Luya was taken aback, rendered momentarily speechless. Are you certain that I cannot defeat my opponent? He inquired of the system. The system replied, you should have a clear understanding of your own strength. In comparison, the existence of Black Wukong is akin to that of an immortal being. Thus, your abilities cannot vanquish him. After careful consideration, the system has decided to reduce the difficulty for you, albeit with a corresponding decrease in rewards. With a sigh, the lure of the fight lingered in the air. Meanwhile, Goku and Black Goku stood once more in a tense standoff, both brimming with excitement, invigorated by each other's formidable presence. It truly feels like a reflection. Krillin, observing from a distance, exclaimed in astonishment. Piccolo and the others nodded in agreement, equally taken aback by the uncanny resemblance between Black Goku and Goku. Yet, Black Goku emanated an aura tinged with malevolence, a familiar power that stirred Piccolo's curiosity. His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Black Goku, sensing a hint of Goku's essence within him. I have often pondered if this Black Goku could indeed be Goku himself, Trunks remarked solemnly. Silence. Focus on your opponent's fighting style. Vegeta interjected coolly. That surely wasn't your full strength, was it? Goku asked, brushing off the dust from his attire while casting a smile at Black Goku. Likewise, are you merely testing me? Black Goku replied, his lips curling into an alluring yet sinister grin. Very well. If you have yet to reveal your true abilities, I shall do the same and engage you earnestly. Goku responded with a subtle smile, and in an instant, he unleashed his energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan. The golden radiance caused Black Goku to squint momentarily. But he soon chuckled. So, this is the Super Saiyan? Truly worthy of its reputation. Your power has significantly increased. Enough chatter. Let us fight, Goku declared, assuming a battle stance. Humph. Black Goku scoffed, adopting a simple pose of his own. After a brief moment of mutual gaze, they simultaneously unleashed energy blasts. The ensuing explosion reverberated as Goku charged towards Black Goku, shouting as he launched a powerful strike. However, Black Goku seemed to anticipate Goku's move, effortlessly catching his fist and countering with a swift kick. Goku managed to block the attack with his arm, acknowledging, your strength is impressive. Black Goku regarded him with a knowing smile. They released each other, retreating momentarily, only to collide once again in a flurry of intense exchanges. The fierce battle commenced, with rapid movements and untraceable actions, showcasing a breathtaking display of combat. Goku seized an opening and launched an energy blast, yet Black Goku deftly evaded it. In an instant, he closed the distance, conjuring a green energy sphere that struck Goku directly. Ugh! Goku was propelled backward, crashing into a mountain, clouds of dust billowing around him. Humph! Black Goku chuckled wickedly, soaring towards his opponent. Boom! Goku erupted from the rubble, charging once more at Black Goku. The clash continued, reverberating with explosive energy. The fierce clash resumed, with both combatants increasingly exhilarated. Despite sustaining injuries, neither considered them a concern. Bam! Bam! Black Goku was struck by a punch from Goku. Yet in the next moment, he retaliated with a powerful kick that connected with Goku's face. Both warriors staggered back. Whoosh! Simultaneously, Black Goku unleashed a formidable energy blast aimed directly at Goku. The latter's expression sharpened, and with a sudden surge of power, he sent the energy blast soaring into the sky. Boom! In that instant, the entire cloud canopy erupted with light. Remarkable! I never anticipated you would surpass Trunks by such a margin, Black Goku remarked, surprised to discover that Goku had not yet revealed his full potential. Nevertheless, this was of little concern to him, as he had also withheld a portion of his strength. Concurrently, he adapted to Goku's combat style, aligning with his strategy. I didn't foresee anyone reaching this level. You are vastly more powerful than Trunks. Goku chuckled, then added, yet I sense a familiar energy within you. Though you possess a rather irksome demeanor. Humph. Such words are meaningless. Let us continue. Black Goku preferred to avoid lengthy discussions. intent on drawing out Goku's full power before any outside interference occurred, particularly from the god of destruction, Beerus, whose involvement would spell trouble for him. Just as well. Goku laughed heartily and charged forward. Heh! Black Goku grinned wickedly and engaged him directly. Bang! 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 The two clashed once more, but this time, Black Goku held the upper hand. Goku landed a punch, yet Black Goku countered with two. His power had indeed escalated. Piccolo remarked solemnly. Black Goku's strength grows with each exchange. This is why I cannot defeat him. Trunks replied, visibly troubled. Goku is in a precarious position. He isn't even taking this seriously. Krillin lamented. By the way, Uncle Goku should be able to transform into Super Saiyan level 3, right? Why isn't he doing so? Trunks inquired, puzzled. Humph. He never begins with full strength, that's Kakarot's habitual flaw. Vegeta stated nonchalantly. Trunks observed the arena, sensing an ominous turn. Boom. In the air, Black Goku landed a punch squarely in Goku's abdomen, the force far more potent than before. Goku grimaced and retaliated, only to have his arms seized by his opponent. Black Goku let out a sinister laugh and swung Goku around before hurling him to the ground. Boom. A massive crater formed as tremendous force ravaged the earth, followed by a violent explosion. A dark aura suddenly enveloped Black Goku's body, and he gathered an astonishing energy sphere in his hand, directing it downward. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonated, expanding the crater several-fold. Ha! Son Wukong, is this truly all you are capable of? I find it rather unsatisfying, taunted Black Wukong. Suddenly, an overwhelming force erupted from the pit, and in the blink of an eye, Wukong's body shot forth, moving at a speed beyond the perception of the naked eye, his energy surging to an astonishing level. What? Black Wukong was caught off guard and was struck by Wukong's punch. Wukong halted, gazing at Black Wukong with a smile. You truly are formidable. In this form, I nearly faltered against your onslaught. Clutching his abdomen, Black Wukong erupted into laughter, while the dark aura surrounding him intensified. Chapter 88. The Presence of the Kaioshin. The doubts of Beerus that Guy's power continues to escalate. No way. Upon witnessing Black Wukong's state, Krillin felt the change most acutely, as he was the weakest among them. And the overwhelming energy emanating from Black Wukong instilled a sense of fear within him. Is it truly so? Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. Damn it. Trunks gritted his teeth. His face contorted with rage. His energy has clearly increased. Wukong observed Black Wukong, somewhat surprised. It seemed that Trunks' words held truth, as this adversary continued to battle. His strength would perpetually rise. My power will grow stronger with each fight, thus you will never be able to defeat me. Black Wukong grinned wickedly at Wukong, then suddenly unleashed a roar, enveloping himself in a cascade of dark energy that surged forth like a tidal wave. A bead of sweat trickled down Wukong's brow as he grew solemn. Truly formidable. This mere state of his possesses such terrifying strength. Let us continue. Black Wukong smiled at Wukong. Wukong grinned widely. Bring it on. Whoosh. Bang. The two charged towards each other, their fists colliding in a fierce exchange, followed by a series of explosive sounds as they engaged in a back-and-forth battle. As Black Wukong's strength increased, Wukong refused to be outdone, gradually becoming increasingly serious. Boom. The two clashed mid-air, both bodies recoiling from the impact. Kamehameha. Wukong concentrated his energy, his formidable power escalating at an astonishing rate. Black Wukong's gaze hardened, and he thrust his hand towards Wukong, green energy manifesting within his palm. Ka. Ha. Wukong unleashed his Kamehameha, an immense torrent of energy erupting forth. Ha. Black Wukong, undeterred, launched the green energy sphere from his hand, intercepting Wukong's Kamehameha like a ball. This is bad. We need to get back. Krillin and the others sensed the impending danger and hastily retreated to a safe distance. Meanwhile, Bulma and her companions, watching the live broadcast through Whis' crystal ball, grew increasingly anxious. Are all Scions this terrifying? Though the trio had grown somewhat desensitized to such scenes, they were nonetheless awestruck, as encounters like this were exceedingly rare for them. Son Wukong is truly formidable. When will we be able to exact our revenge, boss? Xiao whispered to Pilaf. The latter, perspiring, replied, let us discuss that later. Currently, they were enjoying free food and drink at Bulma's home, with little thought of vengeance. As these foes were becoming increasingly powerful, and the dream of the trio dominating the world felt ever more distant, it was worth noting that in their youth, they had almost defeated Son Wukong, yet now they couldn't even come close to him. How amusing, the battle between the false Wukong and the true one, chuckled Beerus. watching the fight on the projection with keen interest. Lord Beerus, do you not feel a sense of impending crisis? That false Wukong is not merely familiar in presence. His power is continually evolving and growing stronger, and his physique seems rather peculiar as well. Whis remarked teasingly. Beerus replied nonchalantly, what does it matter? If he proves to be troublesome, I would not hesitate to eliminate him. However, theoretically, I am unable to intervene. Lord Beerus, do you not find the aura of the opponent somewhat strange? Luya suddenly approached and inquired. Oh, pray tell, what have you discovered? Beerus turned to Luya with a calm smile. The mysterious path of the lore. It is nothing extraordinary. Rather, this aura feels strangely familiar, reminiscent of that of the Supreme Kai. What? Both Beerus and Whis were taken aback. How could this young one possibly know such a thing? Beerus's pupils narrowed, and he glanced toward the distant figures engaged in battle, his expression dark and inscrutable, lost in thought. Whis smiled slightly, remarking, indeed, it appears to be the case. Wouldn't you agree, Lord Beerus? Beerus did not refute this and replied, it is indeed akin to the power of the Supreme Kai. However, it seems to emanate from a Supreme Kai of another universe. Furthermore, this aura feels oddly reminiscent, as if I have encountered this deity before. Luya pondered for a moment, ultimately choosing not to expose the truth or divulge too much information, as doing so might unnecessarily arouse suspicion. However, Beerus cast a strange glance in his direction and inquired, how do you know? What? Luya was perplexed by the other's words. Beerus replied nonchalantly, how do you discern that the aura surrounding him belongs to a Kaishin? Lur smiled faintly. Having encountered the god of destruction, I possess a certain familiarity with its aura. Moreover, during the tournament between the sixth universe, both gods of destruction were present, so it is of little consequence, is it not? Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly, however. It should be exceedingly difficult for mere mortals to discern the essence of a deity. With a light chuckle, Luya suddenly unleashed his power. Boom. Whoosh. Instantly, a crimson energy enveloped him, transforming his hair into a vibrant red. The god of Super Saiyans. How could this be? Both Beerus and Whis were utterly astonished. Luya can also transform into a Super Saiyan god, a notion they had not anticipated. It is important to note that the conditions for achieving this transformation are exceedingly stringent, requiring the strength of 5 Scions. Could it be that Goku and his companions secretly aided Luya in his metamorphosis? How could they remain oblivious to this? Luya returned to his usual demeanor, smiling as he remarked, surely now you believe I can discern the essence of the divine? Beerus replied nonchalantly, who exactly are you? Among the Scions. How could there exist such a mysterious being as yourself? The enigma surrounding Luya was so profound that even this god of destruction found himself perplexed. Although Luya had dedicated much to the 7th universe, it did not preclude Beerus from questioning him. Lur shrugged, I am merely a Scion, albeit one with a touch of exceptional talent. Upon hearing this, Beerus fell silent. Luya continued, that black Wukong is exceedingly troublesome. Resolving the issue he presents will not be trivial. However, we can first uncover the mastermind behind him, which may mitigate some of our difficulties. With that, he turned to depart with a sense of discretion. Beerus observed Luya's figure, lost in contemplative thought. Lord Beerus, what occupies your mind? Whis inquired suddenly. Beerus slowly closed his eyes. This young man is rather enigmatic. Indeed, but there is no need for concern. He harbors no malevolence. Whis remarked with a smile. Let us hope that is the case. Nevertheless, we must investigate the ring worn by Black Wukong. It warrants scrutiny, Beerus stated nonchalantly. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted, and Goku's form was hurled to the ground, creating a tremendous disturbance. Chapter 89. The Intentions of Black Wukong. Luya takes action in the air. Black Wukong was enveloped in dark radiance, exuding both mystery and power. Amidst the thick smoke, a sinister grin appeared on Black Wukong's face. At that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. The temporal rift from which Black Wukong had emerged was suddenly besieged by a tempest, with thunder and lightning suggesting an impending apocalypse. Concurrently, a force of attraction emanated from the rift, continuously surging towards Black Wukong. Unbeknownst to him, he remained transfixed within the smoke. Suddenly, a fierce shout broke the silence, and Goku's figure burst forth. What? Black Wukong was taken aback, astonished that his adversary could retaliate so vigorously after sustaining such a heavy blow. Crash! Goku struck Black Wukong in the abdomen with a powerful punch, causing his eyes to widen and blood vessels to burst, as if he were on the verge of regurgitating his last meal. Goku gazed at Black Wukong and remarked, "Your strength is indeed formidable. But it pales in comparison to hits. Haha. Such pain, a sensation I have never experienced before. This agony will only serve to make me stronger," Black Wukong responded, his excitement unabated. Goku furrowed his brow. "Your demeanor is quite off-putting." "What?" Black Wukong paused, then laughed uproariously. "Ha! Well said. You, Son Wukong, are truly an entertaining individual?" Goku frowned, sensing that Black Wukong's power was steadily escalating, approaching an alarmingly terrifying threshold. Boom. Crackle. Suddenly, an overwhelming force of attraction surged forth. And before Black Wukong could react, he was ensnared. What? What is happening? Black Wukong was momentarily stunned, and despite his struggles, he found himself drawn back towards the black hole. Goku was also taken aback. Damn it. Has the time come? Black Wukong felt a twinge of reluctance. Yet there was little he could do. Even he was powerless against the forces of time and space. Uncle Goku, strike him down decisively. Do not allow him to return to the future. Suddenly, Future Trunks let out a furious roar. Goku, realizing the potential chaos that could ensue without Trunks' future, swiftly unleashed a powerful energy blast directed at Black Goku. The expression on Black Goku's face twisted into a sinister snarl as he unleashed an even greater force than before, effortlessly swatting aside Goku's energy attack. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. The energy blast careened downward towards Bulma and the others. Bulma. Vegeta's expression shifted in alarm as he dashed forward. In that instant, Luya appeared in midair and likewise launched an energy blast, neutralizing the impending threat. Luya gazed at Black Wukong, yet refrained from taking action, for he had no desire to allow his opponent to replicate his powers and grow stronger. Black Wukong, noticing Luya, narrowed his eyes in confusion. What is this? A Scion? However, his attention was swiftly captured by an object nearby, the time machine. So, this was how Trunks had arrived here. A peculiar smile crossed Black Wukong's face as he suddenly unleashed a powerful energy blast, targeting none other than the time machine itself. This is bad. The time machine. Trunks panicked. Without it, what would become of him? What about the future? In a moment of desperation, he dashed toward it. But it was too late. His speed could not match the ferocity of Black Wukong's assault. Just as the time machine seemed destined for destruction, Luya reappeared, swiftly raising his hand to deflect the energy blast with remarkable precision. Impossible. Black Wukong's expression transformed into one of astonishment and fury. Luya coldly remarked, "Await us in the future." No sooner had his words left his lips than Black Wukong could no longer withstand the rending force of the temporal rift and was abruptly drawn into it. In a fleeting moment, the rift sealed itself, restoring tranquility. Wukong and the others gathered together. Wonderful. The time machine isn't scathed. Trunks let out a profound sigh of relief and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Luya. Luya nodded slightly. Lord Beerus, why didn't you intervene just now? At this moment, Bulma cast a displeased glance at Beerus. Beerus approached, looking somewhat drowsy. Why should I intervene? You are already committing a crime by using the time machine. If I were to save it, wouldn't I be guilty as well? Bulma replied, surely you could deal with that Black Goku, right? Beerus replied nonchalantly. He has provoked me, and he possesses numerous enigmatic abilities. Dealing with him now would not resolve the issue. Indeed. The opponent seemed to master the intricacies of time and space, a feat only a supreme Kai could achieve, rendering the situation rather complex. Wisdom chimed in. That individual is truly formidable. His strength amplifies with each battle. Such a talent is truly daunting. It's exhilarating. The excitement in Goku's eyes had not yet faded, as he seemed to be savoring his confrontation with Black Goku. That was a demon who nearly annihilated humanity. With his survival in this encounter, his power will only continue to grow. Soon enough, even Uncle Goku and Dad might not stand a chance against him. Trunks felt a twinge of regret. He could have acted to subdue the adversary but lacked the courage to do so. Humph. Fear not. Although that imposter Kakarot will grow stronger, we haven't even revealed our true strength. Vegeta suddenly remarked with a cold smile. Huh? Trunks was taken aback, puzzled by the revelation. Indeed, Trunks. Both Goku and Vegeta have held back. There is no need for concern. Krillin reassured him. Really? Trunks exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Vegeta and I can now transform into Super Saiyan Blue, a form whose power far surpasses that of a regular Super Saiyan. So leave Black Goku to us. Goku said with a relaxed smile. Hey Kakarot, you're up this time, but when we meet that guy again, I must go first. Vegeta suddenly glared at Goku. Huh, I'm not finished having fun yet. Goku protested. I don't care. I must go first. Vegeta insisted. Trunks watched the two bickering, feeling bewildered. Were Uncle Goku and Dad truly so confident? Why were they unafraid of Black Goku at all? Luya, unable to bear the sight, shielded his eyes with a sense of helplessness. These two characters were simply too arrogant, especially Vegeta, who, despite being a perennial second fiddle, showed no signs of restraint. Since I began watching the Dragon Ball series, it has become a well-established truth that Vegeta's attempts at bravado inevitably lead to his own downfall. Regardless, a fierce battle awaits us. Chapter 90. Goku heads to Universe 10. Vegeta trains Trunks. By the way, when will we be able to return to the future world? Goku suddenly inquired. Everyone turned their gaze towards future Trunks. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, the time machine my mother collected can only make a single trip. Therefore, when I arrived in this world, the fuel was already depleted. If we wish to return swiftly, we must gather more fuel. That is not a problem. Leave it to me. I will quickly gather the necessary fuel, Trunks exclaimed. Fortunately, that Black Goku fellow did not destroy the time machine. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss. Bulma chimed in. This is all thanks to Luya. Had it not been for him, the time machine would have been destroyed long ago. Krillin chuckled. It was a mere effort on my part. I was also keeping an eye on that Black Goku. Which is why I intervened in time, Luya modestly replied. Regardless, your contributions are invaluable, Luya. Goku laughed heartily. Luya nodded slightly, and then remarked. That Black Wukong is no ordinary foe. Wukong? Have you ever considered that the Black Wukong might be you? As soon as the words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes turning towards him. Wukong was momentarily taken aback, but soon his expression transformed into one of deep contemplation. Ah. During our recent battle, I could distinctly sense that fellow's strength bore some resemblance to my own. Therefore, it stands to reason that there exists an indescribable connection between us. As the conversation unfolded, Luya nodded, acknowledging the understanding. I have discerned the source of this aura, I declared. At that moment, Beerus interjected. Who is it, Lord Beerus? Goku inquired, casting a glance at Beerus. Beerus regarded Goku for a brief moment before responding. Goku, let us proceed. I shall introduce you to a broader horizon. Goku and the others were left bewildered, unable to grasp Beerus's intentions, yet Goku made no objections. Loya cast a glance at Beerus, instinctively aware of the identity that lingered in the latter's mind. Undoubtedly, the destination was the King Kai's planet in the 10th universe, for Zamasu resided there. And the individual in question was an apprentice Kai, a prospective candidate for the god of destruction in the future. Beerus turned to Bulma and stated, since you intend to resolve the troubles of the future, you must expedite the completion of the time machine. However, let this be the sole occasion. Once this crisis is averted, the time machine must cease to exist. Bulma was momentarily taken aback but quickly nodded in agreement, although her thoughts were inscrutable to Beerus. Very well, then, let us part ways for now. We shall reconvene at a later time. Wish chuckled softly, then departed from Earth with Goku and Beerus in tow. Ah, I've just remembered, Bulma suddenly exclaimed. What is it, Mom? Dazai inquired, puzzled. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Bulma's eyes before she shook her head. It's nothing. Just a thought that crossed my mind. Oh. Trunks nodded in understanding. Hey, come here. Vegeta interjected. Before we venture into the future, I must train you first. He then strode away with an air of haughtiness. Dazai and Trunks promptly followed suit. Well, we should head back as well, Krillin suggested to Piccolo, who nodded in affirmation. And together they departed. There was no other choice. The carrots in the field had yet to be harvested. As Luya bid farewell to Bulma, he expressed his intention to engage in further training before venturing into the future world. Once the group departed, Bulma suddenly revealed a playful smile and whispered to herself, how could I forget that there is another time machine? If I manage to repair it, there will be two. Even if Beerus destroys one, I will still have the other. Ha ha ha. I am quite clever. With this thought, a peculiar grin spread across Bulma's face. Boss, why do I feel like something is amiss with her? The trio observed Bulma's unusual demeanor, and Ashu, trembling slightly, voiced his concern. The rice bowl also appeared perplexed. Hey, you lot, hurry up and lend a hand. I need to gather fuel. Bulma suddenly called out to the group. Oh, we're on it. The three responded promptly, not daring to delay. Amidst the flurry of activity, Luya arrived at the Heavenly Temple, where Tion and Bobo felt a twinge of unease. Surely, he doesn't intend to enter the time chamber again? That would be terrifying. Luya did not enter the time chamber, Instead, he inquired of Tion. Do you know where the Elder Kai is? Tion was taken aback for a moment, then replied, I am aware of his location, but I am unable to go there. May I ask, Mr. Luya, what is your purpose in seeking the Elder Kai? Lur smiled softly, remarking that it was just a minor issue. Since it was not feasible, he decided to let it go. Initially, he contemplated inquiring whether the old Kai possessed a ring akin to that of Black Goku, but after a moment's reflection, he opted against it, fearing that it might attract the attention of Beerus, which would surely lead to an awkward situation. Lur contemplated for a moment before returning to his dwelling. Meanwhile, in a distant forest, a series of explosive detonations erupted with a thunderous roar. Following this, a figure was violently propelled backward, immediately followed by a surge of formidable energy racing toward him. The figure, scraping the ground as he retreated, was none other than the mighty Trunks. With a fierce shout, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, instantly obliterating the incoming force. Suddenly, from the swirling smoke, a figure emerged, closing the distance to Trunks in the blink of an eye, raining down a flurry of punches. Trunks could only shield his head, his body once again thrown back. However, at that moment, he erupted with astonishing power, transforming into a Super Saiyan, his overwhelming aura causing Vegeta to stagger slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Trunks launched a furious counterattack, forcing Vegeta into a defensive stance, though his expression remained unchanged. With rapid-fire strikes, a single punch sent Vegeta staggering back. Trunks then concentrated, summoning a terrifying energy blast and launching it forth. Vegeta, unperturbed, transformed into a Super Saiyan as well, swiftly deflecting the energy blast with a powerful wave of his hand. Boom! An explosion erupted in the distance, revealing a dumpling-shaped energy wave. Vegeta turned to Trunks, urging him to unleash his full potential. Trunks, not daring to defy his father, erupted with energy, instantly achieving the Super Saiyan second transformation. Vegeta smirked, following suit and ascending to the second level of Super Saiyan. You mentioned that the Black Goku grows stronger in battle. In that case, Vegeta said with a sly grin, before roaring as he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, his aura becoming pure and radiant. Trunks was left in awe at this spectacle. This was the transformation that transcended the limits of Super Saiyan. Reaching the divine realm, the Super Saiyan God form, adorned in blue. Super Saiyan Blue is truly incredible, Trunks exclaimed, astonished that his father had surpassed him by such a margin. But why doesn't he dad transform into Super Saiyan Third? Can Uncle Goku achieve this as well? Trunks inquired. Of course, the gap between Kakarot and me is significant. Yet I cannot transform into Super Saiyan Third, Vegeta replied nonchalantly, his expression darkening as if recalling something unpleasant. Continue. Chapter 91. Lur trains Trunks, unleashing potential. Not being able to transform into Super Saiyan Third weighed heavily on Vegeta, a lingering concern that required resolution. Nonetheless, he was no longer overly fixated on it. As long as his power was formidable enough, he would not be inferior to Kakarot. Trunks roared, unleashing his full power, drawing his sword and charging toward Vegeta. With a hint of disdain on his face, Vegeta prepared to demonstrate his prowess. As Trunks was about to strike Vegeta, the latter suddenly reached out and pressed down on the blade's tip, enveloping his hand in a radiant blue glow, completely unscathed. How could this be? Trunks was taken aback. His full force attack, which even Black Goku feared, was effortlessly intercepted by his father. Have you underestimated Super Saiyan Blue? Vegeta remarked coolly, and with a firm tug, he pulled both Trunks and the sword towards him, swiftly delivering a punch. Bang! Cough! Trunks's face turned pale, and in an instant, his brilliant aura faded, reverting to his normal state. Vegeta's gaze hardened, and he seized Trunks, hurling him downwards with great force. Boom! A massive crater formed in the arena, with Trunks lying bewildered within it. Vegeta descended slowly, observing his son in silence. After a long moment, Trunks sat up, grappling with conflicting emotions. Indeed, his father and Uncle Goku were immensely powerful. What was there to fear? He believed that as long as his father and Uncle Goku took action, any future calamity could surely be averted. TSK. Vegeta, hearing this, could not conceal his disappointment. He suddenly appeared before Trunks, grasping his collar. You fool. As a Scion, how could you harbor such thoughts? Dad? Trunks was bewildered, unable to comprehend why Vegeta was angry. Vegeta replied coldly, as a proud Scion and my son. To entertain such a sense of complacency is truly disappointing. Realizing his father's temperament, Trunks instantly regretted his words. I had my doubts about you from the start. Unable to defeat Black Goku, witnessing your mother's murder, and you still had the audacity to flee back here. You coward. You have tarnished the pride of the Scions. Vegeta lifted Trunks and delivered 2 punches to his abdomen. Trunks winced in pain but dared not speak. Yet, Vegeta's anger stemmed from another source. After all, the future Bulma was his wife, and the news of her death weighed heavily on him, now finally surfacing in this moment. Noticing that Trunks was gasping for breath, Vegeta finally released him. Cough, cough. Trunks inhaled deeply. Remember, a Scion must never harbor any sense of luck or fear at any time. Vegeta cast a glance at Trunks before turning to leave. Trunks watched his father's retreating figure, feeling a pang of shame. Indeed, he had abandoned his mother and shamefully fled here. Was that not the mark of a coward? Damn it. Trunks pounded the ground in frustration. Actually, your father is somewhat at fault too. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Trunks paused and turned to see the newcomer, Loya. Loya approached with a smile and said, They may not comprehend your predicament, but I certainly do. The power of that dark Wukong is truly extraordinary, and he conceals a hidden strength. An ordinary person would find it nearly impossible to defeat him. Eh? Luya, you seem to be quite familiar with dark Wukong. Date inquired, somewhat puzzled. Lur smiled faintly. It's all right, but I can't help but feel that even your father and the others would struggle against that dark Wukong. Why? After all, your father and the others can transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Dode expressed his confusion. Lur softly mused. What if that black Wukong could also transform? What if he had allies? Upon hearing this, Date was immediately drenched in a cold sweat, exclaiming, How could that be? Luya smiled faintly. It's not impossible, it's merely that your father fails to comprehend the formidable nature of the enemy. Their strength, while indeed substantial, pales in comparison to that of Black Wukong. Date felt somewhat bewildered, yet a sense of caution began to stir within him. Perhaps Black Wukong was indeed far more complex than he appeared. With this thought, Date's gaze grew resolute as he turned to Luya. Luya, I beseech you to assist me in my training. Luya was momentarily taken aback, preparing to speak when suddenly a notification sounded. Ding. System task activated. Task details. Engage in combat with Trunks to unleash his potential. A task has been issued? Without hesitation, Luya turned to Trunks and said, Very well, I shall battle you. Thank you. Date rose to his feet, stating, There is no time to waste. Let us commence at once. Lur nodded slightly, and then a thought crossed his mind. He tossed a magical beam to Date, saying, First, restore your strength. Date nodded in agreement and promptly consumed the beam, instantly revitalizing himself to full vigor. The two then ascended into the air, positioning themselves at a distance from one another. Luya addressed Date. My training method is akin to that of Wukong and Vegeta. Unleash your full power. All right. Although Date had never witnessed Luya's prowess, he held no doubts. In an instant, Date transformed into his Super Saiyan second form, crackling with electricity all over his body. In Luya's eyes, a surge of excitement flickered, and in an instant, he erupted with energy, transforming into his Super Saiyan 2 form. Almost immediately, he let out a powerful shout, and his strength ascended to an entirely new level. Date was taken aback. This was reminiscent of the time with Uncle Goku. Indeed, Luya had seamlessly transitioned into Super Saiyan 3. How remarkable! To think he could achieve a transformation that even his father could not attain, the Super Saiyan 3 stage. Date marveled. All right, let us begin. Luya beckoned to Date with a gesture. In a swift motion, Date unsheathed his sword, unleashing a fierce burst of energy. In that moment, his aura fused with the blade itself. Luya's eyes narrowed slightly, realizing this was the full extent of his opponent's power. They had already fused their spirit with the sword. However, this only added to the intrigue. Date surged towards Luya like a rocket. Luya deftly evaded the relentless assaults of Date, all the while channeling his energy into his palm. Clang, clang, clang. With swift gestures, Luya flawlessly intercepted Date's onslaught. Suddenly, gathering energy in his other hand, he unleashed a powerful energy orb that sent his opponent hurtling away. Luya executed a sudden teleportation, appearing right before Date. The latter reacted swiftly, swinging his sword towards him. However, Luya effortlessly deflected the attack and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon his opponent. A decisive strike ensued, sending Date crashing to the ground. Luya cast a provocative glance at Date below, exclaiming, Hey, this won't do. You're far too weak. In this state, you are no match for Black Wukong. How will you avenge your mother? Trunks, struggling, managed to rise to his feet, and an overwhelming power surged within him. With a fierce shout, an astonishing force erupted into the sky. Meanwhile, Vegeta noticed this scene and slowly closed his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. Several days later, Goku, along with Beerus and Whis, returned. Date, Vegeta, and Luya awaited them in the spacecraft, where Luya trained Date daily, leading to a remarkable increase in his strength. Uncle Goku, Lord Beerus, Lord Whis, you're back, Date exclaimed, rushing to greet them. By the way, Trunks, your energy has increased significantly, Goku remarked, his eyes sparkling as he assessed Date. Date humbly replied, indeed, these past few days, my father and Luya have been training me, which is why my power has improved so noticeably. Goku nodded and then greeted Vegeta and Luya. Hey, Kakarot, where have you been? Vegeta suddenly inquired. Goku chuckled. Lord Beerus took me to another universe. It seems to be the 10th universe. There, I encountered a rather intriguing individual named Zamasu, a king of the universe. Afterward, I asked Lord Beerus to take me to Zeno, and guess what? I became friends with Zeno. He even gifted me a small present. Zeno? The others echoed, puzzled. Foolish Goku. You mustn't refer to Zeno in such a manner. Beerus scolded, his expression darkening, displeased with Goku's casual attitude, threatening to report him to Zeno if he didn't behave. Goku stuck out his tongue playfully. Zamasu? Who is that? Vegeta suddenly furrowed his brow, unfamiliar with the name. Zamasu is the king of the 10th universe, and he possesses remarkable talent. He is being groomed by the Supreme Kai to be the next Supreme Kai. The aura of Black Wukong bears some resemblance to Zamasu, which is why I wanted to investigate further, Beerus explained calmly. What? Both Vegeta and Date were taken aback, astonished by the revelation. Black Wukong is a king? Surely, that can't be. Date expressed disbelief. We cannot draw conclusions just yet. We must be cautious, Whis smiled gently. However, Zamasu is indeed peculiar. As a king, he exudes a sense of malice and lacks the demeanor befitting a deity. He shows no respect for living beings, which raises suspicions. Beerus stroked his chin thoughtfully. Nevertheless, I believe Zamasu is not Black Wukong. I have faced him. While his power is formidable, it does not rival that of Black Wukong, and his techniques appear somewhat unrefined. Thus, they are likely not the same individual. With a hearty laugh, Goku displayed his carefree nature. Have you ever faced him? How formidable is he? Vegeta inquired, casting a glance at Goku. After a moment of contemplation, Goku responded, well, he is indeed powerful, yet not quite on par with a Super Saiyan. Does this mean we cannot ascertain whether Zamasu is Black Goku? Luya interjected suddenly. Beerus observed Luya for a moment before replying. The auras of both are somewhat similar, yet distinctly different. There are many enigmas surrounding them. Furthermore, Black Goku possesses the time ring bestowed by the Supreme Kai, yet when we ventured to Universe 10, the ring remained in place. Indeed, it raises suspicions. While Black Goku exudes Zamasu's essence, Zamasu lacks any trace of Black Goku's aura. They are not the same individual. Yet there must be a connection, Whis articulated slowly. This complicates matters. Vegeta furrowed his brow, displaying his displeasure. Regardless of the circumstances, we must defeat the future Black Goku. Therefore, I am determined to return to the future. Dazit declared resolutely. Count us in. That Black Goku must have grown exceedingly powerful by now. I am truly eager to engage him once more. Goku exclaimed with enthusiasm. Have you not considered the disparities that exist between the realms of reality and the future? Luya suddenly interjected. What? The group was taken aback. Luya, what do you mean by that? Goku asked, perplexed. Luya chuckled and said, firstly, even if you are uncertain whether Zamasu is Black Goku, it is due to certain inconsistencies. However, Black Goku hails from the future, and the temporal fabric of that world is undoubtedly different from our present reality. Is it not possible, then, that the passage of time in these two worlds diverges? Goku and the others were left in confusion, while Beerus and Whis fell into deep contemplation. Are you suggesting that you suspect Zamasu to be the perpetrator? Beerus inquired, directing his gaze towards Luya. Ryut nodded, expressing his doubts. What grounds do you have for your suspicions? It appears you possess considerable knowledge about this Black Goku, Beerus remarked casually. Whis also turned his gaze towards Ryut, intrigued. Lore smiled faintly. Although I don't have a thorough understanding, the only clue we currently possess is Zamasu. Therefore, we should continue to keep a close watch on this individual, should we not? Hey, that is the king of the universe, a deity. Do you speak of it so casually? Beerus expressed his dissatisfaction. Lore gazed at Trunks and said, Trunks, the world of the future, ever since the annihilation of the androids, should continue to function, which implies that the other warriors have not been resurrected. Data was taken aback for a moment, then pondered and nodded. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Luya nodded and then turned to the others, saying, "You see, even after Trunks eliminated the androids, the world he inhabits continues to function normally. Goku and the others have not been resurrected. It can be said that aside from defeating the enemy, he has hardly altered the course of history." Beerus pondered this deeply. He understood that Luya's extensive dialogue served a clear purpose. His suspicions regarding Zama's were profound. "Lord Beerus, I believe it would be prudent to closely monitor Zama's situation," was suddenly suggested. Beerus contemplated for a moment and then nodded. "Very well, if that is the case, let us invest some effort into it." He then turned to Vegeta and inquired, "By the way, how is the repair of your time machine progressing?" Just as Vegeta was about to respond, Bulma emerged, declaring, "The damaged parts of the time machine have all been repaired. I even had my parents return from their vacation to assist. And we have already stored half of the fuel." "What? Half?" exclaimed Date, his face suddenly filled with shock as he gazed at Bulma. "Yes. Is there a problem?" Bulma asked, smiling as she looked at Date. Date replied with a mix of emotions. "In the future world, my mother took 6 months to save half the fuel. There. The ecological resources have suffered catastrophic depletion, making resource acquisition exceedingly difficult. One could say that the future world resembles hell, desolate and lifeless." He felt a pang of sorrow at the ease with which resources were collected in this world. "Rest assured, within a few days, you will be able to embark on your journey to the future to defeat that dark Goku. Everything will return to normal," Bulma reassured him. "Thank you, Mom," Date said, tears glistening in his eyes. "All right, I must return to my tasks. You all carry on with your own," Bulma replied with a gentle smile before turning to leave. Date remained silent for a moment before suddenly looking at Luya and asking, "Luya, may I pause my training for now? I wish to see Brother Gohan." Luya comprehended his thoughts and recognized his affection for Gohan. Thus, he did not decline, nodding in agreement. "Very well, go ahead. It is undeniable that the gifts have exceeded 100. Today marks 10 updates. I promised you all, yet I still feel rather inexperienced. I never anticipated being outmatched by you. It was rather hasty of me. Had I known, I would have raised the standards a bit. My efforts have nearly exhausted me. Nevertheless, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to those who have generously supported me. As long as you offer your support, we are indeed good friends. Sincere, sincere, sincere." Chapter 93. Let Weiss guide the training. The spicy strips resurface. Date sought out Gohan while Goku engaged in a friendly spar with Luya. Days passed by. And 3 days later, Goku and his companions gathered in Bulma's garden, with their other friends arriving shortly thereafter. Date remained silent, lost in contemplation. He observed his brother Gohan. But the Gohan he knew differed from the warrior he recognized. The Gohan in his memory was a fervent fighter. Yet the present Gohan had established a family and was relishing a warm and joyous life, a life that Trunks had long yearned for. He wished fervently that he could share such a comforting existence with his future mother and Mai. Trunks felt a tinge of envy towards Gohan for enjoying that blissful warmth. Yet simultaneously, he felt a sense of disappointment, for the Gohan he once knew seemed so distant now. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Date couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. At that moment, Bulma approached them, informing Goku and the others, "I have prepared the fuel. There is enough for a round trip." "That is splendid. I can hardly contain my excitement," Vegeta remarked coolly, clearly eager to battle the dark Goku. "Thank you for your hard work, Bulma. Now we shall await good news from us." Goku chuckled heartily. "However, the time machine is rather cramped for 3. Are you certain you wish for 4 to embark?" Bulma hesitated. Well?" Goku pondered, as he, Vegeta, and Trunks were determined to go. Yet Luya also intended to accompany them. "Hey, while the Dark Goku possesses formidable strength, he cannot possibly rival a Super Saiyan Blue. Therefore, we need not a multitude." Vegeta interjected suddenly. "Is that so?" Date felt uncertain. Although he had confidence in Goku and Vegeta, the Dark Goku remained shrouded in mystery. Even he doubted his ability to contend with such an opponent. Luya smiled faintly and said, "If you believe you have the confidence to confront Black Wukong, then I shall refrain from joining you. It would be best for you to take the lead." Vegeta slowly closed his eyes, remaining silent. Bulma exchanged a glance with Goku, who then turned to Luya with a smile, saying, "Have a little faith in us, Luya." Lur nodded. "Very well. You may go. I shall remain behind." After this decision, Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks set off together. Farewell, everyone. Await our good news. Wukong waved to the crowd, exclaiming, "Ah, safe travels." Bulma waved back. With a rumble and a whoosh, the time machine slowly ascended, and in the next moment, it transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from sight. They have departed. Luya fell into a moment of contemplation, then turned to Bulma and said, "We must swiftly prepare new fuel. They will return, and we shall require it." Bulma, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Both Beerus and Whis directed their gazes towards Luya. "What is it? Do you know that Goku and the others cannot defeat Black Goku?" Beerus asked. Lur nodded. Intuition. Humph. By the way, why did you so readily agree not to venture into the future world? Do you not wish to lend a hand? Beerus chuckled softly, then inquired. Luya shrugged. It's not that I don't wish to go. Wukong and the others possess ample confidence. I don't want to interfere. Let them return first, and then I shall accompany them. Luya, your words are rather peculiar. Could it be that Wukong and the others have the opportunity to venture forth once more? Bulma inquired, a hint of perplexity in her tone. Lur chuckled. I'm afraid I cannot say, but do ensure that you are always prepared with the necessary fuel for the time machine. Otherwise, an unforeseen incident could arise. Very well, Bulma replied, nodding in agreement. Lur suddenly turned to Beerus and asked, Lord Beerus, may I engage in a sparring match with you? Oh. Beerus raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. Are you certain? To seek a match with me. Do you not think you are somewhat overestimating your own abilities? Lur smiled slightly and said, Who knows? Nevertheless, I aspire to grow stronger. I am nearing my limits and must explore new horizons. Beerus replied nonchalantly, I have no interest. You may certainly seek out Whis. Luya turned to Whis and inquired, Lord Whis, is that acceptable? Whis pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. When Goku and Vegeta seek my training, they always come bearing gifts. So, what token do you bring, Luya? Luya was taken aback for a moment, then fell into deep contemplation. He understood that the other party had a penchant for exquisite cuisine, thus it was likely that they were merely seeking delicacies they had yet to experience. After a moment of reflection, Luya couldn't help but inquire of the system. Hey, system, is there anything particularly delectable available? The system replied, Host. This system does not trade in food. Such items are beyond my purview. Lore, I had presumed you to be an omnipotent system. I must confess, I am somewhat disheartened. System. Host. This system is solely equipped with Dragon Ball exclusives. Regrettably, I am powerless in matters of gastronomy. Lure. Well, it appears I must showcase my own skills. Lure sighed. System. Lure cast a glance at Whis and promptly said, Excellent. I possess a snack that I assure you, you have never tasted before. If you find it delectable, you must impart your training wisdom to me. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Whis' eyes sparkled with anticipation. Is that true? Then I shall comply with great respect. Meanwhile, Beerus perked up at the mention of a delicious treat. Really? He inquired, his ears standing attentively. The angler shrugged his shoulders, saying, There's no helping it. I only prepare this for Mr. Whis as a treat. You felt a tinge of annoyance towards Beerus, wondering why this fellow had to be so obstinate. Luya had Bulma procure flour and chili and began the process of creation. Crafting snacks was not beyond his capabilities. In his previous world, he had honed his skills significantly. Before long, Luya approached with a plate of finished delicacies. Even before his arrival, the air was filled with an enticing aroma that drew the trio's attention. What a delightful scent! This fragrance carried a hint of spiciness. What could it be? Ash sniffed the air, his eyes lighting up in surprise. What is this enticing aroma? Beerus and Whis were equally astonished. Beerus gazed curiously at the items on Luya's plate, swallowing hard as intrigue peaked within him. What were these stick-like creations? In the realm of culinary delight, Luya proudly presented his latest creation, a snack of unparalleled uniqueness, which he aptly named beef tendon, commonly known as spicy strips. Spicy strips? Both Beerus and Whis gathered curiously around. Indeed, do give it a try. Although it differs somewhat from the ready-made varieties, being homemade imparts a distinct charm, and it is quite delectable, Luya remarked with a grin. Beerus, exchanging a glance with Whis, cautiously picked up a piece and placed it into his mouth, savoring the texture. What? He exclaimed, his eyes widening. This texture, soft yet resilient, though not as instantly melting as ice cream, it is rich with flavor upon further chewing. Furthermore, the tantalizing spiciness envelopes the palate, as if igniting a fiery sensation. The taste is exquisite. Whis, too, closed his eyes in blissful enjoyment. What do you think? Is it not splendid? Luya beamed with pride. Indeed, Your culinary skills are impressive. Make sure to prepare this for me often. Beerus responded eagerly. And what of my training? Luya inquired. Fear not, that shall be my responsibility. From now on, you will train alongside me. Whis replied contentedly, with the promise of delightful cuisine. He was more than willing to engage in the task at hand. A gentle smile graced the lips of the protagonist as they received the long-awaited news. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully persuading either the angel or the god of destruction to assist in your cultivation endeavor. Now, rewards are being bestowed. Ding! The host is granted a combat power of 2 billion points. Ding! The host has acquired 1 instance of angel's power, enabling them to perform feats akin to those of an angel. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 instance of the god of destruction's annihilation projectile. The host may unleash this projectile, possessing destructive capabilities comparable to those of the god of destruction. Upon hearing this, Luya's heart trembled. Goodness, this truly smells delightful. Just moments after Wukong and the others departed, Luya triggered a system task. Otherwise, he would never have sought out Beerus for a sparring session. Such a thing was utterly inconceivable. Spicy strips, forever the best. Chapter 94. The War of the Future. The future world unfolds. Boom. Above a desolate ruin, a blinding white light appeared, followed by the emergence of a time machine directly into the scene. The time machine descended gently, and Wukong and his companions leapt out. Trunks, secure the time machine, Vegeta commanded. Trunks nodded in acknowledgement. Is this truly the future world? How is this possible? Wukong stepped forward, surveying the devastation around him, utterly astounded. Every sight within his view was a testament to ruin. The entire city lay in shambles. The world was shrouded in darkness, steeped in despair. Indeed, this is the world we inhabit, and the primary culprit behind this calamity is Black Wukong. Trunks clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, his eyes filled with loathing. Vegeta surveyed the surroundings, his expression grave. Is there truly anyone left on this planet? Wukong inquired, curiosity piqued. There are survivors, but they have hidden away, evading Black Wukong's detection. The thrill for him lies in exterminating the Earthlings. He slaughters anyone he encounters. He is nothing short of a harbinger of death for humanity. This fiend could very well obliterate the entire human race. Trunks stated solemnly. Humph. If that's the case, let us confront him. Vegeta scoffed, then turned to Wukong. Kakarot, remember, I will be the first to engage. All right, I suppose I have no choice but to comply. Wukong replied, somewhat exasperated. However, we currently lack any means to locate Black Wukong. Yet, you should be lurking nearby. Trunks remarked slowly. Humph. Is that not simple? Since he craves bloodshed, we shall lure him to us. Vegeta sneered, then unleashed an energy blast into the sky. Boom. In an instant, the entire sky illuminated brilliantly. All living creatures in the vicinity were stirred into a frenzy. Oh. Several miles away, Black Wukong suddenly turned his gaze towards the radiant light in the sky, a wicked smile creeping across his face. At last, they have arrived. Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks. Heh. This time, I shall treat you to a grand welcome. With that, Black Wukong shot upward, hurtling towards the direction of Vegeta and the others. Meanwhile, Trunks and his companions instantly sensed an overwhelming energy. He is coming. The expressions of Wukong and the others turned grave. Almost as soon as the words left his lips, a figure materialized above them. It was Black Wukong. Hee. What an unexpected delight. I never anticipated your return. Black Goku gazed at Goku and the others, a grin spreading across his face. Oh, I have come here to defeat you. Goku responded with a smile. Is that so? You must be sorely disappointed, foolish mortals, daring to provoke a deity. Such audacity is tantamount to seeking death. Black Goku sneered. You speak of divinity? Are you truly a god? Goku's expression turned serious as he regarded Black Goku. Humph. That is knowledge you need not possess. At this moment, you and your companions shall serve as my playthings. Black Goku chuckled ominously. Silence, you impostor. Allow me to demonstrate my strength. Vegeta suddenly stepped forward, unleashing his energy and transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. Ah, splendid hue. It seems you still have some tricks up your sleeve. Strangely, Black Goku showed no sign of astonishment at Vegeta's transformation. This isn't right. Goku's face grew grave. What's wrong? Trunks asked, puzzled. Goku observed Black Goku with concern. His power has reached an extraordinarily terrifying level, and to stand unafraid before Super Saiyan Blue, he must possess hidden strength as well. Trunks felt a chill run down his spine as he contemplated the ominous implications. casting a worried glance at the scene unfolding. Vegeta began to levitate, a cold smirk directed at Black Goku. That arrogant face of yours, which inspires the urge to pummel it, shall feel the might of my Super Saiyan Blue. Suddenly, Black Goku laughed, then remarked, "Ah, Super Saiyan Blue? Your taste in names leaves much to be desired." With a sinister smile, Black Goku suddenly unleashed a surge of energy. A dark, radiant aura enveloped his form, and with a thunderous shout, a terrifying power emanated, causing Goku and the others to pale in fear. In an instant, the wind howled violently around them, influenced by Black Goku's overwhelming presence. In a bizarre transformation, Black Goku's aura shifted to a vibrant pink. His appearance now mirrored that of Goku in Super Saiyan form, save for the fact that Black Goku's hair was a striking pink. He is transformed. How is this possible? Vegeta stared in shock at Black Goku's transformation, bewildered by the sheer magnitude of power that had surged from such a mere metamorphosis. This must be a joke. Trunks, witnessing Black Goku's transformation for the first time, was left utterly dumbfounded. Haha, I have now mastered the power of this body to its pinnacle. Son Goku, consider yourself fortunate. It is through me that you have the privilege of witnessing this body at its zenith. Haha. Black Goku disregarded Vegeta and turned his attention to Goku. The latter's expression grew serious. How is it that you have cultivated your strength to such an extent? Suddenly, Yukong experienced a moment of realization. It is so. Your strength has indeed increased since our last confrontation, has it not? Indeed. Pain shall render me even stronger. I now possess the most noble demeanor in the world. You, mundane mortals, shall never attain my level. Black Yukong let out a hearty laugh. He then glanced at the radiant aura enveloping him and remarked, by your Scion standards, this form shall be dubbed Super Saiyan Pink. Super Saiyan Pink. Silence. Your opponent stands before you. I cannot allow you to be distracted. At this moment, Vegeta felt utterly insulted. This scoundrel did not regard him at all. Scoundrel? Vegeta, no matter what form you take now, it will be of no use. However, you may serve as a mere prelude. Once I have dealt with you, the main event shall commence. Black Wukong sneered. Humph, you arrogant fool. Vegeta shot back. And in the next instant, he roared in fury, charging directly at Black Wukong. Black Wukong, you shall fall beneath my fist. With an overwhelming punch, Vegeta unleashed his full power, striking with unparalleled speed. Yet, Black Wukong was even swifter. His form instinctively dodged with a subtle shift, narrowly evading Vegeta's blow. You insignificant mortal dare to defile a deity. I grant you death. Black Wukong's gaze was filled with disdain, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he advanced, delivering a punch aimed squarely at Vegeta. Chapter 95, Super Blue Vegeta's Defeat. Wukong takes action. Smack. Originally, Black Wukong believed he could easily dispatch Vegeta, yet he clearly underestimated Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta seized Black Wukong's fist with his other hand from his side. What? Black Wukong was taken aback by Vegeta's reaction. Do not presume I am Kakarot. Vegeta roared, then unleashed a surge of energy that erupted around him, enveloping his entire being. In the next moment, he delivered a fist to Black Wukong's abdomen, causing the latter to tremble. Vegeta unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Black Wukong, rapidly forcing him into retreat. With a powerful blow, Vegeta sent Black Wukong crashing down, and then, with both hands on his waist, he launched an energy wave. Final flash. Boom. The colossal explosion compelled even Wukong and Trunks to retreat from the battlefield. Unlike Wukong, Vegeta preferred to dominate his opponent from the outset, providing them no opportunity to retaliate. Peering through the thick smoke, Vegeta's eyes remained astonishingly calm. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. How is this possible? What? Wukong and Trunks gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. As the smoke dissipated, a figure emerged. It was Black Wukong. At that moment, Black Wukong wore a smile upon his face, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. Vegeta, is this truly your strength? As expected, you are not worthy of the stage, Black Wukong taunted, his eyes gleaming with mockery. What? Vegeta clenched his teeth in anger, feeling a surge of indignation. He had indeed fought with utmost seriousness, unleashing a nearly full-powered Big Bang attack, yet his opponent appeared completely unscathed. This realization was difficult for him to accept. With a slow ascent into the air, Black Wukong emanated a rosy pink aura. It is noteworthy that although Black Wukong resembled Wukong in his Super Saiyan form, his energy was akin to that of the Super Saiyan Blue. This was due to the fact that he not only possessed the body of Son Wukong, but also wielded divine power, which explained his extraordinary prowess. While Wukong and Vegeta harnessed divine energy to achieve Super Saiyan Blue, Black Wukong, through a similar principle, had attained the radiant pink form. Yet, the disparity between them was glaringly evident. Pain will only serve to make me stronger. Thus, your attacks are merely a means to enhance my capabilities. Black Wukong jeered at Vegeta, regarding him as one with an insignificant insect. Impossible. Vegeta's expression shattered, and with a fierce cry, he instantly elevated his power to its zenith. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta surged forward, aiming a powerful blow directly at Black Wukong's forehead. However, unlike before, Vegeta's full-strength punch was effortlessly intercepted. Impossible! He exclaimed in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. My power is supreme, and you are utterly outmatched, Black Wukong scoffed. Vegeta roared. Breaking free from Black Wukong's hold and launching a relentless barrage of attacks, yet Black Wukong evaded them with ease. In a flash, as Vegeta swung a fist that met only air, Black Wukong had positioned himself beneath Vegeta's armpit. Vegeta's heart sank. He had been careless. Suddenly, Black Wukong transformed his hand into a blade and conjured a pink energy sword, thrusting it forth with lethal intent. Stab. The piercing sound echoed, followed by Vegeta's anguished scream. Vegeta, father. Wukong and Trunks' expressions turned grave, for at that moment, Vegeta had been impaled by Black Wukong's energy sword. How can this be? Vegeta gasped in disbelief, reaching out in a desperate attempt to grasp Black Wukong. The latter merely smirked before withdrawing the sword. Stab. Vegeta cried out in agony, blood spewing forth as he could no longer sustain his Super Saiyan Blue form, collapsing back to his normal state. With a resounding thud, he hit the ground, trembling and unable to move. How could this happen? Father. Trunks rushed forward, followed closely by Goku. How could this be? Even Vegeta, transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, had been defeated. Just how had this fiend honed his skills? Goku positioned himself resolutely in front of the two, casting a grave gaze upon Black Goku. Ha ha ha. You lack the standing to address me in such a tone. Now, having disposed of Vegeta as an appetizer, it is your turn, Son Goku. Once I eliminate both of you, there shall be none left in this world who can rival me. Ha ha. Black Goku declared with unbridled arrogance. He had anticipated some surprise from Vegeta, yet was taken aback by how easily he had fallen. Was it misplaced confidence that led him to believe he could handle Goku? Ridiculous. What a mere prelude. Trunks, take Vegeta to safety. Goku commanded, fixating his intense stare on Black Goku. Uncle Goku? Trunks hesitated. His father's Super Blue form had already been vanquished, and while he wished to join forces with Goku, he ultimately nodded in compliance. I understand. Please be careful. With that, he escorted Vegeta away from the battlefield. Goku cast a fleeting glance at Vegeta, then felt a pang of regret. He had forgotten the Senzu beans. He recalled Bulma's insistence before departure to bring them, but his carelessness had led to their absence. This was troublesome, without Vegeta's assistance. He stood no chance of defeating Black Goku alone. Goku was self-aware. While his strength was commendable, it was insufficient against his adversary. But there was no turning back now. Now it is my turn to confront you, Goku proclaimed, his energy surging as he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Uncle Goku. He is actually going all out from the start. Trunks observed the unfolding scene, realizing his initial assumption was incorrect. However, reflecting on his father's fate, Trunks felt a weight of foreboding. Black Goku was growing increasingly formidable. Haha. Son Goku, you surely do not believe that in such a form you can challenge me? Black Goku mocked mercilessly. Goku assumed a fighting stance. Who knows? Here I come. With a resounding clash, Goku charged at Black Goku, delivering a powerful punch. Yet, Black Goku merely smirked, seizing Goku's fist and retaliating with a strike of his own, which Goku managed to block. The two locked eyes, and the battle erupted with fervor. Unlike his previous encounter with Vegeta, this time Goku and Black Goku exchanged blows with equal fervor. Chapter 96, Contemplation Amidst Battle. Crack, crack, crack. On a certain stretch of ocean, tremendous waves surged, reaching heights of several dozen meters. Within the frothy tumult, a figure darted about, facing a crimson streak hurtling towards him. At first glance, it appeared to be a person. As Luya transformed into a Super Saiyan god, he relentlessly assaulted Whis, who, with an air of calmness, deftly evaded each strike, resulting in Luya's failure to land a blow. At this moment, Luya exerted all his strength. Whether through a flash or instantaneous movement, he found himself incapable of striking Whis. Whis, akin to a nimble fish, consistently anticipated Luya's maneuvers. Even when Luya employed his most potent abilities, he remained powerless, for as soon as he grasped Vis's evasion techniques, the latter would alter his trajectory, rendering Luya unable to capture his speed. With a swift motion, Vis evaded Luya's punch, ascending towards the heavens. Luya ascended swiftly, vanishing in an instant. Whoosh! In that moment, the very fabric of space around Weiss was ensnared within the confines of time. Flash time. Now, Luya had mastered the art of flash time to a remarkable 0.7 seconds. Emerging from an unknown location, he launched a direct assault on Weiss. The latter merely smiled, unfazed by the effects of Luya's flash time. For an angel, attempting to combat him with time manipulation was the most foolish of strategies. His mastery over time far surpassed that of Hit. At this juncture, Luya's flash time could scarcely measure up to Hit's prowess. Slap! Weiss effortlessly parried Luya's attack. Wearing an expression of utter ease, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Luya's face as he realized the overwhelming strength before him. Despite his considerable progress throughout his arduous journey, he found himself utterly powerless in the presence of the angel. The adversary had not even exerted their full effort. Yet Luya had already given his all. The damage inflicted was minimal, but the humiliation was profound. Stop! Let's pause for a moment, Weiss suddenly interjected. Lore paused in surprise, instinctively halting his movements. What is it? He inquired. Vis, not one to hold back, offered his critique. Although you have attained the transformation into a Super Saiyan god, you have yet to harness the divine power that lies within. Lore furrowed his brow, pondering the concept of divine power. Weiss nodded in agreement, explaining, the Super Saiyan god is, in essence, divine. It embodies godhood within a mortal vessel. However, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan god, one may indeed be referred to as divine. Yet, this transformation is not without its critical flaw. You retain the combat instincts of your mortal form. This applies not only to you, but also to Goku. In the heat of battle, you both tend to deliberate before executing your next move. Consequently, your actions become sluggish, while some may perceive this as swift. When facing true masters, victory remains elusive. Luya fell into a brief silence, fully aware that his opponent was referring to the supreme art of ease. Yet, in his current state, he found it utterly impossible to attain such a level. It is only natural for one to contemplate during a confrontation. This is a universal truth that applies to all, even to the likes of Wukong. Without reflection, a strike would merely be a haphazard flailing, devoid of the precision that Weiss described so effortlessly. However, it must be said that your innate talent surpasses that of Wukong by a considerable margin. Yet, in contrast to him, your shortcoming lies in your propensity to overthink during battle, as Weiss solemnly remarked. Luya offered an awkward smile, contemplating the essence of his thoughts. Unlike Wukong, who focused solely on his adversaries, Luya found himself distracted. After all, he was not like Wukong, who had honed his skills from a young age. Most of Luya's accomplishments stemmed from the system's bestowals. Thus, it was challenging for him to quiet his mind and engage in deep reflection. He was acutely aware of his formidable strength, yet his mastery over it lacked the seamless integration found in Wukong and his peers, where power flowed effortlessly through every cell of their being. Despite possessing knowledge of the Super Saiyan Blue and the intricacies of the Ultra Instinct, he still struggled to transform successfully. This was the crux of his predicament. In simpler terms, his control over his power was not yet sufficiently refined. Furthermore, although he had achieved the transformation into a Super Saiyan god, he had not fully harnessed its potential. Thus, to ascend to new heights, he must continue to strive. You still have much to learn, Weiss remarked with a gentle smile. Lure bowed politely and then said, I shall entrust this to you, Mr. Weiss. However, Weiss appeared somewhat hesitant. Upon realizing the situation, Luya promptly exclaimed, there will be an ample supply of spicy strips. Weiss chuckled in response, then I shall indulge without reservation. With a sigh, Lure reflected on his belief that possessing a system made him incredibly formidable. However, upon engaging with Black Goku, he realized just how ignorant he was regarding true power. He understood he could not afford to be reckless. He must develop cautiously. Suddenly, a towering structure erupted in a violent explosion, collapsing shortly thereafter. From an elevated vantage point, the pink-haired Black Goku descended gracefully, observing the ruins below with a hint of mocking amusement. It was unfathomable. Even Uncle Goku and Trunks were taken aback by the ferocity of the battle. Realizing that Black Goku's strength was indeed superior to that of Super Saiyan Blue Goku, Vegeta, with one eye wide open, fixated intently on Black Goku. Father, Trunks quickly attempted to reassure Vegeta. That fool Kakarot didn't even bring the sins of beans. Vegeta grunted in frustration, having been stabbed by Black Goku. He had lost all combat capability and could scarcely rise, immediately blaming Goku for his predicament. Boom. At that moment, the debris exploded anew, revealing Goku, enveloped in a resplendent blue aura. Goku regarded Black Goku with a serious demeanor, acknowledging, impressive. Black Goku, grinning broadly, replied, surrender your struggles. With this body, I have attained a realm beyond your reach. I am invincible. Ha ha. Invincible? Huh. After all my training, I wouldn't dare claim such a title. Your arrogance is truly irksome, Goku retorted, wiping the crimson from his lips with a smile. Humph. Ignorant mortal. How dare you presume to comprehend the greatness of divinity? You have merely grazed the surface of divine power, fortuitously attaining your current strength. Scions, mere savage, inferior beings. You, an unevolved monkey, deserve nothing but extinction. A deep loathing flickered in Black Goku's eyes. He despised humanity, detesting the base creatures that incited war, and abhorred those who dared to debase the divine. Assuming a combat stance, Goku declared, let us see if you possess the capability. I shall not concede easily. You wretched Scion. Die. Black Goku bellowed. As energy surged around him, coalescing into a sword of pure energy, which he lunged at Goku with fierce intent. Chapter 97, Zamasu and Black Goku unite. Boom. Accompanied by anguished cries, a figure shattered through several dilapidated buildings. Uncle Goku. Trunks watched in despair as Goku was overwhelmed, his anxiety escalating. He had initially believed that Goku and Black Goku were evenly matched, only to discover that the latter's strength far exceeded that of Uncle Goku. Most terrifying of all, Black Goku seemed to grow stronger with each passing moment, as if his power were boundless. Lowly beings. No matter how you wield divine power, you remain mere mortals. Incapable of standing alongside a true deity, the dark Wukong hovered in the air, expressing disdain. Suddenly, a commotion erupted, and in an instant, Wukong charged forward once more, relentlessly attacking the dark counterpart. The dark Wukong effortlessly evaded, taunting, haven't you given up yet? Very well, toying with you barbaric scions is precisely what I desire. The two combatants ascended from the ground into the skies, their battleground expanding in all directions, the sheer force of their clashes shattering nearby structures. Wukong's strength appeared to be surging. Had he caught up with the dark Wukong? Trunks exclaimed in delight. Not at all, Vegeta interjected abruptly. Father. Trunks quickly turned to Vegeta, who remained prone on the ground, straining to witness the battle. Kakarot cannot prevail. How is that possible? Trunks expressed disbelief. Just then, Wukong found both fists ensnared. Seizing the opportunity, the dark Wukong delivered a knee strike, nearly causing Wukong to regurgitate his previous meal. Humph. Is this all there is to Super Saiyan Blue? The dark Wukong laughed heartily. Scoundrel! Wukong roared in fury, instantly breaking free from the dark Wukong's grasp, and retaliated with a powerful punch. With a swift motion, the dark Wukong raised his hand to block while lowering his stance, countering with a punch to Wukong's abdomen, prompting another agonized scream from him. Without pause, the dark Wukong delivered a knife hand strike, sending Wukong crashing to the ground. The impact created a massive crater, and Wukong gritted his teeth. Struggling to gaze at the dark Wukong, so strong, he realized that his opponent was indeed growing increasingly formidable, exhibiting a terrifying talent for rapid growth and battle. The dark Wukong elegantly descended to a higher vantage point, gazing down at Son Wukong with a mocking smirk. See? No matter how hard you strive, you can never be my equal. Wukong attempted to rise, but quickly succumbed to pain, collapsing back down. The blows he received were exceedingly brutal, rivaling even that of Hit. No, this dark Wukong was even more powerful than Hit. Enough of this appetizer. It is time for you to vanish, Son Wukong. The dark Wukong sneered, slowly raising his hand. A green energy sphere began to coalesce, imbued with a pitch-black destructive force, creating a striking visual impact. No, this cannot be. How can I be defeated here? Wukong struggled to stand, yet the intense pain hindered his ability to gather energy. Uncle Wukong. Trunks sprang to his feet in a panic, preparing to lend support. Damn it. Vegeta's face was pale and grim. He desperately wished to join the fray, but found even standing a Herculean task. Damn it. To be so easily subdued upon my entrance, my dignity as a millennia-old second-rate warrior, no, a century-old third-rate warrior, trampled upon. The dark Wukong gathered his energy, poised to deliver a final blow to Wukong and the others. At that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. Suddenly, the sky above Black Goku tore open, accompanied by a voice that resonated. Do not overstep your bounds. I cannot permit you to proceed. Who is it? Goku and the others' expressions shifted as they looked up. Black Goku cast a glance above, then returned his gaze, revealing a knowing smile. A figure descended gracefully from the rift, exuding an air of nobility. How is this possible? Goku could hardly conceal his astonishment as he beheld the newcomer. Zamasu. What? Zamasu? Trunks and Vegeta stood in shock, unable to fathom that this unexpected arrival was indeed Zamasu. The figure was none other than the Kai of Universe 10, Zamasu. With green skin and adorned with two pendants at his ears, he descended beside Black Goku, calmly observing Goku and the others. Ah, you've arrived. Black Goku's expression remained unchanged, even imbued with a hint of mirth. Zamasu glanced at Black Goku and then stated, If I hadn't come, would you have killed them? Black Goku shrugged. Who knows? Zamasu replied coldly. I have stated before, Son Goku must be dealt with by my own hands. Very well, I understand. Do as you wish. Black Goku sighed in resignation. Zamasu, how did you come to be here? Are you truly in league with Black Goku? Goku fixed a fierce gaze upon Zamasu, the figure before him. This sudden arrival was indeed Zamasu, with whom he had previously clashed in an effort to ascertain his true nature. At that time, he had not believed that Black Goku was Zamasu. However, it now appeared that Zamasu and Black Goku were not one and the same, but rather allies. Son Goku. We meet again. Haha. Zamasu regarded Son Goku with a knowing look, his eyes reflecting a divine disdain and a tinge of hatred. Goku rose and faced Zamasu. Can you provide me with an explanation? Zamasu grinned widely. The explanation is simple. I intend to eliminate every one of you present, without exception. Of course, that includes all of humanity. What? Your demeanor is utterly detestable. Goku replied coldly. Haha. What right do mere mortals have to critique the divine? Son Goku. I must say, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Were it not for you, I would not have come to this juncture. It is because of you that my ambitions have taken shape. The Zero Plan for humanity is now nearing its conclusion. Zamasu laughed heartily. Indeed. He ought to thank Son Goku, for it was Goku who had revealed to him the formidable power of humanity, which he now sought to harness to obliterate them. This was undoubtedly exhilarating. Ever since he inadvertently witnessed the battle between Universe 7 and Universe 6, and beheld Son Goku's strength, Zamasu had set his sights on him, as well as on the Super Dragon Balls. He sought out Zuno to inquire about the Super Dragon Balls and Son Goku, subsequently locating the Super Dragon Balls and creating a formidable warrior akin to Black Goku. From that moment forth, he annihilated all deities that posed a threat to him. Even his own mentor, the King Kai, fell victim to his own hands. Thus began his nefarious plan to obliterate humanity. P.S. I am diligently compiling manuscripts in preparation for the next wave of surprises. You may wish to stockpile your resources and support me wholeheartedly. Each day, witnessing your generous contributions and heartfelt tokens of appreciation ignites my passion, leading me to contemplate that if you could sustain me, I would gladly continue writing indefinitely. Moreover, I must mention that, upon reaching this juncture, it is apparent to my esteemed readers that the presence of the protagonist has been somewhat subdued. This was intentional. My original intention was to emulate the essence of Dragon Ball, where, strictly speaking, no singular character is the protagonist. The lead could be Goku or Vegeta. Yet it seems to lack a certain flavor. Moving forward, I will strive to allow the protagonist to shine with the brilliance befitting his role. Chapter 98, A New Form. Super Saiyan read meanwhile, in the realm of reality. Boom. On the surface of the ocean, a massive wave surged forth, swiftly followed by a hemispherical wall of water rising dramatically. Above the tumultuous sea, a figure floated, emanating a radiant red glow. It was Luya. Opposite him stood Beerus, observing with a calm and composed demeanor. Luya breathed faintly, yet he refrained from making excessive movements. At that moment, he suddenly closed his eyes gently. Through the guidance of Whis and the training from Beerus, Luya had now fully grasped the power of the Super Saiyan God. With his extraordinary talent, his progress was undeniably rapid, signaling a transformation. Oh, this surge of energy was sudden. Beerus squinted slightly. Perhaps an ordinary person would be oblivious. But as a god of destruction, he was well acquainted with divine power. He sensed that Luya was undergoing a metamorphosis in a particular direction. Fascinating. A talent such as this had emerged, even more intriguing than Goku. Beerus chuckled softly. Suddenly, Luya opened his eyes wide, unleashing an intensely searing and pure force. In an instant, his entire being was enveloped in crimson flames, stretching several meters around him. That power continued to expand. Simultaneously, Luya's hairstyle began to change, resembling the transformation into a Super Saiyan. It is widely known that when one transforms into a Super Saiyan, their hairstyle changes, except for Vegeta. While the hairstyle of a Super Saiyan god remains largely the same. However, Luya's appearance now mirrored that of a Super Saiyan, although his hair was relatively short. Akin to Trunks, the distinction was still quite apparent. Boom. In that moment, Luya's aura finally surged to a pinnacle, eventually stabilizing. Of course, this astonishing power could only be sensed by Beerus, for Luya was still a Super Saiyan god at this moment. A new form? Beerus's pupils narrowed as he realized that Luya's strength was not in the slightest inferior to that of the Super Saiyan Blue, perhaps even surpassing it. Indeed, it was more pronounced than Goku's initial transformation into a Super Saiyan god. When Goku first manifested the Super Saiyan god, it was during Beerus's first visit to Earth. And that Super Saiyan god had harnessed the power of 6 Scions, representing a pinnacle phase, unlike now when Goku merely utilized residual divine power for transformation. At that time, the Super Saiyan god posed a challenge that made Beerus take him seriously. Now, Luya's current state evoked a sense of facing the Goku of yore. Intriguing. It seems these Scions are truly remarkable, continuously breaking through their limits, leaving one to ponder just where their thresholds lie. Beerus mused. Luya clenched his fist, a surge of excitement coursing through him, for he felt as though he had ascended several levels. His body was acutely attuned to external stimuli. Yet he possessed the remarkable ability to control and capture even the faintest of breaths with unparalleled precision. He had advanced beyond the foundation of the god of Super Saiyans. Yet he was not merely a Super Saiyan Blue. Let us henceforth refer to him as Super Saiyan Red. A subtle smile graced Luya's lips. He had transcended. Luya was indeed pleasantly surprised, for he had achieved this breakthrough without relying on the system. The Super Saiyan Red, in theory, is akin to the Super Saiyan God. However, Luya has honed this divine power to its utmost limit, transcending his own boundaries. Of course, this accomplishment is largely attributed to the guidance of Whis, which has enabled him to reach such heights. While Goku and his companions possess the Super Saiyan Blue, I wield the Super Saiyan Red. It remains uncertain who is stronger. Nevertheless, I am confident that my strength should at least rival that of the Super Saiyan Blue, Luya remarked with a subtle smile. The Super Saiyan Blue primarily relies on Goku and his comrades' innate power, whereas his red form is fundamentally dependent on divine energy, two distinctly different forces that, nonetheless, resonate with a similar essence. It seems you have succeeded. Beerus suddenly appeared before Luya. Luya nodded with a smile, remarking, I initially aimed to transcend into the Super Saiyan Blue form, yet unexpectedly, I have acquired this new state, which has taken me by surprise. He nearly let slip his true intention. He had originally sought to surpass the Ultra Instinct technique. However, voicing this desire might incite Beerus's suspicion. Ultra Instinct. Initially, under Whis's guidance, Luya had indeed been progressing towards the Ultra Instinct technique, for Whis had stated that in combat, one's actions must outpace thought. This is the essence of mastery. Typically, martial artists deliberate before acting, which inherently diminishes their speed. The remarkable agility of certain masters stems not only from their formidable experience and strength, but also from their cognitive abilities keeping pace with their movements. In the midst of simultaneous thought and action, they manage to outmaneuver others by a fraction, which is their distinct advantage. Luya shared this perspective and practiced accordingly. Thus, although he endured considerable punishment during his battles against Whis and Beerus, he gradually aligned his thinking with his actions, significantly increasing his response speed. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that he was still far from achieving true Ultra Instinct, and he remained patient. Achieving a breakthrough into this new form was already a remarkable feat, as his overall capabilities had been vastly enhanced. As Luya regained his composure, he was astonished to discover that his stamina had hardly been depleted at all. After all, this was his inaugural transformation. One would expect that the formidable forms of Super Saiyan Blue or Golden Frieza would exact a heavy toll on one's energy. Yet, he found himself unaffected, a distinctive feature of his new form. However, he pondered whether he could still assume the Super Saiyan Blue state. If Blue surpassed Red in strength, it would certainly be a pursuit worth undertaking. Conversely, if the Red form proved more advantageous, he would continue to strive for the mastery of Ultra Instinct. Luya was determined to forge an entirely new Scion transformation. Just then, Beerus interjected, "Now that you have surpassed your limits, might it be possible to indulge me with a couple of spicy snacks?" Although he was eager to witness the power of Luya's new form, satisfying his hunger took precedence. Lur nodded in gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Beerus, for assisting me in my breakthrough. The spicy strips are more than sufficient." Lord Beerus appeared satisfied. Just as the two were about to return, Whis suddenly materialized in the scene, accompanied by the young Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai offered a slight bow to Beerus. "Lord Beerus, there are new leads regarding Zamasu," Whis exclaimed to Beerus. Beerus paused momentarily, then narrowed his eyes slightly. "Indeed, is there something amiss?" Whis nodded and then turned to Lur. "Ah, it seems you have made significant gains." Lur smiled and nodded. "Indeed." Weiss congratulated. "Then congratulations are in order. But make sure to have an ample supply of spicy strips." "Lur, what else can these two do besides eating? Whether it's lures or spicy snacks. There's plenty to go around, and the styles are varied. Only then does a divine being feel satisfied. P.S. How do you all feel about this change? If not, my next step will be to delve into the realm of Ultra Blue, and after traversing the path of the divine, I shall then embark on the journey of the Scions, starting from Super Saiyan 4. Surely, some readers will claim I have altered the plot significantly. But I merely wish to express that the form of fanfiction is solely at the discretion of the author, is it not? Chapter 99, The Suddenly Powerful Zamasu. 2 against 2. So, does this mean Zamasu is indeed connected to the future instigator, Black Goku? Upon hearing Whis' words, Beerus fell into deep contemplation. "Yes, so Lord Beerus. Should we address this matter now?" Whis inquired. Beerus hesitated. Lur did not find it surprising. He cast a glance at the god of destruction, who had come here due to the matter concerning Zuno. It was said that Zamasu had located Zuno and inquired about Goku and the Super Dragon Balls. Thus, he had come to inform Whis, leading to the current scene. After a moment of contemplation, Beerus nodded. "Then let us embark once more. If we can ascertain that he is indeed the mastermind, then we shall destroy." Lur suddenly inquired, "Might our reckless destruction offend the god of destruction of Universe 10? Beerus replied nonchalantly, "Humph. His hands have already reached into my Universe 7. What does it matter if we offend him?" Such audacity. In the heart of Ruya, admiration for Beerus flourished. Truly, he is unparalleled. Magnificent, indeed. With this in mind, Ruya proposed an expedition alongside us, allowing you to broaden your horizons. Beerus, with a hint of pride, responded. In truth, he yearned to showcase his prowess. He wished for Ruya to witness whether any deity in the 10th universe dared to oppose him. Furthermore, as the 10th universe stands as one of the most advanced civilizations among the 12 universes, the emergence of such a disgraceful entity, especially one of divine nature, would be utterly intolerable. If the Omni King were to learn of this, it would not merely result in the replacement of a destroyer god. Thus, Beerus found ample justification for his intent to eliminate Zamasu, though he remained uncertain whether Zamasu truly posed a threat. Lur nodded. "I will accompany you." Whis. Beerus beckoned. "Indeed." Whis responded, swiftly disappearing from Earth with Lure and the others. In the future, Zamasu landed before Goku and coldly declared, "Son Goku, your life shall be ended by my own hands to repay the humiliation you have inflicted upon me." Goku chuckled heartily. "Then let us see." Zamasu, with a bloodthirsty grin, lunged forward in an instant, unleashing a flurry of rapid blows upon Goku. The speed was astonishing. After blocking several strikes, disbelief flickered in Goku's eyes. What is happening? Why is there such a disparity in strength? He was internally astonished. He had previously defeated Zamasu using merely the standard Super Saiyan form. Yet now, he found himself struggling. Has Zamasu's power surged so drastically? No longer content to remain passive, Goku began to counterattack. The sounds of intense fistfights echoed as Goku gradually subdued Zamasu. It is worth mentioning that Zamasu's strength still fell short compared to Black Goku. However, this advantage did not last long, as Black Goku suddenly descended from the sky, appearing directly behind Goku. Oh no! Goku sensed the imminent danger, but it was too late to evade. Boom! Goku was sent flying, crashing through several derelict buildings. "Uncle Goku!" Trunks exclaimed in alarm, filled with concern. "Trunks, go assist," Vegeta commanded, though he too was growing increasingly fatigued. Gritting his teeth, Trunks wasted no time, transforming into a Super Saiyan and soaring into action. Swish! Swish! Black Goku and Zamasu pressed their advantage, denying Goku any chance to recover. "Hey, I was promised a personal confrontation." Zamasu expressed his displeasure at Black Goku's interference. Black Goku smirked, exuding an aura of malevolence. I too desire for you to finish him. But this body is not yours, and I can still grow even stronger. Humph. Who told you to abandon your own flesh and choose a mortal body? Zamasu uttered with disdain. However, this body indeed brings me joy. Its immense power surpasses that of a god. As he spoke, Black Goku hovered in midair, then unleashed a powerful energy blast toward Goku. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted, shrouding the area in thick smoke. Amidst the smoke, a fierce roar resounded, followed by a powerful gust of wind that dispersed the haze, as Goku roared, channeling his energy. Oh, still unwilling to concede, Black Goku mocked with a sneer. Swish. Zamasu had already surged forward. Crash. Bang. Bang. Crack. The two engaged in fierce combat, with Goku simultaneously battling Zamasu while attempting to fend off his relentless attacks. However, his divided attention rendered him unable to focus effectively. As the prince skillfully evaded Zamasu's assault, a momentary lapse revealed itself. In the next instant, Black Goku materialized above him, delivering a powerful strike. Alas, Goku, struck with tremendous force, plummeted to the ground. Below, Zamasu suddenly condensed a sword of energy, poised to eliminate Goku once and for all. Whoosh. In an unexpected turn of events, Trunks appeared before Zamasu. What? Both Zamasu and Black Goku were taken aback. Without hesitation, Trunks unleashed a devastating barrage, sending Zamasu hurtling far away, ultimately crashing into the ruins. Seizing the opportunity, Goku descended. Thank you, Trunks. Uncle Goku, I wish to join the battle, Trunks declared resolutely. Goku chuckled. The adversary is formidable indeed. I am fully prepared for sacrifice, Trunks replied solemnly. Very well. Goku regarded the opponent with grave intensity. During his encounters with Zamasu, Black Goku always managed to strike from blind spots. Thus, evasion seemed impossible. Merely an additional jester? Have you grown overconfident? Black Goku slowly descended above Goku and Trunks, gazing down upon them. Boom. Meanwhile, Zamasu charged forth, his face ablaze with fury. You wretched humans. How dare you harm a deity? You deserve a fate worse than death. He had been injured by an inferior being. This marked the second time, aside from Goku. One can only say you lack capability. Trunks scoffed, then charged at Zamasu. Come, Zamasu. I am your opponent. Humph. Seeking death. Zamasu retorted with a cold snort, advancing to meet him. Goku was not idle either. He suddenly unleashed his energy, elevating his Super Saiyan blue form to its zenith. Come, Black Goku. Let us continue our battle. Why do you persist in struggling? Such folly. Zamasu grinned, as a radiant pink light coalesced in his palm, forming a blade of energy. Goku's gaze sharpened. That weapon was exceedingly sharp and could effortlessly breach Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta's defenses. One should not underestimate it. Come, I shall send you both to hell. Ha! Black Goku declared, instantly teleporting before Goku and striking with his sword. Goku hastily dodged, daring not to confront that blade directly, but the opponent's speed was overwhelming. Soon, Goku bore several crimson gashes upon his body. Chapter 100, Crisis. Eruption. The power of Trunks. Boom, boom, boom. In the desolate, lifeless ruins of a city, a series of explosions echoed, the final sounds of a long silence. The world lay shrouded in darkness, as if an eternal night heralded the advent of apocalypse. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Beneath a dilapidated building, a group of armed individuals cautiously maneuvered, their objective being the heart of the conflict. At the forefront was a girl with flowing black hair, her visage slightly dusted, yet still unable to conceal her beauty, which was only accentuated by an air of valiance. This girl was none other than Xiao Wu. Against all odds, she had survived the massacre wrought by Black Wukong. Furthermore, this militia was composed of ordinary survivors, united in their mission to combat Black Wukong. Having engaged in battle for many years, Xiao held the esteemed position of captain among them. However, despite their fervor, the strength of these mere mortals, even armed with firearms, proved insufficient, leading to the loss of many comrades, with their numbers dwindling year by year. Captain, must we truly confront the dark beings? We are but a handful now. A burly man suddenly spoke up. Xiao Wu replied, we have no other recourse. With Trunks absent, we must buy him time. If we do not impede the dark beings before Trunks returns, this place will be utterly obliterated. As they spoke, the group approached the site of battle. Strange. It appears someone is resisting the dark beings, exclaimed a soldier with binoculars. I thought it was the dark beings causing destruction. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu paused. then swiftly seized the binoculars to observe the scene. When she spotted Trunks, her heart surged with excitement. It's Trunks. Is it truly him? The group erupted in exhilaration. Trunks had been their guardian, having saved countless lives from the clutches of the dark beings over the years. It was always Trunks who fought against them. Seeing Trunks return filled Xiao Wu with joy, yet she quickly adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "It seems he has brought allies. But they appear to be struggling against the dark beings. We must act accordingly and support them." Understood. The others prepared themselves. In the midst of the fray, Trunks engaged in fierce combat with Zamasu, holding nothing back. With his Super Saiyan 2 power fully unleashed, augmented by his latent potential, his strength approached that of Super Saiyan 3. Yet, Zamasu's prowess was evidently superior. In a moment of vulnerability as Trunks swung his sword, Zamasu landed a powerful punch, sending Trunks hurtling away. Boom! Trunks crashed into a structure, only to emerge moments later, howling as he charged forth, his sword brimming with energy, striking fiercely at Zamasu. Clang! At an unforeseen moment, Zamasu manifested a blade of energy, intercepting Trunks' strike. Foolish Scion, much like Sun Wukong, you are a blight upon existence. The future world has been thwarted by your pestilence, preventing my zero plan from coming to fruition, has it not? Zamasu remarked, gazing at Trunks with disdain. Zamasu, I shall never permit you to annihilate humanity. You, demon, deserve to descend into hell to accompany those who have perished. Trunks gritted his teeth. His gaze fixed fiercely upon Zamasu, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Ha! How absurd. I am a deity. You, a mere human, dare to challenge a god? Zamasu sneered. Then added, I regret to inform you that you cannot kill me, for I have obliterated the afterlife before arriving here. What? Trunks exclaimed in shock. At that moment, Zamasu's expression turned icy, and with a swift motion, he forcefully struck Trunks' sword aside while simultaneously conjuring an energy orb, launching it directly at Trunks from close range. Ugh! Trunks was sent flying by the energy blast, which detonated upon impact, reducing the surrounding structures to mere ashes. Trunks, Goku, who had been repelled by Black Goku, noticed the unfolding scene and shouted urgently, Where are you looking? Black Goku plummeted from the sky, delivering a crushing blow to Goku. Ugh! Goku crashed to the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. Swirling around Black Goku was a vibrant pink aura, and he gathered his hands at his waist, channeling an astonishing force. It was the Kamehameha. Goku stared in astonishment, realizing that Black Goku's power surpassed his own. If he were to take that attack head-on, the consequences would be dire. Struggling to rise, Goku exerted himself to gather his energy, preparing for a counterattack. Son Goku, allow me to understand your capabilities. Unfortunately, you will not enable my continued ascent in strength. Black Goku cackled wickedly, unleashing a dark Kamehameha. Goku strained to summon his strength, extending his hands to block the incoming assault. Yet, the force was overwhelmingly potent, and Goku found it increasingly difficult to withstand. Still resisting? Perish, Son Goku. Black Goku laughed maniacally, intensifying his assault. Ugh! Goku felt himself being pushed back, struggling to maintain his ground. Meanwhile, Zamasu observed Black Goku's actions and scoffed. What a reckless individual. Nevertheless, it matters not who does the killing. Suddenly, from the ruins, a formidable power erupted as Trunks advanced step by step towards Zamasu, surrounded by a radiant golden aura, crackling with arcs of lightning. TCH. What a charade. Zamasu sneered. Their situation had reached a dead end, the reality of their plight unmistakable. Trunks glanced towards Goku's direction, biting down hard on his teeth. This is all my fault. I should not have come to my father's world. This burden was mine to bear alone. The enemies were too terrifying, instilling a dread that extinguished his desire to fight. There was no glimmer of hope. He had believed that summoning Goku and Vegeta would allow them to conquer this crisis, but he had underestimated the adversary's strength. Even his revered father had been defeated. Uncle Wukong finds himself ensnared in a dire predicament. I am truly an inept fool. Trunks trembles, consumed by self-loathing, lamenting his inability to protect those he cherishes most. No. I refuse to become the version of myself that I despise. This world still relies on my guardianship. In an instant, a formidable energy begins to awaken within Trunks. Wisps of white steam rising from his form. What are you muttering about? Zamasu's expression darkens, and he swiftly extends his hand to unleash an energy blast. Sensing the imminent threat, Trunks' gaze hardens with ferocity, and in the next moment, he bellows. Final flash. Boom. A blinding radiance erupts, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. Aya! Trunks bursts through the smoke, charging directly toward Zamasu. What? Zamasu's countenance shifts dramatically, caught off guard. Chapter 101 Shock. The immortal body of Zamasu. You scoundrel. Trunks closes the distance to Zamasu, his power surging exponentially. You wretch. Zamasu's expression turns grim as he throws a punch directly at Trunks. Crack. To his astonishment, Trunks firmly grasps Zamasu's fist. Impossible. Zamasu is taken aback, unable to fathom that he cannot overpower his opponent. Smash. Trunks retaliates with a rapid punch, striking Zamasu squarely on the cheek. Spit. Zamasu, in pain, coughs up blood, incredulous that a mere mortal could inflict harm upon him. Rat-a-tat-tat. Trunks shows no mercy. His strength escalating, golden energy crackling with lightning, his strikes becoming increasingly swift, catching Zamasu completely off guard. Zamasu attempts to counter, but Trunks skillfully restricts his movements. Bam! In the end, Trunks delivers a knee strike, sending Zamasu flying. Cannon blast! Without hesitation, Trunks launches an assault toward his adversary. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonates, engulfing Zamasu in a blaze of devastation. Trunks gasps for breath, his complexion pale, and then suddenly recalls something, hastily glancing toward Wukong, intent on offering assistance. At that moment, Wukong also gathers his strength. King Kai Fist. Hawa. Wukong bellows, unleashing an astounding surge of power, enveloped in a crimson aura. Heiwa. Wukong unleashes his might, propelling Black Goku's energy away, causing it to detonate in the distance. What? Black Goku narrows his eyes, regarding Wukong's stance with a newfound seriousness. King Kai Fist. He can sense that Son Goku's strength has multiplied several times over. As Wukong panted, he gradually steadied his breath, then turned to Black Wukong with a smile, saying, I must admit, you are indeed formidable. You have managed to push me to this extent. Oh, humph. What is this? Do you still possess the audacity to confront me in your current pitiful state? Black Wukong scoffed derisively. Wukong ascended slowly into the air, declaring, My greatest ambition is to continually encounter opponents who ignite my excitement, and you are certainly fitting for that role. Opponent? Ha ha ha. Son Wukong, you truly astonish me. However, I'm afraid you lack the stature to be deemed my rival. You, and all the Scions, are merely stumbling blocks to me. I shall cast you aside one by one, and then obliterate humanity as a divine punishment for your disrespect towards the gods. Black Wukong cackled maniacally, dripping with sarcasm. Suddenly, Wukong's expression turned icy. As a deity, one should strive for the welfare of the universe, eradicating threats that jeopardize it. Even Lord Beerus, as the god of destruction, surpasses you in that regard by an insurmountable margin. Silence. You have no right to judge the divine. To the universe, you humans are the true menace. All wars are instigated by your kind. Thus, you are the ultimate culprits behind the obliteration of civilizations. Black Wukong's countenance darkened. You are utterly detestable. To destroy humanity is, in my eyes, a grave threat to the universe. Therefore, I will not let you escape. Wukong erupted with rage, unleashing the full power of the Kaioken multiplied tenfold. His battle prowess surged dramatically. Though Lord Beerus is known for his volatile temperament leading to accidental destruction, he still maintains a semblance of normalcy, unlike Black Wukong and Zamasu, who are utterly deranged. With this thought, Wukong felt a pang of concern for Zamasu in his own world, wondering what chaos he might unleash. He was uncertain if the Zamasu battling Trunks was the same as his own, but he doubted it, as the disparities between the two were too vast. Without further contemplation, Wukong grounded himself, then surged forth towards Black Wukong with ferocity. Black Wukong clearly sensed Wukong's newfound strength, yet felt no fear, for with Wukong's escalation in power, his own would only grow stronger. Crash. The two began their clash, their speed astonishing. Super Saiyan rose. The power was far more complex than it appeared, having long surpassed Super Saiyan Blue. Meanwhile, Trunks retrieved his sword and suddenly sensed something amiss, sharply turning his gaze toward the ruins. In the next moment, boom. With a resounding explosion, debris flew everywhere as Zamasu emerged from the rubble, bearing several wounds, his visage twisted in fury. How could this be? You mere mortal! How dare you injure me? Zamasu roared in disbelief, his rage palpable as he charged towards Trunks. TCH. Trunks scoffed, and in the next instant, he unleashed his fury. Sword in hand, charging forward with determination. With a swift motion, Zamasu coalesced his energy into a blade, engaging in a fierce exchange with Trunks. However, driven by fury, His techniques became increasingly disordered, providing Trunks the opportunity to exploit his opponent's vulnerability. "You vile demon! You are unworthy of divinity!" Trunks exclaimed, lowering his stance and thrusting his sword forward. "Impossible!" Zamasu gasped in horror, his mind clearing just as the moment slipped away. With a piercing thrust, Trunks's sword penetrated Zamasu's body. Zamasu's eyes widened, yet they betrayed not fear, but an intense wrath. Trunks swiftly withdrew his blade, retreating to a safe distance. "I have won," Trunks declared, astonished by the ease of his victory over Zamasu. "Won? No, you have not triumphed," Zamasu replied, his expression calm, yet menacing as he fixed his gaze on Trunks. "What?" Trunks's countenance shifted as he widened his eyes, witnessing Zamasu's wound miraculously heal before him. "It can't be," Trunks exclaimed in disbelief. "Nothing is impossible. I am a god with an immortal body. You, mere mortals, cannot hope to defeat me." Zamasu sneered. "How laughable that a mere human would provoke a deity. You shall perish without regret." "Damn it, you scoundrel!" Trunks shouted in fury, gathering his energy for a final strike, final flash. In an instant, he unleashed his power to its zenith. A terrifying surge of energy shot forth, hurtling towards Zamasu. To Trunks's astonishment, Zamasu merely smiled and stood firm, allowing the attack to strike him head-on. A tremendous explosion ensued, and in the aftermath, Zamasu's energy seemed to vanish. Did I succeed? Trunks pondered, confusion clouding his thoughts, but soon he sensed something amiss. He is not dead. Zamasu's figure re-emerged, unscathed and whole. Trunks struggled to comprehend the implications of Zamasu's immortality. This is absurd. Is he invincible? Chapter 102. The turnaround. Zamasu remained unharmed, and Trunks's expression darkened as he grappled with the reality of his opponent's overwhelming resilience. "Foolish mortal, you shall pay dearly for your insolence," Zamasu hissed, his visage twisted with malice, before vanishing from sight. Trunks's instincts kicked in, and he raised his arms to defend himself, but in the next moment, an immense force struck him, sending him sprawling. Zamasu reappeared behind him, unleashing a relentless energy blast without hesitation. With a resounding explosion, Trunks's anguished cries echoed as a blinding light enveloped the scene. As the smoke cleared, Trunks knelt upon one knee, gasping for breath, the intense heat radiating from his body as he coughed violently. The sudden surge of power from Zamasu was proving to be an insurmountable challenge. "This is the price of angering the divine," Zamasu coldly declared, extending his hand toward Trunks, preparing to eliminate him. Suddenly, Goku's figure appeared before Zamasu, delivering a swift kick that sent him flying. Zamasu was propelled through the air, eventually halting his momentum. "Son Goku? How is this possible?" He was astonished. Wasn't he Goku entangled with Black Goku? How could he still intervene? "Uncle Goku!" Trunks exclaimed with joy. "Are you all right, Trunks?" Goku asked with concern. "I'm fine. I was just careless." Trunks struggled to rise. "Be cautious. Zamasu possesses immortality." Goku glanced at Zamasu, his expression growing grave. "Immortality certainly complicates matters." Zamasu regarded Son Goku, then inquired, "Why? How has your power increased so dramatically?" Goku glanced at himself and replied nonchalantly, It's called the Kaioken, which allows my strength to multiply exponentially." Zamasu's expression turned serious. "The Kaioken indeed wields tremendous power, capable of inflicting intense pain. Son Goku, you are quite remarkable." At that moment, Black Goku descended beside Zamasu, clutching his chest with a pained expression. During his confrontation with Son Goku, he had been overpowered and unable to match the might of Goku's Kaioken. "Black Goku." Trunks' expression darkened instantly. Goku observed Black Goku, astonished. "Unbelievable, even the Kaioken cannot vanquish you." He had already pushed the tenfold Kaioken to its limits. In truth, he could unleash an even more potent Kaioken, but he had to master the tenfold perfectly, as any further enhancement would severely deplete his stamina over prolonged combat. "Humph. At this level, you indeed pose a significant threat to me. However, the pain you inflict only serves to strengthen me further." Black Goku laughed maniacally, then let out a furious roar. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a peach-colored aura surged forth. Black Goku's strength rose dramatically at that moment. How is this possible? This must be a joke. Both Trunks and Goku's expressions changed drastically, for Black Goku's aura had escalated to an entirely different level. Such a substantial increase in power is indeed something to be grateful for, Son Goku. Black Goku proclaimed with delight. How infuriating. Goku's expression darkened. An immortal foe. One whose strength escalates with battle. How can one combat such an adversary? Let us continue our game. Black Goku grinned, his entire form enveloped in a peach-hued light, coalescing into a sword of energy as he charged at Goku. Goku roared in fury, unleashing his energy and immediately maximizing the Kaioken to face Black Goku head-on. The two warriors clashed once more with fervor, yet this time, Goku found himself unable to subdue Black Goku, whose power seemed to escalate relentlessly. Zamos's gaze shifted, and in the next instant, he materialized before Son Goku, launching a surprise attack. Goku, taken aback, hastily defended against Zamos's onslaught, but ultimately, his two fists were no match for four. Black Goku swung his sword, and Goku barely managed to evade, yet a gash was still inflicted upon him. Simultaneously, Black Goku's foot struck Goku with tremendous force, sending him hurtling backwards into the ruins. Uncle Goku. Trunks' expression changed dramatically, and he erupted with energy, instantly surpassing Super Saiyan 2, charging at Black Goku with his sword drawn. Black Goku smirked mockingly, making no attempt to dodge. Trunks sensed impending doom, but at that moment, Zamasu appeared before him, and Trunks' sword pierced Zamos's body. However, in the next heartbeat, he was met with a barrage of powerful punches from Zamasu. Ugh! Trunks retched, reeling from the blows, and immediately reverted to his base form, collapsing before Zamasu. With an indifferent gaze, Zamasu withdrew Trunks' sword and discarded it, while his wound healed swiftly. Impudent mortal! Zamasu scoffed, lifting his foot to grind it against Trunks' head mercilessly. Trunks could only emit pained cries, utterly devoid of strength to rise. Stop it, Zamasu! Goku suddenly charged forth, delivering a punch aimed at Zamasu. However, Black Goku intercepted him, firmly grasping Goku's fist. What? Goku's expression changed drastically. What's wrong? Your strength has diminished significantly since earlier, hasn't it? I see. This form must be exceedingly taxing on your stamina. Look at you, you're running low on energy. Black Goku taunted, his eyes gleaming with mockery as he struck with lightning speed, landing a punch on Goku's abdomen. Ugh! Goku winced in pain. Unable to react before Black Goku hurled him away. Thud! His body crashed heavily to the ground, and Goku struggled to maintain the Kaioken, reverting to Super Saiyan Blue. How could this happen? Goku gasped as he fought to rise again, prepared to strike back. Suddenly, Zamasu kicked Trunks aside and charged towards Goku with ferocity. Goku's expression shifted once more, and he unleashed a powerful punch, but Zamasu evaded the confrontation, twisting his body and seizing Goku's arm, successfully neutralizing his strength. In an instant, Zamasu firmly restrained Goku. What? Goku exclaimed, bewildered by Zamasu's intentions. Yet, clarity dawned upon him swiftly. With a rapid series of movements, Black Goku completed his energy gathering and unleashed a devastating Kamehameha. What? Do you intend to perish together? Wukong was taken aback, glaring furiously at Zamasu. Zamasu remained silent, both being engulfed by an overwhelming force. Suddenly, a colossal explosion erupted, creating a vast crater in the arena. Within the crater, Wukong had reverted to his normal state, collapsing helplessly. Meanwhile, Zamasu emerged unscathed. Chapter 103, Salvation. Defeat and escape? Utter defeat. At this moment, Wukong and his companions had lost the ability to contend with Black Goku and Zamasu. They were utterly outmatched. Enough. The game ends here. Prepare to vanish. Black Goku and Zamasu slowly ascended into the air, simultaneously conjuring two energy spheres, the sheer power capable of obliterating everything in their vicinity. Regrettably, as a mere tool for my ascendance, your journey ends here, Son Goku. Farewell. Black Goku mocked, gazing down at the fallen Wukong. However, Wukong's body stirred. The immense agony rendered him immobile, devoid of the strength to even rise. It's time for you to perish. Whoosh. Boom. Suddenly, a wave of energy shot forth, catching even Black Goku and Zamasu off guard, resulting in an immediate explosion. Now's the chance. Yachirobe. A feeble voice echoed, as a fleeting shadow darted across the arena, vanishing almost instantaneously. In the same moment, Wukong and Trunks disappeared. Puff! In the midst of the smoke, Black Goku waved his hand, dissipating the haze, then fixed his gaze on the arena, his expression darkening. Damn humans. How dare they cause trouble at this moment? They realized that Son Goku and Trunks had vanished. They fled. Vegeta. Black Goku turned his attention to Vegeta, his expression impassive. The energy wave just now had been fired by Vegeta, however. He had exhausted his remaining strength and lost consciousness, collapsing once again. Forget it. They cannot escape. Let us deal with Vegeta first. Zamasu remarked with a calm demeanor. That has sound reasoning. Black Goku replied nonchalantly, extending his palm toward Vegeta, energy coalescing directly. But just then, several sounds erupted, startling Black Goku and Zamasu. As smoke bombs detonated, engulfing the arena in obscurity. Damn it. Insignificant humans. How dare you? Zamasu's furious roar emerged from the smoke. Yet it was too late. For when their vision cleared, the arena was devoid of any trace of their adversaries. How is this possible? Black Goku ascended rapidly, attempting to sense their energy. Yet he failed. Bastards. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit underground chamber. Bang, bang. With the severely injured Goku and Trunks set aside, Akairobe let out a sigh of relief. What an exhausting ordeal. Goku expressed his heartfelt gratitude to his friend. Akairobe replied nonchalantly, it's nothing, after all. The protagonist only intervenes at crucial moments. Deep down, however, he was quite anxious. He understood the terrifying nature of Black Goku. But upon seeing the deceased Goku suddenly appear before him, he felt compelled to take a risk, fully aware that this was not the Goku of their world. That Goku had long since perished. Akairobe, where's my father? Trunks suddenly inquired. Akairobe turned towards the entrance. He should be arriving shortly. Before long, a commotion arose nearby. And a group led by Xiaowu rushed over, two of them supporting the unconscious Vegeta. Father. Xiaowu. Trunks' expression changed dramatically. He was overjoyed to see his father being rescued, yet upon spotting Xiaowu, he was left speechless. Xiaowu is alive? How can this be? Am I dreaming? Trunks. Upon seeing Trunks, Xiaowu could no longer contain herself and leaped into his arms. Ouch, that hurts. Trunks exclaimed in pain. I'm so sorry. I'm just so happy you're alive. Xiaowu quickly apologized. Trunks gazed at Xiaowu, tears shimmering in his eyes. Xiaowu, you're alive. How wonderful. I must say, you two are quite the pair. Goku observed with a hint of curiosity, surprised to discover that Trunks and Xiaowu were involved. It was quite unexpected. Both Trunks and Xiaowu looked somewhat bashful. All right. Enough of this flirtation. Let us get to a safer location. It's still perilous here. Akairobe interjected appropriately. The group understood and soon departed from the area. Meanwhile, in the sky, Black Goku and Zamasu were searching for the presence of Goku and his companions, but to no avail. They could only sense a few human energies, as if Goku and his allies had vanished into thin air. Black Goku's expression darkened. Humph, we should have dealt with them sooner. Zamasu remarked, equally displeased. No need to rush. They will undoubtedly re-emerge, and we can simply wait for them, Black Goku stated calmly. Who can escape the wrath of a deity? He chuckled ominously. Goku and Vegeta arrived at the temporary operational base established by Xiaowu and her team, which not only housed their assembled army but also some survivors. Upon seeing Goku and Vegeta in a severely injured state, despair washed over the crowd. If even the reinforcements Trunks had summoned were defeated, how could they possibly stand against Black Goku? For a long time, in an effort to reassure these individuals, Xiaowu consistently informed them that Trunks had gone to seek reinforcements, firmly believing that assistance would surely be able to vanquish Black Goku. However, the fact that even the illustrious son Wukong had succumbed to defeat underscores the profound impact of their predicament. You all should rest well here and recover your strength. Our supplies are quite limited, so please make do. Xiaowu suddenly approached, bearing some water and coarse grains. These humble provisions were their lifeline in this dire situation. But they had no choice but to offer them now. Thank you. Wukong and Vegeta both understood the plight of these individuals, yet their own exhaustion was overwhelming. At this point, both Wukong and Vegeta lacked even the strength to stand. How tragic. By the way, Yachirobe, do you still have any senza beans? Wukong suddenly turned to Yachirobe, who shook his head in reply. None left. After the death of Korin, I had a few, but I consumed them to stave off hunger. Wukong remarked, what shall we do about the current situation? Xiaowu expressed her concern. Trunks, barely able to stand, approached and said, there is no other option. We must return to the past. Wukong and his father need to recuperate. No, if we use the time machine now, we will expose our location. Wukong spoke with a stern expression. How will we know unless we try? But it seems we have no choice. We cannot simply wait here to perish. Vegeta replied coolly. Ultimately, they resolved to return. A few hours later, Wukong and Vegeta managed to move with great difficulty, while Trunks, though still significantly injured, fared much better than them. They reached a secluded spot where Trunks took out the time machine, preparing to return alongside Wukong and the others. Meanwhile, in a pavilion, Black Goku suddenly sensed something. It's happening. Zamasu, seated opposite him, commented nonchalantly, "Very well, let the plan of destruction commence. P.S. As long as I am capable, I will endeavor to provide you with as much content as possible. Soon, I will become quite busy. If I revert to fewer chapters, please do not scold me. I fear you will become accustomed to the current pace of updates and then criticize me when it slows down. Writing novels does not yield much income. I must also work part-time. Life is not easy. Additionally, for those who find my work unpalatable, it may be best to abandon it early rather than criticize while continuing to read. Each time it feels like a slap in the face. Being a hypocrite and maintaining a facade is pointless. It would be better for everyone to part ways amicably. Updating 5 or 6 chapters daily is no simple task if you believe it should follow the original work. Perhaps it would be better to watch the anime instead of engaging in needless disputes here, occasionally popping up as if to ensure we know of your existence. We are all striving for our share. Who is superior? The above is directed at a few individuals. I sincerely apologize for any impact on fellow readers. Chapter 104, A Moment of Crisis. As the situation grew dire, Goku expressed his urgency. We must return quickly. Black Goku and the others are formidable. We need a solid strategy. He, along with Vegeta and Trunks, entered the time machine. However, before they could settle in, a sudden burst of light streaked towards them, accompanied by a cacophony of explosions that reverberated around them. What? Xiao and the others were struck with terror. This is bad. We've been discovered. Goku and his companions struggled to exit the time machine. Moments later, Black Goku and Zamasu materialized above them. We found you at last. Son Goku. Black Goku sneered malevolently. Damn it. This is not good. Goku's expression darkened. The prospect of escape seemed grim. He and Vegeta were devoid of the strength to fight, and Trunks was gravely injured, not to mention Xiao Wu and the other young ones. We are doomed. Oh, I didn't anticipate such a delightful surprise. Humans, where will you hide this time? Zamasu's expression remained impassive as he gazed at Xiao Wu and the others, his eyes glinting with malice. His greatest contempt was reserved for humanity, and Scions were not exempt. If not for his need to harness Goku's power, he would never have swapped bodies with him. Xiao Wu, you must go. Trunks positioned himself protectively in front of Xiao Wu and the others, his voice firm. No, Trunks, I won't leave you behind. Xiao Wu understood that if they could not escape, Trunks would surely perish, rendering her own survival meaningless. Enough. None of you will escape. It's time for you to perish. Black Goku extended his hand, a sphere of yellow-black energy coalescing ominously. Goku and Vegeta watched helplessly, realizing they were about to fall in such a manner. Just as they prepared to act, the sky suddenly tore open, unveiling a massive rift, illuminated by a brilliant light that shattered the oppressive darkness. Who goes there? Black Goku and Zamasu's expressions shifted to disbelief as they beheld the spectacle. Someone has crossed through time and space. How is this possible? Zamasu's eyes narrowed as a realization struck him. Then, several figures descended from the rift, their radiant forms gradually revealing their identities. The sight left everyone momentarily speechless. Lord Kaioshin, Rhea? Goku exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Master, how can this be? You are alive. Zamasu and Black Goku's faces turned ashen. The newcomers were indeed Rhea, along with the Kaioshin of Universe 7 and the old Kaioshin of Universe 10. They landed firmly within Goku's camp. It's good to see you again. The old Kaioshin of Universe 10 smiled gently at Goku. How did you come here? And Rhea? Goku grinned, a spark of joy illuminating his features. Luya smiled faintly and remarked, We have confirmed that Zamasu is the instigator of this incident. Therefore, Lord Beerus has destroyed our Zamasu from that timeline. However, he is concerned about this one, and at the request of the old Kai, I have accompanied them here. Wait? Zamasu has been killed? Goku exclaimed, astonished. In the air, Zamasu's expression darkened. Then why does this Zamasu still exist? Vegeta suddenly inquired. This timeline differs from ours. Thus, even though our Zamasu has been slain, it does not affect this one. Moreover, it is possible that in this timeline, I, no, along with other deities, may have perished as well. The old Kai stated calmly. It's akin to the androids from years ago. Even if the androids from that world have changed, those in my world remain malevolent. I have eliminated them, yet the androids over there continue to thrive, and even 18 has married Krillin. Trunks realized with enlightenment. Precisely, that is the case. Leah nodded. He too sought validation, and now it seemed the truth was as such. However, The current scene took him by surprise. It appeared Goku and the others were about to return via the time machine but were unexpectedly discovered by Black Goku. Moreover, Luya quickly sensed something amiss. Black Goku's power had astonishingly escalated. The old Kai glanced at the aftermath and then remarked, "Fortunately, we arrived in time. Otherwise, you all would have fallen victim to my student. What a calamity." He turned to Zamasu, his expression grave, and said, "Zamasu, cease your actions. If you can admit your mistakes, there may still be a chance for redemption." "Admit my mistakes? It seems, teacher, that you have grown old. My purpose is to annihilate all of humanity, to eradicate these warmongering scum from the universe. And now, as you can see, I am merely a step away from success. Once I eliminate these bothersome nuisances, humanity shall cease to exist." Zamasu laughed maniacally. Truly, a decayed wood cannot be carved. The old Kai's expression darkened as he let out a cold snort. Zamasu's ability to wreak such havoc in the future world was beyond his expectations, and the ambition of his adversary was alarmingly vast. Had it not been for Beerus and the others' timely intervention, he would have met his demise. This made him see Zamasu's true nature. He had initially perceived Zamasu's behavior as suspicious, but after his guidance, Zamasu seemed to have recovered. Yet, in reality, he had only been deceived. The boy was merely feigning. Originally, he had hoped to cultivate Zamasu as the next Supreme Kai. But such a self-serving Kai was unworthy of the title. His journey through time was meant to persuade Zamasu to abandon his misguided path. However, given the current situation, it appeared that there was no saving him. Have you finished speaking? If so, let us first deal with you. It is quite convenient to eliminate you all at once." The Dark Wukong suddenly smirked sinisterly. You are merely a wretched being who seizes the bodies of others. And yet you have the audacity to act so brazenly here. It's utterly laughable." Luya observed the Dark Wukong and remarked mockingly, "What?" The pupils of Dark Wukong narrowed. Lure smiled, then took out a bag of divine beans and tossed it to Xiao Wu, instructing her to distribute them. Xiao Wu nodded, aware of their significance, and hurriedly fed Trunks and the others. Luya turned to Black Goku and said, "Your body originally belonged to Goku, didn't it?" "What?" Goku, who had just consumed a senzu bean, was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. "And what of it?" Black Goku boldly admitted. You noticed the Super Dragon Balls during the match between the 6th and 7th universes, so you solicited Zuno to inquire about them. Consequently, you located the Super Dragon Balls, made a wish to exchange your body with Zamasu's, and your soul is none other than Zamasu himself." Luya pointed at Black Goku and declared, "You guessed correctly. However, there is no reward." Black Goku laughed heartily. "Moreover, you directly murdered Goku's family. Even Chi-Chi and Goten fell by your hand." Luya said coldly. Goku's mind went blank, and then a surge of fury began to rise within him. Don't you find it amusing? Being killed by your own loved ones. What a splendid work of art." Black Goku cackled mockingly. "Black Goku, you bastard." Suddenly, Goku's rage reached its zenith, and he instantly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, charging forward. Chapter 105. Luya joins the fray. Transformation. Super Saiyan, Red Eye. Goku, newly revived, transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, his power surging beyond previous limits. Scions possess a characteristic that their strength significantly increases through self-inflicted injury. The power unleashed was far more ferocious than before. However, Goku was not merely relying on self-inflicted injury, he was now consumed by an unrestrained fury. Chi-Chi and Goten were his Achilles heel. And this damned Zamasu not only usurped his body, but also used it to slay Chi-Chi and the others. Such behavior was utterly beastly. His anger rendered Goku even more formidable. His strength was now on par with that of the Kaioken technique. Smack! Yet, Black Goku effortlessly caught Goku's fist, displaying a mocking grin. "What's wrong? Is this the extent of your rage? You disappoint me. You bastard." Goku roared, and in the next instant, he erupted with power, breaking free from Black Goku's grasp. "What?" Black Goku was taken aback, and before he could react, Goku's fist collided with him. Boom, boom, boom. Black Goku was sent reeling back repeatedly. Goku did not give him a moment's respite and charged forward. Zamasu, witnessing this, immediately sought to intervene. "Where do you think you're looking, Zamasu?" Vegeta suddenly rushed in, delivering a punch toward Zamasu. The latter's expression shifted, turning menacing. "Bastard!" Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows with fervor. Below, The old Kaioshin's complexion was equally unsettled. Why has Zamis's power grown so formidable? Luya gently remarked. He is not the Zamasu of our timeline. Thus we cannot perceive him through ordinary lenses. As he spoke, Luya turned his gaze towards Trunks and continued. The condition of those survivors is likely not very good. Those Sinza beings can preserve their lives. Trunks nodded in understanding. I comprehend. Xiao. Yes. Xiao understood and promptly led the others away from this place. Lur gazed at the Supreme Kai and said, The old Supreme Kai is entrusted to you. The latter nodded and replied, Rest assured. Luya nodded and then turned to Trunks. Trunks, let us proceed. Indeed. The two dashed towards the battlefield. In the arena, Goku relentlessly assaulted Black Goku, whose strength was being overwhelmed, causing him to crash through numerous buildings. Suddenly, Goku appeared behind Black Goku and unleashed a powerful punch. Ugh! Black Goku plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater. Goku, panting, felt the anger within him gradually dissipate, and his aura began to stabilize. As the smoke cleared, a figure slowly rose to its feet. How is this possible? Goku's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that his full-force attack would fail to inflict serious damage upon his foe. Hee. Excellent. This level of pain only serves to make me stronger. Haha. Black Goku laughed heartily before unleashing a surge of energy, an overwhelming force erupting from within him, more formidable than before. This creature is a monster, Goku thought, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Black Goku fixed his gaze on Goku and declared, Thank you, son Goku, for making me even more powerful. Gritting his teeth, Goku erupted with energy once more, charging towards his opponent with a fierce shout. Swish. However, this time Goku's punch missed entirely, and before he knew it, Black Goku had appeared behind him. Oh no! Goku's face paled, and before he could react, multiple pink beams of energy shot forth from his body. Hee. Black Goku chuckled softly, snapping his fingers. Boom. In an instant, the light surrounding Goku exploded,